Esteemed audience hailing from the Solar System Alliance, the S10 Pan-Solar System Mecha Combat Tournament has concluded splendidly. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the valiant warriors of the NUP Lunar Federation, who have emerged victorious with an impressive total score of 25,000 points, securing the championship title. The runners-up are the gallant fighters from the ROM Martian Federation, with the US Earth Federation claiming third place, followed closely by the Titan and Starry Space City Autonomous Alliance TAS in fourth. We express our gratitude for the exhilarating battles they have offered us. This tournament, the most anticipated event in the human realm, has yielded results after over a month of fierce competition. The NUP has successfully defended its dominant position, further widening the gap. As of S10, NUP boasts 6 championships, while US and ROM each hold 2, marking a shift from previous competitions where the 3 major federations alternated in supremacy. Recently, NUP has demonstrated a trend towards unilateral dominance. The final night of the Solar System Mecha Combat Tournament is also referred to as the Super Starlight. And during the highly publicized S10, the organizers invited the current most popular idol, Arths, who performed 5 songs under the Super Starlight, solidifying S10 as a classic edition of the tournament. Although Arths may not possess extensive knowledge of mechas, the organizers made earnest efforts to secure the most popular idol for the most prestigious competition, ultimately winning over Arths and culminating in this grand event, where the pairing of a beautiful heroine is simply exquisite. The competition, spanning 1.5 months, attracted over 20 billion viewers across the solar system. The extraordinary level of performance showcased, alongside the classic repertoire offered by Arths, created an unprecedented spectacle. However, the anticipated showdown between Earth and the Moon transformed into a dominance by the Moon, not only clinching the championship, but also widening the gap. Surprisingly, ROM has overtaken US, leaving many astounded as Martians finally discovered their unique style in the realm of beastly mechas, showcasing their bravery and indomitable spirit, particularly during critical moments. In stark contrast to the external accolades, the Martians themselves harbor significant dissatisfaction. Their singular goal remains becoming the foremost among humanity. At this juncture, the highest peak in the solar system, Olympus Mons on Mars, has commenced a new round of specialized training. From a certain perspective, the Mecha Combat Tournament serves as a measure of comprehensive national strength. NUP has attained a comprehensive lead in both economic and technological realms, making it merely a matter of time before they become the de facto leader of the Solar System Alliance. MUS, having endured decades of trials, has made substantial advancements, and even TAS has showcased its unique style during this tournament. The giant Divine Soldier series of mechas, while seemingly cumbersome, possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Conversely, the once dominant US, now aspiring to reclaim the championship, can only be described with the phrase lackluster. The stage has forged heroes. This tournament has recognized the top 10 ace mecha pilots, the top 10 ace mechas, and the top 10 military academies in the solar system. Among the 10 pilots, 7 hail from the Moon, earning them the title of the new Big Dipper. The NUP Alex Starshine Mecha Academy has been crowned the premier military academy of the solar system for the year, receiving the esteemed God of War trophy as a symbol of supreme honor. S10 has become a celebration for the lunar inhabitants, marking their 2nd consecutive championship and presenting them with another opportunity to pursue a 3rd. The successful execution of this tournament has resulted in both fame and fortune, simultaneously reaffirming that NUP's positioning of lightweight and medium-weight super mechas, specifically within the 50 to 60-ton category, is set to become the mainstream in the foreseeable future. At this moment, in a dormitory in Tianjing, the largest city in the Asian region on Earth, one could overhear, "Wow, Xiaoping, your eyes are practically bulging out. I really don't understand. What's the point of something you can neither see nor touch?" remarked Ma Long, clad in a sharp white shirt and light denim jeans, unable to contain his disdain for such ephemeral enjoyment. "Ma Long, you just don't get it. Arths is my goddess," exclaims with Xiaodang, fixated on the screen, reluctant even to blink. He is a diehard fan of Arths and a junior member of the Tianjing fan club. To him, Arths is not just an idol, but a pillar of his spirit. Despite his amiable disposition, he is fiercely protective of Arths against any detractors. "Ah, you should know that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. You ought to be more grounded," Ma Long scoffed, aware that excessive admiration for arts could lead to an unhealthy obsession, even for someone as seasoned as him. Occupying the far left, another student watched the award ceremony while lifting dumbbells, his solid physique a testament to his dedication. Musashi, nicknamed Jianan, is the top student in the dormitory. I must admit that NUP's competitors possess advantages in mecha comprehension, physical fitness, and combat skills. Musashi observed with envy while watching the Tianjing livestream. How go? You truly predicted this outcome. However, I still believe that lightweight mechas have their flaws. This defeat was partly due to underestimating the competition. This year will be different. Before the competition commenced, the other three believed that Earth had a fighting chance. But the outcome was a resounding defeat. Had it not been for Titan's subpar overall strength, Earth might have found itself in last place. What's suitable is the best, Malong shrugged. The innate genetic selection of the lunar inhabitants is unparalleled, granting them a natural advantage. The latest mecha models are challenging to master and impose high physical demands. But they also unlock great potential. The lunar inhabitants have firmly committed to a high-end approach, leaving others in their wake. When do we eat? Li Hao inquired, patting his stomach. Not yet, it's still early. Today, it's on me. Brothers, tomorrow is the welcome party. You all need to lend a hand. United, we stand strong. Malong is the president of the photography club, with aspirations to document youth and beauty. Dormitory 4396 at Tianjing Mecha A-Class Military Academy enjoys a modest reputation as the top military academy in the Asian region. It attracts a concentration of elite talent. Li Hao, Zhuoxiaodang, Musashi, and Malong are all part of the 87th cohort, with Musashi being a special recruit in the mecha department. The Musashi family is renowned not just in Tianjing, but throughout the Asian region, boasting a rich martial heritage. Last year, he represented the new students of the mecha department during the welcoming speeches. Malong, a male student from Longgang City, is a special recruit in the Star Wars department. He gained fame during the freshman gala, swiftly winning the affection of senior Xing Man, the dance club president, and a stunning beauty from the journalism department. The two became inseparable, much to the envy of their dorm mates. Li Hao and Zhuoxiaodang are childhood friends, both native to Tianjing. Zhuoxiaodang possesses a slightly plump physique, with a round face that is both charming and harmless. His combat style is severely lacking in close-quarters fighting, yet he displays remarkable talent in shooting, particularly sniping, which reportedly sparked considerable debate among the instructors during his admission. Li Hao, the dormitory leader of 4396, is the oldest among them. He initially enrolled in the journalism department at Tianjing Mecha Academy, but found himself reassigned to the mecha department, leading to some initial discontent from Musashi and Malong. Young people often resent the idea of nepotism. As Malong put it, nepotism is fine, but at least one should possess some merit. At first, Li Hao faced various forms of scrutiny, but upon learning from Zhuoxiaodang that Li Hao was an orphan and had no connections, he found common ground with his dorm mates and quickly bonded with them. Hey, Hao Gu, Xiaoping, you two need to be cautious this semester. Have you heard? We've got a new principal, and the Federation is undergoing major reforms. Major General Long Danny is not to be trifled with. You both need to step up your game. Hao Gu, you should stop using the virtual mode for your EMP training. It's all fun and games, but it's not truly beneficial, Malong advised. The EMP system, developed by the Solar System Alliance's research headquarters, encompasses mecha types from all four major alliances and is regularly updated. It features two modes, virtual and real. The virtual mode serves as an experiential platform, open to the public, allowing anyone to enjoy the thrill of mechas, which has significantly contributed to the tournament's popularity. Professional military school students or amateur competitors scoring over 500 and passing physical assessments can access the real mode. In the real mode, participants experience approximately 70 of the physical impacts and burdens associated with actual mecha collisions, necessitating a higher level of expertise. Initially, the Alliance opened a virtual mode due to budget constraints, hoping to generate some revenue, but it unexpectedly gained immense popularity. Even the Alliance couldn't bear to forego such a lucrative source of income, leading to its status as a mainstream entertainment mode. Surprisingly, women make up 40 of the participants in the virtual mode, a remarkable statistic. The scoring system for the EMP is such that victories in the virtual mode yield minimal points, primarily for entertainment purposes. So top-tier competitors typically score only 400 to 500 points. High scores require performance in the real mode. For instance, in the recent Pan-Solar System tournament, applicants from the Asian region needed a minimum EMP score of 1200 or an A-level score in a specific skill. Musashi boasts the highest score in dormitory 4396, ending the year with 1296. He has no special scoring strategies this year and is set to surpass 2000 easily. Following him is Ma Long with 1020, a remarkable achievement given that his major is in starship studies. He adeptly balances his studies with pursuits in photography and drama, leading a rich and fulfilling life. L. I Hao and Zhou Xiaodang each scored over 800 points. Yet Zhou Xiaodang had once achieved an A in shooting training. The only source of concern for everyone remained Li Hao. In truth, all three were aware that Li Hao had been exceedingly diligent throughout his first year, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline. He often vanished early in the morning, only to return bearing breakfast for everyone. He was the one who played the EMP the most, however. His scores hovered around 800, suggesting that his win rate was rather dismal. Yet, even among roommates, it was somewhat awkward to inquire further. Rest assured, I will be utilizing the virtual mode less frequently in the future. For your sake, I cannot leave without me. I fear you would all starve, Li Hao jested. Brother Hao, should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Please do not be shy, Ma Long declared, thumping his chest. Though his major was not in mecha combat, he was quite confident in his abilities. Musashi merely cast a glance at Li Hao without offering any further comment. That evening, Ma Long went off on a date with a young lady, grandly declaring it to be a final supper. His primary objective for the new year was to pursue his junior. Zhou Xiaodang, as the leader of her fan club, was extraordinarily busy. Recently, Art's performance at the mecha combat competition had elevated her status even further. As devoted fans, they were overjoyed, with a multitude of tasks awaiting their attention. It seemed that 2 or 3 of the trending topics on Tianjing news were invariably related to Arth's, despite her soft and unassuming demeanor in daily life. Once she entered fan mode, she became fiercely assertive and unyielding. Li Hao and Musashi proceeded to the EMP building, a towering 18-story structure illuminated brilliantly, which stood as one of the iconic edifices of Tianjing mecha combat. Many enthusiasts frequented the training facilities, and naturally, there were those who relished in easy victories. This allowed for a delightful blend of training and entertainment. Brother Hao, while Ma Long enjoys boasting, he is not exaggerating this time. The defeat at the competition has incensed the higher-ups, particularly since several EMP records were seized by the Moon People. Our former principal, who is only 3 years until retirement, has left abruptly. Almost all military academies have been replaced by a younger generation. The mecha and starship departments cannot be intermingled. If you require practice against an opponent, I am always available, Musashi remarked. In the dormitory, Musashi was not particularly loquacious, but was highly proactive in training. Had it not been for his insufficient credentials, he could have participated in last year's competition based on his abilities. However, judging by the competition standards, he still had some way to go. With another year of honing his skills, it was indeed plausible for him to achieve notable results. Li Hao patted Musashi on the back. Do not worry, I am well aware. Brother Hao, I have actually observed that you visit the EMP more frequently than I do, but it is crucial to employ the right methods. Especially, the virtual mode should be avoided at all costs. The more one falters, the more one must seek to regain the sensation through real combat. Our physical advantages are substantial. While it may feel gratifying, it offers no real benefit. I suspect Principal Long will prohibit military students from using the virtual mode this year, as operations lacking sufficient endurance and burden are merely flashy showmanship, Musashi stated earnestly. Li Hao rubbed his nose. Musashi was quite straightforward and spoke without pretense. All right, I swear, I truly will not use the virtual mode, and I will focus on my studies diligently. In truth, how should one put it? He had not employed the virtual mode, yet he had also utilized it to some extent. Musashi selected a machine room to enter, and as Li Hao smiled, an alert from Tianjing suddenly chimed. He glanced at it, his gaze flickering with a hint of intrigue before returning to normal. There was an additional anonymous email in the Tianjing inbox. Chapter 2. The puppet. Li Hao did not hastily open the door to the control room. He simply sat in the cockpit as the automatic door sealed shut behind him. The message from Bleem. Task 127, 6 months, EMP 3,000 points. Most individuals would have dismissed such spam without a second thought, as those who could utter such words were either mad or had forgotten to take their medication. Li Hao, however, paid little heed, seemingly more intrigued by the email itself. Yet, when he sought to retrieve it, just as before, the messages within Tianjing vanished, not deleted, but entirely erased, leaving no trace whatsoever. Li Hao remained oblivious to the identity of his correspondent. Whether human, specter, or some surreal entity, all he knew was its code name, Bleem. The first encounter had occurred on the evening of Li Hao's 5th birthday, when some inexplicable force commandeered his dreams, transporting him into indescribable realms where he underwent various bewildering trainings. On one occasion, he slipped into a deep slumber lasting an entire month, teetering on the brink of life and death in a hospital where no diagnosis could be made. The institution had even notified the orphanage to prepare for his demise. Yet, upon awakening, Li Hao found himself inexplicably healed and in remarkably good health, save for a scar encircling his heart. Had it not been for the intervention of the orphanage director, the hospital would have eagerly studied his case. This peculiar existence persisted for over a decade, during which Li Hao grew accustomed to the presence of this entity. Overall, it seemed to train him with a particular purpose in mind, harboring no malevolence towards him. He had speculated variously, initially suspecting that he was a subject of experimentation by some nefarious force depicted on television. However, as he matured, he dismissed this notion, realizing that the methods employed by Bleem far surpassed the current technological understanding, and that if it were indeed a faction at play, there would be no need for such elaborate machinations against a mere orphan, whose life held little value. It was not until the age of 12, when the director gifted him a Tianjing device, that the emails began to arrive, the Bleem tasks. The content of these tasks was bizarre, ranging from locating a stray animal to orchestrating an assassination. He was to undertake any assignment. Fortunately, the targets, in Li Hao's view, were the sort of individuals one could afford to lose multiple times without consequence. In essence, he coexisted amicably with Bleem, yet he felt compelled to test the waters. On one occasion, he deliberately failed to complete a task, resulting in cardiac arrest. Upon regaining consciousness, he received a message: "Complete task 200, and you shall obtain the answers. Should you fail again, you will be terminated." Termination? How presumptuous! Though the situation bore an element of danger, as his strength grew, Li Hao frequently danced on the edge of failure, ultimately mastering certain aspects. Consequently, the frequency of Bleem's tasks diminished in urgency. Task 126 had been assigned a year prior, requiring him to gain admission to Tianjing. In truth, life before entering the Tianjing Mecha Academy had been far more exhilarating. This past year was the most leisurely of his existence. Upon opening his eyes and taking a deep breath, a faint smile graced Li Hao's lips as Bleem stirred to life once more, and he felt prepared. The EMP system displayed Li Hao's record, ID. Puppet total score, 853 win rate. 100 games played. 4,900 next to his ID hung a full-color pentagram, denoting survival, output, team battles, individual skirmishes, and mecha pool. Initially, Li Hao sought only a thrill, yet he became ensnared in an uncontrollable spiral. However, prior to receiving any tasks from Bleem, he needed to manage his score, avoiding drawing undue attention. He had previously encountered complications due to being too conspicuous, almost jeopardizing a significant assignment, one that was 10 times as challenging. Score management was a skill in itself, and he had discovered a bug within the virtual mode. Regardless of whether it was a one-on-one duel or a multiplayer battle, if even a single participant opted for virtual mode, all scores would be calculated accordingly. Thus, nearly all of Li Hao's engagements transpired in virtual mode while he utilized the real mode. Therefore, he could claim he was not using virtual mode while, in reality, he was. He maintained his score at a modest level, just over 800, inconspicuous yet sufficient. Li Hao selected battle mode and entered the arena for random matchmaking. Soon, an opponent emerged, their personal information concealed, with the ID. Eternal Starlight. Li Hao was indifferent to the competitor as both sides entered the mecha selection countdown, with Li Hao opting for a random choice. Puppet vs. Eternal Starlight Mecha. Kai Dragon Mk3, use, configuration, medium mecha, 80 tons, nuclear fission drive, laser gun, titanium blade mecha. Silver Knight MKV, NUP, configuration, light mecha, 65 tons, nuclear fission drive, silver laser gun. Laser Sword. The mecha combatants entered the arena, facing each other as the countdown reached 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. The Silver Knight launched the first strike, moving with remarkable agility, indicating that the pilot was unfazed by such a load. The speed was swift, Yet there remained a degree of leeway. The distance between them rapidly diminished to 20 meters, and the Silver Knight accelerated suddenly, its shoulders shaking, not in instability, but in an attempt to confuse the opponent's judgment. Clearly, this adversary was exceedingly cautious, as they closed to 10 meters. The Kai Dragon remained unmoved, while the Silver Knight soared into the air, unleashing a powerful downward slash with its laser sword. At that moment, the Kai Dragon had no time to evade. Mecha combat diverged significantly from human engagement, where anticipation and timing were paramount. The entirety of the Solar System Mecha Warfare Championship underscored the importance of seizing the initiative, and NUP excelled in this regard. The pilot of the Silver Knight showed no mercy. The speed of the laser sword's thrust was blinding. Just then, the Kai Dragon emitted a low growl, abruptly lunging forward, merely half a step, using its left arm to parry the opponent's laser sword strike while simultaneously engaging its body. Delivering a fierce upward elbow strike with the right arm's boom, the Silver Knight was violently propelled backward. Despite the pilot's utmost control, the mecha crashed to the ground, its engine roaring as it attempted to create distance. Yet, in the next instant, a figure darted past. Boom! Victory for Puppet, Kai Dragon Mk3. As the match concluded, Li Hao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Logically, he believed that his proficiency in real mode should have been superior. Why was his opponent so weak? Perhaps it was due to his low score, only slightly above 800. Things would improve later. Li Hao nonchalantly kicked the opponent and began a new match. Meanwhile, far away at the Lunar Academy of Tianjing, boom, TMD, did he just kick me? Can't he take a loss? Feynman furiously pounded on the door, realizing he had been careless, allowing the opponent to pull a fast one. Haha, Feynman, are you joking? There are only so many experts. Even if you haven't encountered them, you've heard of Puppet. He looks like a total newbie. Wow, haha, he just got taken out by a rookie, and he didn't even use his weapon. Als, tall with alluring, wavy flaxen hair, laughed until tears streamed down his face, completely disregarding his image as he sat on the floor. Als, that doesn't count. I want a rematch. Feynman ignored Als, who was reveling in his moment of triumph, and quickly sent an invitation. Puppet, are you brave enough for another match? I was careless before. This time, I'll take you on with one hand. System notification. The opponent has muted you. Your message cannot be delivered. Feynman slammed his thigh in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, Als had already sidled up beside him, and upon witnessing this, he erupted in laughter. Oh dear, our esteemed Feynman of Tianjing Mecha Warfare has capsized. Tiste. What did the captain say? Don't let victory cloud your judgment. Looks like you've been enjoying your vacation far too much. Feynman, Als, what is so amusing? Let me in on the laughter. A crisp yet resolute voice rang out, prompting Als to spring to his feet while Feynman exited the cockpit. Captain! The two stood at attention, saluting, their gazes filled with admiration and a hint of hidden affection for the striking girl before them. Captain Tita Vannis of Tianjing Mecha Warfare, one of the top 10 military academies in NUP, had just secured the title of Ace Mecha Pilot in the Solar System Championship. Although NUP emerged victorious, each battle had been fiercely contested, with moments when defeat loomed near. However, it was their captain's leadership that propelled the team toward glory. Straighten up. We have guests. Tita Vantis, a figure of great prestige within Tianjing Mecha Warfare and a celebrity in her own right, beautiful, intelligent and powerful, now wore an affectionate smile, rendering the two young men momentarily speechless. Arths, come out. Though these two may be a bit dim-witted, they still possess considerable strength. A figure clad in sports attire slipped through the door. Sporting oversized sunglasses and looking down, upon raising their head, Feynman and Als were left in awe, nearly leaping up in excitement. A cold huff from Tita. They stifled their cheers but rushed forward nonetheless. Arths, I'm your decade-long fan. Please sign my name. Get lost. Arths has only been in the game for 7 years, 3 months, and 18 days. Your Highness Arths, I am Als, the sniper of the Tianjing Mecha Warfare team. It's an honor. Oh no, Captain. Why did you kick me? Arths, with a complexion as fair as jade, flashed a sweet smile. Sister, you mustn't treat my fans so harshly. Feynman and Als felt their hearts melt. Even through the Tianquan, her voice was enchanting, and in person, it was utterly captivating. Sister, if they share a close relationship, she should be calling her elder sister, right? Could they be related by blood? they truly resemble each other. Wow, what a lineage, how impressive! The captain has hidden her identity far too well. Arths is my cousin. As long as the two of you are aware, it suffices. Should a third party appear, one must seriously contemplate the consequences. She wishes to witness the spectacle of your combat prowess. Tita remarked, fully cognizant that concealing this was futile, for these two individuals were insatiably inquisitive. In an instant, both men ignited with enthusiasm. I shall take the lead. Striking with the elegance of the wind, a swift and decisive blow. The gun god, Alzi, at your service. What is there to observe in a cold shot? Watch closely. A true man must confront with genuine weapons. Arths, I am the vanguard. Allow me to demonstrate. Feynman could not afford to shrink back. An opportunity to impress his idol had arrived. Without a doubt, after the bout, a handshake and an autograph would furnish him with bragging rights for an entire year. Spare me, 5-second man, who was just dispatched by a rookie. Begone, that was merely a fluke. I was careless, Feynman. Replay the previous match, Tita commanded coldly, the temperature in the room seemingly plummeting. Feynman and Alzi instantly regained their focus. Despite her femininity, the term gentle was utterly foreign to their captain. Her dedication and rigor in training were beyond imagination, a loss, carelessness. Such notions were utterly unacceptable. Reluctantly, Feynman complied, while Arths watched with curiosity as the true nature of the mechanized warriors' lives unfolded. As the match replay commenced, the Silver Knight charged toward his opponent, soaring into the air, seizing the initiative. Arths, having supplemented his knowledge through the mechanized combat competition, had a degree of insight. It was evident that the Silver Knight held the advantage. However, the subsequent scene astonished everyone. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Knight was vanquished. Captain, I concede my carelessness. The opponent displayed a lack of martial virtue, striking and fleeing. Give me another chance. Feynman, Tita interjected, if you maintain such an attitude, another encounter will only result in a more devastating defeat. Use is lost, but more so due to their arrogance. The next round will be the true test. A 3-time champion will be etched in history. Feynman and Alzi exchanged bewildered glances. From a performance standpoint, the third generation of the Armored Dragon was inferior to the 5th generation of the Silver Knight. Being 3 times slower, when you attacked, the opponent remained still, yet upon zooming in, one could discern slight movements in his head. He refrained from striking because he believed he could read you entirely. Tita explained. When the Silver Knight struck, the Armored Dragon advanced a half-step. Such a sudden and powerful advance indicated mastery of control. This suggests that the opponent is certainly no novice, Arths suddenly remarked. The next phase was crucial. With strong control, the Armored Dragon's left arm blocked the laser sword's close-range attack, rendering much of Feynman's force ineffective. The ensuing attack toppled the Silver Knight. To bring down a mech, one must master both force and angle. Feynman's response was swift. He attempted to maintain balance through strong control, then used kinetic propulsion to create distance, a textbook crisis maneuver. Yet, it seemed he was entirely within the opponent's predictions. The distance he attempted to create only exposed his vulnerability, and the opponent's preemptive movement was executed with precision. A single kick, in slow motion, revealed the mech in a state of weightlessness, effectively presenting its head upon a silver platter to the adversary. The Silver Knight's head was decisively severed. Even in lower-tier matches, such an execution bore a humiliating disparity. The entire sequence was executed with brutal decisiveness, from prediction to execution, as if the Silver Knight were merely a plaything. Feynman and Alzi ceased their banter, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Both were experts and, in that moment, they grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, Feynman remained seething with anger. This assault was akin to a humiliating dribble. Arths could comprehend some aspects, but the core eluded her understanding, leaving her gazing at Tita in confusion. Tita, in her indulgence towards her cousin, could not help but adore Arths. Arths, the Silver Knight possesses commendable defense. Feynman, as the vanguard, boasts exceptional resilience and endurance. Even in carelessness, he should not have been so easily unbalanced by a single elbow strike. His response was correct. Under typical circumstances, it would be impossible to kick a mech's head off. However, in that moment, the mech had completely lost its balance, and Feynman's choice to disengage left it in a state of chaos. Watch. Tita rewound, showcasing the pivotal kick. Following the elbow strike, the Armored Dragon executed a preemptive maneuver. swiftly delivering a lateral kick that capitalized on the moment of disarray, forming a lethal sidekick that severed the head. Feynman, the opponent is not merely insulting you. They are belittling our Tianjing mechanized combat. This affront must be avenged. Feynman clenched his teeth. Yes, Captain, it is my fault, and I am willing to accept punishment. Tita nodded. As captain, she must act decisively. Shortly, I will take the penalty myself. 5 times gravity, 10 kilometers. Alzi, investigate this individual. Alzi shrugged helplessly. Captain, I have already looked into it. Their personal information is hidden. All I could find is an ID. Puppet, I have not heard of such a person in the past 2 years. And after the match, they deliberately kicked Feynman, suggesting intent.inemp. Both real names and IDs are utilized. And while many obscure their data, once a certain score is reached, anonymity is implausible. Traces will inevitably surface. Furthermore, what is youth without a touch of recklessness? Feynman, continue to challenge. We must reclaim the honor of Tianjing mechanized combat. Alzi, investigate experts proficient with the armored dragon. There must be traces left behind. Earthlings favor such underhanded tactics. Top-tier experts generally exhibit proficiency across various mechs, mastering at least basic performance specifications. Even if they do not utilize certain models, they may encounter them in the future. Each expert tends to excel in a few specific types. To operate effectively, precision in range and speed is insufficient. A harmonious synergy between the pilot and the mech is essential. Those capable of wielding the armored dragon in such a manner are likely affiliated with use. And there cannot be many. Yes, Captain. But something feels off, Captain. They have not restricted spectatorship. Alzi pondered, equally perplexed. The other 3 present exchanged bewildered glances, concealing personal data while allowing observation. What a perplexing maneuver. Open it up. Let it be broadcasted. Chapter 3. The heart-wrenching brotherly Hao had already forgotten the previous incident. He was reflecting, realizing he should have aimed for a higher score. What was all this? At that moment, Li Hao had concluded several matches. Perhaps it was the aftereffect of the competition. His opponents appeared overly excited, yet it was unclear whether they looked down upon him or simply lacked vigilance. Victory brought him no joy. Puppet, Armored Dragon 3, Use, versus Keris, Titan Academy, Titan Heavy Armor 2, TAS, Titan Heavy Armor 2 configuration. Heavy Mech, 150 tons, dual-engine nuclear fission hypervelocity laser cannon, retractable titanium blades, titanium claws. Engaging the Titan with the armored dragon was somewhat cumbersome. Such heavy mechs were exceedingly vexatious in arena mode. Alzi could not help but comment, with formidable firepower and robust defense, particularly the retractable titanium blades that excel in close combat, the cumbersome drawbacks of such models are maximally obscured in arena settings. I recall Keris. He also participated in this grand event, though Titan Academy did not advance to the elimination rounds. Their characteristics are quite distinct. Were I in that position, I would emphasize agility. Enough. Though the Titan is a bit unwieldy, a single strike from the retractable titanium blade could cleave the armored dragon in 2. Against this, one must either snipe or employ light mechs to encircle. In any case, the arena is challenging. Alzi scoffed. Tita chose to disregard the 2, as Arthas's presence evidently ignited the male competitive spirit. As the battle commenced, the armored dragon launched forth, hurtling towards the Titan heavy armor. Opposite, Keris grinned widely, declaring, "My Titan reigns supreme in the arena. Let the feast begin." The hypervelocity laser cannon blazed forth, unleashing a torrent of firepower. With the advent of new mechs, strategies had evolved. After the Titan Star incident, designers had accounted for countermeasures, but relics like the armored dragon were merely fodder. On the battlefield, the advancing armored dragon executed a sudden leftward maneuver, evading the attack with barely a pause, then spun sharply, engines roaring as it spiraled forward, swiftly closing the distance to under 10 meters. Keris, not to be outdone, recognized that mid-range was disadvantageous for the Titan mech. Decisively abandoning long-range attacks, the Titan surged forth like a colossal beast, roaring as it lunged at the armored dragon, akin to a tiger pouncing on a hare. Simultaneously, its arms unleashed titanium blades. Should they connect, the armored dragon would have no means of defense against such tonnage. In the face of the Titan heavy armor's overwhelming onslaught, the armored dragon faltered, nearly losing its balance. Yet, it narrowly evaded the attack, descending beneath the heavy mech. Before the Titan could execute its next move, the armored dragon sprung from the ground, leveraging its momentum to deliver a kick. However, the Tianjing warriors remained unconvinced of its efficacy. Facing a 150-ton Titan heavy armor, could one truly hope to topple it? Such a notion seemed fantastical. Everyone knew that the center of gravity for the Colossus series mechs was the most stable of all. However, the armored dragon had no intention of launching an assault. The right leg of the fighter jet hooked onto the tail of the Tyrant fighter, serving as an axis, while the engine propelled it into a spinning maneuver that brought it around behind. Karis was no pushover either. The Tyrant suddenly kicked backward with such force that a successful hit would surely leave the opponent gravely injured. Yet, contrary to expectations, the armored dragon did not explode upon impact. Instead, it leveraged the force of the opposing kick, lifting the entire mech into the air, positioning itself directly behind the Tyrant fighter. As it descended, the titanium blade struck forth. Swish, 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 swish. 4 consecutive strikes pierced the joints of the Tyrant, sending sparks flying. Inside the cockpit, Karis roared in frustration, "MLGB, the mech has lost control." While the Tyrant fighter had the upper hand, the TAS technology still bore some rough edges. Once subjected to precise strikes, the gaps in the joints became liabilities. With 4 blades embedded, it was rendered utterly unmanageable. The armored dragon landed, while the Tyrant fighter staggered like a drunken man, lurching forward a few steps before crashing down with a resounding thud. Victory for the puppet. Karis, piloting the Tyrant, was infuriated. What was this? He hadn't even had the chance to engage properly before being kicked aside. Indeed, the conclusion of the battle felt akin to being unceremoniously booted from the system's notifications. How impatient could one be? The 4 members of Tianjing were rendered speechless, until Arths could no longer contain himself and asked, "Sister, was that a jump strike?" Tita nodded. Remarkably skilled precision jump strike. When did you introduce such close combat specialists? Beside them, Alzi couldn't help but lick his lips. I can't shake the feeling he looks down on his opponent. Perhaps I misunderstood. This individual wasn't targeting Feynman, but rather deemed him beneath notice. Meanwhile, Feynman was evidently coming to the same realization. He perceived the actions of his opponent as an affront to his dignity. At this point, the suspicion could be dismissed. As a formal member of Tianjing's mech warriors, how could he remain in the team without reclaiming his honor? Like a robot, Feynman diligently accepted the challenge invitation, determined to retaliate at that moment. Within the Tianjing EMP building, an unfulfilled Li Hao had already been summoned away by Musashi. "Shall we grab a late-night snack?" Musashi inquired. "Sure, now that you mention it, I feel quite hungry," Li Hao replied with a smile. Already contemplating returning to the virtual mode. Why did it feel like he was merely facing novices? Perhaps the skilled players hadn't returned to school yet. Brother Hao, effective training is more crucial than mere quantity. Don't overdo it each time. Reflection is vital. Let us head to the gravity chamber for practice first. Musashi, not one to assume the role of a teacher, was nonetheless aware that Principal Long was a formidable character. "Isn't at a late-night snack?" Li Hao was taken aback. "Training first, accompany me," Musashi insisted, dragging him along regardless of his protests. The training center in Tianjing remained brightly lit, albeit far less crowded than the EMP building. Combat was exhilarating, yet physical conditioning was rather monotonous. However, the small group present seemed to be fervently showcasing their physiques in one corner. This could only mean one thing. There was a curvaceous beauty among them. Isn't that the class leader? Li Hao glanced over, recognizing Zhou Nei. Zhou Nei, the leader of Class 16, was, in many ways, the elite class of their cohort. Her capability as class leader was indisputable. Although she hadn't participated in the recently held mech competition, she had attended as a focus of the school's development program, and her looks were equally impressive. Those familiar with her often referred to her as sister. Zhou Nei found the display of peculiar poses by her peers during exercise rather bothersome. Did the boys truly believe such antics would attract female attention? However, given the public nature of the facility, she had no choice but to ignore it. Typically, she preferred to come either early or late when fewer people were around. But today, she was waiting for someone. After setting down her equipment and wiping her sweat, she casually draped a towel over her shoulder and approached Li Hao and Musashi. Li Hao shrugged. "Let us head over there." Yet Musashi remained still, gesturing towards Zhou Nei at Li Hao. "Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Li Hao turned back, pointing to himself. What is it? Although we're in the same class and have exchanged a few words. I can't say we're familiar. In fact, Musashi shared a much better rapport with Zhou Nei. Class leader, do you have any guidance for me? Zhou Nei regarded Li Hao with a somewhat complex expression. She was genuinely puzzled about how he had managed to enter Class 16. All special admissions for their cohort were in Class 16. Yet a student who had applied for journalism found himself shifted into the strongest Mech class. This was inherently strange. Initially, Zhou Nei had some expectations, but after an entire academic year, it was evident that Li Hao often skipped classes and, when present, merely slept. Oddly enough, the school seemed indifferent to his attendance. A privileged individual? Yet he was an orphan, and she had heard whispers of him delivering pizzas for a place called Colorful Pizza. Zhou Nei could only speculate positively. Perhaps his family had made some contributions. Li Hao, since we're in the same class, we're essentially a team. You should have heard Musashi. I once he beat around the bush. Last year, you were the bottom of our class. Wasn't he? That's what shouting? Li Hao asked, bewildered. Zhou Nei looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Li Hao, so shouting's specialized shooting skills are top tier. The comprehensive evaluation of the academic year is based on EMP standards. Final exams and standout individual performances. His shooting accuracy and talent rank among the best in Tianjing. Oh no, this little chubby guy is sabotaging me. I'm sorry for dragging the class down. I will strive to improve. Li Hao felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had inadvertently caused trouble. Zhou Nei slightly shook her head. Our Class 16 is a pilot program of the former principal. However, that's not the crux of the matter. What I wanted to convey is that since you're here, you must have your own strength. If you encounter any issues, we can tackle them together. Both Musashi and I are willing to assist you. Li Hao was taken aback. Musashi? Wow, I thought he was suddenly interested in grabbing a late-night snack. Turns out he has this up his sleeve. Clearing his throat, he replied, Class leader, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I am capable of managing on my own. Truly, I am reflecting seriously. Li Hao understood Bleem's nature. Having been caught off guard, he knew he wouldn't be able to rest easy now that he had resurfaced. Brother Hao, the class leader, is our top student, and she possesses a broad understanding of various mech types, as well as the most comprehensive grasp of current tactics. If she aids you, your progress will be remarkably swift. Musashi stated. This was his initiative to request Zhou Nei's assistance, contingent upon his agreement to join her team. Li Hao felt the weight of curious stares from those around him. Zhou Nei was undoubtedly a prominent figure in Tianjing's mech arts. In her first year, her EMP score had already reached 1500. While scores did not encompass everything, her overall performance was consistently exceptional. With her golden genes, Zhou Nei was the kind of beauty that captured attention at first glance and grew increasingly enchanting upon closer inspection, making her presence irresistible. Standing at a height of 1.68 meters, her proportions were flawless. In Malong's words, the only one in the academy who could rival his man was Zhou Nei, embodying both inner and outer beauty. Class leader, I feel this might hinder you. Our training levels aren't on the same tier. How about this? I promise to achieve a score of at least 1200 this semester, Li Hao proposed. Zhou Nei regarded Li Hao, who was earnestly pledging his commitment. That sounds even less reliable. However, I appreciate your effort. Musashi, let us leave it at that for now. If you require my assistance later, it remains unchanged. Zhou Nei did not press further. She had fulfilled her promise, and if the other party did not need help, she wouldn't insist. Musashi nodded helplessly. Class leader, rest assured, I will fulfill my end of the agreement. Ultimately, Musashi dragged Li Hao along for 2 hours of practice before they returned. Brother Hao, didn't today feel exhilarating? You owe me a treat, Malong teased. Having devised the plan, knowing it would succeed, Li Hao declined. What do you mean, Brother Hao? That's Zhou Nei we're talking about. What a rare opportunity. Malong was speechless. How could one refuse the chance to interact with such a beauty? It felt as though, apart from him, everyone else in the dorm was utterly peculiar. I'm just concerned about disrupting Sister's time. Li Hao retorted, tightening his grip around Xiaoting's neck. We agreed to embrace our downfall together. I thought we were the ultimate duo of the bottom too. Xiaoting stuck out his tongue. That's not my fault. I had no idea shooting would add so many points. I don't care. Tomorrow's breakfast will be a compensation for my emotional distress. As the new semester commenced, the entire Tianjing mech arts community buzzed with excitement. Various clubs were eager to showcase their specialties to recruit new members. This year was markedly different from previous ones. The new principal was rumored to have come with a significant backing. General Long was no ordinary individual. Not only did he possess immense personal charisma, but he also had a robust network. Consequently, Tianjing Mech Art's budget had doubled, and many new talents had been recruited. Li Hao and his companions were dragged along by Ma Long, who was less enthusiastic about the welcoming activities. They merely observed, rather than actively engaging, and when it came to approaching others, they were akin to a group of dim-witted wooden blocks, as Ma Long aptly put it, as the president of the photography club. Ma Long was a dashing and sophisticated gentleman. How could he not excel in photography? In addition, his talent for figure drawing was exceptional. Though currently reserved for Shang Xuejia, a true Renaissance man, he had spent an hour meticulously preparing that morning. With the warm sunlight illuminating his handsome visage, he had already captivated several younger classmates. Ma Long is indeed a man of principles, holding exceedingly high standards for the photography club. It is not a privilege granted to just anyone, which has led to the surrounding brothers casting menacing glances. Brothers, youth. What is youth? It is the time to revel, to take initiative, to possess a certain boldness. Even the slightest beauties not need to be proactive. The exuberant teacher Ma could not resist commencing his lesson, cautioning, "Do not blame me for lacking brotherly camaraderie. Should any of you fancy someone, feel free to seek out my celestial guidance, free of charge." Li Hao and his companions were rendered speechless, having been commanded by this fellow all morning, carrying luggage and directing traffic, merely to accentuate his own impressive stature. "Third brother, I suspect you're scheming against us. Was that large plate of chicken stir-fried noodles you left on the table yesterday part of your ploy?" Evans was shouting since the conspiracy. "What nonsense, we are brothers. What does it matter if we share a plate of stir-fried noodles? Listen, the fresh-faced new students are full of dreams about love. Their beauty and grace make them easy to approach. The success rate of taking the initiative is quite high. Be bold, meticulous, and audacious, and you shall prevail." Ma Long declared with a flourish, "Aren't you afraid of Senior Shang Man's wrath? Relax, this is art, merely an appreciation, not an endeavor. Shang Man understands. That's why we get along so well," Ma Long boasted. To be honest, if they weren't all in the same dormitory, the three of them would have relished the opportunity to pin him down. Senior Shang Man is beautiful and tolerates Ma Long's artistic idiosyncrasies. Quick, this is extraordinary. This year is bound to be lively." Ma Long's eyes sparkled as he pointed ahead, spotting a girl entering through the school gate, dragging a simple piece of luggage, clad in an unassuming white t-shirt. She stood a tad over 1.7 meters tall, her fair and slender legs visible beneath a short skirt. As she tossed her ponytail, she beamed at the Tianjing Military Academy's emblem, revealing charming dimples that delivered a devastating blow to straight men. Impressive. Previously, Man and Zhou Nei were considered the most outstanding in our school. Yet this junior seems to surpass them. It appears we are in for a stormy upheaval. Ma Long sighed dramatically, lamenting that had he not already been taken, he would have launched an all-out assault, for this was precisely the kind of opportunity one could not afford to miss. Li Hao and the others could not help but stare for a while. However, they remained discreet. Several senior brothers, eager to seize the moment, had already rushed forward. The second-year students were not particularly desperate, but the single third- and fourth-year men understood all too well the adage that the swift are rewarded while the slow are left with scraps. The critical point is, they were unaware of who might overlook whom. All of you flaunting your charms. I dare wager none will succeed." Ma Long chuckled. "Third brother, how do we tackle this?" Xiaotang inquired with curiosity. "Look at her suitcase. Isn't it exquisite and comfortable? That's carbon fiber. Impressive, right? At least 50,000. The deep blue ponytail she sports is this year's Starry Collection's new model, endorsed by Arths, and not too pricey at 95,000. Do you think such a girl is someone a few country bumpkins can easily approach?" Even Li Hao could not contain himself. "That little thing costs 95,000. Why not just snatch her up?" "Brother Hao, even a piece of paper used by Arths would skyrocket in value. She is not from our world. This junior is not only beautiful but also comes from a good background. She must have countless suitors since childhood. Brothers, even if my rank encounters someone like her, I would only have a 30% chance of success. At first glance, one forms an impression, but upon observing the details, Ma Long realized this girl would be exceedingly difficult to win over. Such a girl, with her conditions, would either have been wild from a young age, exhibiting an unmistakable allure, or she would be extremely disciplined. The former being a master at charming men, while the latter would have exceptionally high standards for a partner. Neither type is easy to handle. Indeed, the girl politely declined the senior's offer for assistance, seemingly waiting for someone. Of course, a few persistent ones remained, continuing to engage enthusiastically until Zhou Nei appeared. Standing together, the weather seemed to brighten remarkably. "Gentlemen, that will suffice," Zhou Nei interjected, halting the ongoing advances. "Nei Jr., do not be so unkind. We are merely trying to help." Zhao Jihan smiled faintly, unwilling to retreat over a mere statement. Were it not for Zhou Nei's esteemed status, he would not have let her off lightly. For even a good woman fears relentless pursuers. Furthermore, who are you to meddle in our affairs? You are not my girlfriend, several seniors jeered, teasing Zhou Nei, who had long been the subject of their admiration. Before Zhou could respond, a knight appeared. Ma Long, with a serious demeanor, declared, "This student, the security has informed me that you must leave the school immediately." Clearly directed at the girl, she was momentarily stunned. "Me? Why?" Ma Long nodded, his gaze deepening. "Junior, your beauty will overshadow the other girls in this school." It was only then that the crowd began to comprehend, and the girl smiled radiantly, while the others' expressions soured. "Ma Long, you rascal. What business do you have here flaunting your charms when you have a girlfriend? Seeking a beating, are we?" The leader, Zhao Jihan, a fourth-year student from the Mecha department and the student council minister, was indeed smitten at first sight with the girl before him. Ma Long, a mere second-generation rich kid, was not a figure of significance. "Junior, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhao Jihan, the student council's external affairs minister and the captain of this year's Tianjing representative team for the Mecha competition, as well as a key player on the school team. May I have the honor of showing you around our beautiful campus?" Zhao's gaze was intense, radiating dominance. Zhou Nei shook her head, observing the performance before her in silence. "Senior Zhao, I apologize, but I have little interest in failures. Perhaps you should spend more time training. Principal Long has sent me to replace you." The girl smiled slightly, her tone polite yet her content far from courteous. The other boys dismissed it as a joke, teasing the mischievous junior sister. But Zhao Jihan's expression shifted visibly. "You? Are you Tong? Chapter 5 Junior, you must have mistaken me for someone else." "Oh, Senior, I've heard of you," Yi Tong replied, a playful glint in her eyes. This time, Zhao Jihan and his companions could no longer muster a smile. Though their gazes were begrudging, they recognized their own worth. "I apologize for the interruption. Let us communicate more in the future." Zhou Nei could only shake her head, taking Yi Tong's hand. "Junior, welcome. The principal is waiting. Let us drop off your luggage and head over." "Sister, I hold you in the highest regard. Moreover, my heart has always belonged to Class 16. Please introduce us." "Yi Tong, what a beautiful name. Is it the moon's gaze in the night? Quite familiar, isn't it? Junior, would you like to join the photography club? Are you interested in drama?" Ma Long was utterly confident he had made a lasting impression on Yi Tong. Zhou Nei could only laugh helplessly. "Ma Long, you must have heard of the name Tong Shen." In an instant, everyone around seemed to awaken, their eyes filled with eagerness yet tempered with restraint. Ma Long was momentarily dumbfounded. "Wait, it's actually her, Yi Tong. I am your fan. Could I have your autograph?" One onlooker mustered the courage to ask. Zhou Nei couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. She had underestimated their tenacity, and the crowd showed no signs of dispersing. Even Zhao Jihan lingered nearby. Tong Shen, a renowned figure, had made waves in the 3-year military preparatory program in Asia, consistently ranking among the top 3, receiving offers from prestigious universities, including invitations from the elite NUP military academies, some of which were among the NUP's top 10. Her choice to attend Tianjing Military Academy had stirred quite a commotion, a classic case of limitless potential. "Sister, is there a student named Li Hao in your cohort?" Yi Tong inquired suddenly, causing the atmosphere to stiffen, tinged with awkwardness. "Li Hao, do you know him?" Zhou Nei was taken aback. Why? Yi Tong smiled gently. "Yes, sister. I would like to meet him before seeing the principal." Ma Long's excitement surged. "What is happening? There's a story here. Junior, this is fate. I may not know others, but Brother Hao is like family to me. We share a bunk, thick as thieves. Look, he is the one tidying up the table. Brother Hao?" "Over here." Ma Long waved to Li Hao and the others, who were preparing to tidy up the photography club's posters for lunch. "Third brother, we're heading to eat now," Li Hao said, only to suddenly sense a piercing gaze fixated on him. His muscles instinctively tensing before relaxing again. "This is Tian." Wei Tong walked steadily towards Li Hao, who frowned, his eyes locked on her. The atmosphere shifted, as everyone sensed something was amiss. While Li Hao was a familiar figure, Yi Tong was undoubtedly Principal Long's treasure, a core member tasked with restoring Tianjing Military Academy's glory. Crossing her would not end well, while Yi Tong studied the person before her. Despite the 4 or 5 years that had passed, she recognized him instantly. They stood face to face. Li Hao maintained a calm demeanor, his mind racing to recall. He was certain he owed her nothing. Yi Tong suddenly smiled brightly, stepping closer, the distance between them shrinking dramatically, causing the surrounding breaths to freeze. Leaning in, she whispered into Li Hao's ear, "Li Hao, we finally meet." The scent of her presence was subtle yet captivating, prompting Li Hao to pull back slightly. "Junior, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Knight's pupils gazed deeply at Li Hao, certain of their connection. "We have plenty of time ahead." Knight did not elaborate further and accompanied Zhou Nei to meet the principal, leaving a group of people bewildered in the wind. In the 4396 dormitory, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively, with 3 curious souls suddenly appearing. "How do you know Tong Shen?" asked Zhou Xiaotang in astonishment. "Tong Shen's marksmanship is unparalleled. Knight's close combat skills are formidable as well. She follows the NUP's light mech route. I thought she would study abroad on the moon. Yet she has come to Tianjing." "Fascinating," Musashi remarked, clearly intrigued, recognizing her as a master. "You two fools, is that the point? She is a stunning beauty. How what did she say to you? Are you two so familiar that you're sharing secrets?" Malong's mind was in turmoil, feeling as though he was observing 2 parallel lines that could not intersect. Li Hao shrugged helplessly, gesturing toward his head. "This junior might have mistaken me for someone else. Or perhaps there is a misunderstanding here. I truly do not know her." Malong clapped his hands suddenly. "She must have recognized the wrong person. I trust Hao Ji's character. How be wary of the temptress. This Tong Shen is the epitome of trouble. Avoid her if possible." Zhou Xiaotang could not hold back. "Yet you still pursue Senior Shengman, flaunting your affection every day. You don't understand. If I do not enter hell, who will? This is a matter of compassion, requiring enlightenment. Beauty can be predatory." The 3 in the dormitory offered disdainful looks. Li Hao smiled and nodded. "Can we eat well, brothers?" Today the photography club welcomed 5 new junior sisters. "Thank you all for your support. Enjoy the feast." With this thought, Malong felt elated again, and of course, the 3 junior brothers were quite decent as well. In the principal's office, Long Danny, 35 years old and a core member of the Yuce's young faction, had sleek black hair and a sharp demeanor. She donned a crisp silver Use Federal Army uniform befitting a major general, with a scar on the left side of her forehead that marred her beauty but added an indescribable charm, exuding an aura of authority. Having participated in regional wars and hunted interstellar pirates, she was a powerhouse who had risen from the front lines to command. Upon receiving the transfer decision, Long Danny had hesitated not at all. The military academy's condition directly determined the Use's combat power, and having personally experienced various wars, she was acutely aware of the Use's issues. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, and she set down the documents in hand. Zhou Nei and Knight entered, standing at attention to salute. Long Danny smiled slightly. "Little Tong, welcome. Please, take a seat. Nei, you can show Tong around the school later." "Yes, Principal. Then I shall trouble you, Senior." Long Danny summoned the 2 not only because of her regard for Knight, but also due to other matters. In truth, the reform of the Use had already commenced. The 16th class in Tianjing was somewhat indicative of this, albeit limited by the overall situation, lacking noticeable effectiveness. This year's Interstellar Mech competition had stripped away the last veil of modesty, and she believed the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. "Nei Knight, I called you here to hear your opinions on the current state of Tianjing's mech warfare," Long Danny said with a smile as her assistant entered to pour water for them. Zhou Nei and Knight did not speak immediately. Both possessed high intelligence and knew better than to speak recklessly in front of Long Danny, who was not merely an academic, but a true combat veteran. "Knight, you go first. I am quite curious. With so many academies vying for you, why did you choose Tianjing mech warfare?" Long Danny inquired. Zhou Nei was somewhat surprised. The outside world believed Knight had come due to Major General Long. Principal, I am unfamiliar with the situation at Tianjing mech warfare. However, from the level of the solar system competition, it is evident that the Tianjing battle team lacks individual prowess, is tactically outdated, and the members lack tenacity. Those who should win do not do so decisively, and those who could fight have faltered, Knight stated plainly, having no intention of being tactful. I hope to gain more freedom here in Tianjing. Long Danny nodded. Nei, you were the top freshman last year. If you were to be the captain and select team members, could you form a team that surpasses the veteran team? Zhou Nei pondered for a moment. Principal, if Knight joins my team, I am 90 confident. This was her goal. With Musashi already on board, adding Knight would be like wings to a tiger. Humanity has reached its current dominion through 3 core technologies: curvature space technology, Ivant-gene natural adjustment technology, and Somalit-like planetary gravity transformation technology. The maturity of Ivant-gene natural adjustment technology has significantly enhanced human physical and mental resilience, enabling adaptation to environments on other planets. Some individuals have even acquired golden genes, showcasing enhanced abilities, thus providing female mecha pilots with vast opportunities to excel. Excellent, Captain Nei, Vice Captain Knight, you have full discretion over the team. Submit the roster to me. Yes, Principal. Zhou Nei was somewhat exhilarated, as such opportunities typically arose only in the 3rd year. Nei, is there a student named Li Hao in your class? What is his level? Long Danny suddenly asked. Zhou Nei was taken aback. This was the second unexpected query of the day. Well, Principal, although Li Hao's grades aren't particularly impressive, he is balanced across various aspects. He can easily complete an hour of daily training under double gravity. With a little effort, I believe he can improve his grades. Please allow him some time. Knight's eyes flickered with interest, and Long Danny nodded thoughtfully. In that case, include him in your team. Ultimately, the decision is yours. Long Danny remarked. Zhou Nei's expression was one of astonishment, but she nodded in agreement. Upon leaving the principal's office, Zhou Nei took Knight on a tour of the main buildings of Tianjing mech warfare. In terms of hardware conditions, being a top-tier entity in the Asia-Pacific region was undoubtedly assured, though Knight was not particularly invested in this. The two chatted along the way. Indeed, females are peculiar beings. If not on friendly terms, for could easily split into 3 factions, engaging in a multi-layered game of intrigue. Yet, if they clicked, it felt as if they were long-lost friends meeting again. Knight, how do you know Li Hao? He seems not to recognize you? Zhou Nei could not help but ask, finding the day's events too strange. Neither Knight nor Principal Long should have inquired about Li Hao, and their behaviors were unusually peculiar. There seemed to be something she was unaware of. Knight smiled slightly, gently twirling a strand of hair. I have a bit of a history with him. By the way, does his girlfriend attend our school? I haven't heard he has a girlfriend. Zhou Nei shook her head. Given Knight's qualities, no one would think much of it. His comprehensive evaluation from the last academic year placed him at the bottom of our class. Initially, I was concerned there would be issues. But it seems the principal's perspective is not aligned with that. Sister Nei, scores do not represent everything. By the way, I heard the beef in the Tianjing cafeteria is exceptional. As a newcomer, I must rely on my senior for a meal. Knight said with a smile, linking arms with Zhou Nei. Clearly, Tong Shen was not as aloof as she appeared. Merely, Li Hao, lacking any background, had switched from the journalism department to the special class of the mech department. Had she overlooked something? Chapter 6. The Awakening Youth class. The cafeteria at Tianjing was quite impressive, especially for the mech and starship departments. Today, Malong was also indulging himself, heading straight to the 2nd floor, where various a la carte dishes were offered, often featuring some exquisite specialty ingredients from the Moon, Mars, and even Titan. Naturally, all were sourced from the Earth series, primarily differing in raw material quality. The beef produced on Titan was distinctive. Titan beef commanded a premium price, truly deserving its reputation for excellence. Its meat was succulent, juicy, and rich in rare energy, a unique element in fusion from Titan, providing substantial nourishment for warriors. Malong was evidently delighted, each person enjoying a steak, relishing the moment. Have you heard that Principal Long is severely dissatisfied with the performance of the previous mech department? Therefore, this year, the battle teams will undergo selection, and several captains have already been designated, including your class leader. Sister E. I have high hopes for her. Hong Tu and Zhao Jihan are utterly inadequate. What they are producing is far from impressive. After a few drinks, Malong's spirit soared. Musashi, you must be on the list. Right? Musashi nodded silently, ordering another steak. Malong's mouth twitched. He had overlooked the appetites of these fellows, having just boasted about eating heartily. "This is reckless. I'll add a portion too," Xiaotang chimed in, not holding back. For opportunities to outshine Malong were rare. "What about humanity? You should only add one extra serving. No more than that. My funds are running low." Seeing the situation unfold, Malong disregarded his pride. "Sister E, how many team members have you selected so far?" "Currently, it's just me. I am unaware of the others." "Really? The third in our dormitory is the most promising. Who knows, we might all be seeking to cling to your coattails in the future." Malong stated without reservation. Musashi hailed from an ancient martial arts family, and it was evident that his family imposed strict discipline upon him. He exhibited no signs of being a playboy, and his training was the most earnest. With such resources and high talent, who could succeed without hard work? Musashi felt a bit embarrassed as Shengman arrived. "Sorry, I'm late. Had some matters to attend to. Is there anything joyous today that warrants such a feast?" Before anyone could respond, Malong quickly said, "It's the first day of school. We must uplift the spirits of the brothers. Dear, come here." Malong had long prepared everything for Shengman. With a subtle smile, Shengman took her seat beside Malong. Now in her third year, she radiated the allure of femininity, each glance and smile imbued with a captivating charm. Although they had been in a relationship for a year, the bond between them was genuine. As soon as Shengman arrived, Malong began to disregard the others. Fortunately, Li Hao and his companions were already accustomed to this behavior, yet inexplicably, the beef on their plates suddenly lost its appeal. That moment. Two individuals approached with trays in hand, searching for a place to sit. The lively chatter in the cafeteria diminished by several decibels, giving way to hushed whispers. It was Zhou Nei and Yitong. The news of Yitong's arrival at Tianjing's mecha warfare program had spread like wildfire, her popularity soaring to remarkable heights, making her one of the most anticipated newcomers of the year. Many believed that her prowess and combat style would lead her to Inupi. Truth be told, Inupi offered better prospects. However, she had chosen Tianjing instead. Zhou Nei spotted Li Hao. "Xiaodong, let me have a brief word with Li Hao," she requested. "Nei, since we've encountered each other, let's dine together," Yitong interjected. Zhou Nei, indifferent, walked over, while Yitong directly approached Xiaotang, offering a gentle smile. "Senior, may I take this seat?" Xiaotang was momentarily taken aback, then jumped up, exclaiming, "Of course, please sit down." Yitong took her place beside Li Hao, while Zhou Nei settled across from him. The rest were left in the dark about these two enigmatic figures. Shengman, with grace, greeted them, revealing her familiarity with Zhou Nei from the journalism department and expressing interest in Yitong. Li Hao, Principal Long has reformed the selection mechanism for this year's mecha warfare competition, and I will be part of one of the selected teams. Will you participate? Zhou Nei inquired. The table fell silent, Li Hao too taken aback. "Me? I think I'll pass. We already have Musashi in our dorm." "What if Principal Long personally invited you?" Zhou Nei gazed intently at Li Hao, attempting to glean insight from his expression. The old principal had moved him from the journalism department to the mecha department, and now offered him such an opportunity. It was evident that this was not merely a favor. There was something more significant at play regarding Li Hao. "Can I refuse?" Li Hao pondered, bewildered. Zhou Nei sensed that Li Hao was evading something. Since her attempt to assist him with training yesterday, she had noticed a disinterest in his demeanor, a sense of apathy that made her uncomfortable. "No, this is a direct order from the principal. Participation is mandatory. Whether you can remain depends on your performance," Zhou Nei asserted firmly. Li Hao shrugged resignedly. "Class monitor, I'm willing to participate, but you know my situation. I often work late, so my training availability may be inconsistent." Yitong, seemingly intrigued, suddenly tapped her plate, drawing everyone's attention. "Senior, I look forward to being your teammate. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Sometimes, taking the initiative is preferable." Her words carried an undertone that left Li Hao's companions puzzled. Who could this be? "Li Hao, you've been quite adept at concealing your true self, appearing indifferent to everything. When did you become acquainted with Tong Shen?" Shengman asked curiously. The distinct personalities of the 4,396 group were well known. Musashi was obsessed with martial arts, disinterested in anything but training, while Xiaotang was a seasoned recluse with a remarkable talent for shooting. As for Li Hao, he was the least conspicuous, yet difficult to overlook. Perhaps due to an inexplicable confidence and nonchalance. Yitong regarded Li Hao, Senior. It seems they remain oblivious to your true identity. After all these years, your character remains unchanged. Zhou Neiyi and the others set down their chopsticks. Their gazes fixed on Li Hao and Yi Tong. Is there some misunderstanding, junior sister? Sui Xiaotang could not help but interject, aware of Li Hao's background. He had grown up in an orphanage, participated in some training, and later enrolled in Tianjing's preparatory class before gaining admission to the mecha warfare program, facts known to the others. Are you familiar with the Solar System's Apocalypse Youth class? Yi Tong inquired. Who isn't aware of it? That class has almost become legendary, the only instance of the four federations collaborating. Those emerging from it are top-tier warriors. It was said that a significant incident occurred afterward, and it was never held again. Quite the prestigious title, Malong remarked. Many of the formidable competitors in this year's mecha warfare competition hailed from that class. Li Hao, would you like to share, or shall I? Yi Tong teased at Li Hao hesitated, bemused. What is there to discuss? Yes, I participated in that youth class, but something happened, and it was disbanded. That was years ago. Clatter, Malong's spoon fell into his plate, and everyone stared at Li Hao in disbelief, especially Zhou Neiyi, who had once aspired to join that class. Ordinary individuals might not grasp its significance, but high-ranking officials from the federations held it in high regard. She had attempted the entrance exam but was eliminated in the first round. You mean to say you know the lunar war god Maxis? You are acquainted with the Celestial King, Van Lywit, and you were classmates with the Martian Wolf King, Boston the youth class? Chapter 7. Golden Medal 567. Goodness gracious. We shared a dorm for a year, and all I knew was that he was the gold medal delivery person for Bin Feng Pizza. It was no wonder that if he were the principal, he would certainly transfer Li Hao from the journalism department to the mecha department. But wait, why did he enroll in the journalism department? Zhou Neiyi realized, suspecting that Li Hao's mistake must have been quite serious, prompting Principal Long to desire his potential yet harbor some reservations. The group was left to speculate, their expressions a mix of solemnity and confusion, while the subject of their scrutiny shrugged nonchalantly. What's with all the stares? It's as if you're watching a stranger. I was fortunate to be selected at that time, then got involved in a skirmish with the Lunarians, which led to complications. That was ages ago. They've likely forgotten me by now. The task assigned by Bleem had been particularly vexatious. He was genuinely unsure of Bleem's intentions, having been compelled to engage in conflict while in the youth class. Thankfully, he had seized an unexpected opportunity. Li Hao's casual demeanor belied the gravity of the situation, as those listening could not help but feel the weight of his words at that time. The Lunarians had spearheaded the initiative, providing the venue and funding, gathering the brightest young talents from the four federations to execute a plan of apocalypse. The selection process was rigorous, with only a mere 600 out of over 5,000 candidates making it into the youth class, and the elimination rate was exceedingly high. This indicated that Li Hao not only qualified but also remained. Malong licked his lips, feeling somewhat parched. What field were you selected for? If I recall correctly, it was in Starship and Mecha Development. Li Hao took a bite of meat, discreetly passing a piece to Sui Xiaotang. The table fell into a profound silence. It was inconceivable that Li Hao could be anything less than exceptional. Ah, everyone is here. This saves me the trouble of searching, a cheerful voice interrupted. A group of individuals had approached without anyone noticing. Neiyi, I wish to speak with you. Gao Yunfeng, the captain of Tianjing's representative team and a fourth-year student in mecha warfare, was undeniably a prodigy destined for a luminous future, regardless of his career choice. However, the overall poor performance this year weighed heavily on him, and he viewed this as an opportunity to reverse his fortunes. Gao Yunfeng, if you have something to say, please be direct. After the last competition, Zhou Neiyi had distanced herself from him, their ideologies starkly divergent. Gao Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback, yet his tone remained gentle. Neiyi, the matter we are discussing is of great importance. It concerns the future of Tianjing. Gao Yunfeng, it would be better if you didn't jeopardize Tianjing's future. The performance at the competition was abysmal. They faltered pitifully. Were I in your position, I would have withdrawn by now, Malong retorted without hesitation. Gao Yunfeng was a rival, having once pursued Xingman. Initially, they were evenly matched, but upon learning of Gao Yunfeng's past romantic escapades, Xingman decisively chose Malong. Over the past year, Gao Yunfeng had frequently abused his position as student council president to undermine Malong, such as disbanding the members of his photography club, compelling him to recruit sufficient newcomers or face dissolution. Malong, how can you speak to a senior like that? Have you not learned your lesson from last time? Zhao Jihan mocked, his gaze lingering on Yitong. Yitong, however, remained focused on her meal, unaware of the underlying tensions. Zhao Jihan, if you wish to fight, I am more than willing. Musashi stood up, his tone serious. Zhao Jihan felt a twinge of apprehension. The small cannon had garnered a fierce reputation in the mecha warfare department over the past year. Known for her ferocity and disregard for her own safety. Musashi, this is not your concern. Step aside. Malong is a man. Let him face me one-on-one. I am ready at any time. Zhao Jihan shouted, his bravado faltering. One-on-one? What are we challenging, looks? You might want to consider plastic surgery, even gene modification 1T save you. Gao Yunfeng had also noticed Yitong, intervening to quell Zhao Jihan's rising temper. He understood that she was the new recruit the principal was keen on nurturing. With a slight smile, he addressed her, you must be junior sister Yitong. I hope you will join my team, enabling us to forge the strongest Tianjing squad together. Nei, our previous disagreement was merely a misunderstanding among teammates. I hope you will reconsider joining the team. This year, we can surely redeem ourselves. As a senior, Gao Yunfeng is not easily provoked in his quest to secure a position at use. The contributions of Yitong, Zhou Nei, and Musashi are of paramount importance. After savoring a piece of beef and wiping his rosy lips, Yitong suddenly turned to Li Hao and asked, Li Hao, which team do you think I should join? Gao Yunfeng and the others glanced at an inconspicuous figure. Li Hao, is there such a person in Tianjing Jiao? Junior, decide for yourself which team you wish to join. If you seek my opinion, it would be better to consult the class leader. All right, I will heed your advice. Yitong replied nonchalantly. Gao Yunfeng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the emergence of someone who could command Yitong's obedience. Li Hao, you may join my team alongside Yitong. You must understand that this is a tremendous honor and will greatly benefit your future after graduation. If Yitong is willing to join, I can make an exception for you. Before Li Hao could respond, Ma Long chuckled dismissively. What an honor. Do you even know that Li Hao is a member of the Solar System's Apocalypse Youth Class, a formal member? Gao Yunfeng and the others were left speechless, followed by Zhao Jihan's uproarious laughter. Him? If he belongs to the Apocalypse Youth Class, then I am the chairman of the Solar System Alliance. What nonsense. Boss, stop wasting your breath. You have been more than generous. He is indeed a member of the Apocalypse Youth Class, but you are not, Yitong remarked, her innocent eyes regarding them as if they were fools. The cafeteria fell silent. The Apocalypse Youth Class has recently produced many formidable individuals, and the revelation of ABOSS within Tianjing Jiao was significant. While others' claims lacked credibility, Yitong's status carried weight. Gao Yunfeng cast a deep glance at Li Hao and said, Let's go. The group hurriedly departed. It must be said that the reputation of the Apocalypse Youth Class is undeniably formidable. Without a thorough investigation, even Gao Yunfeng dared not act arrogantly. Dear brothers and sisters, please do not treat me this way. That is all old news. Your actions may lead to misunderstandings. Li Hao lamented. Li Hao, what has happened? How did the esteemed member of the youth class fall so low? Once the others had left, Ma Long quietly inquired, a question on everyone's mind. It's all old news. I made mistakes during a brawl and received a penalty. Let's not dwell on it. Things are quite well now. Class leader, I assure you I won't hold you back, but my free time is truly limited. Li Hao replied with a smile. Yitong continued to observe Li Hao intently. The details of the incident were confidential, known only to a select few, and she happened to know a little, making her an indirect participant. Captain, leave Li Hao to me. Rest assured, I will help him regain his former standing, Yitong volunteered. Adding, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Li Hao nodded. Yitong, I don't recall anyone with that surname back then. It is rather unique, especially within use. It's peculiar. Throughout the meal, Tianjing Jiao became the center of a significant revelation. The academy concealed a prominent figure from the Apocalypse Youth Class who had seemingly fallen from grace. After all, the Apocalypse Youth Class had been established long ago, and the tale of Shan's Hongyang was not an isolated case. Had he truly been exceptional, he would have soared to greatness long ago. Amidst the excitement, as the new semester commenced, both Zhou Nei and Yitong had numerous matters to attend to, while Musashi was engrossed in his training, which could not be interrupted by any distractions. Ma Long and Shang Man, newlyweds, naturally had many indescribable matters to attend to. Li Hao was also quite busy. Li Hao, 2 seafood pizzas from District 96, and 5 Orleans chicken leg pizzas. Hurry up, you are our ace. Understood. Boss. Mission accomplished. Gold medal 567. Setting off immediately. At this moment, Li Hao is already suited up, expertly packing the pizzas as they emerge from the oven, donning his helmet, and stepping outside to a slightly worn second-hand electric scooter. Boss, when can we upgrade to a better one? This delivery scooter is far too old and frequently loses power. When you become the boss, perhaps. The bald-headed boss waved a fork dismissively. All right, boss, Li Hao replied, promptly heading out for his delivery, proving that he was indeed a diligent worker. Chapter 8. The Puppet God on the EMP Virtual Mode Forum. A post quietly ascended to prominence, igniting fervent discussions. The post was authored by Kepler Pirate King, titled Puppet God Dedicated Thread. Does the Puppet God in the virtual zone have the capability to challenge the real zone? The forum had already amassed tens of thousands of comments. The ID Puppet was quite renowned in the virtual battle zone, boasting thousands of matches with an impressively high score. Although set to hidden status, after prolonged combat, many had encountered him and shared insights about battling against Puppet. This individual was truly formidable, proficient in numerous mechas, and there had been no reports of any defeats. To date, no one had claimed victory over him. Thus, the question arose, was he merely a player indulging in entertainment? If so, there would be no need to conceal his identity. Winning would merely be for the sake of boasting, devoid of any true value. Yet, no one had ever conversed with Puppet, nor did anyone have him on their friend list. I predicted long ago that the Puppet God would inevitably transition to the real mode. He has exhausted all contenders in the virtual mode. Come on, he has never participated in virtual zone competitions. Why claim he has no opponents? Casual play and competition are entirely different. His skill is undeniable. Perhaps he is a military academy student, hence the reluctance to reveal himself. Exactly. I hold such individuals in contempt. If one possesses skills, they should compete in their own realm. What merit is there in dominating the virtual zone? Just ordinary fare. What's there to discuss? Do we lack pride in the virtual zone? In the dormitory, Kepler Pirate King reclined with his legs crossed, observing a group of people flooding the forum with comments, a smug smile playing on his lips. You amateurs lack my insight. Zhuang Zhou, a freshman from the news department of Tianjing Jiao, aspired to enter the mecha department but fell short on the entrance exam. So he settled for the next best option, hoping to get closer to these mecha combat deities. The virtual zone and the real zone were entirely different worlds. Those who thrived in the virtual zone often sought to validate themselves in the real zone, but the reality was often harsh, with most being thoroughly trounced. This was the current state of affairs in the virtual zone, not only within use but across other federations as well. Zhuang Zhou typically toggled between the real and virtual modes. When fatigued from the real mode, he would unwind in the virtual mode. He was not among the elite in the preparatory class, yet his win rate in the virtual mode was commendably high, particularly when he took pleasure in humiliating self-assured experts, which invigorated him, until he encountered Puppet. Indeed, it was a complete nightmare to AT that time. He fought using a lightweight super mecha from INUP, its performance outstanding, while his opponent employed an armored dragon. However, he was utterly dismantled. That battle left a lasting psychological scar. Feeling somewhat resentful and wanting to reclaim his dignity, he found that this person completely ignored him. Zhuang Zhou, being somewhat obstinate, silently observed this ID. Discovering that the individual did not prohibit spectators, he became entranced, watching match after match. Whenever Puppet's ID appeared in the battle records, he would rush to observe. However, what he witnessed was a series of victories. This, in itself, was not extraordinary. Any reasonably skilled military academy student could execute dazzling maneuvers. Tio put it colloquially, one should not challenge someone's profession with one's hobbies. Yet, Zhuang Zhou noticed something peculiar, the color disparity in the mechas. His golden genes manifested in a particularly lackluster manner, akin to a woman's sixth sense, unpredictable in its reliability. He sensed something amiss and began to compare and analyze repeatedly, eventually identifying the issue. The two primary modes of EMP exhibit subtle color differences. The virtual mode is primarily for entertainment, hence the mecha colors are designed to be bright and eye-catching. In all of Puppet's matches, his mecha's color scheme differed subtly from that of his opponents, resembling the tones seen in the real mode. Initially, Zhuang Zhou mocked himself, deeming it impossible and illogical. Was there truly a masochist in this world? However, after following Puppet for half a year, he realized it was not an illusion. The individual genuinely exhibited a color difference, meaning there was indeed someone utilizing the real mode to compete in the virtual mode. He attempted a match himself and was left disheartened. Though not at the level of the mecha department, he considered himself a virtual expert. Switching modes felt apocalyptic. What kind of lunatic would engage in the virtual mode using real mode skills? What were the motives? Something felt off, and in that moment, Zhuang Zhou's blood nearly boiled. This puppet was undoubtedly suspicious. Thus, he believed that one day, Puppet would return to the real mode. What would that be like? Zhuang Zhou monitored closely, even checking the forum during late-night bathroom breaks, fearing he would miss something until yesterday, when he finally waited in anticipation. Yes, a real mode battle. The first opponent was the ID Eternal Starlight. Though the information was restricted, as a seasoned enthusiast of EMP, he recognized it at a glance as the training account of NUP's Tianjing Zhao Vanguard, Feynman. Expecting a fierce showdown, he could hardly believe his eyes when the acclaimed Feynman from the mecha competition was utterly dominated by Puppet. Was this a divine revelation? The defeat of Feynman in the mecha competition left U supporters holding their breath, yearning for an opportunity to restore their honor. After the competition concluded, the online activity in EMP's virtual mode surged by 300. Zhuang Zhou was exhilarated, as it was highly probable that the Puppet was a representative of Use. Within his mech, Use's medium-sized mechs were predominant, indicating a subconscious preference. The motives behind such choices from individuals of other federations were considerably less compelling. Zhuang Zhou developed a profound interest in this individual. He pondered whether the outcome of the previous grand competition would have been different had such a person participated. Sensing that the fervor of the forum posts had peaked, Zhuang Zhou opened Tianjing and summoned the operational interface, releasing his second post, Puppet's True Mode, a compilation of 7 victories, a title devoid of ostentation, accompanied by a segment of his late-night editing, was simply perfect. With his hands clasped behind his neck, his entire body reclined in the chair with one leg crossed over the other, he eschewed any gimmicks, opting instead to lay subtle hints for others to discover, adding an element of intrigue. Should no one notice, he would utilize a secondary account to leave a comment. For now, he would let the bullets fly for a while. Before long, his dormitory companions returned, converging from all corners after gaining admission to Tianjing mecha warfare. The palpable excitement among them was evident. Zhuang Zhou closed Tianjing, believing that those destined for greatness should maintain an air of mystery, a sentiment he was certain the puppet master shared. The resources at Tianjing were simply magnificent. Guess who I saw today? Who? Zhuang Zhou excelled at playing the straight man. Tong Shen, Sister Yi, and Sheng Man, all 3 goddesses in one frame, each exuding their own charm, yet all equally mesmerizing as soon as the topic of beautiful women arose. Especially those renowned for their allure, the first-year students erupted in excitement. Zhuang Zhou, however, remained largely indifferent. Although many in the journalism department were inclined towards gossip, he refused to engage with a bunch of youngsters. He had aspirations of his own, and his sixth sense whispered of a great discovery ahead. A humble delivery worker, having completed his rounds and flattered his boss, returned to campus with his daily earnings. Feeling quite pleased. With time still on his side, he navigated through the Bleem system, scoring 3,000 points, not for the sake of it, but perhaps in anticipation of a significant task ahead. With the truth within reach, he felt no trepidation in accelerating his efforts. After a quick bite to replenish his energy, Li Hao arrived at the EMP building, where the official term commenced. The atmosphere was notably more vibrant than during the holidays. Typically, only the mecha and starship departments could utilize the EMP building, leaving others to seek entertainment elsewhere, where the EMP was often relegated to virtual mode. Li Hao waited for about 10 minutes before securing a training room. The EMP system rewarded initial victories with higher scores, but the challenges increased the further one progressed. Achieving 3,000 points was no trivial feat under normal circumstances. Li Hao aimed to maintain a sufficient number of matches, and he had roughly calculated that it would not be an issue. Logging into the system, a cacophony of notification sounds engulfed him. Li Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the barrage of messages, friend requests, and duel invitations. He spent some time clearing them all into the trash bin before disabling the duel and friend request. He merely wished for a quiet session to improve his score, hoping for an opponent of similar caliber. Puppet player, you have entered match mode. Please be patient, the system announced, prompting Li Hao to close his eyes and gather his focus. Meanwhile, far away on the moon, at Tianjing Mecha Warfare's introductory mecha course, Feynman, like a boiled lobster, brimming with youthful talent, had gained admission to Tianjing and become a member of the battle team. Achieving commendable results, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was riding high on the winds of success. Though he had faced formidable opponents before, he had never encountered such humiliation as he did yesterday, a fact that festered within him, igniting a desire for retribution. Alzi had attempted to counsel him, but to no avail. Such was Feynman's straightforward nature. As he sprinted towards the EMP building, he logged into Tianjing to initiate a match. Although the odds were slim, having faced off against his previous opponent, he felt a glimmer of hope. God, if you can hear me, grant me this opportunity. Back in Tianjing mecha warfare, Zhuang Zhou, while engaging in banter with his roommates, instinctively checked his Tianjin, a habit of his. He noticed the notification icon lit up and quickly donned his holographic glasses. Brothers, I have something to attend to. Enjoy yourselves. Li Hao, feeling somewhat bemused, wondered why there was a delay. Was there no one available? Given the EMP's popularity, finding an opponent should be straightforward. However, the system detected something unusual about Li Hao's situation, aligning with the EMP's mechanics, thus consuming a bit more time. Eventually, Li Hao's opponent was confirmed, Eternal Starlight. In an instant, the Tianjing mecha warfare echoed with a beastly roar. What the hell? God must have heard my prayers. If I don't crush you, I swear I won't share your surname. Chapter 9. The desperate triple threat of death with a 3-minute countdown displayed. Feynman had already dashed into the EMP building. As a star player of Tianjing mecha warfare, he was granted access to his dedicated training room, moving swiftly and unobstructed, logging directly into Tunexing and the brief wait. Over 2,000 spectators had gathered to witness the match. While this number paled in comparison to some streamers, the EMP represented an expansive industry, particularly in virtual mode, fully developed, enabling the Alliance to secure sufficient funding for the Pan-Solar System Championship. With all funds provided by the Alliance, resulting in substantial prize money. Streaming had become a popular profession, yet Li Hao's situation was unique. Lacking certification as a streamer and forbidden from adding friends. Those who discovered him were primarily his opponents or those recommended by them, creating a genuine word-of-mouth scenario. These spectators were the first to arrive. Zhuang Zhou was among them, and upon seeing that the puppet was matched against the illustrious Feynman once more, he anticipated an explosive encounter. Though victorious in the previous match, he acknowledged that luck played a significant role, and it did not reflect Feynman's true prowess. At this moment, Feynman shed his outer garment, tossing it aside, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Such opportunities in life were rare. Alzi, originally in class, found Feynman's abrupt departure rather surprising. Despite their unique status, such disregard for the teacher's authority was a bit excessive. However, upon witnessing the unfolding situation in Tianjin, Alzi too dashed out, leaving an awkward classroom behind. The teacher, well versed in such occurrences, merely tapped the blackboard and continued, clearly recognizing that these two students were embroiled in a significant event. Upon reaching the EMP, Tita had already arrived, and they were all fixated on the large screen outside. This was a request made by Feynman himself. Tita sighed, noting just how extraordinarily straightforward this guy was. He truly believed in picking himself up from where he fell. However, there was no need to broadcast it so widely. Everyone trusted in his abilities, and the comments were more of a jest than a genuine belief in his decline. Captain, let us see what this person is made of. Wow, Feynman is serious about this. In true mode, both sides entered the mech selection phase. Feynman chose his signature mech, the NUP Gale 0. NUP Gale 0 configuration, media mech, 75 tons dual-engine nuclear fission drive guided missiles on the left shoulder alpha electric laser gun 0 type Dragonslang sword. This mech was a flagship model from the NUP New Era series, boasting an excellent power system and a formidable weapon array. Most importantly, the 0 type Dragonslang sword was forged from the latest element discovered on Kepler, 22b, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of titanium blades. Previously, the mainstream weaponry consisted of titanium knives and laser swords, each with its advantages and disadvantages. Titanium knives provided superior tactile feedback, while laser swords were lauded for their agility. The introduction of this new element allowed titanium blades to evolve, enhancing both flexibility and strength while maintaining the same feel, a fact corroborated by extensive combat validation in the Solar System Championship, with plans for widespread adoption in the NUP's regular forces. Meanwhile, the puppet selected the Armor Dragon Fighter. Zhuang Zhou's heart sank. While casual play was one option, Feynman was clearly in earnest. He fervently hoped for someone to rise and educate the arrogant lunar overseer. Puppet versus Eternal Starlight Armor Dragon Fighter versus Gale Zero. The number of spectators dwindled by half in an instant. The atmosphere shifted, with many opting to forfeit. The two combatants took to the familiar arena, and Feynman's teeth ground in anticipation. The same venue, the same mode. What could be more perfect for vengeance? The Zero-type dragon-slaying sword sprang forth with a resounding snap, followed by the titanium knife. The arena echoed with the low rumble of mechs. And within the holographic scene, all present felt the oppressive aura of the Gale Zero. As it surged forward, Feynman, having learned from the previous bout, maintained a composed demeanor, avoiding any reckless openings for his opponent. He understood that while his adversary excelled in close combat, engaging in a protracted struggle would guarantee his victory, thanks to his experience and the advantages of his mech. As they closed in on the attack range, Feynman gathered all his strength, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. The mech's heavy footsteps thundered as he charged, small leap slash, a direct and forceful assault, leaving no room for his opponent to counterattack. Upon contact, he would strike until his adversary was vanquished. The Zero-type dragon-slaying sword descended like a mountain, and at the level of the armor dragon's titanium knife, a head-on clash could very well result in a severing of the blade. In this moment, the best course of action would be to create distance and leverage one's advantages. Did the armor dragon hold any advantage against the Gale Zero? At that instant, the minds of all spectators went blank. Such a mech choice was akin to sealing one's own fate. Even a laser sword would have been a better option. With a cacophony of three distinct and thunderous sounds echoing in everyone's ears. The scene unfolded, the puppet triumphed. All spectators were left dumbfounded, bewildered by the turn of events. What on earth had transpired? The entire EMP building of Tianjing fell into an eerie silence. Was this a figment of the imagination? In the blink of an eye, the Quangfing Zero had been decapitated. In the realm of mecha combat, a decapitation signifies an overwhelming victory, a clear message to the adversary. You are no match. All eyes were glued to the grand screen, and the onlookers stared in shock at the nonchalant Kaling and the twitching Quangfing Zero on the ground. Should someone say something at this juncture? Or perhaps it was merely an unspoken expectation in everyone's subconscious that the puppet ought to utter a few words. However, as the arena dimmed, the opponent was kicked out. At that moment, Feynman gazed at the screen displaying the message of his removal from the match, and with a resounding slap, 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 he struck himself repeatedly, his eyes reddening as he frantically tapped to challenge again. How could this be happening? Alzi, quiet him down. Don't embarrass yourself. Tita furrowed her brow. It was evident that Feynman was losing control and smashing things. Failure is not the issue, but losing composure is unacceptable. Understood, Captain, came the reply. Replay it, slow it down, Tita commanded, leaving it to the staff to execute. Meanwhile, all the onlookers in the EMP were performing the same actions. How could this be? If the titanium blade were to clash head-on with the Dragon Slayer blade, it would surely break. In terms of mecha performance, it was vastly superior. There seemed to be no opportunity at all. In slow motion, it became clear that the Quangfing Zero had made a sudden strong controlled jump slash when both mechas were approximately 7 to 8 meters apart. In such a scenario, the opponent had two choices, either to clash head-on or retreat. Given the performance of the Quangfing Zero, retreat would lead to inevitable pressure. Yet, Kaling was different. With a lateral step of his right foot, he met the attack with the titanium blade, not a hard steel clash, but a sliding maneuver, angling upwards to deflect the incoming strike, sparks flying as he simultaneously turned and executed a reverse slash. Decisively overwhelming the Quangfing Zero, the entire momentum left the Quangfing Zero unable to perform any other actions, and in that fleeting moment, the titanium blade had already disengaged, striking down the head of the Quangfing Zero. A desperate triple kill. When it was unseen, it was unbelievable. Having witnessed it, it was even more astounding. Who was this individual? If the opponent were not Feynman, it would be less shocking, but the sheer magnitude of this defeat was unfathomable. At the last moment of the strike, Feynman had also anticipated the opponent's move, creating an illusion of foresight. Coupled with his operational prowess and the mecha's performance, how could such suppression be achieved? It appeared simple, yet something felt amiss. The entire EMP of Tianjing buzzed with whispers, clearly indicating that the skill level of Tianjing Jiwu surpassed that of the onlookers in the EMP by a considerable margin. As the grand screen replayed the events repeatedly, some had already noticed the key, the footwork. Observing Kalink's minor displacements, true masters of attack understand that regardless of melee or mobile shooting, the most challenging aspect is footwork. Mastering one's footwork is a prerequisite for executing any attack. Kalink's minimal operational displacement combined with the mecha's rotation epitomized the unity of man and machine. This individual was an elite Kalink operator, with combat experience and depth beyond imagination. Such a formidable person did not seem like a mere earthling. Chapter 10. Targeted by the Eye God amidst the various clamor, Tita jolted from her reverie. Taking note of everyone's reactions, she realized that Feynman's days ahead would not be easy. In Tianjing Jiwu, Zhuang Zhou licked his lips, a smug and satisfied grin spreading across his face, tinged with a hint of malice. This was going to be significant. The puppet god was about to break through. Seeing the puppet's icon dim, he understood that the god had logged off and immediately returned to the forum. At that moment, his post skyrocketed in popularity. It was no longer acceptable to remain ignorant of the opponent's identity. The puppet god achieved a 3-slice kill against Feynman, delivering a breathtaking decapitation. The Lunarians were not as impressive as they seemed. Our true experts had yet to make an appearance, who said that the virtual zone could not produce legends. The Puppet Teaches Life Lessons series. Seeking clarity, is decapitation truly that easy? I've played over 6,000 matches without ever succeeding. The entire virtual zone was abuzz with discussion, overshadowing various niche streamers. The virtual zone can easily produce flashy displays, yet everyone knows these are mere decorative gestures. Observing the spectacle is one thing, but deep down, the audience craves authenticity, especially during confrontations with other federations, which unfold almost daily, with wins and losses abounding. Yet, it ultimately amounts to nothing. In the crucial reality zone, the U's members remained exceedingly cautious. Even if they fought, spectating was strictly prohibited, for losing would lead to severe backlash, a pressure rooted in reality. Some well-known competitors would even face online backlash, with many being military academy students, a burden that was simply too great. Moreover, familiar mechas and combat styles could easily be scrutinized and studied by opponents. This battle for the puppet was the most cathartic since the conclusion of the Solar System tournament, defeating a renowned NUP competitor. And it was undeniably exhilarating, a true release of pent-up frustration. Initially, a single battle might not seem significant, but against such a backdrop, it quickly ignited into a blazing sensation. At this moment, Li Hao found himself somewhat helpless. He had just begun when he received a flurry of calls, first from Musashi, followed closely by his captain, and then from Zhou Xiaotang and others joining the commotion, stating that the captain wanted the team members to gather for an inaugural meeting. Zhou Neiyi and Yi Tong enjoyed considerable standing, while Principal Long was a decisive figure. Zhou Neiyi had already secured an exclusive training ground for independent team training. When Li Hao arrived, everyone else was already present. Zhou Neiyi, Yi Tong, Musashi, and surprisingly, Zhou Xiaotang, along with Tang Yu and Shui Gang, all from the same cohort. It seemed Zhou Neiyi intended to establish a foundation with their grade. At the center of the training ground stood a combat platform, where Zhou Neiyi and Musashi were engaged in sparring. Little Wu was exceptionally serious. In battle, there was no distinction between genders, and he approached it with utmost dedication. The Wu family hailed from a lineage of martial artists, and Musashi had undergone family training since childhood, his foundation undoubtedly solid. Yet, Zhou Neiyi held her own against Musashi, each exchanging blows with vigor. While Musashi had a slight edge in foundational skill, Zhou Neiyi's agility and perceptiveness were truly remarkable, characteristics inherent to those with the golden genes of femininity. In this era of mecha combat, tactical acumen took precedence over brute strength. Of course, this was merely sparring. Both parties were earnestly probing each other's capabilities rather than vying for victory. They exchanged punches before rapidly following up with a series of kicks to create distance. Musashi remained unfazed, while Zhou Neiyi's breathing grew slightly heavier but remained well within her control. This was Musashi's domain of expertise. He exerted 7/10 of his strength. If it were a mecha battle, he would still fall short of Zhou Neiyi's comprehensive prowess, yet she chose to engage him in his strongest area, demonstrating her composure and earning his respect. She was indeed worthy of being captain. Li Hao, are you lost? This is our internal training, Shui Gang remarked bluntly, showing no concealment of his disdain for Li Hao. Zhou Neiyi smiled, Shuegang. Li Hao is also our team member, handpicked by the principal, a former member of the Solar System's Apocalypse Youth class. This served as an impactful introduction, especially since Li Hao had little else to say, helping to mitigate any grievances among the team. Li Hao couldn't help but rub his nose. Captain, please don't spread that around. I'm about to become the zoo's main attraction. Shuegang was taken aback, staring at Li Hao in disbelief. You're that foolish kid who squandered his talent? Huh? Sister, that's rather unkind of you. With his level, he'd probably never want to mention it again. If this gets out, he might become a stepping stone for those desperate for fame, and then Li Hao would be in a dire situation. Shuegang, unable to resist, teased. The Apocalypse Youth class is impressive, but not every graduate is exceptional. Many fade into obscurity. You can't just focus on the strongest few. That name can sometimes be a tremendous burden. Let us see if you're a horse or a mule. It's your turn, Li Hao. Step up. Zhou Nei beckoned Li Hao with a playful gesture, her figure clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her physique. Captain, I just want to be a person that go for it. How good. Everyone has to have a match. We've all fought already, Xiaotang remarked helplessly, his left eye slightly bruised, looking pitiful and aggrieved. He was uncertain why he had been selected. Especially as a sniper. Why was he being thrust into close combat? Upon learning that Li Hao had once been part of the Apocalypse Youth class, Zhou Nei felt an irresistible urge to engage him. Her curiosity piqued. Principal Long and Yi Tong were both intriguing figures. Was it merely because of the class's reputation? Li Hao realized he could not evade this. It was clear that this was Zhou Nei's way of solidifying her captaincy. To lead a team and foster cohesion was not something the principal's word could accomplish alone. It required winning the hearts and minds of the team members. Climbing onto the combat platform, Li Hao asked, Captain, why not take a break for a moment? Zhou Nei smiled lightly. No need. Let us begin. Li Hao nodded and stood there, the atmosphere growing slightly tense. Zhou Nei observed Li Hao, who appeared lazy and utterly unguarded, feeling inexplicably irritated. Suddenly, with a swift step, she charged towards Li Hao, delivering a powerful whip kick. Li Hao deftly twisted to evade, instantaneously sprinting to the opposite end of the fighting arena. Agility was indeed a hallmark of the female combatant. With a mere pivot and a stride, she managed to land a kick on Li Hao, sending his body reeling. Zhou Nei followed up with a sweeping leg attack, prompting Li Hao to leap aside hastily. Zhou Nei then executed a sideways kick, yet Li Hao nimbly sidestepped and dashed to the other side. Zhou Nei sprang back to her feet, adopting a fighting stance, but suddenly, the gazes around them grew intensely fervent. Li Hao pointed towards Zhou Nei and remarked, Class monitor, it's your turn. The seam beneath Zhou Nei's left armpit had burst open, revealing a hint of pale skin, causing several onlookers to nearly lose themselves in their fixation. Zhou Nei's face flushed crimson as she declared, I need to change my clothes. Musashi, why don't you spar with Li Hao? It seems our classmate Li Hao possesses considerable skill. Musashi, well versed in the art, recognized that although Li Hao had primarily been on the defensive during their earlier exchange, he had maintained his composure under Zhou Nei's pressure, indicating that he possessed a measure of combat proficiency. Such a lapse in distance control could easily result in a knockout. All right, Captain Li Hao, let's have a friendly match, Musashi declared, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. While Zhou Nei excelled in leg techniques, Musashi was proficient in both punches and kicks. After a brief test of Li Hao's capabilities, Musashi decided to unleash his full potential, launching a series of aggressive attacks. Li Hao wished to protest, but the circumstances seemed to conspire against him, denying him any opportunity to voice his concerns. What of human rights? What of humanity? As the two engaged in a fervent exchange on the stage, Musashi held a clear advantage, with Li Hao primarily focused on defense and evasion. Before long, Zhou Nei re-emerged, having changed her attire, and cast a glance at Yi Tong, who was watching intently. Does he align with your expectations? The two had conversed deeply before, and Yi Tong's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she fixated on Li Hao. He exceeds my imagination. He hasn't slacked off over the years. On stage, Musashi relished the thrill of the fight, continuously increasing his force. Yet no matter how hard he pressed, Li Hao managed to defend against his every strike. With a resounding thud, Li Hao blocked a powerful kick with his crossed arms, pushing Musashi away and creating distance between them. What the heck, class monitor? What's happening? I'm merely a substitute. Has this become my solo performance? Li Hao exclaimed in bewilderment. Li Hao, this is where you falter. You've been holding back during your sparring with your dorm mates. Musashi, I don't know your temperament, but I certainly couldn't tolerate such reluctance. Yi Tong interjected suddenly. Musashi paused, turning to Li Hao, who inwardly cursed, questioning the motives behind her constant antagonism. Chapter 11. I study financial management. Why, Yi Tong, must you resort to such divisive tactics? Li Hao, do not worry about me. Unleash your full strength, Musashi urged, taking a deep breath, his pupils narrowing and focused. Be cautious. With a resounding impact, the fighting platform trembled as Musashi unleashed a straight punch, devoid of any embellishments, leaving Li Hao no avenue for retreat. Li Hao had no choice but to receive the blow with his right hand, his body recoiling from the force. Musashi capitalized on this, delivering a knife-hand strike to Li Hao's ribs, prompting him to swiftly pivot and dart to the opposite side. At this juncture, it became evident to all that Li Hao was not exerting his full strength. His movements, though seemingly effortless, concealed an unguarded vulnerability. Li Hao lay on the ground, awaiting assistance. Musashi furrowed his brow. Refraining from pursuing, simply observing Li Hao, do you underestimate me? I hope you can engage me earnestly, he said, his resolve evident. Class 16 was well aware that Musashi was becoming increasingly stubborn. He was a martial arts enthusiast with few other interests. Previously, he had become fixated on a senior from the mecha department, even following him to the restroom, ultimately engaging in a match. How understood that failing to satisfy Musashi would render life unbearable. Thus he resignedly raised his hands, conceding that Musashi's body gradually tensed, muscles rippling, veins bulging, as he took a measured stance. Having sensed during their initial exchanges that conventional attacks lacked the necessary pressure, he resolved to employ the true techniques of the Musashi clan. Musashi began to advance slowly, maintaining an oppressive posture as he closed the distance. In an instant, as he entered the range of absolute dominance, his body launched forward like a tightly drawn bowstring. With a thunderous roar, Musashi unleashed his attack, his step synchronized with the twist of his waist, delivering a punch that seemed to arrive at Li Hao's side in an instant. Musashi's signature technique, Tian Tong Fist. Yet, in that seemingly decisive moment, Musashi suddenly froze, a wave of cold sweat cascading down his brow, his pupils dilating in shock. His previously steady composure shattered, his breath quickening. Li Hao had maneuvered to Musashi's side, their bodies almost touching, yet Li Hao's right hand now rested upon Musashi's throat. Had this been a deadly encounter, Musashi would have met his demise. The training ground fell utterly silent. The Musashi clan was renowned across the Asia-Pacific region for its ancient martial arts lineage. Having risen from obscurity through mastery of genetic prowess, contributing significantly to the use and supplying numerous military elites. Each generation of the Musashi family boasted martial arts instructors within the Tianjing military district. Benefiting from strict upbringing and solid foundations, with an unwavering dedication to martial arts, an ideal match for a career in the military. In his first year, Musashi had already proven to be a pivotal figure in the resurgence of Tianjing's mechanized martial arts. If piloting mechs and engaging in combat were separated by a layer of operation and diversity, then in the realm of hand-to-hand combat, Musashi was undoubtedly a master. Musashi's complexion paled slightly, while Li Hao lowered his hand, wrapping his arm around Musashi's neck, casually remarking, "What is this, my friend? Just a friendly spar. Your clan truly excels in swordsmanship. Each discipline has its own focus." Clap, clap, clap. Yi Tong had begun to applaud, prompting Li Hao to furrow his brow. "Yi Tong, what are you doing?" The others shared his sentiment, sensing that Yi Tong was indeed targeting Li Hao. "Musashi, you need not feel disheartened. It is an honor to lose to my second brother," she stated, looking towards Musashi. "Second brother?" Li Hao blinked in surprise, staring blankly at Yi Tong, as a youthful image of a chubby girl briefly resurfaced in his mind. You are Xiao Pengya?" Yi Tong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip in indignation. "Second brother, you only recognize me now." Li Hao felt a mix of embarrassment and nostalgia, laughing heartily. "Well, you were quite small back then, all chubby. They say girls change a lot as they grow up." The others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by Li Hao's unexpected familial connection, pondering how he, who was thought to be an orphan, suddenly had a sister. Sensing their curiosity, he gently patted Yi Tong's shoulder. "She is the sister of one of my friends from the youth class, a backup member. I had always thought your name was Nangong Tong, of the over 600 formally admitted to the youth class." Many had remained as backups, with Tong among them, frequently visiting to play with them. She nodded, leaning gently against Li Hao. The onlookers remained agape, astonished by the seemingly dependent side of the illustrious Tong Shen. Musashi observed the two and suddenly recalled a significant event that had stirred the upper echelons of the Solar System Alliance several years prior to it. Had transpired within the Solar System Youth class, where the Alliance had aimed to gather elites, allowing them to hone their skills and unlock the latent potential within their genes. However, a group of rebellious yet mature top-tier youths, combined with the fierce rivalries among Earth, the Moon, and Mars, often resulted in gang fights, a regular occurrence. The Alliance, indifferent to this chaos, had inadvertently encouraged it, yielding excellent results initially. It was not until the Earth faction's leader, Nangong Yuhang, clashed violently with the lunar representative, Shilian Molefizi, that the situation escalated. For reasons unknown, the previously neutral Martians suddenly sided with the Moon, leading to a catastrophic defeat for Earth, culminating in the on-the-spot death of Nangong Yuhang at the hands of two moon dwellers. What others did not know was that Tong had been directly involved. She had informed Li Hao of the impending conflict, and when he arrived, she had been barred from entry, the door locked behind her. By the time the guards intervened, the two assailants had already perished, while Shilian Molefizi lay gravely injured. Had the guards not arrived in time, he too would have met a grim fate. The Nangong family was one of the 5 prominent families of ancient martial arts, holding considerable influence within the Yu's military. In contrast, the Inup's Molefizi family was even more formidable, operating as the unseen power behind the Lunar Federation's Reserve Committee. However, with Nangong Yuhang's death and the two assailants dispatched by Li Hao, the high-ranking officials could no longer pursue the matter. Ultimately, Li Hao became a scapegoat, facing a year-long confinement, after which he vanished from public view, leading to the dissolution of the youth class. Tong was, in fact, the younger sister of Nangong Yuhang, bearing her mother's surname, Yi, and the union of the two families was a powerful alliance. The untimely demise of Nangong Yuhang had profoundly affected both families. Everyone, allow me to reintroduce my second brother, my hero, my idol. I hope you all will treat him well from now on, she proclaimed, wrapping her arm around Li Hao's. Li Hao gazed at Tong, recalling her childhood visage, now devoid of baby fat, as time transported him back 5 years, memories flashing before him like fleeting shadows, a year of confinement. Such a conclusion felt unexpected yet prolonged. Nevertheless, Li Hao had never pursued an appeal, having held no expectations from the outset. During that period, his strength surged remarkably, allowing him to once again break through his limitations. A year later, he was released, and after spending several more years in a preparatory academy, he applied to the journalism department of Tianjing Mecha Warfare, only to find himself inexplicably transferred to the Mecha Engineering department. Yetong, you have grown up, Li Hao remarked sincerely. It must be said that the current Yetong bears little resemblance to the chubby, snow-white girl she once was. Here we go again, always with that old-fashioned attitude. At this rate, you'll remain a bachelor for life. Yetong laughed. Can you believe it? He spoke just like this when he was in his early teens. Li Hao, feeling somewhat indulgent, attempted to ruffle Yetong's hair, but she cleverly dodged him. Spare me. I'm not a child anymore. Captain, shouldn't you be grateful to me? Li Hao was indeed formidable. Once he integrated his combat skills into mecha warfare, he would undoubtedly become a fierce warrior. Li Hao explained the situation to everyone with a smile, clarifying that not addressing such matters would lead to more trouble. However, he only touched on the specifics, stating that the chaotic battle had resulted in unfortunate consequences. Everyone, it's been a long time since then, and I do not wish to stir up trouble. Please help me keep this confidential. Also, class monitor, I'm just a ticking time bomb here. Being a sparring partner or something would suffice, but actually competing would certainly pose issues, which could jeopardize the entire team. Zhou Nei and the others struggled to digest this news, unable to fathom that the sensational disbandment of the Solar System Youth class was connected to the person before them. The Morphis family was a well-known entity, recognized by all of humanity. They were once the dominant force behind the Inup currency reserve, one of the 3 prominent families of the Inup. Now, with the gradual establishment of Inup's leading position, the Morphis family was undoubtedly rising in prominence. Zhou Nei quickly regained her composure, her gaze steady. Li Hao, do not be overly confident. While combat and mecha warfare share a connection, they are ultimately 2 distinct disciplines. You probably only started engaging with mecha after entering Tianjing Mecha Warfare, right? Li Hao nodded, admitting that's true. I was studying financial management in the preparatory class. Both Yedong and the others were left speechless. Li Hao shrugged helplessly. Sigh. I chose this major after careful consideration. You all know I'm short on funds. This field is quite good, offering a broad perspective on management, operations, and stock trading, but they never informed me about the source of my assets. Observing Li Hao's foolish expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh. After all, the youth class was a distant memory, and Li Hao remained the same Li Hao. Chapter 12. Kepler 22b. With the unexpected delight brought by Li Hao, Zhou Nei's ambitions began to take shape. Besides their team, Gao Yunfeng's team remained popular. Although their previous performance was lacking, it was still relative, and they were generally regarded as representatives of Tianjing mecha warfare standards. Moreover, it was widely believed that experiencing defeat had allowed them to accumulate valuable experience. Of course, given Principal Long's character, he would not put all his eggs in one basket. In the morning, there was a class on interstellar geography. Li Hao yawned repeatedly, having just escaped from 3 curious individuals. Men indeed have their fair share of troubles. Before long, Ma Long arrived, sitting directly beside Li Hao. Brother Hao, let us delve deeper into yesterday's topic. I must tell you, your opportunity has arrived, yet Ong clearly has a fondness for you. Stop making wild claims. We've known each other for ages. This is merely a reunion of old friends, and I'm a bit excited, Li Hao replied. Explain nothing. Just be grateful to have a brother like me. I know what you're dreaming about. Of course, it's just a hint of affection. The problem is that your past actions have left a remarkably good impression on her. Girls, especially beauties, only remember what matters to them. Otherwise, not even a real brother can help you die in a lifetime. There are 4 brothers. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't make a move on such a beauty, she'll be gone in less than a month. Li Hao shook his head. Mei Long looked increasingly anxious. You, Musashi, and Zhou Xiaotang are all tough nuts to crack, especially you. Musashi is passive and suited for mature women, while Zhou Xiaotang is an anime enthusiast. Only you, even I, a skilled one, cannot gauge the dynamics. But regardless of the type you fancy, Yetong is the pinnacle of your lifetime. Imagine being the son-in-law of the Nangong and Yi families. Wow, I'll be relying on you to support me in the future. Li Hao covered Ma Long's mouth, exasperated by his incessant chatter. Zhou Xiaotang and Musashi were both laughing, knowing that even without Li Hao's input, Ma Long would inevitably bring them into the conversation. It would be a waste of his talent not to play matchmaker. Having escaped Ma Long's entanglements, Li Hao began to doze off, thoroughly fatigued from Ma Long's antics the previous day. Today was Dr. Yin Nan's class. She never called names and had the best temperament. Currently, the INUP's total economic scale and technological level have reached the pinnacle of the Solar System Alliance. Yet we, the use, still hold considerable sway in various domains, particularly in the rights to space routes and the development rights of several exoplanets. These are the next targets for the Lunar Federation to contend for. Historically, such situations often accompany wars. Fortunately, ROM's stance is ambiguous. However, they are not acting for Earth but merely to prevent the Moon from becoming too dominant. In recent years, not only INUP but also ROM's development cannot be underestimated. In terms of foundation, I have more faith in ROM, given their advantageous geographical location and abundant mineral resources, though their population remains a flaw. Dr. Yin Nan took a sip of water. Li Hao. Here, Li Hao, who had just entered a dream state, instantly stood up, prompting a round of laughter from the entire class. It was indeed a rare occurrence to doze off during Dr. Yan's lectures. Do you think there is a possibility of civil war within the Solar System Alliance? Dr. Yin Nan inquired, as she recalled this student, who always attended but often dozed off. This time, she could no longer tolerate it. Professor Yin, the internal conflicts within the solar system are not as critical. Our main adversary lies outside, Li Hao asserted. Dr. Yin and raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Go on. We have developed Kepler 22b, reaping significant rewards, but we have also encountered extraterrestrial life forms for the first time. Those insects appeared mysteriously, and I sense a conspiracy. Humanity's foray into Kepler 22b is akin to opening Pandora's box. The greatest threat now comes from outside. Li Hao stated, Kepler 22b represents humanity's most significant achievement in interstellar exploration. Long before we even began developing the Moon, this resource-rich terrestrial-like planet had already captured many imaginations. Now that it has finally fallen into our hands, Kepler 22b is better than we anticipated. However, shortly after landing, Humanity's vanguard nearly faced a catastrophic attack from a swarm of silicon-based giant insects that emerged from nowhere. This was a grand lecture, with over 200 attendees. Almost immediately after Li Hao's words, laughter erupted, especially given his serious expression, which made it even more humorous. Before Dr. Yin could respond, someone stood up. Li Hao, it seems you've dozed off. Our current technological level is undoubtedly the best in the galaxy. Completely dominating the galaxy is merely a matter of time. Kepler 22b is a gift for humanity, and those insects are hardly our match. Eliminating them is just a matter of time. You are being too timid. Indeed, this world belongs to the brave. Outside lies a sea of stars and infinite opportunities. What do we strive for if not to realize humanity's value? The class erupted in lively discussions, their pride swelling. They had learned about extraterrestrial civilizations, yet overall, they felt disappointed. While possessing some combat capabilities, they could only retreat against humanity's combined land and air assaults. If they truly needed top-tier civilization, it wouldn't have taken until now to find it. Were they to remain idle due to inexplicable fears? That would be waiting for death. Li Hao's words ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. After all, this was Tianjing mecha warfare, a gathering of elites. This mindset represented the mainstream of the entire Solar System Alliance, where humanity held a robust confidence in its current strength. Li Hao was not afraid. He advocated for venturing forth, asserting that it was essential to do so, albeit with caution, as being a frog in a well was unacceptable. Dr. Yin Nan smiled gently, signaling for silence. Li Hao, please stay after class. We shall continue. Let's collect our thoughts. Returning to the recent mecha competition that just concluded, the NUP actively promoted it, even shouldering a significant portion of the costs. From the current perspective, they emerged victorious. Yet I believe this is a positive development. Rather than concealing problems, it is better to confront them openly and gain clarity about ourselves while facing challenges. Brother Hao, you're too timid. What lies outside is opportunity. I enrolled in the Starship Department in hopes of one day piloting my own ship and leading my crew to conquer the universe. That is the dream of every man, right? Shouting, Ma Long whispered. Perhaps one day, I can carve out a piece of land on Kepler and become a lord. How delightful. My dream is to attend an ARTHS concert. The tickets, enough. Look at your aspirations. Musashi, shouldn't we share the same ambitions? Musashi glanced at Li Hao. Brother Hao, do you think there's an issue with my combat skills? I've pondered all night and still feel unable to break through. Is there a flaw in my training method? Li Hao touched his nose, contemplating when this had become an issue. Musashi's methods and fundamentals were solid. However, his situation was rather unique and lacked comparability, but he couldn't say that. Don't get fixated. Each individual's training style and approach differ. Your family specializes in this. It would be better to consult your father than to ask me. Musashi nodded. While Li Hao might be skilled, his guidance lacked a bit, requiring sufficient experience and a broader perspective. Ma Long was rendered speechless, surrounded by two foolish individuals, their behavior utterly nonsensical. In this age of technology, while combat skills may hold some value, they are certainly not paramount. Furthermore, even if one is part of a mechanized unit, what use is it for a single individual to be exceptionally strong? Thus, he focused on the Starship Department. Although mechas are undeniably cool and heroic, they lack practicality. Isn't it far more appealing to be a captain of a starship? He even envisioned having Man-Man as his first mate, embarking on a romantic interstellar journey, a true adventure of life. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and the daydreams lingered tantalizingly in the air, leaving everyone with a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. Li Hao too prepared to leave, only to find that Professor Yin Nan still remembered him and gestured for him to come over. Realizing the importance of the credits for this course, he quickly complied. In the faculty lounge adjacent to the classroom, Yin Nan adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. You, despite your youth, exhibit a remarkable maturity. I have reviewed several of your papers, and they convey a profound sense of concern. Is there a reason for this? Li Hao shrugged. Professor, Kepler 22b has a diameter 2.4 times that of Earth. With an average temperature around 21 degrees Celsius, it boasts oceans and forests, a large, perfect replica of Earth. Moreover, it harbors several rare elements absent from our world. Even after exploring the solar system, we have yet to encounter such an ideal place. The only prior limitation was the 600 light-year distance and our nascent wormhole technology. However, the recent stellar flares from Kepler provided us with coordinates, enabling our successful first wormhole jump. Not only that, but Kepler is even better than we anticipated. Professor, everything seems too perfect, and the emergence of the giant worms is puzzling. They are silicon-based life forms, which raises questions. Could there be factors we have overlooked, such as another civilization fishing for us? Yin Nan nodded. Have you read my paper Interstellar Civilizational Barriers published 2 years ago? I have, Professor, and I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. There may indeed exist spatial barriers between star sectors that prevent advanced civilizations from invading less developed ones. Wormholes act like fishing rods. When we reached Kepler, humanity's coordinates were also revealed. Now that we have taken this step, we must not be overly optimistic. Lihao's concerns were not mere paranoia, but rather a reflection of the influence of Bleem. As many of its dream scenarios involved combat training on Kepler 22b, given the current understanding, Bleem's insights were not baseless. Those so-called primitive giant worms, which could not be classified as a civilization, left a significant impression on him. They were not as inferior as one might think. Numerous scientists share this viewpoint, but Kepler's potential for humanity is immense. I have access to some internal documents, and it could facilitate a century's leap in technological transformation. The NUP's current conversions are the best available, and the excellent performance of our new weaponry is derived from the new element K23 from Kepler, often dubbed the God element in material science. Such excitement is understandable. If you have any thoughts, feel free to discuss them with me. Professor Yin then patted Li Hao on the shoulder. Overall, humanity is caught in a state of blind optimism and expansionism, which is the prevailing sentiment. Li Hao nodded. If there truly is an external civilization fishing for us, then the solar system is a bountiful catch. If not, then humanity is indeed the chosen one. The videos and information about Kepler 22b are sensational, a place one longs to visit. If I had to describe it in fitting terms, it would be paradise. Chapter 13. Are you CN? Currently, the Solar System Alliance has deployed conventional forces, both to fend off the incessant incursions of lesser silicon-based organisms and to study this planet. After all, it is fundamentally different from Mars, the Moon, and Titan. The former three are merely constructs reliant on human technology, akin to houses we build ourselves, well understood in their structure, whereas Kepler 22b requires humanity to invest considerable time and patience in exploration. However, in one regard, Li Hao felt that the Alliance's claims might be half-truths, specifically regarding the ease of dealing with giant worms. It likely was not as simplistic as portrayed. It must be noted that the unlikely duo found themselves conversing on numerous common topics. After Li Hao departed, Yin Nan fell into silence, pondering that struck him as odd. While Li Hao's words posed no issues, forming certain viewpoints necessitated a core understanding of Kepler 22b, something only individuals in relevant fields within the Solar System Alliance could grasp. Yet, Li Hao's gaze conveyed a fervor as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Lost in thought, Yin Nan chuckled to himself, realizing he had perhaps indulged in flights of fancy. It was normal for young people to possess peculiar imaginations, albeit this one happened to resonate with his own. The notion of fishing that Li Hao mentioned indeed struck a chord within him. Kepler 22b was too perfect enough to drive one to madness. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a striking figure waiting for Li Hao. Occasionally, passing boys would engage her in conversation, but as soon as she saw Li Hao, the previously impatient Yitong's face lit up with genuine joy. Li Hao, you've finally come out. I've been waiting for ages. Everyone possesses a desire for beauty, and Li Hao was no exception. The fact that such a lively and beautiful girl awaited him brought him joy. It was evident that Yitong harbored some affection for him. Yet more so, there was gratitude for the past. He was well acquainted with Nan Gong Yuhang, but the chubby girl had only visited occasionally over the years. Perhaps she sought to rekindle memories of her older brother through him. Li Hao smiled gently. Xiao Tong, do you have something on your mind? Yitong returned the smile. Second brother, let me treat you to a cup of coffee. Within Tianjing's mech industry, there exists a commercial street, and the CAF, famed for serendipitous encounters, is particularly beloved by girls. How cherished the signature black coffee served there, presented in a simple transparent glass cup adorned with a delicate, swaying grass design and accompanied by a piece of dark chocolate. The barista's skills were exceptional, achieving a perfect balance of oils. The coffee beans were expertly blended, yielding a slightly bitter yet smooth and aromatic experience. As he savored the coffee, Li Hao felt an immense sense of tranquility and joy. It was indeed a splendid day. Second brother, You've changed so much, Yitong remarked, setting down her cup. I've always been this way. Xiaotong. You keep switching between calling me Li Hao, senior, and second brother. It's quite confusing. Could we perhaps settle on a single title? Yitong flashed a mischievous smile, revealing a charming dimple. What would you like me to call you? I am indifferent, Li Hao shrugged. Then I'll go by my mood. If I'm not happy, I'll call you senior. If I'm okay, I'll call you Li Hao, and if I'm particularly delighted, I shall call you second brother. Li Hao rubbed his nose, realizing he had effectively said nothing of substance. This must be the nature of girls. All right, let us get down to business. You didn't come to Tianjing merely to reminisce? Did you? Li Hao inquired. Li Hao, Syrian Moriphis is making a comeback. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Syrian Moriphis, the heir to the Moriphis family, which controls the economic lifeblood of the INUP. Although Li Hao did not deal the initial blow, he had played a pivotal role in the entire affair, severely wounding Emirafis. It was said that while he managed to save his life, he had become a vegetable. The INUP boasts the finest gene technology. He had fully recovered 3 years ago, and they had deliberately kept the information under wraps, only recently emerging. Yitong articulated each word carefully. Observing Li Hao's silence, she smiled gently. Second brother, do not overthink it. What happened in the past is over. Let us just say he has a strong constitution. I merely wish to fulfill my brother's unfulfilled wishes and help yous become the best ally. How regarded Yitong thoughtfully. Then you shoot in TB and Tianjing mech industry. The North Carolina Military Academy would offer you greater opportunities. The North Carolina Military Academy currently ranks first in the use overall standings. And with Yitong's qualifications, she would undoubtedly excel. Yitong shook her head. There, I would have no freedom. I must carve my own path, second brother. You must support me. Li Hao nodded, uncertain of how much assistance he could provide. But he pledged to do his best. Yitong smiled brightly. Second brother, what have you been busy with these past few years? Why haven't you found a girlfriend? Li Hao rolled his eyes. It is not that I haven't sought a girlfriend. Rather, you should ask my girlfriend why she hasn't come to find me. Seeing Li Hao's exasperated expression, Yitong burst into a melodious laugh. As a child, she relished teasing her older brother, Noon. They shared a meal amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, but Yitong paid no mind to their opinions. On the training field, the two donned their combat uniforms and stood on the fighting platform. Yitong had already unleashed a full barrage of attacks. In this regard, her prowess surpassed even that of Wu Zong, demonstrating advantages in flexibility, speed, and agility. Such physical attributes allowed her to execute strikes from all angles with ease. Performing a myriad of complex maneuvers, no wonder she earned the nickname God of Eyes. This genetic advantage, combined with lightweight mechas, truly rendered her a formidable weapon. Li Hao, be careful. Yitong's pupils dilated suddenly. Her body propelled forward, executing a whip kick that spanned 3 meters, landing directly in front of Li Hao. He raised his right hand to block, and upon contact, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Immediately, her long, elegant leg struck like a lethal scythe aimed at him. Thud, 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 thud. A flurry of 3 consecutive kicks. Instantly, a barrage of 18 strikes targeted Li Hao's head, ribs, and shins. He defended while retreating, yet Yitong had fully entered combat mode, seizing the opportunity as he withdrew to launch an all-out assault. A devastating elbow strike aimed directly at his heart. Bang! Li Hao intercepted with his left hand, stepping forward, his right shoulder colliding into her. Thud! Yitong was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away, landing gracefully on her feet, promptly retaliating without missing a beat. Unleashing another storm of relentless attacks upon Li Hao. As Yitong matures, the phenomenon of her golden genes begins to manifest increasingly. Her remarkable flexibility and agility do not overshadow her astonishing strength and resilience. Moreover, both the Nangong and Yi families have invested considerable effort in her development, providing her with a solid foundation. The two practiced together for half an hour before taking a break, their expressions unchanged and heart steady. One must admit, Yitong has found an excellent and patient training partner. Clap, 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 exclaimed Li Hao. What remarkable skills during this period. Focus more on EMP. Select 1 or 2 mechas that suit you for intensive training. As for other matters, I will discuss them with the principal. Zhonei had been watching their sparring for a while, noting their skills are truly impressive. It's a shame he isn't a mecha pilot. While possessing a solid combat foundation does not guarantee one will be an excellent pilot, It certainly allows one to achieve results more efficiently than the average person. Her team is in dire need of skilled individuals. Class monitor, with my efforts, can I apply for a bonus from the principal? Li Hao asked with a smile. Li Hao, what are you talking about? This is about honor, personal honor, the honor of Tianjing mecha warriors. Zhou Nei replied, exasperated. If you go to the principal with that, you'll likely get thrown out. Indeed, second brother, discussing money is such a mood killer. Besides, with two stunning beauties like us around, how delightful is this? Others would be envious. Yi Tong teased. A.S. Ma Long once said, it's the most foolish of boys who tries to reason with girls. If he loses, it's bearable. If he wins, the defeat is even worse. Li Hao seized the opportunity to excuse himself, leaving only Zhou Nei and Yi Tong in the training room. Xiao Tong, do you genuinely believe Li Hao can take on the Vanguard? His EMP scores are rather poor. Even with a combat foundation, becoming a master in just a few months is quite challenging. Moreover, if the mecha pool is shallow, he risks being targeted. Sister Nei, second brother, is exceptionally strong. Tio defeat him. I must give my all. It would be too regrettable to waste these years. With his talent and our diligent supervision, there should be no issue, Yi Tong asserted, harboring a sense of gratitude and a desire to prevent Li Hao from continuing on a path of decline. Zhou Nei couldn't help but smile, feeling a tinge of envy. Xiao Tong, do you perhaps have feelings for him? Yi Tong chuckled. I do have a bit of a fondness, but it's not to that extent. Second brother has many admirable qualities, but he can be rather oblivious. Whoever becomes his girlfriend shouldn't expect romance. By the way, Sister Nei, are you a CN? Zhou Nei was taken aback, a blush rising to her fair skin. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. What's there to be shy about? We're both girls. By your appearance, it seems so. I'm the same. Where have all the outstanding boys gone? Perhaps we should post on the campus forum, 2 cabbages here. Who wants to pick them? Yi Tong pointed at Zhou Nei's chest. Zhou Nei faltered. Despite being 2 years younger, she felt the sharpness of Yi Tong's retort. Not one to be trifled with that moment. Li Hao was enjoying a hearty dinner, consuming 3 to 4 times the amount of an average person, which only exacerbated his already strained finances. If possible, he wished to apply for a big eater subsidy. After a fulfilling meal, he dashed towards EMP, taking the missions on Bleem seriously. Upon entering the EMP building, he was greeted by a chorus of passionate cheers and jeers, indicating there were available spots. Even in a crowded environment, as a member of the Mecha Combat team, they had priority. That time, one of Mars' livestream rooms displayed a hot symbol, Mars Old Man, guiding neighbors to progress special. Mars Old Man, a part-time streamer, had an unpredictable appearance schedule but a distinctly unique style, particularly fond of stirring up trouble in the high-ranking areas of use, with a fierce combat style. After just 3 consecutive wins, his popularity soared to over 500,000, having just defeated a high-ranking competitor from North America's Los Angeles A-Class Military Academy, causing his popularity to skyrocket. Brothers, long time no see. Today, let's have some fun. Mars Old Man roared. Mars Old Man, ROM, A-Class Military Academy, Stein, third-year student selected to participate in the S10 Solar System Mecha Combat Championship, currently with an EMP score of 1659. Among the 4 federations, it is widely believed that NUP's prestige exceeds that of ROM, which in turn surpasses US and Titan. There really isn't a capable contender here. Let us see if any challengers remain. Can't we have someone with some weight? Stein, in the livestream, sneered dismissively. He didn't look down on US. He simply regarded it as trash. The first 3, although A-class academies, were merely novices, unprepared for the competition, while renowned experts from US were too cautious to show up, too concerned about their reputations. While selecting battle zones, EMP allows participants to choose their preferred zones, but one must exercise caution during live streams to avoid potential pitfalls. Ding ding ding, a series of challenge invitations popped up, causing Stein to frown. Anyone with an EMP score below 1500 was worthless. With US's standards, one needed at least 2,000 points to qualify for a match against him. In use, those who reached 2,000 points were typically star players from prestigious schools, rarely making appearances in such live streams. Victories were fine, but if they lost, the consequences would be dire. Stein scrolled through the list of challengers for a long time, finding only unfamiliar names. Brothers, it seems the Earthlings are a bit timid today. It looks like there aren't any skilled players around. I'll have a random match to see if I can encounter someone of merit before I head to my team training. A flurry of gifts erupted on the screen. including a virtual Olympus mountain worth 10,000 federal coins. As the match selection began, Mars Old Man versus Puppet. Stein frowned. Puppet? What is that? I enjoy going to use to dominate, but I'm no fool. I know the most famous IDs there. What on earth is Puppet? If it's a novice, they shouldn't even be matched with me. Surprisingly, upon matching with Puppet, his popularity skyrocketed from 50,000 to 70,000. Earthlings? In the livestream area, where Mars fans had previously dominated, a surge of Earth combatants flooded in, unleashing a barrage of excitement. Stein laughed. This Puppet is likely a well-known streamer, adding some amusement to my day. Meanwhile, Zhuangzhou gritted his teeth and spent $100 to enter the live stream room. Eager to witness the holographic battle. EMP really knows how to make money. The price for watching holographic battles varies from 10 to 1,000 coins depending on popularity, but for Puppet's sake, it's worth it. Supporters of Puppet were mainly from the virtual zone. In Use's Tianjing area, a dedicated section for Puppet had emerged, complete with a fan group. The title alone was enough. Puppet versus Mars Old Man. Among them were two lunar residents, Alzi and Feynman. The past few days had been excruciating for Feynman, as he could hardly close his eyes without envisioning his own demise at the hands of Puppet. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but it was particularly distressing to face a notorious figure like Puppet. While Stein flaunted his bravado, he indeed possessed strength. However, if he relied on the armored dragon, he would be severely suppressed by Mars Beast-style mechs. Not necessarily, Alzi remarked. What's the matter? Are you intimidated? Strong as he is, combat requires experience. This guy has only played a few high-level matches. It might be his first time against a Martian player. The combat styles of each planet differ significantly, with mecha styles varying even more. The most popular mechs on Mars are Beast-style bionic mechs, which are fiercer and emphasize suppression. Their team combat also exhibits overwhelming ferocity, as they idolize the wolf pack mentality, striking as a pack, leaving no survivors. Feynman remained silent, yearning for a chance to battle, but his instincts warned him he would likely lose. He needed to identify his opponent's weaknesses. After all, every human has vulnerabilities. The captain was right. Finding the weakness would be the moment he could conquer Puppet in the arena. Stein switched modes. During battle, he would not foolishly engage in interaction. Winning was his top priority. Tianjing V6, Beast-type mech, 80-ton weight, dual-engine nuclear fission with 4-axis drive, retractable laser guns, retractable titanium claws. Puppet confirmed his mech type, Armored Tiger Fighter. Armored Tiger, first-generation heavy mech, 120-ton weight, dual-engine nuclear fission drive, laser guns, titanium overlord guns. The moment this choice was revealed, the barrage in the chat exploded. The Martians were laughing uncontrollably. This fat tiger. Wow, how many years has it been since I've seen one? Is this a once-in-a-lifetime series? This thing hasn't he been eliminated? Haha, the disgrace of Earthlings, witnessing titanium guns once again. So impressive. What is this Puppet character? Choosing such a heavy, outdated mech against a beast style. Did he make a mistake? Haha, clever. He's even prepared an excuse for his failure. The most cowardly award goes to Earthlings. I bet this battle will end within a minute. The Martians unleashed their barrage, while the Earth supporters fell silent. Many who rushed in were both incensed by Stein's provocations and hopeful for Puppet, who had won previously. However, the kaiju this mecha, which even Earthlings blushed to mention. Why choose this one? It must be noted that heavy armored variants are relatively rare on Earth. After all, larger mechas are not necessarily superior. Initially, there were high hopes for the kaiju, with its balanced handling and outfitted with a formidable heavy titanium gun, complemented by a name that exudes power. Yet, despite the promising concept, this mecha proved too cumbersome, relying on a firearm in battles that are not primarily about melee combat. The adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" does not apply universally. In various trials, the kaiju consistently found itself on the receiving end of overwhelming defeats. Relegated to combating colossal titans, and its development has since ceased, leaving only the first generation behind. On the other hand, beast form mechas are exceptionally suited to the Martian spirit of raw ferocity. With 4-axis drive, they can execute agile transformations and powerful controls. Had it not been for the lunar light mechas that countered them, Martians would surely dominate the arena. However, facing Earthlings, it resembles a father chastising his son. As the mobile warriors entered the arena, some Earthlings had already retreated, having spent their holographic viewing rights. Who would willingly seek humiliation, watching a defeat play out in real time? Such experiences are truly the epitome of self-inflicted insult. Zhuang Zhou remained undeterred, believing that the puppeteer's choices, though seemingly made in the basement, held significant content. He held his breath in the arena. The serious fighter exerted its limbs, the mecha roared. The difficulty in maneuvering the four-axis system posed a greater physical burden. Yet once mastered, it allowed for an attack with no blind spots. Frankly, such a heavy model might struggle to respond effectively. As the kaiju fighter made its entrance, it certainly boasted an impressive aesthetic. Towering and formidable, with a swift motion of its right hand, the titanium overlord gun was unleashed. A once stylish entrance now turned into a source of embarrassment for Earthlings. Beyond its looks, it proved utterly ineffective. Li Hao had not utilized the kaiju in quite some time. He swung the overlord gun, sending it spinning, its tip angled ominously towards the ground. This gesture provoked a torrent of mockery in the comments. Yet across from him, Stein paused, his caution heightened. The streamer was merely a hobbyist. He was indeed a qualified contender in the Solar System Mecha Combat Championship, though his opponent was merely testing weaponry. He sensed an unusual undercurrent in the air. After all, to match with this individual at such a score level hinted at potential. Regaining his composure, Stein's serious fighter executed a sudden bend, engaging in a powerful control thrust. The limbs of the serious fighter spread wide as it charged towards the kaiju. During the charge, the rhythm of its advance shifted to beast form variation step. This movement differed entirely from human-shaped mechas, making it exceedingly difficult to predict. Laughter erupted from the spectators. This was a display, not an attack on the opponent, but rather a performance to satisfy the audience, and some Martians began showering their support. Chapter 15. The Tiger-style Overlord Gun. The distance between both fighters instantly shrank to 15 meters. The performance of the beast form mecha was superior, closing in on the attack range. The serious fighter unleashed a cacophony of steel grinding sounds. Executing a swift right lateral maneuver, upon landing, it propelled itself forward with even greater speed, its steel claws launching forth in a fluid motion that took less than a second, arriving at the kaiju's flank. Beast form right angle lateral move. The combination of the beast form variation step and the right angle lateral move, a maneuver that would earn applause in mecha competitions, was witnessed in the EMP's standard combat, sending the Martian audience into a frenzy. Following this sequence, the Sirius had secured absolute priority for an attack. Once those titanium claws made contact, the ferocity of a wolf tearing into its prey could be vividly imagined. The roar of the audience erupted in the holographic live stream. Cries of "tear him apart, kill him," flooded the comments section. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed, and the once vibrant barrage of comments fell silent, as if muted. Leaving the live stream eerily quiet in the arena, the kaiju fighter had struck without anyone knowing how or when, its titanium overlord gun piercing the charging serious fighter. Almost immediately, the kaiju retracted the overlord gun, sending the sparking Sirius V6 crashing to the ground. In the next moment, the kaiju delivered a powerful kick, boom. The 80-ton Sirius fighter was sent flying over 10 meters, tumbling upon impact, igniting in sparks as its chest lay shattered. With a flourish, the titanium overlord gun was spun back into position, the tip vibrating, and the muzzle flash twirling. Whoosh, 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 snap. The titanium gun was holstered. Indeed, it was the same stunning maneuver that once brought humiliation to all Earthlings. In this moment, it was glory. The holographic live stream remained eerily silent. Yet seconds later, the comments erupted. Martians were astounded. A deluge of? Filled the screen. What is this? What on earth just transpired? The bewildered Earthlings began to comprehend. As if they had one? To their utter disbelief, the kaiju had triumphed over the Sirius V6, and astonishingly so. With such flair, that moment, the viewership in the Martian old man's live stream skyrocketed by over 1 million. While Earthlings flooded in, having finally caught this fellow who had evaded them for over a year with numerous use encounters. With a thirst for vengeance and grievances to settle, how could he live if he did not vent his frustrations? The Martian son knelt, calling out to his father. Greetings from various regions of Earth began to flood in, each imbued with local flavor, overwhelming Stein. Martians possessed a far superior resilience under pressure compared to Earthlings. Stein had lost before, but never with such disgrace. Just as Stein contemplated retaliating, he found himself being casually kicked by his opponent. Amidst the chaos of the live stream, Stein's expression twisted as he opened his mouth to speak. The Earthlings were ecstatic, bombarding him with explosive greetings once more. As the self-proclaimed #1 fan of the puppeteer, Zhuang Zhou wasted no time in posting an analysis video. Title: In this round? You thought the puppeteer was in the basement, but in reality, he was on the top floor. The dreamlike tiger-style overlord gun. The course of the match unfolded swiftly, lasting less than a minute, aligning with the predictions of most spectators, merely guessing the duration while misjudging the outcome. Zhuang Zhou held no disdain for Stein. Though annoying, his combat skills were formidable. The opening beast-style variations and right-angle movements were not mere displays of bravado, but rather caution, executed seamlessly, indicating Stein's seriousness. All these maneuvers were critically detrimental to the kaiju, whose slow response and sluggish attacks were glaring weaknesses. In slow motion, the kaiju fighter's actions were juxtaposed in a synchronized double view. During the right-angle displacement, the kaiju had already begun to turn, and then an exaggerated scene unfolded. Slowed down to 0.25 speed, the kaiju's movement materialized. The mecha twisted, its overlord gun spiraling forth with a force that seemed to devour mountains and rivers, piercing through the serious fighter, which remained utterly unresponsive. The axiom "an inch longer, an inch stronger" manifested in a manner that should not have been possible. Not only did it occur, but it also carried an inexplicable dominance, akin to slaughtering a mere dog. Instantly, Zhuang Zhou's analysis video became a sensation, receiving system promotion on the Martian side. Experts were not lacking either. Their editing skills were even superior. Initially, they aimed to pinpoint the flaws, but upon viewing, it appeared as if there were no issues whatsoever. Rather, Stein seemed somewhat incompetent, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered and foolishly offering himself up for a strike. Feynman and Alzi exchanged glances, pondering the implications. "How much do you reckon?" Feynman licked his lips. "This guy is truly a monster. Least 8 times the gravitational load. I think even 10 times, perhaps more. He must be incredibly robust." Stein clearly underestimated him. Against a skilled opponent, attempting to execute a flashy move for an instant kill is tantamount to courting death. Alzi concurred, though one cannot entirely blame Stein. After all, there is one such individual here. Alzi nodded in agreement. Recognizing the contender as a powerhouse, likely showcasing golden genes manifesting as sheer strength, towering above 2 meters, with muscles that exude dominance, however, a sniper of his caliber would excel at countering such types. Meanwhile, Li Hao was meditating, typically reflecting for a moment after a battle. In his case, wielding heavy armor was immensely satisfying, though regrettably, his opponent had been a bit lackluster. Perhaps the arena's environment was not conducive to showcasing such agile maneuvers. Upon opening his eyes, Li Hao prepared for the next match, hoping for a more exhilarating encounter. His inbox remained flooded with notifications, numerous challenges awaiting him. Li Hao, disinterested, decided against perusing them, knowing the opponents would only grow stronger. Stein's face was flushed with anger. He realized that if he did not retaliate, the Martian old man would become Earth's adopted son. He had to strike back, yet all his challenges were met with silence, his adversaries ignoring him entirely. The memory of that humiliating kick ignited his fury. Even in past victories, he at least received some acknowledgement. Stein activated his challenge privileges. In the EMP, competitors exceeding 1,500 points could directly send prominent challenges to their opponents, once per week. At a cost of 5,000 credits, if the opponent declined, they could not issue another challenge for a month. Li Hao prepared to enter matchmaking. A prominent challenge notification caught his eye, momentarily startling him. It was from his earlier opponent. It seemed he had not allowed that fellow a fair chance to perform. He casually clicked to accept. In that instant, the viewership in the Martian old man's live stream surged to 1.8 million, while the puppeteer's audience swelled to over 200,000. Over 200,000 viewers during a live broadcast is hardly an extraordinary figure. However, the situation regarding the puppet is entirely different. It can only be observed from a distance, lacking any direct links or official entry points. Point 1 can only gain access through individuals who have previously interacted with the puppet or through recommendations from those who have personally engaged. In essence, the majority of those who can observe are those who are actively waiting. When Zhuang Zhou casually glanced at the view count for the puppet deity, He was taken aback. He understood all too well what this implied. He was not alone. Many others shared his sentiments. Perhaps most of these individuals were ordinary folk, but does that truly matter? My friend, share, quickly, or you will regret it for a lifetime. Zhuangzhou promptly sent a message recommending it to his roommate. What is this? I'm not interested. I'm currently on a date. I'm out and about. Who would want to join? There are plenty of beauties here, and a big shot is treating us. Haha, Zhuangzhou, are you starting to peddle now? It can only be observed, and such unremarkable fare should not be promoted. After all, we are also from Tianjing's elite. Zhuangzhou had no time for further explanations, as the battle was about to commence. At the moment the opponent accepted the challenge, Stein let out a huge sigh of relief. If he had been rejected, it would not merely have been a matter of 5,000 yuan. He could have been driven to a fit of rage. Although he did not know where the opponent hailed from, they were certainly no coward. As both sides made their selections, Stein remarked, "Kid, I'll give you some credit for having the guts. Do you dare to recreate the previous match? Get back up from where you fell. That is the Martian spirit that Li how casually confirmed the selection of the armored tiger eye, while Stein settled on the celestial wolf V6. The battle scenario was chosen by the challenger. Li how opted for the Martian battlefield. A flurry of question marks flooded the screen. Stein was stunned. Despite being a third-year student at the A-level military academy of OS, having participated in mech combat competitions, he had never encountered such audacity in mech battles. Every aspect could directly influence the outcome, and this choice favored the opponent. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. How much contempt must one possess to disregard oneself in such a manner? At that moment, the EMP's large screen at the A-level military academy in OS displayed this live broadcast, which ordinarily would not occur. But due to the popularity exceeding 2 million, it was automatically pushed. Upon grasping the situation, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Losing to the armored tiger, was Stein blind or crippled? What? The opponent was an unknown junior. Thankfully, there would be a second match. Meanwhile, the puppet's eccentricity continuously reshaped everyone's perception of him. This is a bit too arrogant, isn't it? Given the terrain and gravitational conditions of Mars, who could adapt better than a Martian? Particularly in the armored tiger versus celestial wolf matchup, a considerable portion of the audience had not witnessed the first match and had only come to partake in the hype surrounding this one. Chapter 16. A strike that shatters the heavens. Two mobile warriors entered the Martian landscape. The gravity on Mars is slightly less than half that of Earth, and with planetary terraforming technology, Mars currently boasts about 80% of Earth's gravity. While it may seem effortless, mobile warriors would prefer a battlefield with slightly higher gravity, as it facilitates their maneuverability. Although the reduced gravity lessens physical strain, it complicates the operations, requiring the body to adapt to counterintuitive movements. Heavy mechs in such conditions demand a high degree of proficiency. Does the puppet possess that? Upon this choice being made, the observers were undeniably thrown into a state of panic. As supporters of the puppet, their hearts must be resilient. For individuals like Zhuangzhou are aware that the puppet had previously only engaged in virtual modes and had only recently begun tackling real battles. This was likely his first encounter with the Martian terrain in genuine combat. Did he dare to choose the armored tiger for this? Theoretically, lighter mechs might have an advantage. Stein was at a loss for words. I don't know whose alternate account you are, but if I don't beat you to the point you're unrecognizable today, I, Stein, will withdraw from EMP live broadcasts. Stein was genuinely furious, openly declaring his name. This time, he must reclaim his honor. The armored tiger remained unresponsive, its dominator cannon firing off rounds with the same stylish assembly. Stein took a deep breath, focusing his energy. This was the secret to gaining traction, boasting boldly before fulfilling the promise. The Celestial Wolf V6 could perform optimally in the familiar terrain, thriving as if in water. As the Celestial Wolf's shoulder-mounted lasers activated, the mech surged forth, emitting a thunderous roar as it encircled the armored tiger, initiating a remote bombardment. Whether in the Martian live room or the viewing area, shouts of outrage erupted. Where is the dignity, even in this state, to resort to remote strikes? Clearly, under the slightly lower gravity, the Celestial Wolf's agility had reached its zenith, and Stein's maneuvers were undeniably skillful, executing a seamless surrounding fire to suppress the cumbersome armored tiger, perhaps even creating an opening. While it could be deemed somewhat unsportsmanlike, Martians prioritize results over the process. The armored tiger did not find this unexpected, as it was the correct choice. How maneuvered his mech in a limited range, raising the tiger's shield with his left hand. Stein's seemingly agile surrounding attacks were effortlessly deflected by the armored tiger. This time, Stein exhibited remarkable patience. He did not intend to resolve the issue through lasers, but aimed to disrupt his opponent's rhythm and unsettle his mindset, which was sufficient. The celestial wolf V6 seemed determined to make the armored tiger uncomfortable, continuously leaping and darting, the lasers roaring amidst the rugged, Saturn-like terrain that would vex the opponent. This emotional tension accumulated to a certain degree. Vulnerabilities would inevitably surface. Stein resembled a patient wolf, and soon he noticed the armored tiger's turning movements had slowed. This was the opportunity he awaited. The celestial wolf suddenly halted, executing an uncanny drift while unleashing simultaneous laser bursts from its shoulders. And with the wolf's head howling, 3 missiles were launched. The armored tiger could only defend, and in the aftermath of the drift, the celestial wolf performed a graceful roll, charging once more toward the armored tiger. This was the epitome of speed, wolf style, life and death dilemma. The outcome was determined. A resounding explosion echoed as missiles struck the armored tiger, erupting in a blaze. In this turn of events, the armored tiger's heavy shortcomings were magnified. The system notification rang out. Puppet wins. What in the Martian world was happening? This was a life-or-death victory, something that simply could not exist. Suddenly, with a loud crack, a shockwave dispersed the flames, and a colossal figure emerged, a large shield in one hand and the Dominator cannon in the other. Do not say the Martians were bewildered. Even Earthlings were perplexed. The wolf style, life and death dilemma was Stein's signature move in mech competitions. Either it was a total miss or, if executed, it would cost at least a life for a life. The armored tiger's spear swung violently, casting aside the damaged celestial wolf, followed by a swift motion that saw the spear retracted, the mech's head briefly glancing sideways. Then, Stein was once again sent flying. At this moment, slow-motion replays began to unfold in the familiar environment. Stein had opted for the most prudent tactics, leveraging speed to assault his opponent. While lasers were not the celestial wolf's forte, their disruptive capability was sufficient. If the remote defense level was inadequate, the armored tiger could also find itself in dire straits. It must be noted that the armored tiger performed commendably, utilizing its large shield for defense while maintaining precise movement, effectively blocking the attacks. Of course, Stein did not anticipate this. He sought a flaw, and on the screen appeared that opportunity. A shot that had not been defended struck the armored tiger's leg, hampering its mobility. Deliberate, Feynman and Alzi exclaimed in unison. That shot propelled Stein's previously taut anticipation into a euphoric frenzy, and the next second, he executed his renowned skill. It was executed flawlessly, the network of laser bursts from both shoulders sealing off escape routes, while missiles launched from the wolf's head compelled the opponent to defend. The marksmanship may have been average, but when combined with the celestial wolf's characteristics, it proved exceedingly practical. Although Alzi, a top-tier marksman, looked down upon the opponent's roughness, he still offered respect. The highlight was the landing and rolling combined with the attack. Stein executed this maneuver with remarkable finesse, approaching from the most challenging flank of a heavy mech. How does one defend against this? There was not a single misstep. This was the quintessence of the wolf-style offense. Even at this moment, the armored tiger had not reacted. It could either flee or choose a side. Yet the armored tiger remained still. The missile and celestial wolf's attacks nearly struck simultaneously, and the playback slowed in that fleeting instant. The armored tiger's large shield was raised to absorb the missile's impact, while the Dominator cannon was unleashed upon the celestial wolf. A single strike to end it all, victory claimed. But had they won? The barrage of insults erupted instantaneously in the comments section. Claims of deception and skepticism filled the air. How could this be? Facing a missile attack while executing such precise and forceful strikes, this was beyond human capability. Subjectively, how could one concentrate under the lethal threat of a missile? Objectively, even with shield defense, the impact was palpable. How could it penetrate the moving celestial wolf V6? The only scenario in which this could occur was in a virtual mode, akin to play. Yet this was undeniably in real mode. The number of viewers in the live room surged by over 10,000. Were Earthlings resorting to unscrupulous tactics, surreptitiously employing virtual mode? No, this was a high-ranking match. Such a thing was inconceivable. Zhuangzhou finally managed to comprehend the situation. At the moment victory was declared, a series of question marks flashed through his mind. Title: The Rebirth of the Tiger King. Dominating the world, the armored tiger did not remain completely still. Rather, it arched its body and tilted proactively to confront the missile, absorbing the impact as it struck the shield. In an instant, the entire armored tiger surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. And with a swift motion, the armored tyrant gun in its right hand unleashed a deadly strike. Stripping away the cacophony of explosions, the only sound that reached the ears was the piercing rush of supersonic velocity. The armored gun seemed to vanish, and by the time it became visible to the naked eye, the celestial wolf fighter jets had already been lined up in succession. A hint of a smile graced Zhuangzhou's lips. This was far from over. The details were where the true horror of the puppet deity Lyin zoomed in perspective. This shot was not merely about shattering armor. The overwhelming shockwave from the impact shattered the celestial wolf mecha in the blink of an eye. This explains why the last image of the celestial wolf fighter jets was one of devastation, while the armored tiger appeared to be perfectly stationary. The pilot had absorbed part of the force through sheer, terrifying control, transmitting the remainder. This is what heavy armor is all about, mastering power, with the gun striking like a dragon, delivering a blow that pierces the heavens. Chapter 17. The French fry trio Zhuangzhou's video was promptly featured in the official recommendations. And soon enough, it began to gain traction on Mars as well. The Martians were left utterly speechless, while the Earthlings had commandeered the live-streaming room of Mars. Old man, stop watching, Martian babies. You simply cannot master this. They exclaimed, behold, this is the true armored tyrant gun. Who else could rival me? The puppet deity is invincible. Yet, winning just once seemed to have inflated their egos beyond measure. Where did this guy come from? I've never heard of a sharpshooter like him before. How ridiculous. The armored tiger is an obsolete model, yet this person exhibits true prowess. When did you produce such a master? A significant influx of players surged into Mars' old man's room, finding an outlet for the pent-up frustration that had built up since the Solar System tournament. To triumph against the odds and do so with such flair was exhilarating. The atmosphere within use had indeed been stifling lately. Losing to INUP in the Mecha Warfare tournament was hardly a surprise, but being defeated by ROM was an unexpected upset, one that had never crossed the minds of the entire use community. Likewise, the triumphant Martians were undoubtedly in a state of euphoria, particularly given their naturally extroverted disposition, which could be described as passion, or, less charitably, arrogance. Li Hao paused for a moment of respite. Lately, he had been encountering several outdated models from use. Ding dong. The languor in Li Hao's demeanor dissipated, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he opened his Bleem email. Bleem Task 128. Only use Armored Series Mecha can be utilized. Li Hao blinked, momentarily bewildered, before opening his mecha inventory with a hint of relief. Inside were a few small kittens, but there were indeed the three armored brothers: Armored Dragon, Armored Tiger, and Armored Leopard. It wasn't that the system constantly assigned him armored models. His mecha inventory was simply sparse. The mechs in EMP were not free, and as a competitor in the Earth War Zone, the three armored brothers were complementary, permanently free. Alongside a few mechs obtained through various events. Buying? Not a chance. Previously, he had been able to experiment with various mechs solely due to the weekly free rotations. However, in the real rank matches, such rotations did not exist. What kind of tricks was Bleem up to this time? It was reasonable to assume that the EMP score of 3000 was a preparatory step for subsequent tasks, but why limit him to just these three models? Was it because he was impoverished? After all he had accomplished in recent years, seemingly chaotic, Li Hao vaguely sensed a thread guiding him toward a particular goal, yet he could not quite grasp it. The enigma that plagued his thoughts was the true nature of Bleem. Was it human or something else? If it belonged to humanity, the technology showcased was far beyond current capabilities, and if humans possessed it, why engage in such trivial pursuits? Conversely, if it did not belong to humanity, then this civilization was treating him as a mere test subject. However, the missions he had undertaken, assassinations, exploratory tasks, were all highly purposeful. And the language of the emails was remarkably humanized. Such a play or experiment did not fit this paradigm. As he pondered, Li Hao lost interest in continuing his game, though quiet his mind. He needed a dose of vigorous exercise. When the puppet's avatar dimmed, Over 200,000 spectators could not conceal their disappointment. This was the perfect moment to strike while the iron was hot and showcase the Martians. To make these Martian bumpkins understand the depth of Earth's prowess. Naturally, the most incensed were the Martian competitors. Since the establishment of the Martian Federation, their goal had been to lead the entire Solar System Alliance. They looked down not only on Earthlings but also on Lunarians, firmly believing that it was merely a matter of time before Martians reached the pinnacle. They had always been the provocateurs and could not tolerate anyone daring to challenge them. Who would have thought that this Earthling would be so shameless as to strike and flee? Stein was equally furious. He had sent numerous challenge invitations, unwilling to accept defeat. Surely, it was merely a stroke of luck, and he yearned for a rematch. Yet, his opponent had already logged off, ignoring him entirely, when suddenly, Stein's heavenspeak chimed. A single message appeared. Stein, the Flame Wolf team does not require the weak. You have been expelled. Stein's pupils dilated in shock, and he erupted in a fit of rage as he exited the training room. Feynman and Alzey had recently become engrossed in the puppet phenomenon, a characteristic of Lunarians. It must be said that the personality traits among the four major alliances displayed significant differences. Lunarians were proud yet reserved, meticulous in their actions, always considering multiple steps ahead, and relishing the exploration of the unknown. Earthlings were proud and conservative, often overestimating their capabilities and reluctant to change. Martians were indulgent and extroverted, embracing risk with a mindset geared towards leadership. Titans revered strength. They had previously followed behind use, but now stood as staunch allies of NUP. Though Feynman had experienced defeat, after a few days of despondency, he found excitement in uncovering his weaknesses. Was it a matter of sound judgment, or did he simply get lucky by taking a risk? Feynman could not help but inquire. Who knows? Utilizing one's strength against another tends to yield higher success rates in virtual environments. The real mode is far less forgiving. It's like playing with fire. Alzey scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Alzey, you are mistaken. From the moment he deliberately allowed the celestial wolf to strike, every action he took was meticulously calculated. A cool voice interrupted, and Tita had arrived, a figure both dangerous and audacious. In the dormitory of Tianjing Mecha Warfare, Zhuang Zhou gazed with satisfaction at his creation. His follower count had surged from a mere 500 to over 10,000. As a freshman in the journalism department, this was quite an admirable achievement. His new work had been completed, and as a bearer of golden genes, Zhuang Zhou lamented that his talents did not lie in combat. Deep down, he harbored dreams of becoming a master pilot. Generally, genetic traits are easily measurable, yet his was peculiar. Possessing a sense of foresight, it seemed he had grasped a form of predictive ability, not akin to predicting lottery numbers, but rather experiencing sudden flashes of inexplicable imagination or intuition. Almost always accurate, he remained uncertain whether it was mere luck or something more profound. This sensation had first manifested when he caught sight of the puppet, and he had grown accustomed to following this instinct. Continuing to explore, as it consistently brought him pleasant surprises, especially with the puppet. The heavenspeak wallpaper was successfully set. It depicted a battlefield on Mars, shrouded in smoke, featuring the towering and formidable armored tiger wielding the armored tyrant gun, casting a sidelong glance at the wreckage of the celestial wolf nearby. Despite being mere cold machinery, it emanated an aura of regal disdain that resonated with all. This was what Earthlings desired and needed. For they were all Earthlings. No matter how far they fell, their pride could never be erased. Suddenly, a bold thought surged into his mind. Was the puppet an Earthling? Who was he? A master of mechanized troops? A military academy student? A purely civilian expert? Zhuang Zhou's heart raced. Since the emergence of the puppet, most of his battles had coincided with the hours between 7 and 12 in the evening, precisely when the EMP of Earth's military academies was open. Just then, the dormitory door burst open. What the hell, Zhuang Zhou? What did you post? Is this guy your friend? He's incredible, plus ultra. He's taking off. Yeah. How come you didn't introduce us to such an amazing master earlier? From now on, he is my idol. Wow, that image is absolutely stunning. I want it as my heavenspeak wallpaper. The pose and gaze of the armored tiger at that moment were undeniably cool. Zhuang Zhou agreed wholeheartedly, never anticipating that this image would ascend to the EMP trending list. Such a feat was previously inconceivable and impossible. It could only be said that the defeat in the Mecha Warfare tournament had rendered Earthlings desperate for a victory. However trivial it may seem in the realm of amateur matches, Li Hao had certainly engaged in some vigorous exercise, and of course, his appetite had returned with a vengeance, leading him to indulge in a midnight snack. Feeling that, ultimately, it would be his wallet that would bring him down. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ma Long stood atop a chair delivering a lecture. Now listen up. You two are wasting your lives. Women are the most beautiful existence in this world. Today, I shall impart the key to pursuing them. It's a 4-character mantra. Hard, milk, cheap, and act. But do not read them together. Hard, Musashi, put away those muscles of yours. That only attracts men's attention. The essence of being hard lies in attitude. Little Zhua, you must pay special attention. Do not fawn, a sycophant will end up with nothing. When interacting with women, you must have your own opinions. For instance, if you go out to eat, don't ask what they like. Just choose a specialty dish to be assertive. Women are naturally indecisive, so show your strong side. That's what being hard is all about. Musashi and Zhua Xiaodang listened intently, like elementary school students. Both were perfectly normal individuals. To say they had no interest in women would be a lie, yet navigating relationships with them was undeniably challenging. Though they spoke little of it, they both admired Ma Long's effortless charm and confidence in the presence of women. This is a talent that often leads Musashi to ponder whether the dominance of Marlin's genes is what attracts the opposite sex. The second point is about the milk. Xiao Zhua, please restrain your lascivious smile. This milk is not the same as that milk. It embodies both strength and gentleness. Do you understand? Boys must master the art of being coy. That is true skill. Musashi chuckled as he elegantly gestured with his fingers. Is that so? He and Zhua Xiaotang burst into laughter together, while Marlin's brows twitched in exasperation at these two fools. What you are describing is perversion. Revealing one's childish dependence on a girl at the right moment will awaken her maternal instincts and tolerance. Just then, Li Hao entered, once again dispensing wisdom. Second brother. This is all about talent, he declared. Ha ha, Hao Gu, your talent is indeed remarkable. I hear tales of you and Yitong circulating among the brothers. Do share, Marlin teased. Chapter 18. Sleep, is it good? You think too much? It's merely a friend's sister. Hao Gu, EMP has produced a master, can you believe it? Did you see? It was exhilarating, utterly dominating those Martian dogs. Can you imagine using the armor tiger to obliterate the celestial wolf V6? That guy was left speechless. I heard that OS's Flame Wolf team has expelled Stan. Haha, what a tremendous victory of the year. Zhua Xiaotang exclaimed excitedly, sharing a picture of the armor tiger striking a pose. Doesn't it exude an air of unrivaled dominance? It's so cool. As if emerging from a sea of warriors, Li Hao chuckled helplessly. You've embellished it quite a bit. It was merely a battle. Hao Gu, that sounds like jealousy. This was the most thrilling victory lately, defeating a formidable Martian warrior. The EMP section on Tianjing is trending 5th. I dare say, this pilot is a seasoned veteran, every gesture radiating contempt for the opponent. The feeling is exhilarating. I maintain that our Earth harbors hidden talents, and this year we shall triumph. Marlin articulately represented a significant portion of opinions, asserting that despite the setbacks, the depth of Earth's heritage should never be underestimated. 3 consecutive championships? That's merely a dream. Musashi remained composed. Brothers, how about visiting my home this weekend? My grandfather has invited you. Sure, can we bring our girlfriends? I've heard the Wu family possesses the oldest residence in Tianjing. It would be a splendid opportunity to broaden our horizons. Marlin expressed his intrigue. Of course, Musashi replied. For Li Hao and Zhua Xiaotang, as long as meals were provided, that sufficed. Marlin, what is the essence of the last 2 points? Zhua Xiaotang inquired. Marlin, now animated, exclaimed, a teachable child indeed. The dormitory was soon filled with his unceasing sharing of experiences, ranging from theories to case studies, enlightening the others. Yet, one couldn't shake the feeling of it being a display of boasting. Nevertheless, the other 3 listened intently. In this regard, Marlin truly was a master. The next morning, many had skipped breakfast, fearing potential nausea during the cosmic biology lecture. Li Hao, Marlin, and a few others arrived early, discussing matters when Zhou Neiyi and Yitong entered. These two had recently become the talk of the town, their newly formed team attracting considerable attention. Zhou Neiyi, with her ponytail, and Yitong, with her chic short hair, instantly caught everyone's gaze. The two had been inseparable lately, clearly sharing common goals and topics. Upon seeing Li Hao, Tong's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled Zhou Nei over. Marlin, being considerate, vacated his seat. Nudgings was shouting aside playfully. "Second brother, did you sleep well?" Tong inquired, leaning closer. Lai Hao caught a faint, pleasant fragrance and instinctively touched his nose, drawing curious glances from those around. "What? Sleep? Sleep on what?" "Don't stir up trouble." Lai Hao found it utterly perplexing what this little chubby girl was thinking. As she seemed to relish teasing others, Yi Tong and Zhou Nei exchanged light laughter, momentarily letting him off the hook. Such captivating beauty inevitably drew the attention of the surrounding boys. The gender ratio at Tianjing Military Academy was approximately 6:4, with slightly more boys. Exceptional girls faced relentless pursuit from the moment they entered as freshmen. Even if they weren't appealing in their year, upperclassmen would still vie for their attention. Zhou Nei had spent nearly her entire freshman year receiving flowers weekly, only for the situation to finally subside after several months, dissuading her suitors. As Marlin would say, most girls fear being pursued relentlessly, yet those with clear objectives, like Zhou Nei, were exceptions. Now, with Yitong on the scene, her approach was far more aggressive. It was not impossible for someone to win her over, but besting her was the first step. There were already a dozen or so laid up in the infirmary from failed attempts. After all, her prowess was not to be trifled with. As Professor Niskins entered, the bustling classroom fell silent. By the butcher's custom, this large lecture included newcomers, and there was a high likelihood of a dissection practical. Niskins, a professor of cosmic biology, earned the nickname the Butcher for his penchant for dissecting various organisms in class. The course primarily focused on genetic technology and its integration with the human body, including natural selection and dominant traits on different planets within the solar system, now incorporating the silicon-based lower giant worm life from Kepler 22b. This was undoubtedly the most sought-after research topic across the solar system's academic institutions, representing true extraterrestrial life, and the students' enthusiasm was palpable. Moreover, as Earth's premier military academy, Tianjing Military Academy had samples at its disposal. Observing the packed auditorium of 300 students, Niskins felt quite satisfied, his iconic mustache twitching with delight. "Students, especially the newcomers, today I shall unlock the doors to a new world for you, filled with surprises." A wave of laughter erupted from the audience, though many remained unconvinced. After all, those admitted to Tianjing Military Academy's military program possessed commendable psychological fortitude. Niskins activated Tianjin, displaying precious data on Kepler 22b. Isn't it beautiful? The Kepler planet is a divine gift to humanity, boasting a natural environment more exquisite than Earth, abundant water and mineral resources, and an incredibly habitable atmosphere. Its structure is nearly identical to that of primordial Earth, with a gravity slightly more than twice ours, making the difficulty of modification exceedingly low, especially as it contains crucial elements that currently hinder Earth's advance into the galaxy. Certain data remained undisclosed to the public, showcasing stunning landscapes, vibrant colors, and marvelous flora and fauna, all profoundly stirring the emotions of every student, igniting excitement in the classroom. Developing Kepler, regardless of one's role, signified boundless prospects. Niskins smiled, his mustache quivering once more. "Isn't it beautiful? Now, let us explore another facet." What followed were gruesome images of devastation. Steel bases easily torn apart, swarms of giant worms pouring in. The surface of the worms shimmered like Kepler's splendor, glistening under its sun, yet the red hue signified human blood. Simultaneously, images of space emerged, depicting the situation of the starship fleet. In the footage, blue orbs pierced through Kepler's dense atmosphere, shooting into space. Upon reaching a certain distance, the orbs appeared irresistibly drawn to the warships, whose energy shields proved inadequate for protection, reducing ships to fiery wreckage. Numerous small escape pods were launched into the sky, yet most perished before they could even board. Niskins scrutinized the students' expressions, tapping the blackboard. "This is the true face of Kepler. It is not a vacation spot, so let us remain alert. Today, we shall discuss genetics." Unquestionably, the stark contrast between the two scenarios sobered all students, compelling them to pay serious attention to Niskins's lecture. The subject of genetics primarily revolved around the natural adjustment of the Ivant genes. The so-called golden gene is merely a label. Anyone entering Tianjing Military Academy undoubtedly carries some semblance of it. Hence, there is no need for pride. as the genetics community currently posits that two perfect genes are either on the verge of emergence or have already appeared. The first being perfect adjustment and the second perfect devolution. Who knows about them? Niskins observed the hands raised and selected one. All right, Yitong, please elaborate. Professor, the first involves the combination of excellent genes, yielding offspring that perfectly inherit their advantages. When a certain threshold is reached, perfect adjustment occurs. The second is a fascinating phenomenon where individuals' bodies reject adjusted genes. Given that genes follow a survival of the fittest paradigm, superior natural genes will replace the adjusted ones, termed devolution. When this state peaks, perfect devolution emerges. Yi Tong captivated everyone's attention, as outstanding girls naturally drew focus, a fact she was accustomed to. Excellent. The two are not entirely isolated. They continuously alternate within the human body in a remarkable manner. This is our advantage as humans and also a gift from the cosmos. Niskins gestured for Yitong to take her seat. Leaning closer to Li Hao, Yitong whispered, "Second brother, the Celian family embodies the first scenario. The Morphis family has long pursued this, however. I believe the latter is superior. The former is human selection, while the latter is divine selection." Li Hao felt a slight itch in his ear as the girl whispered to him. Class is in session. The surrounding envious gazes bore down on them. These young men, full of vigor, could hardly bear it. Why should someone like Li Hao receive such attention? Yitong playfully provoked. I'm in class too. You know, Li Hao sensed that Yitong was being intentionally mischievous, yet he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Nijins continued to present the content from Tianjing, first introducing several types of giant insects. Some of you are likely to confront such situations in the future. We must develop Kepler, ensuring safety as our foremost priority. We require over twice the long-term gravitational endurance, which necessitates elite maneuvering warriors and a fleet of starships. Thus, most will be selected from the military and existing military academies. As your instructor, my primary wish is for your survival. If not for an extended duration, then at least for a few more days. Here are the 5 most common varieties: the razorback giant worm, the corrosive giant worm, the ambusher, the flame bomb giant worm, and the high-energy worm. The razorback giant worm weighs between 5 to 20 tons, possessing sharp claws reminiscent of a mantis, capable of easily tearing apart mechas. The corrosive giant worm, approximately 50 tons, can expel a lethal corrosive acid capable of dissolving metals and exhibits mimetic abilities. The ambusher, around 30 tons, features a pair of mandibles and 6 pairs of legs, excelling in burrowing, with the ability to mimic its surroundings and protrude barbed claws to drag all prey underground. The flame bomb giant worm, exceeding 200 tons, can emit high-energy flames and carries parasitic bomb insects on its exoskeleton, which are ejected upon the approach of enemies, with an explosive force equivalent to 1 ton of TNT. Lastly, the high-energy worm, also over 200 tons, resembles a colossal worm, moving slowly while capable of generating biological nuclear fission internally. It has 2 radar-like antennae on its head and can launch high-energy projectiles from its mouth. When humanity first arrived at Kepler, they encountered an attack from the high-energy worm, resulting in the destruction of over a dozen warships. The high-energy worm possesses interstellar strike capabilities, meaning its projectiles can penetrate the atmosphere and directly target space objectives. And it exhibits a certain degree of exploratory ability, though the specifics of its targeting methods remain unknown. Next, we will analyze the organizational structure of these giant worms, and further elucidate their modes of attack. At this point, it is evident even to the dim-witted that these giant worms, despite their primitive appearance, possess capabilities that rival those of humanity. You are rather fortunate. Just a couple of days ago, a live specimen arrived, and soon we shall tour the laboratory. Chapter 19. Rampaging giant worms. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Most had only dissected deceased specimens, and this was their first encounter with a living one. A group merrily made their way to the laboratory. Musashi, what are you so excited about? Planning to take on the worm one-on-one? Marlin chuckled. If given the chance, I would like to try. Musashi replied, You're insane. Where do you think you're going, little fatty? Marlin exclaimed, grabbing hold of the escaping Zhuoxiaotang. Zhuoxiaotang's chubby face twisted in distress. That thing is just disgusting. Even the dead ones are terrifying. The living ones must be worse. Forget it, little fatty. You are from the mecha department. Anyone can be scared, but you cannot. You must go. Li Hao chimed in, and the 3 dragged the poor Zhuoxiaotang toward the laboratory. Behind them, Zhou Neiyi and Yi Tong exchanged exasperated glances. How could someone like Zhou Xiaoting be admitted to the mecha department? It could only be attributed to extraordinary talent. However, Zhou Xiaotong's timid nature needed to change. Otherwise, no matter how skilled he became, it would be futile on the battlefield. Upon entering the laboratory, they beheld a razorback giant worm lying half-conscious on the ground within a towering iron cage, encircled by tempered glass. This creature was unlikely to last much longer. Everyone pressed their faces against the glass, studying it intently, some even excitedly flexing their biceps. If the razorback giant worm had any strength left, it would be inadequate to fill its own gaps. Its claws were exceedingly sharp, barbed, and the mecha could not fully withstand its assaults. Moreover, survivors on the battlefield were scarce. Humanity appeared to be quite to its liking. Nijins began his on-site explanation, and the initially exhilarated crowd began to feel queasy. Pay close attention to the movement habits of these giant worms in the EMP. The data we gathered came at a great cost, so take this seriously to increase your chances of survival. However, for the students, the battlefield felt distant. The solar system was tranquil, and Kepler remained far away to lie how scrutinized the razorback giant worm before him. He had attended dissection classes in his freshman year, and its structure mirrored that of the one in his dreams, yet encountering a living one was unprecedented. The half-dead giant worm seemed to react to the crowd's gaze, slowly lifting its head, its four enormous compound eyes opening wide, instantly capturing everything around it. Suddenly sensing something, the four massive eyes focused intently, though not be misled into thinking it had only four eyes. Each was teeming with sensory cells, with each compound eye composed of over 20,000 individual lenses, affording it a true 360-degree field of vision. It could be said that even within the dense forests of Kepler, once within its range, concealment was utterly futile. Any target locked by its gaze would experience the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by countless giant worms. Those with a slightly weaker resolve would succumb to mental collapse. At that moment, Li Hao stood motionless, having been targeted. The razorback giant worm struggled to rise, its previously feeble state suddenly igniting with ferocity as it charged toward the iron cage. The alloy cage shuddered under its violent strikes, ultimately fracturing, followed by a collision with the tempered glass. An alarm blared throughout the laboratory, and low-temperature nitrogen surged through the vents. The giant worm exhibited a remarkable resistance to gases like those used for sedation. Only low temperatures could dampen its functions. However, this time, it had miscalculated, as the worm rampaged against the glass. Scatter, everyone retreat. Nijins bellowed, sensing the lethal intent emanating from the creature. The laboratory descended into chaos, and before any could react, the tempered glass shattered, the razorback giant worm burst forth, sending students tumbling, many injured by the flying shards. In that moment, two figures lunged forward. Yi Tong and Zhou Neiyi hurled a nearby table aside. Yet the razorback giant worm's claws sliced through it effortlessly and charged toward Zhou Neiyi. Its four giant eyes opened wide, and in an instant, the panicked Zhou Neiyi found herself immobilized. Before her was an overwhelming expanse of eyes, enveloping her like a nightmare, leaving her utterly disoriented. With a sudden burst, Li Hao leaped forward, shielding Zhou Neiyi from the giant worm's fatal blow. Yet, the creature was now positioned directly in front of them, its massive razor poised to strike. The laboratory erupted in screams as the razorback giant worm seemed to lose its strength, its eyes fixated on its prey before it collapsed, its sharp maw oozing a pool of green liquid, followed by visible fissures appearing in its body, with green fluid seeping out. Nijins exhaled deeply, his face pale. Thankfully, this razorback giant worm had been gravely injured. He looked at the shredded alloy columns and shattered tempered glass in bewilderment. How could this have happened? Hadn't they assessed that this creature was on its last breath? What had triggered such a sudden rampage? And why had the low-temperature nitrogen been ineffective? Li Hao disregarded the surrounding chaos, immediately laying Zhou Neiyi flat on the ground, applying pressure to her chest while performing artificial respiration. After several attempts, Zhou Neiyi's breathing gradually stabilized. A normal person, without the protection of a mecha, suddenly targeted by the giant worm's compound eyes would not only experience mental oppression but also have their breath halted instantaneously. He understood this feeling all too well. Before long, the school's medical personnel arrived, responding promptly, but this time, they were truly fortunate the laboratory was still in disarray, with dozens of injured students receiving treatment. Fortunately, the giant worm had exhausted its final reserves of strength in its assault on the tempered glass. Otherwise, there might not have been any survivors. Long Danny's expression was grave as she scrutinized the surveillance footage, flanked by Nijins and experts on giant worms. Professor Nijins, did we conduct any checks upon the entrance of this giant worm? Such oversights are absolutely intolerable. Has Tianjing's military machinery become so absurd? Long Danny expressed her ire. Principal, we did conduct thorough inspections, and the laboratory was doubly fortified, with low-temperature nitrogen prepared for any anomalies. However, this incident is indeed peculiar. It seems as though this giant worm had been provoked by some stimulus. Judging by the condition of its ruptured body, it must have been subjected to some form of stimulation that we currently do not comprehend, resulting in such ferocity, Nijins replied, feeling both relief and intense curiosity. Principal Long, such an occurrence has never been documented before, at least not in the data relayed from the front lines. Let us replay the footage. What stimulus did it encounter? The room, filled with over 10 individuals. Fixated on the screen, in slow motion, the once feeble razorback giant worm suddenly began to writhe at a certain moment. Can Professor Nijins ascertain whether it locked onto a target? Long Danny suddenly inquired. Pointing at the screen, Nijins was momentarily taken aback. The razorback giant worm indeed had a precise target. From the angle presented, it was Li Hao. The creature's target was unmistakably Li Hao, and after shattering the tempered glass, its trajectory was directed toward him, albeit momentarily obstructed by the table thrown by Zhou Neiyi and Yi Tong. 1. Must commend the quick reflexes of those two girls. Their timely distraction, albeit lacking in offensive power, significantly interrupted the worm's momentum, causing a notable decline in its ferocity. Then there was Zhou Neiyi, motionless and awaiting her fate, a state known to all present as a nightmarish paralysis in the face of the giant worm, akin to the psychological oppression experienced by soldiers on the battlefield. At that moment, Li Hao had darted over, saving Zhou Neiyi at the last possible instant. Just when it seemed they were doomed, the life of the razorback giant worm came to an end. However, Long Danny noted a particular detail. Although the razorback giant worm obstructed most of the line of sight through the gaps, it appeared that Li Hao was facing the giant worm head-on, at the very least. He was not affected by the colossal insect. Was it mere coincidence, or had the giant bug already been exhausted at that moment? Professor Nixons, please follow up on the subsequent events. We need to provide the students with an explanation. Most importantly, we must first attend to the injured. Understood, Principal. After the others left the principal's office, a few minutes later, Long Danny dialed Tianchuan to summon Li Hao. Long Danny sat quietly, for one who has experienced the ravages of war does not become overly alarmed by trivial matters. One simply addresses issues as they arise. However, it was evident that this incident was not merely a lapse on the part of the laboratory, but rather the emergence of certain factors unknown to her. As for Li Hao, a student from the solar system class, should he be employed? Even at Long Danny's stature, caution is warranted. While waiting, Long Danny replayed the video. She had visited Kepler, and without the protection of Mecha, the giant insect represented nothing short of a demon to humanity. The student's terror and frantic escape were entirely natural reactions, thus she was quite pleased by the responses of Zhou Neiyi and Yi Tong. Their courage and methods were commendable, clearly, in the face of the suffocating pressure exerted by the giant insect. Yi Tong remained unaffected, while Zhou Neiyi faltered slightly, which could hardly be blamed on her, considering Yi Tong was among the rare few possessing a golden zone. Li Hao's swift rescue of Zhou Neiyi showcased remarkable agility. Yet he did not confront the threat directly. No, she had made a habitual error. When the giant insect attacked Zhou Neiyi, the attention of its compound eyes, the video played in slow motion, and Long Danny suddenly stood up. All of the giant insect's compound eyes were focused on Li Hao. Although he lunged towards Zhou Neiyi, at that moment, his gaze was directed at the razor giant insect. The video froze, capturing Li Hao's expressionless stare fixed on the creature. While all of the razor giant insect's eyes were equally fixed on him, as Li Hao landed, rolling with Zhou Neiyi, they had actually evaded the giant insect's line of attack. Under normal circumstances, Li Hao should have lifted Zhou Neiyi and continued fleeing. Although obscured by the giant insect, at that moment, his first instinct was not to run, but to glance back at the creature. Chapter 20. The LSP who loves to perform artificial respiration? Long Danny sat at her desk, gently tapping the surface. Just then, A knock echoed through the room, and her brow relaxed. "Come in." This was Li Hao's first visit to the principal's office, where he encountered the legendary Principal Long. Their eyes met, and Li Hao quickly saluted. "Good day, Principal, I am here to report." Long Danny smiled faintly. "Li Hao, do not be so formal. You performed admirably during the recent incident, displaying great bravery in saving your classmate. The school will commend you for it. Reporting to the principal, it was merely my duty. In fact, Zhou Neiyi and Yi Tong reacted even faster," Li Hao replied, standing tall. "They are both exceptional. You and Zhou Neiyi belong to Class 16? Correct?" Long Danny observed him with satisfaction. "Yes, Principal. The class leader has always looked out for me," he responded. "Mutual assistance among classmates is essential. I was the same way during my time as a student." "How did you defeat the giant insect?" Long Danny inquired, her tone casual yet probing. "Well, Li Hao hesitated, his expression momentarily bewildered. "Principal, you are mistaken. I did not kill it. I thought I was going to die. And then it just fell." Long Danny chuckled silently, noting his heightened sense of caution. "Is that so? However, the video shows that when you rescued Zhou Neiyi, you turned back, and then the giant insect collapsed. How do you explain that?" Although much of the footage was obscured, it did not prevent her from testing him. Li Hao paused, then shrugged. "Principal, that was simply good fortune. Am I expected to have stared it to death?" Long Danny laughed. "I only mentioned that you looked back. I never said you glared at it. Regardless of the circumstances, I am not concerned with that. However, with your skills, it is unacceptable that you ranked last year. You must assist Neiyi in her squad. I hope you can represent Tianjing in this year's grand competition. Principal, you know my situation. I have made mistakes in the past. I do not know what transpired. But you have paid the price for your actions. You are now a member of Tianjing's mech division, and you are under my command. Your task is to eliminate those who obstruct the glory of Tianjing's mech division. Leave the rest to me," Long Danny declared with authority. Li Hao smiled faintly and nodded. Some words are best left unspoken, yet he was more than willing to assist Neiyi and the others. "Additionally, I have an exchange student here, a well-connected individual. You are responsible for managing her. She can go wherever she pleases and do whatever she wishes, with the principle being to ensure her safety. As for other matters, do not take the initiative, but do not refuse either. Do you understand?" Long Danny looked at Li Hao intently. Li Hao was taken aback. "Principal, I am not very skilled at socializing." "Perhaps you could assign someone else?" Long Danny furrowed her brow, considering his point. "Then recommend someone. The school can cover the related expenses." "Well, Principal, I thought about it. Since this is your first task for me, I must rise to the challenge. I believe I can manage." Meanwhile, in the boundless darkness on the far side of the moon, a brightly lit underground base was bustling. In the laboratory, two massive carbon-based razor giant insects fixated intently on the humans before them. Though bound tightly, their compound eyes continued to exert pressure, capable of breaking even the most battle-hardened warrior within 3 seconds under such mental assault. The young man before them appeared utterly unfazed, the light in his eyes intensifying. In the next moment, green liquid began to seep from the bodies of the two insects, followed by 2 explosive bursts as they exploded, leaving the ground in chaos. The laboratory door swung open, and a team of workers clad in protective suits entered in an orderly fashion, proficiently managing the aftermath. The young man wiped the green liquid from his face, a faint smile gracing his lips. Compared to the former principal's style, Li Hao preferred the current Long Danny. She exuded an aura of lethal intent that suited him well. Wasn't it merely a matter of taking care of a well-connected individual? A trivial task indeed. Upon arriving at the medical room, Zhou Neiyi had already regained consciousness, and the rest of the class had already visited her. "Wow, the hero has returned. Impressive. How good? You were reliable when it counted. And your strikes? Oh, your timing was quite swift," Ma Long teased, winking. "Silence, and no one will mistake you for a mute." "Class leader, are you feeling better?" Li Hao inquired. Zhou Neiyi's complexion remained somewhat pale. She had initially rushed forward with thoughts of retreat, only to be met with the giant insect's terrifying abilities, her body feeling as if it were plunging into an endless abyss until Li Hao saved her. "Thank you." "Why the formality? You have always looked after me. I haven't been formal with you. Once you recover, treat me to a meal. Honestly, it was you two who caused the insect to finally breathe its last. You both are the true heroes," Li Hao replied with a smile. "Second brother, next time I find myself in danger, You should act just as decisively. Humph, Yitong complained, feeling slightly miffed. Even if you needed to perform artificial respiration, you could have called me in. What's a few seconds? Could it be that deep down, second brother is also an LSP? Li Hao had no choice at that moment. It was not merely a matter of performing artificial respiration, but also alleviating her dream suppression. Zhou Nei had not undergone such training, and a delay of even a second could have seen her trapped in that dream forever, a fate far worse than physical harm. Ignoring Yitong, he turned to Zhou Nei. The principal just mentioned that you will receive commendations, and she wants you to rest well. Before long, the doctor arrived, instructing everyone to leave, as Zhou Nei required rest above all else. Li Hao ushered Ma Long and the others out. While Zhou Nei watched Li Hao's departing figure, her heart stirred by a peculiar feeling. Though she was a military academy student and had undergone some training, this marked her first true encounter with life and death, a completely different sensation. In comparison, Li Hao and Yitong had performed remarkably. Does this situation count as my first kiss? Today being Friday, the training for the combat team was cancelled due to this upheaval. Yitong seemed a bit moody, declaring her intention to fly back to Europe for the weekend. The others had returned home. Leaving Li Hao alone in the dormitory. At times, Li Hao found the presence of Bleem quite comforting, as at least someone still thought of him. With an EMP 3000 score, he had calculated that it was not insignificant. If he wanted to rank up, he needed to take it seriously. The weekend saw even more people at the EMP building. The girls were alluring, but not everyone had access to such charm. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Hao received a message via Tianjing. Senior Li Hao, I am a Yuyo. Is it convenient for us to meet now? A Yuyo? He recognized the name. Wasn't she the well-connected individual associated with Principal Long? I am at the entrance of the EMP building, preparing for some training. Would you like to join me? Li Hao felt it would be rude not to respond. All right, Senior, I will be there shortly. The reply was instantaneous, and Li Hao found himself slightly exasperated. Miss, can't you discern that this implies refusal? With no other choice, Li Hao waited at the building's entrance, idly kicking small stones. As he did so, a girl approached from a distance. Li Hao sensed her gaze. She must be a Yuyo. After all, he only needed to manage a couple of encounters to satisfy the principal. Excuse me, are you Senior Li Hao? The girl inquired, her eyes fixed on the tall figure before her. Senior? Li Hao felt his heart race uncontrollably, pounding with fervor. The first time he encountered Bleem, he had not experienced such a rapid heartbeat. The girl before him appeared rather ordinary at first glance. She seemed to wear little makeup, with faint freckles dotting the area near her nose. Yet, there was something exceedingly pleasant about her. Her large eyes sparkled beautifully when she smiled, exuding vitality. With Li Hao's acute perception, it was as if the cosmos resided within her gaze, and he felt he could easily lose himself in them. He finally comprehended what Ma Long had meant when he spoke of how a girl's eyes could converse. Yes, I am Li Hao. Are you Ioyo? The girl playfully replied, Senior, my name is Ioyo, not Ioyo. Her heart-shaped red lips made Li Hao's heart race once more, and his temperature surged. Observing Li Hao's dazed expression, the girl stuck her tongue out, saying, Senior, I was just joking. Principal Long mentioned that I could ask you for help with anything. So please take care of me. In that instant, Li Hao's heart felt overwhelmingly full. Dear Principal, I misjudged you. You are truly a good person. Ioyo, is there anything you wish to do or something you'd like to eat? He regretted his words immediately, chastising himself for being foolish. Stay calm. He reminded himself, recalling Mr. Ma's teachings about hard milk, whatever. He decided to abandon such thoughts, considering the girl before him made dwelling on them seem utterly disrespectful. Senior, you're too polite. It's I who has intruded. I am an exchange student and have just arrived a couple of days ago. I was curious about what everyone usually does. Ioyo regarded the somewhat awkward young man before her. As for me, I am in the mecha department, preparing for EMP training. Li Hao instinctively responded. Oh, that sounds great. I'm quite interested in EMP too. May I join you? Ioyo smiled gently. Li Hao certainly would not refuse. He accompanied Ioyo into the EMP building. If it had been with Yitong or Zhou Nei, they would certainly have attracted much attention, but Ioyo was rather unremarkable, not unattractive, but certainly not stunning in the realm of Tianjing's mecha. Most would merely glance over her. This was simply a matter of personal preference. After scanning the QR code, Li Hao discovered he had been granted secondary access to the EMP building, which meant he would have a dedicated training room at his disposal. Principal Long truly was a remarkable individual. Glancing at the excited Ioyo beside him, along with the prospect of a personal training space, Li Hao felt compelled to wholeheartedly serve Principal Long Sr. You go ahead with your training. I'll just wait here in the lobby. You can find me when you're done, Ioyo suggested with a smile, understanding that training in the mecha department was a rather intimate affair. Li Hao nodded. It seemed he wouldn't be able to train for too long today. Logging into the EMP system, he currently held a score of 960. The winning streak bonuses in the reality zone were still in effect. But he needed to accelerate his progress. He configured his mecha. Since Bleem prohibited the use of anything outside the armor series, he decided to set it accordingly to avoid any accidental selections. In executing tasks, there was no room for complacency, and he understood this better than anyone. He restricted the mecha library to only utilize the 3 armor models. Damn it, just like the French fry trio? Li Hao mused. During his time in the virtual zone, he had experimented with various mechas. For him, aside from a few interesting models, they were all rather similar. However, the usage of the armor trio had declined in recent years. The armor dragon was somewhat acceptable, typically recommended to novice users. The armor tiger and armor leopard, however, seemed to have been forgotten. Chapter 21. The rampaging lion, Robbie. Entering the rankings, his opponent hailed from USE.li how preferred battling against external opponents as their styles were more distinctive and engaging. Whereas the combat methods of use were overly conventional and often tedious on Earth, over 300 spectators gathered. It wasn't a professional broadcast, nor were there friend slots available for alerts. Surprisingly, the most vibrant atmosphere was not on Earth but on Mars, where EMP had granted a column to the puppet, even catching the attention of ROM's top commentator, the fireman. He was once a mobile warrior in the ROM Federal Army, who transitioned to commentary after retiring and unexpectedly became a sensation, becoming a veteran figure in the Martian commentary scene. The reason was straightforward. Stein had lost. While Stein could not be considered a top-tier expert, he had garnered some fame and participated in the mecha warfare competition, which became a point of frustration for a significant portion of USE fans. Unfortunately, Martians could swallow just about anything except their pride. In Martian terms, it was always about them bullying others. Many had already initiated duel requests toward Puppet, but that coward wouldn't dare to accept, including many skilled individuals from various military academies on Mars. Those who had participated in the mecha warfare competition had seen their scores drop significantly due to a lack of practice in EMP, hovering around the 1,000 mark. Thus, Puppet's skill level was not particularly high, yet he fancied himself as the underdog triumphing against stronger opponents, adorned with flashy antics. However, Puppet was currently quite popular in both USE and ROM, and it was said he primarily used the Armor Dragon and Armor Tiger, giving off a retro vibe reminiscent of an alternative internet celebrity. Puppet vs. a.Robbie.as the opponent appeared. USE erupted in excitement, this time not because of Puppet but rather Robbie. Generally, those with such straightforward names were exceedingly confident military academy students. The Puma A-level military academy ranked first in the South American region, and Robbie was a representative figure from that area. If one were to categorize player levels, he was undoubtedly a top-tier A-level contender for USE. His fierce personality and boldness made him a formidable presence. Upon entering the mecha warfare competition, USE's various contenders found themselves somewhat bewildered, leading to a conservative overall strategy, a significant reason behind their defeats. Robbie was the one who dared to fight and take risks, thus attracting considerable attention. Yet, his EMP score was exceedingly high. How could he be matched against Puppet? Puppet's expected score hovered around 1,000, whereas Robbie's score, even considering his reduced practice time due to competitions and training, would undoubtedly remain high. It could only be concluded that Puppet must possess hidden points or exhibit exceptional data in some area to be matched with such an outstanding warrior. Li Hao gazed at the name, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Robbie. It's been a long time. As both entered the arena, Robbie had just concluded a month of specialized training. The defeat in the mecha warfare competition had left the younger elite of USE feeling a pressing need to prove themselves. It must be stated that while there were personal shortcomings, there was also a tactical lag in terms of physical and combat prowess. They were not significantly inferior. Rather, it was their comprehension of mechas, proficiency, and mutual counter-responses where INUP had a clear advantage, a gap Robbie and his peers needed to bridge. Puppet. Such a peculiar name. Typically, at this level, few would choose such a whimsical moniker, more akin to those used in the virtual realm. As both entered the selection phase, Puppet had already confirmed. Armor Dragon 3. Robbie chuckled. In such matches, no one would typically select first, as it would expose their weaknesses. Hughes had not paid much attention to this in the past. But during the recent mecha warfare competition, they had learned a hard lesson. When strengths were comparable, the choice of mecha and extensive training based on counters had a significant impact in real combat. The more participants, the greater the probability of such outcomes. Robbie chose the Dragon Gotti type, an upgraded version of the Armor Dragon series. This mecha was slightly larger, made of superior materials, and, most importantly, enhanced fluidity of movement while reducing operational difficulty and strain. The primary direction of modern mechas is to enhance functionality while minimizing the burden on the warriors, allowing them to maximize their inherent advantages. Armor Dragon 3, use, configuration. Medium-sized war machine, 80-ton, nuclear fission drive, laser gun, titanium knife, left arm small shield, Dragon Gotti type, use, configuration. Medium-sized war machine, 76-ton, nuclear fission drive, laser gun, shoulder cannon, laser sword, left arm small shield. Puppet versus Robbie. Both Li Hao and Robbie had confirmed their choices. And with a countdown of 30 seconds, the match was set to begin, but unexpectedly, it turned into 3 minutes in the dormitory. Zhuang Zhou and the others had collectively spent money to enter the holographic viewing area. Thankfully, they were not professional streamers. Otherwise, given the current excitement, prices would surely rise. Since the last battle spectacle, the four friends had abandoned their girlfriends and any weekend plans, without needing Zhuang Zhou's insistence. Puppet was indeed worthy of their support. What is this matchmaking? The rampaging lion Robbie is a genuine A-level contender. Is this akin to stirring up a hornet's nest? Zhuang Zhou remarked. Puppet might be pushing it a bit. The armor dragon is soon to be obsolete. I feel like we might be in for a disaster. We won't end up wasting our money, will we? I might get killed by my girlfriend. The forums rapidly heated up, featuring a showdown between rampaging lion Robbie and the internet sensation Puppet emerging from the virtual realm. Zhuang Zhou was a devoted supporter of Puppet, but currently, Puppet's viewership was only around 10,000, significantly lower than Robbie's, who enjoyed much greater popularity. They operated on entirely different levels. The last time was also due to battling on Mars. Their shared animosity would not dilute their support. Wow, Zhuang Zhou, what S with that expression? Do you genuinely believe Puppet will win? His dormitory friends laughed. Zhuang Zhou smiled faintly. Let us wait and see. If he wins this battle, I'll start a streaming account. He felt an odd premonition within, one that was becoming increasingly intense, though he could not quite decipher what it was trying to convey. As the match commenced, the two armor dragons entered the arena. Robbie flexed his neck, regardless of who his opponent was, eager to conclude the bout swiftly. Seizing the opportunity of the weekend, he intended to test the fruits of his rigorous training over time. As his body transitioned into battle mode, he felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. He had no desire to squander time on a novice. With a swift motion, the laser sword was drawn, aimed directly at the opposing armored dragon. Yet, the adversary's machine remained motionless, merely gazing back at him. Had he unwittingly encountered a fan? Robbie smirked. It was of no consequence. With engines roaring, the Dragon God fighter surged forward. Channeling both speed and momentum to their zenith, the laser sword slicing through the air towards his foe. When confronting the weak, the most straightforward approach is often the best. In a flash, empty. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Robbie's brow as instinctively his left shoulder braced for impact. Relying solely on experience to deflect his opponent's punch. Just as he prepared to create distance, his mech was struck violently, sending Robbie's armored dragon machine careening through the air. He quickly regained control, thrusting the engine in reverse to create space, while his opponent refrained from capitalizing on the moment. In the brief exchange, the entire spectator area fell silent. Robbie had nearly been toppled in their first encounter. Robbie grimaced. Damn it, he had encountered a skilled opponent, and the absurd name was merely a ruse. Fully focused now, his demeanor shifted as the aura of the mobile warrior transformed, resembling a poised beast fixating on its prey. His style was one of aggressive offense, attacking to defend. The Dragon God fighter roared once more, charging ahead, the laser sword swinging fiercely, determined not to grant his opponent another chance. The clash of the laser sword against the titanium blade erupted in a violent confrontation. The Dragon God machine, slightly lighter due to its new material construction, maintained dominance in performance. With Robbie's combat style, Unless the enemy's mech was superior or their tactics countered his, he would assuredly prevail in similar types, a rare encounter where he faced an inherent disadvantage in mech design. What else was there to do but fight until the opponent exploded? The laser sword sliced and struck, forcing the armored dragon to retreat progressively in a battle of masters. Victory lay not merely in strikes, but in footwork. Recognizing his opponent's capabilities, Robbie paid particular attention to maintaining pressure, ensuring his attacks sustained his dominance. The ground was his advantage, pressuring relentlessly, waiting for a flaw to emerge. Faced with the dragon god's onslaught, the armored dragon fell into a state of complete defensiveness. Damn, what did I say? This is the crushing superiority of machines from the same series. Robbie possessed an intimate understanding of the armored dragon. Why would he exhibit such ignorance? He was a quintessential example of someone who, though rough around the edges, was among the elite fighters in use. The puppet had grown overly complacent. A misstep was imminent. The armored dragon's performance was inadequate. The dragon god was slightly larger yet lighter, in the realm of skilled combat. A minor deviation could lead to a significant downfall. His focus was waning. Zhuang Zhou was incredulous, believing the puppet had a chance to win, yet the battlefield proved unforgiving. Robbie was no nameless rookie. His vast competition experience often meant that victory or defeat could hinge on a fleeting moment. As sustained strikes forced the armored dragon into a severe backward lean, Robbie's blood surged with exhilaration. He relished this feeling, sensing the sweet aroma of victory. With a thunderous roar, the mech reverberated as the laser sword blazed with intensity. Maintaining his offensive stance, he felt invigorated, the laser sword delivering a heavy blow that sent the armored dragon reeling. Following up with a powerful stomp, the ground erupted underfoot as the laser sword descended once more. The titanium blade attempted to block. Boom. The mech staggered, the armored dragon lost its balance, and Robbie advanced with a third strike, executing his signature move, the Reaper's triple strike, a devastating blow in a near all-out effort. The dragon god fighter found itself striking nothing but air. The armored dragon, now on the brink of incapacitation, suddenly executed a spin to evade the forceful third strike. The mechs crossed paths. The dragon god machine nearly lost its equilibrium. The two machines swiftly distanced themselves. Robbie steadied his breath. This was the first time he had been toyed with in a match. The opponent hadn't lost their position. They had been toying with him. Who the hell was this? He had faced those with physical prowess and skill, but this individual possessed both along with experience. Observing him closely, Robbie, you haven't progressed much these past few years. Chapter 22. The reverse swallow return. Robbie heard his opponent's voice within his mech. Given his current stature as one of the 6 dragons of use, it had been ages since anyone dared to flaunt such bravado before him. Yet the voice was unfamiliar, someone he did not recognize. Seeking death, were they? Robbie replied coolly. The two mechs were evidently engaged in some form of communication, utilizing internal mech language, indecipherable to outsiders, leaving the audience profoundly intrigued. Albeit the exchange seemed far from amicable. The dragon god mech leaned slightly, the laser sword raised steadily, clearly indicating that the furious lion Robbie was incensed. Meanwhile, the armored dragon remained nonchalantly positioned. With a thunderous sound, the dragon god mech charged towards the armored dragon, and with Robbie's skill, he could have employed a feint to disrupt his opponent's predictions, yet he opted for the most straightforward approach, an all-out assault. Boom! The laser sword and titanium blade collided violently, sparks flying. While the speed was not overwhelming, the force behind the strikes was palpably heavier. The dragon god mech maintained the upper hand, and this time Robbie denied his opponent any respite, repeatedly attacking to ensnare his foe, promptly unleashing the Reaper's triple short strike, leveraging his mech-s and his own physical advantages to impose pressure. Suddenly, the 3 powerful strikes left the armored dragon noticeably sluggish. The mech creaking under the strained that moment, the dragon god mech executed a strong control maneuver, the engines roaring as it soared into the air, flipping over the armored dragon's head, while simultaneously, the laser sword aimed for the armored dragon's head. In that instant, all spectators held their breath. This was Robbie attempting to execute the move he had failed to complete in the Mecha Combat Championship, the Dragon God Swallow return. Who could have anticipated witnessing it in a friendly spar? This was a finishing move, combined with the Reaper's triple short strike, a lethal technique for close combat. Most would struggle to respond to such a maneuver, yet the puppet remained steadfast, while the armored dragon appeared to leap to evade. Futile boom. The mech erupted in a blaze, the masterful control of the top-tier pilot executed in the blink of an eye. The puppet's audience had swelled to over 20,000, yet at that moment, the majority could only sigh in resignation. Tio forced the furious lion Robbie to this extent in a friendly match was unprecedented. Yet a loss was still a loss, and his winning streak had come to an end. Everyone felt a sense of emptiness, including Zhuang Zhou, who until the last moment had clung to the hope of a miracle. But witnessing the completed dragon god swallow return, despair washed over him, for it epitomized the crushing superiority of mech performance. Only newly designed machines could achieve such feats, and the most terrifying aspect of Furious Lion Robbie lay in the fact that he executed a maneuver typically reserved for lighter machines using a medium mech. Still, it was executed flawlessly. Was this the might of a top-tier combatant? Supporters of the Furious Lion erupted in cheers, though many watched with bated breath. Fortunately, the Lion remained true to form. The setback in the Mecha Combat Championship had evidently propelled him to new heights. This was the essence of a true warrior. Adversity merely made him stronger. This characteristic was intrinsic to Earthlings. They flourished in favorable winds while extraordinary potential emerged in adversity, which explained why every NUP2 game winning streak was inevitably toppled. Only a three-peat could be deemed a dynasty. Otherwise, it was not considered. The Martians, however, were somewhat disgruntled. Their own live stream was bustling with over 300,000 viewers watching Fireman-S commentary. Remain calm. Remain calm. Defeat is normal. This pretentious fool would eventually meet his reckoning, yet it was regrettable that he had not fallen to our ROM. Based on my military experience, true strength, system notification, puppet wins. As the flames of the explosion dissipated, the blurred figure that landed was not the dragon god mech, but rather the third generation of the armored dragon. Countless comments flooded the live stream, and Fireman appeared momentarily stunned, though only for a second. Oh, a surprise. The puppet had actually won.it seemed I had overestimated the Earthlings. After executing the Reaper's triple strike, Robbie lacked the stamina to control the swallow return. I had always maintained that a finishing move, to be effective, must be executed with mastery and control. Otherwise, it becomes mere showmanship. The puppet had narrowly escaped disaster. Now, let us examine what transpired in that final blow. I can confidently assert that Robbie's own attack faltered. Meanwhile, those supporting the puppet could scarcely believe their ears and eyes. That similar silhouette was not the Dragon Goddess, but rather the Armored Dragoness. Why? Simultaneously, within the EMP hall in Tianjing, astonishment and confusion filled the air, with a yo-yo among them. Can they actually win? Though not an expert, she had diligently watched numerous matches, and the furious Lion Robbie was indeed a core force of use. Reportedly a former member of the Solar System youth class, the large screen provided the answer through a replay of the decisive moment. Robbie's attack was flawless. The Reaper's triple short strike evidently lacked the capacity to secure an outright victory, yet it generated ample space for the execution of the follow-up. Robbie's swallow return was truly unexpected, and the maneuver was executed without error. However, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. As Robbie performed the swallow return, the armored dragon did not leap to evade. Instead, it executed a reverse swallow return, a swifter, more forceful reverse swallow return that countered him entirely, from movement to awareness. The overwhelmed, furious Lion Robbie found himself utterly defenseless. Struck down midair without any semblance of defensive awareness, in the midst of the VIP holographic observation, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving one to ponder the incredible value of the expenditure. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by a cacophony of cheers, gasps, and applause. Zhuang Zhou opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He had erred in doubting his puppet god. The thoughts of a divine being should never be frivolously speculated upon by mere mortals. The reverse Yin Fei return. A deity has descended. At that moment, the EMP hall of the Cougar Military Academy was hushed, as the match featuring the ferocious Lion Robbie was undoubtedly the focal point of observation at the academy. It could be said that Robbie had unleashed his full potential in this bout. Yet what was this reverse Yin Fei return? The key lay in the fact that it was executed using the armored dragon fighter. Was there such an individual in use? What military academy did they belong to? A puppet? What kind of ID was that? Every mind searched in vain for a comparable expert, and it was not just use. No other federation boasted a talent of such caliber. Such execution, such presence, how could it possibly belong to an unknown individual? This battle catapulted the puppet to unprecedented fame within use. Winning once was trivial, but to triumph over Robbie using the armor dragon and employing the reverse yin-fei return was an entirely different concept. And now, all the information, emerging from the virtual realm? How could that be? Are you jesting with me? This maneuver, this body enduring, instantly bearing at least 6 or 7 times the gravity, perhaps even more. Could a divine being arise from the populace? Was it not said that many ancient martial families within use were awakening due to genetic powers? Surely, you jest. That mech is formidable, but it cannot be that extraordinary. From the Nangong family? The Yi clan? Or perhaps the martial families of Tianjing? Meanwhile, Robbie sat in the cockpit, lost in thought, not dwelling on his defeat but recalling a saying. Robbie, you have made little progress over the years in the normal course of battle. His opponent had completely seized control of the rhythm. It appeared he was on the offensive, yet it was his adversary who had orchestrated this. The reverse yin-fei return that suppressed his own was indicative of an opponent whose prowess surpassed his own by a whole realm. This was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered. Far beyond what spectators could perceive. Only through personal experience could one comprehend that his foe had not even unleashed their full strength, nor had they even begun to relish the encounter. In his lifetime, Robbie had only encountered such a person once, not during the mecha martial arts competition, but 5 years ago in the Solar System Apocalypse youth class. Even now, that figure remained indelibly etched in his memory. At that time, the alliance of the Lunarians and Martians had initiated their assault, catching them unawares, leaving them in despair as they watched Nangong Yuhang perish, the dignity of Earthlings trampled into the grave. Until the door opened, that person appeared, and then the door closed, restoring the dignity of Earthlings. Yet in the end, the one who saved the entire Earth faction bore the weight of all the consequences of the incident. Vanishing without a trace, it must be him. Only he. Robbie's heart raced violently, and it took a while for him to steady his breath before sending a friend request to the puppet. Second brother. Chapter 23. Esteplehow concluded the match, noting that Robbie had indeed shown some improvement, but his old flaws remained unchanged. He focused solely on his own play, completely disregarding his opponent. This was both a strength and a weakness. Encountering such a character was mere fate, and whether Robbie could comprehend this would depend on him alone. Ding dong. A friend request? In the past, Li Hao would have paid it no mind. But having just finished a match with Robbie, he instinctively opened it.as expected. It was from Robbie, prompting a slight smile from Li Hao as he clicked to confirm. Second brother? Robbie sent a message. Feeling that it could only be second brother, but he had vanished for 5 years. What a coincidence. Robbie felt a twinge of anxiety as a reply appeared. A fist, the emblem of their Earth faction from back in the day. Overjoyed, Robbie realized it was indeed second brother, still maintaining that cool demeanor. Li Hao said little, entering a match, knowing he needed to play swiftly. Encountering a comrade meant he couldn't afford to fight too fiercely, which would be a waste of time. Ding dong. Opponent matched. Puppet, Use, versus Torres, Beast God A-Class Military Academy, ROM. At this moment, Zhuang Zhou had pinned a post in the special zone, and his livestream was open. Titled, Puppet Super God Special. Note, I am a small streamer, only watching the Puppet God. Zhuang Zhou had gained a modest reputation in the Use virtual zone in the real world, having created several well-received analysis videos. Especially that striking screenshot of the armored tiger, which had become a screensaver for many. Had he appeared in the mecha martial arts competition, he would have undoubtedly ascended to godhood. Everyone hoped the puppet would continue to rise and break through. Zhuang Zhou, however, felt uncertain, as this was his first time as a streamer, newbie, lacking resources and promotion, but he did not mind. His intention was simply to create a live stream for those who admired the puppet. Hello everyone, I am the Pirate King of Kepler, currently a student in the Tianjing Mecha News Department, and I have been following the Puppet God for a long time. Please show your support. Zhuang Zhou was somewhat nervous. Typically, a newcomer would be pleased with a few dozen or a couple hundred viewers, 3 roommates. Damn it, it was worse than he had imagined. Even with Zhuang Zhou's decent mental fortitude, he felt a bit disheartened, unable to surpass single digits. What the hell, Zhuang Zhou, did you forget to unlock something? A buddy of mine said he couldn't get in. Ah, I forgot. Zhuangzhou frantically clicked to change the permissions, allowing non-followers and non-friends to enter. Suddenly, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, and his roommates were astonished, watching the numbers soar to over 60,000 in just a few minutes. What the hell? Zhuangzhou, are you about to explode? Quick, keep talking, don't stop. You're a streamer now, damn. Our dormitory's first streamer has emerged. Zhuangzhou had already gained some recognition and was quite distinctive, having followed the puppet for a long time. As soon as the live stream began, there was no hesitation among viewers to join, especially after witnessing the puppet god's extraordinary performance, which was nothing short of spectacular. What more needed to be said? They were fans. Meanwhile, over on Mars, the fireman's livestream had also surpassed 1 million viewers. There was no escaping the aftermath of the replay video. The fireman had been thoroughly embarrassed as a former professional soldier. The humiliation was considerable, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. Did everyone think I was wrong? I was not mistaken at all. Come, everyone, the replay video is available for all to see. Observe how beautiful and impressive Robbie's moves were. Yet he was instantly taken down by the opponent's Yin Fei return. Why? The fireman paused, his face radiating confidence and a smile. It was merely flowery techniques. After using the Death Goddess 3 short knocks, Robbie was already out of strength, and forcing out the Yin Fei return was akin to a dying ember. It was purely for show at that moment. A casual strike would suffice for anyone who could react. I can only say this was a battle of novices pecking at one another. Some audience members found the match thrilling, but they had never witnessed a true battle in the virtual realm. In a genuine contest among experts, there were no elaborate maneuvers. It was about finding flaws and delivering a lethal blow. One should not overextend, for such actions on the battlefield could lead to being sniped instantly. Thus, swiftness, precision, and ferocity were paramount, and this was where we Martians excelled. Earthlings and Lunarians were still rife with flaws, prone to pretentiousness. Here comes Torres. It is time to prove ourselves. I need not elaborate on Torres. Right? Torres, a freshman at the Beast God A-Class Military Academy, ROM, was a highly anticipated newcomer, ranked among the top 3 in this year's Preparatory Academy, specially recruited by the Beast God. The Academy favored the fierce, wild spirit he embodied, and he had already amassed over 1,300 points, although points alone did not reflect his true strength. The EMP hall in Tianjing was abuzz with chatter. Without a doubt, everyone was rallying behind the puppet. Even though the puppet was not an earthling, he was undoubtedly aligned with use, as his mech usage was distinctly reminiscent of the use style, leaning towards a retro flair. Torres was exceptionally formidable. Having previously been an underground fighter on Mars, accustomed to bloodshed, and was discovered due to his remarkable skills, the Martian underground fighting scene was known as the most brutal combat competition in the solar system, often resulting in fatalities. The Martian Federation's system differed from ours, especially in its gray areas, which were virtually unregulated. These individuals were genuinely ruthless. Mars aspired to win the S11 championship this year. The puppet had to emerge victorious. Ah, look! Our school's news department has started a special live stream for the puppet. A Yuyo stood alone in the corner, quietly observing the lively discussions around her. She had heard of the puppet, a player from the virtual zone who had since ventured into the real zone, maintaining an unbroken winning streak and having faced off against warriors of considerable caliber from the 4 major federations. Yet, why was he opting for the armored series? Wouldn't a more powerful mech be preferable? 2 mobile warriors were already prepared. In the arena, Puppet versus Torres. Armored Dragon versus Wolf V6. This was not Puppet's first encounter with the Wolf V6. However, the previous time, he had utilized the heavy armored tiger. Now, with the Armored Dragon, he lacked the suppressive force of heavy armor. How would the Armored Dragon fare? Ladies and gentlemen, the Puppet God is not unfamiliar with the Wolf Fighter. The last time he faced it, he wielded the Armored Tiger, overpowering his opponent with sheer strength. This time, he commands the Armored Dragon, enhancing mobility but sacrificing some degree of suppression. The Wolf Fighter retains a slight edge in performance. Yet our pilot is none other than the Puppet God. Predict he will conclude the battle within a minute, Zhuangzhou stated. He was not boasting. He simply did not believe Torres would surpass Stan. On the other side, the fireman also made a prediction, believing that the battle would conclude within a minute. He noted that the agility of the Armored Dragon was slightly superior to that of the Armored Tiger, albeit more fragile. While some might argue that Stan's defeat was rather humiliating, the situation was far from similar. Stan was a renowned player, and his techniques had been employed in the Mecha Championship. The same moves had been thoroughly analyzed and countered, which was inevitable. Frankly speaking, I suspect that this puppet has ulterior motives, perhaps intentionally targeting our Martians. However, this time the opponent is Torres, who lacks any data for them to reference. I assert that within a minute, Torres can obliterate him. I cannot help but wonder if the EMP officials orchestrated this, as the live segments of both players were simultaneously pinned at the top. The two mobile warriors entered a state of preparation, and the combatants were merely coincidentally matched up, engaging in a use battle. The inherent psychological advantage of the Martians was palpable. As soon as they entered the arena, the Sirius V6 roared forward towards the armored dragon. Even the laser distractions proved ineffective, resorting purely to close combat. To Torres's surprise, the typically timid Earthlings often drew their lasers while retreating, yet this one did not. There was no gun drawn, nor did the titanium claws emerge. Could he be a fool, handing out points? Torres had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. With strong control and roaring engines, the Sirius V6 took to the skies, lunging at his opponent. Such airborne maneuvers inherently carry significant vulnerabilities. The Martians felt a twinge of worry, for the puppet was no novice. Was there truly such a large opening? Yet, even a commoner could perceive this. How could Torres be unaware? It was a deliberate test, leaving an opening in the sky. Yet, at that very moment, the opponent's armored dragon remained unresponsive. As the distance between them closed to 5 or 6 meters. The Sirius fighter abruptly plummeted, landing prematurely. Upon touching down, its limbs exerted force, and the engine erupted, catapulting it towards the armored dragon, the titanium claws already deployed. The entire sequence of actions occurred in the blink of an eye. And finally, the armored dragon moved. It retreated. Torres grinned. At this juncture, attempting to flee was too late. Time to lie down, boom. The two mechas crossed paths, and the Sirius fighter tumbled to the ground, its own titanium claw embedded in its chassis. Torres felt a buzzing in his head. The near-perfect effects of the real mode were sufficient to leave him dizzy. Yet, with gritted teeth, he summoned his focus, as the Sirius fighter sparked in an attempt to extract the titanium claw. The armored dragon was already upon him. In that instant, Torres felt despair. A colossal shadow loomed over his vision. Boom. The head of the Sirius fighter was crushed into the ground. Chapter 24. Our era, both the Martian and Earth live streams were enveloped in silence. Clearly stunned by the puppet's strategy, the armored dragon gazed forward at a 45-degree angle, its foot resting upon the sparking Sirius fighter. In that moment, Zhuang Zhou and the others felt a fervent heat within. This was the power they yearned for, a manifestation of the dominance that Earth, as the origin of humanity, should possess. The puppet triumphed. Brothers, let us cheer for the puppet god. He can realize all our imaginations. Zhuang Zhou exclaimed, arms wide open, roaring with exhilaration. It was a victory he could only feel, yet never imagine. Most of Zhuang Zhou's audience comprised virtual players, who were now utterly ignited. The battle soon felt devoid of technical complexity. Yet it was immensely satisfying, inexplicably so. I can confidently assert that the puppet god is indeed a Terran. I will keep the reasons under wraps for now, but a detailed explanation will follow. Here, I must mention that although Torres may not be widely recognized, his strength is formidable. He is a powerful representative of the new generation of ROM, boasting a recent streak of 35 consecutive victories. However, he faced our puppet god, and simply put, at this level, Torres was unworthy of even engaging the puppet god, defeated barehanded. Allow me to proclaim, impressive, Zhuang Zhou shouted, releasing his emotions freely. Although it was his first time, he had fallen in love with this public expression, especially with the numerous supporters in the comments. If Zhuang Zhou had merely existed before, even achieving admission to the Tianjing Mecha News Department brought joy to his parents. Making him feel he was not destined for unemployment, at this moment, he truly felt alive. Watching the comments not only hail the puppet god but also praise him, Zhuang Zhou realized he was no longer a nameless passerby, but had genuinely grasped the essence of existence. Meanwhile, in South America, Roby exhibited no signs of disappointment from defeat, a slight smile gracing his lips. The second brother was indeed formidable. He initially believed time and mechs would limit his capabilities, but it turned out he had worried unnecessarily. The second brother recognized him right from the start, merely toying with him. The thought of the second brother's past sent a chill down Roby's spine. This Martian youth likely had no idea that Li Hao was their ancestor, and this handling stemmed from past grievances. Martians were duplicitous, maintaining neutrality while launching sneak attacks, and that was what they detested the most. The fireman's live stream was equally chaotic. The loss was bewildering, clearly indicating that Torres had grown complacent. What was this? The opponent's luck was simply too fortuitous, allowing him to bask in undeserved glory. Provoking immense frustration, the fireman silently cursed. What was this? The assistant's briefing had claimed that Torres was formidable, boasting about his prowess, yet he was nothing more than a featherweight, inferior even to Roby. What a disgrace! Nevertheless, the fireman maintained a composed demeanor. As a streamer, he was well aware of how to navigate such situations. No need to rush. Was there a crisis in the live stream? Absolutely not. The decisive shot was revealed. As the armored dragon retreated, it kicked out, directly striking the titanium claw that had been launched, causing it to rebound and embed itself into its own head. What terrible misfortune! The fireman cursed the wretched luck of Torres. He was still young, and failures would only lead to improvement. However, I must state that the puppet displayed a distinct lack of decorum. Exhibiting prejudice against our Ram warriors, in the final decisive blow, there were countless methods to secure victory, yet he resorted to the most humiliating act of trampling. Here, I call upon the Martian warriors to rise and defeat him. I, the fireman, shall remain here, vowing to pursue this individual to the end. The fireman's live stream erupted with a flurry of gifs, and his follower count surged. It must be said that he struck a chord with a significant portion of the Martian audience. Did Torres matter? Not at all. Yet he was a Martian, and Martians held the highest regard for their dignity within the solar system. Theo put it plainly, most Martians believed that Mars was the center of the universe. The fireman's remarks allowed the audience to overlook everything that had transpired. The outcome was inconsequential. Did he look down upon Martians? How could such a person survive in the EMP? Meanwhile, the puppet had already dispatched his opponent. A standard maneuver, yet following the fireman's lead, it became particularly eye-catching in the eyes of the Martians. The fireman's live stream entered a break, and he lit a cigarette, reclining comfortably. Remarkably, the 5 minutes of donations had surpassed an entire week's earnings. With his popularity skyrocketing to over 2.8 million, an unexpected windfall, and he intended to capitalize on it. In the training hall of the Puma A-Class Military Academy, Roby's team was engaged in fervent discussion. Initially, they had been training, but upon hearing of their captain's defeat, they all emerged, astonished at how easily this match had been won. While everyone felt a rush of exhilaration, it was somewhat unsatisfying. Roby's earlier battle had been far more thrilling. Especially the back-and-forth exchanges. Is Torres really that weak? Some of Roby's teammates questioned, their initial concern for Roby's morale now replaced by curiosity as they observed him appearing pleased. Roby shook his head. Torres was by no means weak. If he were here, as a newcomer, he might challenge Yitong. The others were taken aback, deeming it improbable. Yitong was a key trainee of both the Nangong and Yi families. Slated to be this year's Rookie King. It was unexpected that she would attend Tianjing Mecha Warfare. While it was a commendable institution, her caliber could have easily secured her a spot at USA's finest, or even at NUP for further training, where her style would have been better suited, ultimately bringing back cutting-edge combat concepts. Is that so? I feel this person is sometimes serious, yet at times rather reckless. His luck is indeed remarkable, having the rebounding titanium claw embed itself in him, Roby remarked. Los, how many EMP matches have you played? Over 5,000. Why do you ask? Los replied, his expression one of confusion. Have you ever encountered such a fortuitous occurrence? Roby inquired, tapping Los lightly on the head. In close combat with mechs, what is most crucial? Many factors. Speed, proficiency, mech types, endurance. Roby shook his head. It's about spatial awareness. This has been my greatest insight from sparring with NUP members. Lightweight mechs excel in this regard, resulting in us exhausting immense energy during battles yet failing to exert sufficient pressure. The others frowned, half comprehending. While distance control was undoubtedly important, it stemmed from a multitude of factors, including speed and agility. Clearly, Roby was referring to something deeper, pure spatial awareness built upon an acute understanding of the opponent. This was the terrifying aspect of the second brother. Had he been around back then, they might not have dared to engage at all. Mastery over such distance in combat is essential for any expert. Yet applying it in mech battles is exceedingly rare. Distance control truly reveals a pilot's experience. It requires ample experience and innate talent to develop such spatial awareness. That single step back was a premonition of the Sirius's attack at its limits. And what he did not mention was that the angle of that kick was key to the subsequent self-embedding. This indicates not merely a piercing insight, but a profound familiarity with the Tianjing fighter, coupled with a thorough understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of both mechas, including joint torque and other intricacies. Such acumen is not merely a product of on-the-spot calculations. It is a habitual judgment forged through ample practice. He refrained from stating this, for even he could not achieve such mastery. Brothers, stop watching and start practicing. S11 is undoubtedly the era of use, our era, and we must not fall behind. After S10, Roby harbored a deep-seated pessimism. Let alone NUP, even RUM boasts a plethora of talents, and the average level on Earth is commendable. However, we have already lagged behind in top-tier training. We lack the advanced technologies of NUP, the ruthlessness of ROM. And even in terms of innate talent, the Titans have begun to shine. Can S11 withstand NUP? With what? With sheer will? Even if we could, it would likely be ROM leading the charge. While a few skilled individuals have emerged from use, none are sufficient to lead the masses. Roby certainly does not yield to the others. Yet, now the situation has changed. Since the second brother has stepped onto the battlefield, he cannot afford to lose face. Ah, those few. Never mind. They will see it sooner or later. Train hard. After a brief respite, Li Hao prepared to continue the fight when he suddenly glanced at the top left corner of his account. His eyes widening in disbelief. What? Why do I have $2,500 in my EMP account? Was I robbed? Could this be a stroke of good fortune, with someone sending me money? Upon further inspection, he realized it was from accepting paid challenges, receiving half the challenge fee. Suddenly, Li Hao felt he had missed out on millions and deeply reflected on his arrogance. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound he had once found annoying suddenly became melodious. Li Hao filtered through the challengers, ordering them by score, and selected the top one. Third battle. Puppet vs. Dark DJ, ROM. The moment he accepted the challenge, his opponent immediately spoke in the public channel. Puppet, do you dare to battle me in the Martian caves? If you hesitate, then let this match be cancelled. In the future, be more humble. Do not be so self-important. The world is vast, and you are but small. Chapter 25. Fire Spider. This proclamation instantly sparked a heated debate in the live stream, whether among Zhuangzhou's or Fireman's followers. The Dark Reaper is no nameless figure, although he bears an anonymous ID. He is quite renowned within ROM. He is a third-year student at the Martian Gate Special A-Class Military Academy, an institution known for its unique focus on various specialized terrains, such as the extensive cave landscapes found on Mars. This distinctive Martian topography implies that only those familiar with the environment can truly exert their strength, and the Dark Reaper specializes in such combat settings. If it were an open-field battle, he might be a B-class player, but within the Martian caves, he is undoubtedly S-class. Many players scoring 2,000 on Mars are reluctant to engage with him in such an environment, commonly referred to as a regional warrior. Fireman's live stream erupted in cheers, praising his words, eager to see whether this puppet possesses any mettle. Meanwhile, Zhuangzhou's stream began to unleash a barrage of colloquial expressions, as it is a consensus that Martians lack shame. And their thought processes are rather peculiar. As the challenger, he does not have the prerogative to choose the battlefield, yet they have audaciously framed it as their right. Fireman calmly observed his live stream, where a bunch of use underlings passionately discussed fairness and justice, unable to suppress a chuckle. The Dark DJ is a man of genuine character. Perhaps some viewers are unaware that he is a regional warrior specializing in Martian cave terrains, where his daily training and studies revolve around such combat environments. Thus, his request is entirely reasonable. After all, why pay for a challenge otherwise? What is the purpose of EMP battles? Victory? Fireman chuckled, shaking his head. Of course not, that is merely vanity. The aim is to enhance oneself through combat, with the effort and training intended to minimize bloodshed on the battlefield. The significance of this battle lies primarily in the choice of battlefield. So the audience must understand, though whether they comprehend or not is inconsequential. It must be said that Fireman's supporters are remarkably steadfast, fully endorsing this perspective. If one is to fight, it is only meaningful if they can unleash 100 of their potential. Many U's viewers were utterly infuriated by this grandiloquent rhetoric. In such a confined environment, who on Earth would practice? The Martian Academy might have some relevance, but if Puppet hails from use, he may have never set foot in such a combat setting. How can one fight, however? This state of confusion did not persist for long, as Puppet had already made his choice. Combat environment, Martian cave terrain, Mecha, Armor Dragon III.AT. That moment, Zhuang Zhou was still contemplating how to counter the Martian. While Puppet had made his selection, Zhuang Zhou stared in disbelief for over 10 seconds. The Martian cave terrain is extremely rugged and dimly lit, with elevated temperatures. It is uncertain whether Puppet has undergone any training in such an environment. While this is not an issue, experts possess a strong adaptability to their surroundings. However, if I recall correctly, the night vision system of the Armor Dragon is quite standard, which would face significant limitations in an environment like the Martian caves. As Puppet made his choice, his opponent, Dark DJ, promptly selected his mecha, leaving no opportunity for Puppet to reconsider, even if he had made a mistake. Fire Spider Mecha, a specialized mecha of the ROM Federation designed for various dark and cavernous environments. It is a paragon among beast-type mechas. This is the masterpiece of the renowned Martian mecha designer Longmo, a mimicry mecha resembling a cave spider, octopedal and equipped with elastic claws, capable of moving swiftly and gracefully through treacherous darkness. Furthermore, its movement mechanics differ significantly from conventional designs, making it challenging to master, yet once mastered, it becomes a formidable weapon in the caves. Dark DJ is among the top 5 users of the Fire Spider in EMP. Has Puppet made a grave mistake? What a farce this is. Even if he wins, there is little to boast about. Restart? Restart? Support a restart? The Hall of Tianjing MP was also engulfed in fervor, all clamoring for a restart. Any military student with a modicum of common sense knows this is not a competition but rather a form of self-abuse, facing an unfamiliar environment and the suppression of mecha types. There is simply no way to fight. Surrendering is the only option. Any struggle would only lead to being toyed with. Yu was perplexed by the uproar, wondering why everyone was so agitated. They had chosen their beloved mechas in the same environment. Perhaps the setting was somewhat unfamiliar, but could the difference be so stark? Yet, the moment they entered the battlefield, Yu understood. Within the Martian caves, there is no light. The dim illumination comes from Martian thermal ore, which severely interferes with the outdated infrared night vision system of the Armor Dragon III. In this environment, the Armor Dragon 3 is akin to a blind man. Roby and the others, who had initially prepared for training, halted in their tracks. Roby could not help but rub his forehead. He never doubted the second brother's skills, but the Armor Dragon 3. This is utterly despairing. Having trained with the Armor Dragon 3 in the dark caves, he knew that not only is combat nearly impossible, but at high speeds, one risks crashing into walls and injuring oneself. The assistance system of the Armor Dragon 3 is particularly inadequate in such conditions. And when utilizing the night vision system, moving objects appear blurred. Meanwhile, the Fire Spider, being a light-type mecha, with its long and segmented legs, can maneuver adeptly in complicated terrains. Armor Dragon 3 vs. Fire Spider, ROM, configuration. Light mecha. 65-ton octopedal, red-eye night vision system, nuclear fusion drive, 360-degree spiral laser cannon. 4 long and 4 short legs. The 4 long legs support the main body, while the 4 short legs assist in movement and attack. With titanium blades at the tips. Ladies and gentlemen, the match is about to commence. Please inform your friends that a certain arrogant fool, oblivious to the vastness of the world, dares to underestimate the Armor Dragon 3 in the Martian caves. Opportunity knocks but once. This time next year will mark Puppet's demise, as Dark DJ prepares to orchestrate a spectacle against a blind man. Roby and his teammates exchange glances, as any rational thinker would not make such a choice. Let alone the Armor Dragon 3. Even the Dragon God would find this environment exceedingly troublesome. Thus, in the mech warfare competition, this can only be considered a singular event, primarily due to the necessity for high proficiency. Unless there is a defensive need, who would practice in such a place? Everything else aside, the Armor Dragon 3 is utterly helpless. Everyone held their breath, waiting for a miracle. 2 mobile warriors entered the Martian caves, where darkness, high temperatures, and humidity, coupled with the flickering fire crystal ore, rendered them extremely uncomfortable. The Armor Dragon mecha moved a few steps, clearly losing the super stability it possessed in the arena. Here, The terrain is not only rugged but also filled with hazardous stalactite-shaped fire crystals. At this moment, the first-person perspective of the Armor Dragon 3 and Fire Spider appeared before the VIP audience. Instantly, everyone gasped in shock. Within the Fire Spider's vision, the dim environment was layered with clarity, while the Armor Dragon appeared exceedingly vague. The flickering red light also dazzled the eyes. A sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere. Zing! The Fire Spider struck first. Evidently in this familiar environment, it moved with the grace of a dancer, its 8 legs swiftly and agilely traversing the rugged terrain, rapidly closing in on the Armor Dragon mecha. Zing! In the instant of approach, 2 of the short legs swung up, akin to scythes, aimed at the Armor Dragon mecha. This time, the Armor Dragon did not execute the brilliant evasive maneuvers it had previously demonstrated. Although it attempted to create distance, it was a moment too late and took a hit. As the fiery spider struck with precision, it swiftly rebounded, causing the Dark DJ to break into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated a counterattack under such circumstances. While evading, the Armor Dragon's titanium blade was unleashed but failed to connect. In this environment, the fiery spider exhibited remarkable agility. The Dark DJ, undoubtedly prepared, had observed the battle preceding the puppet's actions. This individual possessed formidable close combat skills, albeit with an arrogance that knew no bounds. Caution was still imperative. With a rhythmic patter, the fiery spider maneuvered within the cavern, biding its time before launching an attack, while the Armor Dragon's battle machine had ceased its movements, clearly opting for a strategy of stillness amidst chaos. Suddenly, the fiery spider struck from the side, its 2 short legs delivering a sudden blow. It was crucial to note that even with shorter limbs, its reach surpassed that of the titanium blade. For the Armor Dragon to retaliate, it had to execute a precise maneuver to enter the attack zone, relying on reading the opponent's movements. Otherwise, it would remain on the defensive. The clash of titanium blade and claws resonated sharply. As the fiery spider deftly withdrew, unwilling to engage in drawn-out combat. Once contact was severed, the Armor Dragon became disoriented. The puppet had to pay the price for its hubris. It was evident that it relied on sound and blurred vision to ascertain its position, supplemented by a modicum of experience. However, the Dark DJ was determined not to let it succeed. This was a dark hunt. The fireman regained his confident smile, looking down from a position of superiority, exuding a sense of satisfaction. This was the attitude of Mars on the battlefield. The Dark DJ continued to weave and strike, each attack executed without lingering, yet achieving commendable results. The right arm of the Armor Dragon's machine had already been rendered inoperative during a miscalculated maneuver, sparking brightly as it was forced to wield the blade with its left hand. Thus far, the puppet had not even managed to graze its opponent. Zhuangzhou's live stream had descended into complete silence, and the EMP hall of Tianjing's machine combat was eerily quiet. Some had departed, engaging in training or enjoying their weekends. Initially, there was a belief that the puppet had undergone relevant training or at least harbored some strategy. However, it now appeared excessively overconfident. Just a mere internet celebrity, who did they think they were? The Armor Dragon battling the fiery spider? Or were they in Mars' dark cavern? Such reckless behavior was simply unfathomable. Chapter 26. Masters never look back at explosions. Many left in frustration, disheartened by the failure to meet expectations. Only a few remained before the big screen, waiting for a resolution, determined to understand the outcome. Including a yo-yo. She was waiting for Li Hao, having felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief upon witnessing the first-person perspective, for any rational thinker would not make such choices. The American Lion Military Academy. A team member pointed at his head, exclaiming, "Boss, this person seems a bit too much." Regardless of strength, underestimating one's opponent could lead to dire consequences, a fact amply demonstrated in this machine combat competition. Yus had underestimated the lightweight mechs of Inupi and the beast armors of Mars. Historically, Yus had combined light, medium, and heavy machines, predominantly focusing on medium types. However, this battle prompted Yus to reconsider. It was not about practicing everything but rather honing one's unique style. Robbie silently shook his head, voicing no words but harboring doubts within. This was not like him. Had time truly changed everything? In the past, some had indeed hesitated, and he, along with a few others, had fought for their cause. Why should he alone bear a year of confinement? They should either assert the truth or share the burden collectively. Ultimately, their pleas had been dismissed. 5 years had passed. Had everything changed? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fiery spider's machine launched an attack from behind, effectively targeting the blind spot. This harassment tactic kept the opponent in a heightened state of tension. Once the critical threshold was breached, human judgment would falter. As both short legs aimed for the armored dragon's back, the armored dragon's machine unexpectedly soared into the air, its titanium blade slicing downwards with a backflip attack. The fiery spider's machine instantly abandoned its offensive, its 4 long legs bending abruptly to drop in altitude, narrowly evading the armored dragon's sudden strike while swiftly increasing the distance. A chorus of sighs echoed in unison. What a splendid opportunity! Had the fiery spider displayed even the slightest carelessness, a single strike could have secured victory. The dark DJ smirked, recognizing that the attempt at a surprise attack was overly ambitious. Having thoroughly studied the puppet, he understood its penchant for psychological counterattacks. Previous attempts to secure a kill had failed, and he had grown wary, observing the fiery spider rapidly adapting to the dark environment and becoming familiar with his offensive strategies. Nonetheless, he underestimated the warriors of Mars. With an amplified rhythm, the fiery spider's machine accelerated its footfalls, creating reverberations throughout the cavern. The chaotic sounds enveloped the battlefield, rendering the reliance on auditory cues futile. Suddenly, a resounding crash erupted, sending the fiery spider hurtling through the IT tumbled, struggling to regain stability, while the dark DJ's heart raced with disbelief. What manner of creature was this? It had managed to pinpoint its position through mere contact with weaponry. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have faced grave danger. After all, the fiery spider was a lightweight mech, relying on its agility. The armored dragon's machine stood still once more, as Zhuangzhou and others dared not breathe. This opponent displayed a cowardice akin to that of a mouse, retreating at the slightest hint of danger. Such attributes were characteristic of Martians. Wolves were their totem, embodying both ruthlessness and cunning, not merely brutishness. The dark DJ recognized that he could not afford to grant his opponent any respite. A master would only grow more adept at navigating darkness. Should the fiery spider fully discern its own attack patterns, the outcome would become uncertain. The fiery spider resumed its rhythmic movements, this time refraining from attacks, instead circling the armored dragon's machine, now fully in control. Within the spectator's view, the fiery spider ascended the cavern's ceiling, positioning itself directly above the armored dragon, which remained oblivious to its surroundings. Previous assaults had primarily originated from the sides or behind, often employing half-body attacks. This time, dear audience, prepare to witness the fiery spider's ultimate move. The dark DJ's lethal rhythm, justice descends from the sky. The fireman spread his arms wide, his deep baritone resonating with fervor. The fiery spider's 8 limbs unfurled, descending from the sky to reap devastation. Boom! The armored dragon's machine stood firm, its left arm raised high, the titanium blade embedded deep within the fiery spider's abdomen. With a swift motion, the titanium blade was yanked free, simultaneously propelling the fiery spider away. The fiery spider crashed against the cavern walls, its body contorted as sparks erupted. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded, questioning the unfolding events. The fireman's stream erupted in chaos. This was impossible. Why did this happen? The fireman, once a passionate protagonist, was now silenced, while the dark DJ, disregarding everything else, braced for the impending explosion of his mech, having unwittingly struck the engine. Yet, there remained one final chance. The tilted head of the fiery spider's machine began to rotate, a crimson glow emanating forth. Yes, it was prepared for mutual destruction, not aiming to strike the armored dragon, but a mere scattershot would trigger an explosion, resulting in a draw. In the VIP room on Earth, various languages erupted in disbelief. Martians continued to display their brazen audacity. Meanwhile, on Mars, the audience erupted in praises for the dark DJ's quick thinking and decisiveness. Just then, a flash occurred. With precision, a titanium blade pierced the fiery spider's head. Boom! The puppet triumphed. Cheers erupted from Zhuangzhou, his roommates bouncing with joy. We won. We won. We did it. Great job, puppet god. In utter astonishment, they celebrated. From this moment on, the puppet god was their only true deity. This heartfelt jubilation ignited Zhuang Zhou's livestream, surpassing 1 million viewers for the first time. Meanwhile, the fireman's stream surged past 350,000, yet he could not find joy in the chaos. A torrent of Earthlings flooded in, venting their frustrations, leaving Martians overwhelmed. How could this happen? There had to be some semblance of justice. No, something was amiss. The prior attack should have allowed the fiery spider to strike first. So how did the armored dragon land the initial blow? In that environment, how could the titanium blade possibly hit the fiery spider's head? Even with lasers, precision was not guaranteed, let alone throwing a blade. It was not only the casual viewers who were perplexed. Even Robbie and the military academy experts were left bewildered. They too were at a loss, entirely unsure of what had transpired. The slow-motion replay of the decisive moment required some time. As both live streams threatened to explode in confusion, this defied logic. It was impossible. It had to be a glitch. The EMP hall in Tianjing has unexpectedly become lively again, with individuals occasionally bursting forth from the training rooms. What? A victory? Who triumphed? The puppet? Goodness, are you pulling my leg? What? A genuine win, truly. A throng of people surged out, and IU was among them. A girl and a non-combatant. She had watched some matches but struggled to comprehend them. However, in this moment, she seemed to grasp the sentiment, the miracle born from desperation. There were no exceptions. The Dark DJ was eliminated. The replay of the decisive kill commenced. The fire spider was moving towards the cave's apex. The sounds were chaotic yet, for the top-tier experts, discernment remained possible. The issue lay not there. The image abruptly froze, revealing a red circle denoting a position. As the playback continued, everyone realized that the armored dragon had shifted, elevated to a higher point without an increase in overall height, its legs bent. This detail eluded the fire spider. The question remained, who would even consider such a thing? Consequently, the attack's range was grossly misjudged. Leading to the armored dragon's lethal counter, the screen was filled with exclamation marks. This detail was nothing short of astonishing. One could assert that everything the fire spider's war machine aspired to accomplish was anticipated by the armored dragon. The most adept hunters always masquerade as their prey. The combat environment was passive, the mecha's performance was passive, and in such an unalterable situation, one could only await the prey to deliver itself. Terrifying. Yet, this was not the end. The match was far from concluded. The fire spider's war machine attempted to take them both out, but the camera focused on the armored dragon. With a casual flick, the titanium blade was launched. Both sides of the live broadcast fell into stunned silence. What astonishing accuracy was this? Was this a flying knife expert? Most astonishingly, after the blade was thrown, the armored dragon's war machine no longer even regarded the target. The close-up on the large screen was exceptionally impressive, leaving viewers in awe. The live broadcast from Earth exploded with excitement. The audience could no longer suppress their fervor. This was not a virtual mode. This was reality. The influencer emerging from the virtual realm was no mere celebrity. This was a true deity. The EMP halls and military academies across Earth echoed with cries of despair. After the defeat in the mecha warfare competition, every inhabitant of Earth yearned for redemption, for someone to restore their dignity, a warrior who could genuinely rise again. This person appeared, yet no one anticipated it would be a player emerging from the virtual zone. Li Hao rubbed his face and yawned. It seemed his score was still too low, as these opponents lacked substantial skill, often resorting to underhanded tactics. He needed to devise quicker scoring methods. EMP offered various specialized training ratings to hasten progress. Left Shouting had managed to escape last place precisely this way, and it was now his turn. Something felt amiss. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Li Hao hastily logged off, realizing he had unintentionally left IU waiting outside for an hour. He felt utterly foolish. Chapter 27. Not compliant at all. Seeing the puppet's icon dim, everyone felt a mix of satisfaction tinged with regret. They wished for more. However, today's 3 matches had been exhilarating enough. The 3 battles determined the fate. And the puppet was indeed a true deity. Zhuang Zhou glanced at the peak viewership of his first live broadcast. 1.18 million, and he had directly obtained the title of Super Rookie. Yet, that was inconsequential. The victory of the puppet deity was paramount. His work was just beginning. These 3 matches contained a wealth of insights he needed to meticulously analyze. He was now utterly convinced that the puppet deity must be from Earth. And furthermore, It was highly probable they hailed from the Asia region. In past virtual zone battles, the puppet deity had displayed a relatively mild demeanor towards Use opponents, sharp against Inupi, but contemptuous towards Rom. And indifferent to Titan, this had to be someone from Use. Why suggest the Asia region? It was due to the combat style, which exuded a calmness and introspection distinct from those of the Americas or Europe. Of course, this wasn't a definitive assertion, but Zhuang Zhou trusted his instincts. This was the true value of his golden genes. Moreover, bold speculation required careful validation, and within the Asia region, there were only a handful of esteemed military academies. With Tianjing mecha warfare being the finest, bang bang, bang bang bang. Zhuang Zhou's heart raced uncontrollably. Wait, how could Tianjing mecha warfare possibly possess such skilled individuals? Neither Gao Yunfeng nor Zhou Neiyi, nor even Yitong could reach such heights. This level of composure and proficiency unmistakably emanated the aura of a seasoned champion. Damn it, he felt he was closing in on the truth, only for it to suddenly slip away. Zhuang Zhou fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, far away at the American Lion Academy, Robbie wore a smile. Others found it unbelievable, but he understood this was the standard level of skill. The true battle was just beginning. The king of the apocalypse had returned. Li Hao hurried into the hall, engulfed in a cacophony of voices. Various commentators and streamers were fervently analyzing the puppet deity's 3 matches. Clearly, as time progressed, the details were being gradually unearthed. Exceptional talent emerged from the grassroots, given time. This trio of consecutive victories featured distinct elements, unlike the previous encounter with the armored tiger. This time, it was a wild display of the armored dragon's maneuvers. Entirely disregarding the environmental and mecha differences, it must be noted that in the early days of mecha, such scenarios were quite common, where operation and physicality clashed head-on. However, with the development of the 4 federations, advancements in strategic tactics, and the refinement and collaboration of mecha, the intensity of operation had become increasingly standardized, with the gap narrowing further. Individuals like the puppet deity were becoming exceedingly rare. Li Hao surveyed the area, thinking Ayu had already departed when he suddenly spotted her in a corner, waving her arms as she watched the replay with the crowd. Perhaps sensing Li Hao's gaze, Ayu turned around, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. In that moment, Li Hao felt as though his heart had been struck anew. "Senior, has your training concluded?" Ayu bounced over. "Your EMP is so lively. Can you pilot a real mecha?" Ayu gazed at Li Hao with eager eyes. As the premier mecha academy in the Asia region, Tianjing mecha warfare naturally boasted a mecha repository, and a rather impressive one at that. However, mechas were not available for casual use, especially on weekends when they were typically under maintenance. Yet, wasn't Lord Long supposed to say, "Act neither proactively nor passively"? It was a rare opportunity to wield a prestigious sword. Now was not the time for it to expire. "Ayu, how bold are you?" Li Hao inquired suddenly. Ayu paused, biting her lip. "Senior, I may not have many strengths, but I am quite bold." Li Hao led Ayu to the mecha warehouse of Tianjing mecha warfare, of course, not through the front entrance. "Senior, how do we get in?" Upon witnessing the situation, Ayu did not retreat, but instead appeared eager to try. "Through the window." Li Hao pointed to a window over 5 meters high. Ayu glanced around at the smooth surfaces that offered no leverage and wondered how to ascend. "Come on, I'll carry you." "Hold on tight." Li Hao crouched down, indicating his back. Ayu looked at him, then climbed onto his back. The softness and fragrant scent of her presence sent a thrill through Li Hao, who gently tugged at Ayu's small hand. "Wrap your arms around my neck. I'm going to jump to the left for leverage. Don't worry, nothing will happen." This was a corridor with 3 walls. Li Hao accelerated and swiftly scaled the left wall, then leaped to the right, and another jump to the left brought him to the window's height. With a single-handed grasp, he easily opened the window and turned to embrace Oyo. At this moment, Ayu's body felt somewhat pliable, yet she remained silent. "Close your eyes," he said as he leaped down. They landed softly, having entered the mecha warehouse, which was dimly lit, accompanied only by Ayu's heartbeat. "Senior, it seems you are not a well-behaved student." She teased at "It appears you aren't either," he retorted. Ayu chuckled. Her clear and cheerful voice resonated, and Li Hao found it genuinely delightful, devoid of any hormonal influence. "Can we pilot one?" "Watch this." Li Hao extended his hand. Ayu's face showed little change, but her neck flushed slightly as she leaned closer, like how swiftly scaled a third-generation armored dragon, opening the cockpit with a flip and jumping inside. The cockpit sealed shut, and the mecha's eyes illuminated. Rumble, rumble. The mecha powered up, taking its first few steps unsteadily, teetering dangerously. Li Hao quickly compensated to stabilize it. If one's proficiency were even slightly lacking, a tumble would be inevitable. After several maneuvers, the experience was both thrilling and perilous. Ayu was drenched in sweat. For Li Hao, this level of operation was nothing, yet he too felt a flush, his heart racing uncontrollably. The proximity of Ayu's beauty was not the type that dazzled, but it was precisely the kind Li Hao adored, especially as she exuded an inexplicable aura that drew him in. The two could sense each other's breaths within the confined space, prompting Li Hao to instinctively draw closer. And Ayu sensed this too, leaning back slightly. "Senior, it's a bit warm. Shall we step outside?" "Ah, indeed. It is quite hot. I shall set you down first to reposition the mech. If Malong were here, he would surely berate Li Hao. That foolish boy, for missing such a grand opportunity. The key to pursuing a girl lies in the theory of 3 days. Very well, Li Hao opened the cockpit, maneuvering the mech's right hand towards the entrance. "A Yuyo, you may stand upon it." A Yuyo stepped onto the enormous hand of the mech, experiencing this sensation for the very first time. Just as Li Hao was about to lower a Yuyo, she suddenly turned back and said, "Senior, I am a dance major. Would you like to see?" Li Hao was momentarily taken aback but nodded. "If it's possible, that would be delightful." A Yuyo activated the communication device, illuminating the area with lights, while a melodious piece of pure music began to play. Accompanied by the music, a Yuyo gracefully danced upon the mech's colossal hand. Although Li Hao did not understand dance well, beauty transcends understanding. Before him, this enchanting sprite danced atop the steel giant, as pure as jade. Time seemed to stand still. The world faded away, leaving just the two of them. With a splendid spin, a Yuyo extended her long right leg above her head, then swept it down, her body rotating, arms rising like a lotus blooming. Her fair legs traced a beautiful arc in the air, shimmering with light. Li Hao was entranced. For the first time, he realized such beauty existed. Dance, like martial arts, possesses a rhythm and grace that is palpable, as natural as breathing. Each glance and movement captured Li Hao's heart. That moment, a Yuyo was entirely focused, in an unprecedented state of relaxation. Leaping into the air, however, she forgot that this wasn't the ground, and with a gasp, she began to plummet in an instant. Li Hao sprang into action, catching a Yuyo mid-air in the blink of an eye. They were less than a meter from the ground. Li Hao could only twist a Yuyo into his arms as they crashed down. Boom! A jarring pain followed. The height was manageable for them, but Li Hao had exerted himself entirely to catch a Yuyo, effectively crashing down himself. The recoil nearly left him breathless. A Yuyo, terrified, saw that she was unharmed, yet upon realizing the height, her eyes immediately reddened. Senior Li Hao, please wake up." A Yuyo shook him frantically, fearing he had lost consciousness, pressing on his chest. Hesitating for a moment, she leaned in for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Li Hao's eyes fluttered open, and they found themselves mere inches apart. Feeling each other's breath, Yuyo instinctively jumped back, yet concern lingered in her eyes. "Senior, are you all right?" Li Hao's face flushed. The impact had been brief for him, but feeling a Yuyo's presence, he found himself reluctant to open his eyes. He hadn't anticipated a Yuyo's intentions. This instinctive reaction to open his eyes came with a tinge of regret. "It's nothing. Have you forgotten? I am a mech warrior. Such impacts are trivial." Li Hao clapped his chest and stood up. "Are you a dance major?" Though I may not fully understand, it was truly impressive. Seeing that Li Hao was indeed fine, a Yuyo breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior, you are impressive as well. Though I may not fully grasp it, most pilots lack such resilience." Their eyes met, and suddenly, they both burst into laughter. Li Hao hadn't laughed like this in a long time. Perhaps never before. From the moment he laid eyes on a Yuyo, he sensed she possessed a part of him that was missing. Suddenly, Li Hao's ears perked up. "Someone is coming. Hold on to me." Chapter 28. Ouch! He extended his hand to grasp a Yuyo, swiftly leaping onto the mech, silently repositioning it to its original place, sealing the cockpit and engines. Just then, the door swung open, and the beam of a flashlight swept across the area. It was the warehouse patrol. Was that just my imagination? I distinctly heard a sound just now. Odd. Probably a rat. Who would come here at this hour? As if someone could steal a mech. The two patrol officers chuckled as they walked away, while the two hidden within the mech dared not breathe a word. After a while, confirming the patrol had departed, they emerged from the mech and stealthily retraced their steps. Naturally, Li Hao intended to escort a Yu-Yo back. The journey home exhibited a noticeable shift. Senior, I feel as though I've just accomplished the boldest act of my life. A Yu-Yo smiled gently. Thank you, Senior. Today has been a truly special evening, one I will remember forever. Her gratitude extended beyond mere thanks, also acknowledging Li Hao's courtesy. Despite several unavoidable intimate moments, Li Hao had remained extremely considerate. This has been one of my happiest nights as well. Life can indeed be quite interesting, Li Hao replied sincerely. Perhaps it was Li Hao's peculiar words that made a Yu-Yo chuckle. Senior, may we take a photo together? The moon is particularly beautiful tonight. Looking up at the night sky, a Yu-Yo remarked. Although they deliberately strolled slowly, entirely oblivious to the other students passing by, their destination was still within sight. Of course, Li Hao and a Yu-Yo stood side by side. Facing away from the moon, a Yu-Yo activated the communication device, initiating the automatic imaging mode. 3.2. They merely stood together, when suddenly, a Yu-Yo gently linked her arm with Li Hao's. A flash of light illuminated the scene. A Yu-Yo released Li Hao's arm, saying, Senior, goodbye. As she walked toward the girls' dormitory, she waved her arm at Li Hao, who also waved back, watching her figure vanish into the distance. Walking back to the dormitory, Li Hao felt a flutter of excitement. He liked the Yu-Yo, but how could he pursue her? Upon reaching the dorm, he immediately dialed Malong's communication device. After a few rings, Malong answered. Ligu, what's going on at this late hour? You making it difficult for me to focus on my workout. Haha. Malong, cough, cough. I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Malong perked up instantly. In a way, Ligu, have you finally seen the light? Who are you trying to pursue? Yitong or Zhou Neiyi? You've come to the right person. When it comes to this, I, Malong, am second to none. No, I'm not talking nonsense. I just met a junior today. How should I put it? It was love at first sight, I suppose. How can I ask her out tomorrow without seeming too forward? Ligu, firstly, liking someone doesn't involve being too forward or not. Tell me how it all went down, what she's like, and what her personality is. Malong was incredibly enthusiastic, revealing that deep down, Teacher Ma relished imparting knowledge. Li Hao recounted the events succinctly, omitting the less relevant details. Wow, Ligu, you're driving me crazy. You had at least 20 chances to make a move during that whole time. Where on earth can you find someone with such qualities? She didn't reject you. So as a man, you need to take the initiative to close the gap. Otherwise, once that feeling fades, the girl will categorize you as just a friend or a nice guy, and then it's game over. Malong sighed in exasperation. After a year of following him, Li Hao hadn't even learned this much. Li Hao hesitated. Isn't it too soon? We just met. Love isn't a marathon. It's about feelings. About sensations, about that moment of thrilled. You understand. Li Hao, didn't he fully grasp it? Yet it seemed to make sense. What if she rejected him? Wouldn't that mean he'd lose all chances? Listen carefully. This is a truth I, Teacher Ma, have summarized, and I won't share it with anyone else. First, that girl must have feelings for you. What constitutes rejection? If she shows coldness or disgust when you approach, that is rejection. If she seriously says no, then that's a definitive rejection. But if she doesn't resist, or shyly says things like maybe not, then that is a yes. Quick. Malong was quite animated, emphasizing that such exhilarating opportunities were rare. Though Li Hao praised the girl to the skies, Malong didn't see it that way. In the entire Tianjing mech warriors, from seniors to juniors, where could one find such a person? It could only be said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. A Yu-Yo doesn't sound like a name from Tianjing. Shall I ask her to dinner tomorrow? Absolutely. Since she is an exchange student, take her to some special places in Tianjing. Just remember not to stay in one place for more than an hour and a half. Move around to several locations, dining, coffee, movies, the Cloud Peak Center. Just ensure you create enough memories. And don't be foolish. You must actively close the distance, of course, not like a beast attacking, but show her your affection. Malong spoke with enthusiasm, while Li Hao nodded along. You can be taught well. Execute this well, and remember to report your results tomorrow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Teacher Ma is here. Unless something unexpected occurs. Li Hao lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. What Ma Long said seemed easy, but how should he express it? After nearly an hour of contemplation, he finally sent a message. A Yuyo. Would you like to explore tomorrow? Ding dong. A photo arrived, capturing the moment of Li Hao and a Yuyo together. In the image. A Yuyo looked so beautiful, so pure, exuding an allure that captivated him entirely. Senior, I have plans tomorrow. I'll be quite busy for the next few days. I'm sorry. I'll let you know when I can free up some time. All right, okay. No problem, Li Hao replied with delight. Meanwhile, on the 69th and 70th floors of the Tianjing Cloud Peak Center, 2 entire floors had been reserved by a mysterious client. Situated on the 70th floor, the exclusive presidential suite offers a panoramic view of the enchanting nightscape of Tianjing. A shadowy figure stealthily opened the door, peering in only to find another person standing at the entrance, a Yuyu. A woman's voice resonated with urgency and a hint of annoyance. A Yuyu stuck out her tongue. Auntie, I acknowledge my mistake. It shall not happen again. I was merely seeking inspiration for my work. Have you seen the time? And why did you silence the Tianxuan? I almost contacted Long Danny, Suyu remarked. Observing the oblivious Yuyu, I'm an adult now, and my makeup is flawless. No one will notice, don't worry. I truly found inspiration. I have completed most of that dance. I'll perform it for you later. Yuyu said, employing her charming tactics. You must be more cautious. You will eventually frighten me to death. You can no longer go to the Tianjing Jiwu. I will inform Principal Long about this. You know your family opposes your current career path. If anything goes awry, I want to be able to shield you. I know, Auntie, you're the best. Yuyu replied with a smile. Since you're here, how about we organize a small fan meeting in Tianjing? Yuyu's nickname was known only to her family. The girl before them was none other than Arths, who had come to Earth in search of inspiration for her new album SMV. Ever since the Jiwu competition, she had been refining her craft, yet something still felt amiss. I mentioned it earlier. Weren't you uninterested? Suyu asked, her demeanor cautious. I'm not particularly interested, but since you've been so kind to me, I feel I should consider you as well. Besides, this time I've troubled Principal Long. Yuyu responded. Suyu nodded, a knowing smile gracing her face. You've finally matured. I'll start planning. Let us limit the attendance to 5,000. But it's impossible to restrict it to just Tianjing. The Asian region will be the focus, and it will undoubtedly attract a massive crowd. I'll give Long Danny 2 tickets as a courtesy. Then can I continue to seek inspiration in Tianjing? The origin of humanity is truly unique. Don't even think about it. Wherever you go, there must be someone accompanying you. And about your makeup, though applied well, it cannot conceal your innate charm, which will be noticed by those sensitive to such traits. Don't cause trouble. On this matter, there was no room for negotiation. Suyu was not only Arth's manager, but also the chairwoman of the agency established specifically for her. Initially, her family, particularly her grandfather, had firmly opposed this path, yet Arths always found a way, albeit reluctantly. If any situation displeased her grandfather, she would have to return home to inherit the family business. Sitting before the mirror, Yuyu meticulously touched up her makeup, her previously dull complexion transforming into porcelain-like radiance, her freckles vanishing, and her slightly prominent forehead becoming smooth and even. You should rest early. There's a schedule for tomorrow. Suyu confirmed as she left, assured that Yuyu was untroubled. After removing her makeup, washing up, and drying her hair, Yuyu settled onto the sofa, gazing at the night view outside, unable to suppress a smile. What a silly senior. But when he rushed down to save me, he looked so heroic and warm. If it were Arths, I'm certain many would do the same. But back then, I was merely Yuyu. At best, an adorably clumsy version of myself. However, I cannot let my aunt know. That would spell trouble. Even a small fan meet would take at least 10 days to half a month to plan, giving me ample opportunity to sneak out. Yuyu's routine was typically very regular, yet tonight, sleep eluded her. She opened Tianxuan and dialed her cousin's number. Yuyu, how is Tianjing? Is it beautiful? I've never been there, came Tita's voice from the other end, evidently just finished with training and fresh from the shower, wrapped in a white towel, her body glistening, exuding an alluring charm. Sister Tita, your figure is so captivating. Oh, to receive praise from our family's goddess. It must be a rare occurrence. Speak. What has happened? Tita chuckled. Nothing much. Tianjing is fantastic. It has given me a wealth of inspiration. The origin of humanity is indeed unparalleled. This depth is something we lack on the moon. So you're easily swayed. I heard you went to Tianjing Jiwu. The academy standards are rather average compared to NUP and its plethora of top-tier institutions. Why did you choose there? What does it have to do with music? Tita inquired curiously. The rumor that Arths needed inspiration for a theme song for Jiwu had already circulated on the moon. With many eager volunteers, most of whom were quite influential, ITS different. NUP has its own characteristics, but ours is overly extravagant, somewhat disconnected. MY music and MV need to resonate more with everyday people's desires and pursuits. As well as the genuine emotional impact of Jiwu. That puppet is quite intriguing. I saw it today. Did you? Ayuyu lay on her bed, clad in an adorable pajama set, her little feet fidgeting restlessly with excitement. Dante mentioned it. Feynman is nearly on the brink of a breakdown. He practices so much. I worry he won't hold up, Tita sighed, shaking her head. Oh, is he really that impressive? Aren't we in UP the pinnacle of excellence? Ayuyu asked, intrigued. Impressive is an understatement. If he is indeed an Jiwu student, he will emerge as a formidable opponent in this year's SS11. His melee skills are S-classed, of course, we are strong. And winning against us is a certainty, but he presents a challenge. Tita remained confident. The performance in Jiwu depends on the opponent. She can observe many details but will not belittle herself. The reason for her emphasis is not merely on skill but on the finer points. Particularly the composure and steadiness in adverse conditions. These are invaluable combat traits. Wow, that's incredible. It would be wonderful to find this person. I believe he must have a story, Ayuyu exclaimed. What draws you to this person? Is there a connection to your creative process? His skills may be commendable, but we have many who surpass him. One word from you, and I'm sure Maxie's and the others will come running. Tita couldn't help but laugh, charmed by her cousin's allure. And yes, not that. We're not in the same field. Strength is but one aspect. I seek a story. Don't you find him intriguing, mysterious, powerful and full of personality? Tita chuckled. I don't quite grasp what you want. The puppet's battle yesterday caught the attention of many experts. Ram was humiliated and will not let it slide easily. Such prowess cannot remain hidden for long on Earth. There are few who excel in armor. Once he encounters familiar opponents, he will be recognized. You might be disappointed. Mystery breeds anticipation and fantasy, but Tita was acutely aware that such intrigue wouldn't last long in the EMP environment. Perhaps, but I believe he will continue to win. Ayuyu wiggled her delicate little feet, her toes dancing restlessly. A blissful day lay ahead. This afternoon, she intended to visit the Musashi family, and Li Hao had purchased some fruit as a gesture of courtesy. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as Marlin had once mentioned that dating required financial investment. One couldn't simply dine out without expenses. Just as Li Hao was mulling over this, he received an email on Tianjing, not from Bleem, which was quite disheartening, especially during this time. It was an official email from EMP, inviting the puppet to participate in the EMP due to its exceptional performance, offering two options. One for the puppet to become a streamer itself, and the other for the puppet to authorize EMP to stream its matches. Li Hao had no interest in being a streamer, as it seemed cumbersome and would require school approval. However, the second option intrigued him. After seeing the potential earnings, he grinned widely. A guaranteed monthly income of 10,000, with additional bonuses based on streaming performance and gifts. The bonuses were out of his control, but the guaranteed sum was tangible, especially with a 10,000 prepayment upon signing. What was there to hesitate about? Li Hao promptly signed the contract. Moments later, a delightful chime echoed. A notification of income. Ding dong. Senior, do you have time this afternoon? My plans have been cancelled. Upon seeing Ayuyu's message, Li Hao nearly leaped with excitement. Oh, I was heading to a classmate's house this afternoon. Would you like to join? It was Ayuyu. Not just an exclamation. If it's not an inconvenience, I would be delighted. Great. I'll inform Musashi. His family has a unique heritage in martial arts. That would be much appreciated. The arrangement was quickly confirmed. Musashi had no objections. However, he was curious why Li Hao would bring a girl along. It seemed more typical to bring a few male friends. Meanwhile, Ayuyu was equally elated. Though it was termed a small fan meeting, any announcement would create a significant stir, necessitating extensive security measures, publicity, and various arrangements to keep Suyu occupied. Moreover, balancing a multitude of social connections would make it impossible for her to divert her attention to Ayuyu. Naturally, a bodyguard remained stationed at the entrance. However, she underestimated Ioyo. The bodyguards changed shifts every hour, and one of them had a smoking habit, a rather strong addiction, which compelled him to sneak out to the hallway for a quick smoke. Taking no more than a minute or two, this was just enough time for Ioyo to slip away unnoticed. In times of urgency, they might have been able to endure, but given the current circumstances, with little to occupy them, they were surely unable to resist. Seizing this opportunity, Ioyo dashed away in an instant. The moment she stepped out of the hotel lobby, it felt as though she had been released from a cage, utterly liberated, with the air itself imbued with sweetness. Similarly, the affluent Li Hao felt particularly confident today. He could treat Ioyo to a ride on the city rail. Yet, Li Hao missed this opportunity as Musashi had instructed his family driver to wait for them at the school gate. Although Musashi was not as ostentatious as Malong, he was undoubtedly a true second-generation rich kid, with wealth passed down through several generations, though he showed little interest in such matters. Sui Xiaotong's family was also middle class, living frugally, with their funds primarily spent on collectibles and figurines, which Li Hao found painfully expensive. Nevertheless, he had faith in his future success, believing that poverty could not last beyond 3 generations, and it was high time for him to rise. Sitting in the car, Ioyo exhaled in relief, genuinely fearful of being brought back midway. "Senior, will it be too abrupt for me to go like this?" "Not at all. Musashi is quite hospitable. Besides, we are friends." "Right?" Li Hao responded, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Of course," Ioyo replied with a radiant smile, her heart-shaped lips truly captivating. Li Hao took a moment to calm himself, pondering whether he had become enchanted. An objective analysis led him to conclude that while Ioyo could not be classified as a stunning beauty, there was something about her that was undeniably alluring. Perhaps it was infatuation? Clearing his throat, he dismissed the notion. Matters of the soul could not be equated with mere desire. With a dedicated vehicle at their disposal, the two engaged in conversation, both seasoned workers who were well acquainted with the streets of Tianjing. Whether in affluent districts or impoverished areas, after leaving the city and traveling for over half an hour, they arrived at their destination. A tranquil estate surrounded by lush vegetation and meandering waters, truly a splendid locale. Far more magnificent than they had imagined. As the gates swung open, the car continued for another 10 minutes, revealing a stately residence steeped in antiquity. Musashi awaited them at the entrance, visibly pleased to see Li Hao and Ioyo. "Wow, Musashi, is your home really this extravagant? Come, allow me to introduce you to my friend, our junior, Ioyo." "Musashi, this is my buddy." "Extravagance, you say? It has been passed down through generations. My grandfather enjoys peace and quiet. I don't usually reside here." "You are welcome, please come in." Clearly, Musashi rarely had friends visit, and this was indeed a first. The spacious hall was adorned with an antique decor reminiscent of traditional Chinese aesthetics, and even someone as unversed as Li Hao could sense the imposing aura emanating from the arrangement. Ioyo, equally intrigued, remarked on the rarity of such furnishings and decorations, likely over a century old. "I'm not entirely sure, but they must be over 1,000 years old," Musashi replied. The steward served tea to the trio, and Musashi appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Eligu, this meeting was initiated by my grandfather. If he makes any unreasonable requests, please don't take offense. Just decline decisively." "What's going on?" Li Hao asked, momentarily taken aback. "I mentioned our sparring match to my grandfather, and he insisted on meeting you," Musashi explained, slightly sheepish. "Come on, that wasn't a loss. It was merely a spar. You were clearly holding back to avoid injuring me. There is nothing to discuss." Li Hao chuckled. "Young friend, excessive modesty is a form of pride," Musashi interjected. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair but a vibrant demeanor emerged, scrutinizing Li Hao intently. His gaze, filled with vitality, briefly faltered upon seeing Ioyo before he dismissed it. "My name is Wu Sun." Although this young man Musashi may not possess extraordinary skills, he does not exaggerate if you manage to defeat him. "Your abilities must be exceptional. I have no other hobby than engaging with young talents. Let us not beat around the bush. How about a friendly spar?" Wu Sun proposed. "Grandfather, but I have a friend here." Musashi started but fell silent under Wu Sun's stern gaze, merely exchanging glances with Li Hao. Observing Wu Sun, Li Hao noted that despite his age, he radiated an overwhelming vitality and energy. 4 families possessing ancient martial arts prowess, genetic technology served as a key that unlocked mysterious doors. allowing them to harness their abilities more effectively. Li Hao had only heard of this and felt intrigued. I look forward to your guidance, esteemed elder. Good. I appreciate forthrightness in the young. Change into some appropriate attire. I will be waiting for you in the training hall. Ioyo appeared delighted as she cautioned. Senior, please be careful. Do not harm the elder. Musashi found himself in a blend of amusement and exasperation. Li Gu, just give it your all. My grandfather, well, you must exercise caution. He can be rather unpredictable. Half of my injuries are due to his training. Haha, that must be his way of toughening you up. The elder's skills are undoubtedly refined and precise, Li Hao replied, readying himself. Once dressed in a traditional martial arts outfit emblazoned with a bold character for Wu on the back, Li Hao felt a surge of confidence, a testament to his strength and resolve. Ioyo donned a similar outfit as she and Musashi took their places as spectators. Clearly, Ioyo was a curious soul, eager to absorb everything around her, including the impending clash. The training hall was lined with weapon racks, and as Wu Sun sat cross-legged, he gestured for Musashi and Ioyo to take their seats in the corner while Li Hao settled across from him. Wu Sun smiled slightly. I can sense your fighting spirit. It is a rare opportunity to receive guidance from such an esteemed elder. Naturally, I am excited, Li Hao replied with a smile. Wu Sun nodded. Noting that he had underestimated Musashi's capabilities, I presumed he was merely languishing in school, but it seems Tianjing is indeed a place where hidden talents flourish. Are you accustomed to using a wooden sword? Li Hao chuckled. I've practiced a bit. It's manageable. Haha, young man, such confidence. Very well, it would be a shame not to embrace youthful exuberance. Musashi, I've taught you decorum, but do not stifle your innate aggression. Your classmate here is commendable. The steward presented the wooden sword with deference and withdrew. Upon grasping it, Li Hao discerned that this was no ordinary wooden sword. It felt as heavy as steel. They rose to their feet, and once on the battlefield, concepts of age and hierarchy faded away. Respecting one's opponent meant giving it your all. With a gentle touch, Li Hao initiated a gesture of respect. Both warriors returning to their positions, a little over 2 meters apart, neither making the first move. Wu Sun's sword tip subtly quivered, suggesting an imminent strike. However, his gaze sharpened, and he remained still. His exposed arms suddenly bulged with explosive muscle, as if an aura enveloped him, causing the atmosphere in the room to grow oppressive. Ioyo felt a hint of difficulty in breathing. Musashi quickly positioned himself before her, his expression grave. What is grandfather doing? Why is he exuding such fighting spirit? Most would simply collapse under this pressure. Yet, Li Hao remained unperturbed, meeting Wu Sun's intensity with calm eyes, attuned to the power radiating from him. Indeed, this was the result of years of rigorous training. Fascinating, he mused, although this pressure paled in comparison to the razor-sharp Zago. It was insufficient to dominate him. Ha! Wu Sun roared, transitioning from a one-handed grip to a two-handed stance, his white eyebrows arching like a fierce deity. Unleashing a mountainous aura toward Li Hao. Still, Li Hao stood firm, his sword tip unwaveringly aimed at Wu Sun. Both men locked in a tense standoff. Musashi's sweat beaded on his forehead, knowing Li Hao was formidable. Yet he had not anticipated his ability to withstand his grandfather's terrifying pressure. Just as he pondered this, Wu Sun and Li Hao advanced simultaneously, stepping into the center. Their wooden swords clashed with a resounding sound. Akin to metal striking metal, bang, bang, bang. Wu Sun exhibited no sign of age, fully engaged in combat, his body packed with explosive muscle, particularly in his thighs. Their footwork intertwined, each clash of their wooden swords resonating loudly. Suddenly, Wu Sun executed a rapid three-step advance, his wooden sword flashing forth with blinding speed. Li Hao attempted to retreat but was a fraction too late. His chest was sliced open, leaving a crimson mark. Young friend, unless you show some genuine skill, you won't be leaving here easily. Next time, luck may not favor you. Wu Sun's sword tip remained poised at Li Hao. Li Hao licked his lips, savoring the metallic scent of blood, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Elder, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand against his chest, and the sword glided along his left arm. His right hand flicked the wooden sword, gradually establishing an offensive stance, while Wu Sun maintained a defensive posture, his sword held firmly before him. Suddenly, Li Hao lunged forward, his wooden sword slicing through the air as if it had instantaneously elongated. reaching the center line, a deceptive illusion created by the coordination of his footwork and the extension of his arms. Clang! Wu Sun, seasoned by countless battles, swiftly sealed the center line with his wooden sword, rotating his body in a fluid motion. The sword spiraling down towards Li Hao with fierce intent, strike after strike. Merging man and sword, he leaned slightly, the wooden sword whirling towards Li Hao, leaving him with no choice but to defend. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, like water, each movement infused with formidable power. Most crucially, the angles of his strikes remained nearly uniform, creating immense difficulty for the defender. The footwork was meticulous, appearing as a complex spiral. Yet it covered merely a meter, unleashing 18 strikes in rapid succession, the final blow heavy as a mountain. Boom! The wooden swords clashed with a resounding echo, and Li Hao's body visibly stiffened, while Wu Sun's hand, like a blade, penetrated his guard, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. With a heavy thud, Li Hao was thrust backwards to Wu Clan. Siyuan Bong Wu Zong leapt to his feet, astonished that his grandfather had actually resorted to such force. But before he could fully rise, he was overwhelmed by a powerful pressure. Wu Sun merely cast a glance his way, fully immersed in battle, his imposing aura enveloping the dojo. Noticing Li Hao struggling to rise, he remarked, "Young friend, do not feign injury. This level of attack should not keep you down." The pressure of Wu Clan's Siyuan Bong was a lethal force. Even the strongest genes forged in battle could hardly withstand such inner strength. Either it would rebound, collide, or seep in. Yet, that last strike felt as though it had been absorbed by the ocean, stirring no waves. Unprecedented. Li Hao, regaining his footing, exclaimed, "Senior, your strikes are indeed formidable." His abdominal attire lay in tatters, revealing a slight redness on his skin. He tore off the remnants of his clothing, his physique not as explosive as Wu Zhang's. For a martial artist, muscle was not merely for show. Dead muscle was of no use. One needed resilient, adaptable strength. Wu Zong was left speechless, having never witnessed someone withstand a Siyuan Bong strike without flinching. Wu Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. A true martial artist would not easily fall, yet the fact that this strike had failed to achieve its intended effect was somewhat unexpected. "Senior, it's my turn now," Li Hao proclaimed, drawing the wooden sword horizontally, his body coiling with renewed vigor, his momentum surging. Wu Sun remained unperturbed, sword held firmly, its tip angled towards Li Hao. Bang! Li Hao's figure seemed to vanish, appearing suddenly before Wu Sun, thrusting his sword forward with a speed akin to lightning. Wu Sun's expression hardened, yet he managed to block the strike just in time. Boom! A tremendous force surged through, causing his body to sway, while Li Hao had already pressed forward, delivering a hand strike to the center line, immediately followed by Siyuan Bong. Boom! Wu Sun staggered back 5 steps, and Li Hao's onslaught continued. The wooden sword aimed directly at the center line with immense force. Wu Sun was sent flying, heading straight for the wall, but mid-air, he pivoted, launching himself towards Li Hao's lower body like a hawk swooping down. Fu Guolinging. As Li Hao leapt back, his wooden sword struck out. Bang! The two wooden swords never made contact, yet a shockwave erupted in mid-air, both landing gracefully back in their original positions. Yin Fan, breaking void slash. Wu Sun sat cross-legged, placing his sword on the ground, and Li Hao mirrored his actions, bowing in respect. As Wu Sun's aura dissipated, his gaze remained fixed on Li Hao. Wu Zong and Yu held their breath. The latter having witnessed expert training before, she understood the importance of physical conditioning, strength, and muscle. Yet this display of combat was a first for her. Inupi often boasted of their prowess in machine warfare. Yet in hand-to-hand combat, Earth still harbored secrets, which explained why the early Yus had dominated. However, Inupi excelled in complementing each other's strengths, and the elite from the 5 ancient martial families had not been spared from recruitment over the years. Wu Zong, still somewhat anxious, stood up, only to nearly stumble upon hearing Wu Sun's words. "If only you were my grandson, I could live a few more years," Wu Sun remarked, prompting a confused expression from Li Hao. The unexpected compliment caught him off guard. Chapter 31. In love, Wu Sun felt a genuine sense of admiration. His composure, control over killing intent, and fighting spirit had been honed over decades of rigorous training. How astonishing it was to see such mastery in a child of his grandsonish generation. "Senior, You flatter me. Wu Zong has taken good care of me at school, Li Hao replied, not in false modesty. For Wu Zhang's demeanor was indeed reserved, appearing cool yet harboring a warm heart beneath. Wu Sun nodded. At my age, a little exercise leaves me needing a half-day's rest. You youngsters should enjoy yourselves. Wu Zong finally exhaled, relieved that his grandfather wasn't concocting any mischief. It was too dangerous for a classmate's first visit to involve such intensity, yet the fact remained that Brother Hao was indeed formidable. Upon leaving the dojo, the trio gasped for breath, especially a Yu, who exclaimed, "That was incredible. I thought the aura was merely an illusion." Is that what you call striking from afar? Li Hao chuckled, gesturing towards his head. It's not that exaggerated. Genetic modification not only strengthens the body but also enhances adaptability to various environments, including cognitive function. Generally speaking, brain utilization has increased, which can lead to a qualitative leap in mental pressure for warriors. A Yu stuck out her tongue, not fully understanding, yet sensing its significance. Wu Zong nodded. The brain constitutes about 2 of human body weight but consumes 25 of energy. Post-genetic adjustment, this power can be further amplified. The martial path is about uncovering such strength. But is this useful when operating mechas? A Yu inquired curiously. Li Hao and Wu Zong exchanged knowing smiles. It is indeed useful. A teacher opens the door. But the cultivation lies in the individual. Oh dear. I didn't know you were an exchange student, Li Hao teased. Yes, a Yu heard I was born on the moon. Yet my ancestors are from Earth. So my lineage is quite pure. Earth is beautiful, unlike the barren moon, which is either stark or overly artificial. From the moon, Earth appears vibrant, akin to paradise. Due to the angle of view, Earth looked like a colossal basketball from the moon, resplendent and breathtaking. Many native Inupi citizens harbored admiration for Earth, which fueled their determination to surpass those living in more favorable conditions. Were it just Li Hao and Wu Zong, they might have resorted to gaming out of boredom. But with the Yu's presence, Wu Zong felt obliged to share the history of the Wu family, including tales of his elder brother, a proud figure within Yu's, current commander of a military district and Wu Zong's idol. After dinner, Wu Zong arranged for a driver to take Li Hao and a Yu home, then returned to the dojo, where Wu Sun remained seated. What did you think of today's sparring? Wu Sun inquired, opening his eyes with a calm demeanor. Li Hao is formidable, but grandfather is even more so, Wu Zong replied, glancing at his grandfather, hoping he wouldn't continue to trouble his classmate. Wu Sun remained silent, his gaze sternly fixed on Wu Zong, leaving him perplexed. Your focus on training is commendable, yet you must not be overly rigid. Today, I was the one who lost, Wu Sun stated calmly. Your classmate is no ordinary individual. Wu Zong was taken aback. It seemed today had been a draw, and with Wu Sun's experience and strength, he surely hadn't exerted his full power. Wu Sun gestured to the ground, where cracks marred the dojo floor. This was caused by my strike, yet he remained unscathed in an instant, Wu Zong comprehended. Although neither had gone all out, it was evident that Li Hao had navigated the encounter with greater ease. Grandfather, Li Hao has been selected for the Apocalypse Youth class, Wu Sun nodded. I am aware of that matter. He has been wronged. This young man possesses killing intent yet lacks cruelty, demonstrating a balanced approach to combat. I can rest easy with him around. Wu Zong smiled at this, realizing Wu Sun had considered more than mere strength, wanting to witness Li Hao's character in person. That girl is exceptional as well. Wu Sun remarked suddenly. Wu Zong was momentarily stunned. Unfazed by praise or criticism, balanced in demeanor, yet lively and innocent, truly impressive, Wu Sun added with a slight smile. He had also perceived her subtle facade. Yet as an elder, he chose not to pry. When will you bring someone like that home? Instantly, Wu Zong's face flushed crimson. Grandfather, well, I haven't met anyone suitable yet. Haha. You young ones should understand that love is also a form of cultivation. To achieve greatness, one must embrace emotions, Wu Sun chided, reminiscing about his own youthful days of charm and popularity in Tianjing. A status comparable to Wu Zong's face contorted in embarrassment, feeling that enduring a 3-day battle would be less torturous than listening to his grandfather's reminiscences. Zhuang Zhou had not been idle, particularly after receiving an astonishing piece of news. It seemed someone from Tianjing had once been a member of the Solar System's Apocalypse Youth class. Though the news circulated for a few days, it quickly faded, appearing to be just another case of wasted talent. After all, if one truly possessed skill, they wouldn't remain obscure. Rumor had it that this individual had encountered trouble, solidifying the perception, and thus, few paid it any mind. In truth, not only ordinary students, but even Zhou Neiyi and others did not pay much attention. Yi Tong had some understanding, yet she had not witnessed it firsthand. After all, it was an event from 5 years ago. Time has the power to alter many things, but both Zhou Neiyi and Yi Tong still believed that Li Hao possessed an excellent foundation in combat and would undoubtedly achieve great things in mecha. Given a little time, outsiders would not take it seriously. However, when this news reached Zhuang Zhou's ears, it painted an entirely different picture. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to investigate. Zhuang Zhou was a member of the Dark Web, a clandestine organization reminiscent of ancient hackers, existing within the 4 great federations, where various forces intertwined, including dark, gray, and religious factions. Yet, the flow of information was remarkably swift. The absence of this news on Tianjing was to be expected. Considering the official channels, Zhuang Zhou had not uncovered anything, which raised a flag. If Li Hao had been formally selected, even if eliminated, there should have been a reason, not a complete lack of information, indicating it had been suppressed. Intriguingly, the Dark Web merely reported that a significant accident had occurred back then, involving 3 major figures, and it was said that an agreement had been reached and the principal offender had been punished. Hence, the question arose. Those who committed the offense, those who were eliminated, perhaps there were others involved, and coincidentally, Li Hao fit these criteria as well. In an instant, Zhuang Zhou's heart ignited with fervor. While they seemed unrelated at first glance, when pieced together, the situation became intriguing. That, of course, there were complications. Li Hao's academic performance was quite mediocre. He had initially enrolled in the journalism department, but was later reassigned to the mecha department, spending an entire academic year as an unremarkable student, with average EMP scores and reports of his frequent absences from school. Zhuang Zhou scrutinized the information at hand, drawing circles and making notes. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to investigate further. If it led nowhere, he would adjust his approach. After all, he felt a destined connection between himself and the puppet god. This was his 6th sense. Meanwhile, Li Hao was returning to the dormitory after escorting Auu. Marking another delightful day, Auu still had coursework to tackle, and Li Hao felt he should also put in some effort. Upon arriving at the EMP hall, Auu was busy explaining to her aunt that she had not been wandering aimlessly, but rather residing in the school dormitory, as an exchange student. It was impractical to stay in a hotel indefinitely, especially since Tianjing Mecha had excellent security. Tianjing was already the safest city, at that moment. Suyu was in North America, far removed from the situation, watching Auyu's video and observing her well-being, but ultimately could do nothing more than remind her to keep her identity concealed. Auu agreed wholeheartedly. She was no fool. Once exposed, her exchange student experience would be over, and such a carefree lifestyle would be unattainable on the moon. Opening the drawing board on Tianjing, Auu began her creative endeavor. Ever since she had engaged with mecha, she had longed to write a song and simultaneously create an MV. This was not a new idea. It had been brewing for quite some time. Merely participating in mecha competitions was insufficient. She wished to incorporate elements from the 4 federations, ideally hoping to visit Kepler, a place she yearned to see. As Auu sketched simple illustrations, reflecting on their encounters, she found herself smiling. Lost in thought. In the EMP hall, Li Hao achieved a rapid 5 consecutive victories. None of the opponents posed a significant challenge, and he had reached 1,200 points. During this period, due to the mecha competition, many players had gradually returned to their positions. The EMP system employed a hidden scoring mechanism. For instance, players who had once exceeded 2,000 points but fell below 1,000 due to inactivity would swiftly regain their ranks with a series of victories. In contrast, players like Li Hao, whose scores were initially average, needed to steadily accumulate points. Defeating ordinary opponents would not suffice to boost his score significantly. He needed to further prove his capabilities. Li Hao understood this mechanism well. With some free time today, he resolved to be diligent. Meanwhile, Zhuang Zhou could not afford to be absent. His streaming channel had garnered millions of viewers, earning him the title of the luckiest new streamer. He had timed his entry perfectly, being among the earliest followers of the puppet, and with EMP's official endorsement and promotional support, Zhuang Zhou's popularity soared. Naturally, Zhuang Zhou also had to sign a contract with EMP, which involved a complex commercial arrangement. As long as he streamed the puppet's competitions, a portion of the revenue generated would be allocated to the puppet, while Zhuangzhou's channel received the coveted V-batch. Auyu's dormitory was a single room. Initially, she had hoped to share it with a classmate, but Long Danny had declined. Rather than prioritize Auyu's comfort, Long Danny preferred to avoid complications. She clearly did not idolize any celebrity. While she found some songs pleasant, they did not pique her interest. For someone like her, who had experienced the battlefield, it was merely trivial music. The decision to allow Arthas to reside was based on personal connections and various considerations. Whether within the military or as a principal, maintaining balance was essential to secure greater benefits for the school. However, she did not wish to make this matter public. Tianjing Mecha did not require such notoriety. Auyu swiftly completed her skincare routine and shower, with Tianxuan in front of her, her little feet swinging as she gazed at the screen. She found it peculiar. Ever since her first encounter with Li Hao, she had felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages yet had been separated for a long time, a mix of joy and apprehension. Typically, Auyu maintained a respectful distance from others, shaped by her family background, childhood experiences, and current profession. However, whenever Li Hao was near, her heart would flutter with delight, a strange sensation indeed. Would her clinginess make her appear odd to him? Auyu covered her face in embarrassment. Chapter 32. Idle mode.it was not about looks. The true measure of a handsome man lay in Li Hao made her feel genuine, clear, and irresistibly alluring, brimming with vibrant life. Auyu, you have seen the world. Do not let others look down on you. Auyu murmured to herself, it's really nothing. We are all classmates, just chatting. Besides, I did ask the principal for this favor. Senior, are you busy? I'm really happy today. Li Hao almost instantly paused his matchmaking, swiftly removing his head sensor. Me too. Oh, when you have some spare time, let me show you the ancient architecture of Tianjing.it truly represents the essence of human civilization and our origins. Absolutely. I came to Tianjing precisely to learn about this, along with the unique singing style known as Jingqiang, which is simply delightful. Ah, you dance and sing too? Li Hao asked. Astonished, Auyu in her dormitory wrinkled her cute nose, revealing a proud demeanor. Yes, I am an arts major. Singing and dancing are fundamental skills. Wow, impressive. I only know how to fight. You are truly remarkable. After all, you once saved my life. I haven't forgotten. I just didn't want to express my gratitude casually. I will surprise you later, Auyu said, her face lighting up with a smile as she recalled how frightened she had been. With Li Hao shielding her with his body, I would be delighted. Truly, I am eagerly anticipating this surprise. Li Hao beamed, simply enjoying the conversation. In the past, he had scoffed at Teacher Ma for rambling on for hours on the phone. Youth is indeed reckless. The two entered an infinite mode, completely losing themselves in the moment. Anyone with even a hint of romantic experience would understand this relative theory of time. Meanwhile, the puppet had been idle for over half an hour, bewildering Zhuangzhou and a multitude of viewers. What is going on? Has the puppet encountered an issue? Is it a glitch? Are aliens invading Earth? At that moment, far away in South America, the Cougar Military Academy was not watching the match. They were engaged in a team training session. Each A-class military academy boasted a top-tier team, akin to a school team, while also maintaining reserve teams for practice and support. Training was divided into internal drills and team competitions, where each student would select one or several rival academies for scheduled skirmishes, typically avoiding opponents from the same federation. The Cougars' training match was against Tianjing Mecha from NUP, another prestigious school that had shown remarkable performance in S10. Their captain, Tito Juanes, was hailed as one of the young generation's guiding stars. Previous encounters between the two teams had been competitive, but it was unclear whether the opponents had strengthened or if the momentum of victory had shifted. In recent matches, the Cougars had suffered severe defeats, losing embarrassingly. The most humiliating aspect was that following a recent crushing loss, Tita proposed to change opponents. Although Moon people were not as direct as Martians, they were known for their straightforwardness. It was evident that Tianjing Mecha intended to sever ties with the Cougars, leaving them without a viable path forward. In such circumstances, the Cougars would struggle to find a worthy adversary within NUP, and the showy, competitive ROM's Fire Dragon A-class military academy would likely follow suit. Putting the Cougars in a precarious position, a team's strength could not be cultivated in isolation. They needed formidable opponents. Robbie, this training match has become meaningless for us. My apologies, Tita stated. This is a collective decision from our team. Honestly, you could sense it without my saying. The last remark left Robbie feeling somewhat dissatisfied. If it were merely a matter of physical prowess, the gap was not insurmountable. Why then, when it came to mecha battles, did such a crushing disparity emerge? This question echoed not just in Robbie's mind, but also among many youth academies grappling with similar dilemmas. To resolve this issue, continuous engagement in battle was necessary to identify opponents' weaknesses. Yet now, the rival was unwilling to play. Tita, everyone in S11 shares a common objective. You must select an opponent from the youth team. While the other academies have their fixed rivals, it would not be ideal to overlook us. Robbie, too, is in a difficult position. Despite his reluctance, he feels compelled to retain the team, as it is the responsibility of a captain. The role of a captain is not merely a facade of arrogance. Tita furrowed her brow, preferring quality over quantity. Robbie, I must decline. The damage inflicted was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly cutting, leaving Robbie nearly speechless. However, as the captain, he recognized the truth in her words. She, too, bore the weight of accountability for her team's training standards. Just as she was about to disconnect the communication, Robbie suddenly called out to her, Captain Tita, our Cougars team possesses a trump card. I hadn't intended to reveal it this early, but given the current circumstances, it cannot remain concealed. However, should you lose, you must keep it confidential. Tita paused before breaking into a radiant smile. Captain Robbie, you certainly have a flair for humor. Yet, this has piqued my interest. There is no day like today. Let us engage in battle and determine the victor. I shall grant you half an hour to prepare. With that, she decisively ended the communication. Tita was a person of resolve. The Celestial Stars team undoubtedly required a youth opponent. But the Cougars would not suffice. They could seek alternatives, even if it meant a delayed engagement. Securing the championship in the S competition necessitated identifying the right adversaries, a common aspiration for all. The rest would be left to fate. As the captain of Celestial Stars, Tita had her ambitions. Despite NUP's commendable performance in S10, she was dissatisfied with her team's strength and sought to enhance their prowess. Meanwhile, in the training room of the Cougars mecha team, silence reigned as the members silently regarded Robbie. The recent training sessions had nearly driven them into a state of introspection. They were studying their opponent. Yet the opponent was also gaining insights into their strategies. Having familiarized themselves with their operations and thought processes, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The captain's sudden bravado did not elicit the exhilaration one might expect. For, they felt utterly defeated. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider and bide our time, regain our momentum before challenging them again. If we lose again, we shall have no face left to fight. The defeat in S10 had cast a shadow of doubt over many team members, leading them to question their mechs, tactics, and even their physical capabilities. Robbie fell into silence for a moment. Please wait a moment. Their fate now rested on luck as he opened the EMP contact list. If his second-in-command was offline, their prospects would be dim. Fortunately, his second was online and not engaged in battle. Robbie quickly sent a message. Second, are you available? I need your assistance. After sending the message, he could only wait. There was no need for elaborate explanations. Everyone felt a sense of regret towards their second-in-command for past events. Time had passed, yet the guilt remained buried deep within their hearts. If all else failed, they would have to concede, but he did not believe they were at such a dire juncture. Rather, their fighting spirit had been diminished. Liao was engrossed in a lively conversation with a Yu, completely unaware of the passage of time until he received a notification from EMP. Noticing he had only one friend, he opened the message and frowned slightly. He understood Robbie's character. He wouldn't reach out unless faced with a significant issue. Oh dear, my friend needs my help. We can continue our discussion later. All right, senior. I'll wait for you. Yu cheerfully ended the communication, swaying her adorable little feet while humming a tune. Oh dear, that's quite pleasant. Just then, another notification chimed in. Yu instinctively answered, Senior, that was quick. What's senior? What quick or slow? It's me, Tita. Tita's voice came through. A Yu, what are you doing? Ah, sister. I'm in the dormitory. I was just asking the senior a question. What is up? A Yu quickly replied. Didn't you want to observe a team battle? Coincidentally, we have a match against the Cougars team. I'll grant you access to watch how we dominate our opponents and perhaps inspire you. Tita was not one to linger on unnecessary details. She primarily wished to showcase her team's prowess. On the other side, Robbie added Liao to the EMP and explained the situation. Great, provide us with your Team S training ID, and I'll join in.li. How nodded in response. All right, second, what role do you prefer? Robbie clenched his fist. A sniper, please. Your close combat is decent, but this role is rather weak. Li Hao remarked, having witnessed the Cougars' struggles in the Mecha Combat Tournament. Their heavy mechs were impressive, having developed strategies centered around them, yet recent encounters with celestial stars had left them demoralized, making them hesitant to deploy their heavy units in urban environments. While countering might be relative, the Cougars truly struggled to execute their tactics. As for mech selection, there were no restrictions to choosing only their Federation S mechs. Victory took precedence, with the origin of the mech being a secondary consideration. Currently, NUP led the trend, and even the ROM-S Beast Armored Forces included some of NUP's superior models. Brothers, this battle will be commanded by the 5th Unit, Robbie declared. The team was momentarily taken aback. How could a sniper who had just dropped in command the entire squad? The name Grey Reaper sounded formidable, yet the advantages and disadvantages of this mech were glaringly evident. The heavy sniper's firepower was undeniably potent, but the compatibility issues between the heavy sniper and the mech could lead to significant recoil, affecting accuracy. A heavy mech would perform better, but it would hinder the sniper mech's mobility and compromise the fluidity of continuous fire. In contrast, NUP's Eagle Eye performed admirably. Of course, proficiency with the mech played a crucial role. The team assumed the captain was merely being polite, giving face to an outsider. However, silence ensued. Was this a tacit agreement? Yet time was of the essence. They needed to seize the central area. Just as everyone prepared to advance, the voice of the 5th Unit echoed, "There's no need to rush. Proceed at a regular pace." An odd atmosphere settled over the team. What did no need to rush mean? Time was life. Was this a jest? Moreover, snipers required positioning. Regardless, the entire team fell into a deeper silence, morale plummeting. The members had largely resigned themselves to the notion that this would merely be a casual engagement. Even Robbie felt a twinge of anxiety. He knew Li Hao's individual prowess was formidable and had witnessed his close combat skills. However, team battles and individual confrontations were entirely different realms. Close combat and sniping were two distinct domains. Moreover, Li Hao had been isolated for far too long. Previously, it was one thing, but in recent years, it was likely he had become out of touch with the essence of teamwork. Robbie sensed he was becoming overly anxious. However, in the very next moment, Robbie discarded this notion, embodying the spirit of reckless abandon. After all, what was there to lose? One might as well gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. If all else fails, one could always start anew. Ah, how intriguing. The opposing team has chosen the Grey Death. This is surely a lesson in humility. Alzi could not help but chuckle. Was this not akin to disturbing the Taisui? Alzi, focus, Tita interjected. Men are creatures prone to arrogance, especially those who are still immature. Fear not, Captain. I shall always disdain the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. In the midst of their exchange, the 5 mechanized warriors of Tianjing swiftly advanced with remarkable discipline and speed. Their formation impeccable. 3 light mechs formed a triangular shield on the periphery to guard against any sudden assaults, as skirmishes frequently erupted. Unfortunately for the Cougars, their luck was not favorable. The landing spots of both sides were diagonal to one another, and the speedier Tianjing mechs had rapidly seized the advantageous central zone. Under Feynman's cover, Alzi swiftly took the high ground, eager to observe what fresh tricks these brainless little calves from the Cougars might have up their sleeves. He licked his lips, hoping not to be disappointed. Robbie felt a twinge of concern. Both sides were familiar training opponents, well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Yet, Brother Hao was blissfully unaware of this. Once Tianjing secured the advantageous terrain, the repercussions could be dire. But at this juncture, there was no turning back. The initial drop point had already dictated their disadvantage, and the Cougars could not simply mimic another style. Doing so would only lead to their downfall. It was a daunting challenge. Indeed, Li Hao remained silent, his mind absorbing the entire terrain map, the key high points of the central area vivid in his mind. As they drew closer, he signaled to decelerate, maintain formation, and for the second position to remain vigilant and prepare for battle. Robbie made his move, feinting. "Who the hell are you? Are you out of your mind, making the captain a target?" San could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, a nameless fool parachutes in, and I can barely believe it. Then he struts in with a pathetic gray death fighter. What use is that? Now he's asking the captain to sacrifice himself? Everyone knows this is just bait to lure the enemy's attack. Revealing the sniper's position is the best strategy, but do you take the opponent for fools? And Alzi is a famous sniper. Even the captain would struggle to escape unscathed. Once ensnared by the enemy's vanguard, it would be a certain death, a truth proven countless times in previous battles. The question is, who do you think you are? Asking the captain to be your bait? The team fell into a heavy silence, and the others could clearly feel the tension mount. The combination of failure and this inexplicable newcomer had thrown the entire team's mentality off balance. Li Hao remained mute, aware of his lack of influence in the team. Speaking further would serve no purpose. Robbie also refrained from words, opting instead for decisive action. As the Dragon God fighter launched forward. The others fell silent. With Alzi already occupying the high ground, he chuckled. Well, that's quite a gamble, placing the core position as bait. Given Robbie's strength, he might evade my sniper shot, but under my interference, any member of Tianjing can take him down. The opponent's Gray Death was likely trying to pinpoint its own position through Robbie's movements. What audacity! What bravado! Alzi chuckled, exhilaration coursing through him. His heavy sniper was already aimed at the Dragon God, while the other teammates sprang into action. Chapter 34. The team battle is a masterpiece in the central area. 3 commendable positions were secured, and upon noticing the opponent's selection of the Gray Death fighter, he chose the most suitable building, Building A, to withstand the M5, rather than the highest tower. The M5 possessed the firepower to penetrate. Here, even if detected, it would be futile. Captain, target locked, ready to engage. Alzi observed the erratic movements of Dragon God. Robbie was formidable, but alas, brother, I know your maneuvers too well. Tita calmly assessed the situation. The enemy's intentions were clear, but regrettably, they had not considered their own capabilities, especially with Alzi's position having anticipated their thoughts precisely. Feynman, Prinz, take action. Eliminate Robbie first, boom. The 2 vanguards intentionally roared their engines to draw Robbie's attention, suddenly charging out from 2 alleyways. Yet Robbie's focus was evidently elsewhere. The most lethal attack had yet to descend. Boom! Though Robbie had mentally prepared himself, his body tensed instinctively as the Dragon God fighter swiftly executed a controlled advance to evade. However, the strike never landed. No, that sound did not belong to the Eagle Eye sniper. It was the Gray Death M5. At that moment, Alzi's Eagle Eye fighter abruptly swayed, an icy chill enveloping his heart. Damn it. He had anticipated that the enemy would aim to exploit the Gray Death's penetrating power, hence selecting Building A, which could withstand the assault, but the opponent had never intended to eliminate him directly. Instead, they targeted his Baburet heavy sniper, executing the most subtle of preemptive strikes, a true expert. Withdraw, too late. Who was Robbie? He charged directly at Prinz. This opponent was no match for him, and more importantly, the deadly Gray Death M5 roared once more. Prinz piloted a Silver Fox, completely unfazed by snipers. His focus was solely on Robbie, and as Robbie unleashed his laser assault, he instinctively dodged to the side. Boom. Headshot. The Silver Fox fell, while Feynman's Stormwind fighter had already arrived on the scene. At that moment, Robbie was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This was the thrill he craved. The titanium blade struck back, Yanfei returned, boom. The third shot rang out. Feynman sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. His mech was engulfed in red light, alarms blaring, his leg hit, and the mech's movements faltered midair, boom. Robbie reaped the rewards in the blink of an eye. Tianjing had lost 2 and crippled 1. A sniper without a heavy hitter was essentially useless. Meanwhile, Mil Sannan had crept in, never having felt such elation before, decisively taking down Alzi. You dare to challenge me with that flimsy blade? He sneered, delivering a blow that left Alzi unrecognizable. Anku and Lysis had engaged Tita. Tatura, eliminate the enemy's Gray Death. Tita's voice was icy, and in an instant, the battlefield collapsed. Before Robbie could arrive, Tita, relying on her terrifying skills, severely wounded Anku, while Lysis received orders to entangle the enemy without engaging directly. Robbie was on his way. Tatura had located the adversary. That damned Silver Fox fighter surged from the corner, unleashing a barrage of close-range laser fire. I will turn you into a sieve. In the split second of engagement, The Grey Death fighter performed a nimble jump and lateral maneuver. Midair, the Grey Death M5 fired. Boom. With instinctual reflexes, the Silver Fox reacted swiftly, the shot slightly off target. This opponent was flustered, just as Tatura planned to pursue. The mech collided with the wall. The narrow urban terrain posed no challenge. Yet, in this minuscule time gap, the descending Grey Death unleashed another attack. Boom. Tatura could only watch helplessly as his habitual wall breach maneuver unfolded. Crashing headlong into a bullet, the mech was obliterated. In mere moments, only Tita remained of Tianjing, as the new North Dipper, NUP's elite. She held her own against two opponents without faltering. Robbie was formidable, yet delivering a fatal blow proved challenging. 2 against 1 was no easy feat, and evidently, his coordination with Deputy Lysis had not reached perfection, allowing Tita to execute a swift spiral slash that heavily injured Lysis. Robbie's assault was thwarted at the cost of Tita sacrificing her left arm. Refusing to linger in battle, Tita retreated. Prolonging the engagement would yield no favorable outcome. Although she stood alone, victory remained within her grasp. She could resort to guerrilla tactics, but first, she needed to eliminate the enemy sniper. Robbie's lips curled in disdain. How dare they disregard him so? Trying to flee. The Dragon God's performance was far from inadequate, relentlessly pursuing Tita's Stormwind. 0.30 seconds later, Tita's anxiety surged, disaster loomed. Based on the intel she possessed, the Grey Death fighter had sustained no damage, and she was now likely under the enemy's fire coverage. Every nerve was taut, and an attack was imminent within the next 5 to 6 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, boom. It was not the sniper, but Robbie, one of USA's finest close combat specialists. If he could not sense that the enemy's attention was entirely diverted from him, he might as well give up. His frenzied assault broke through Tita's defenses. Crucially, Tita, with her focus diverted, had forgotten that the left arm of Stormwind Zero had already been damaged, and Robbie's full-force strike landed within those 5 seconds. The titanium blade pierced the chest of Stormwind Zero. Tita's mind buzzed. This was her first encounter with such a situation, where the sniper had not fired, yet she was certain the adversary had locked onto her. The Cougars emerged victorious. The members of the Cougars in the command room were momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? Was this truly the Tianjing Mech that had dominated them with a 15-game winning streak? How had they crumbled so suddenly? The cheers erupted, jolting the team back to reality. The substitute members roared with excitement, having witnessed the entire spectacle, none expecting such a turn of events and an outcome so dramatically different. This was no mere sniper. This was a divine intervention. At that moment, Li Hao logged out of the account, having little to say. He was merely a stand-in, a role best suited for Teacher Ma. He hoped the yo-yo was not too anxious. While the Cougars reveled in celebration, only Robbie noticed Li Hao's disappearance, feeling a profound sense of reflection. Brother Air remained Brother Air. Time had changed nothing. The opponents are not particularly formidable. After all, they are merely human, bearing one head upon 2 shoulders. It is their continuous failures that have eroded their faith, their confidence, and their courage. Observing the jubilant team members, he realizes that the Cougars are still some distance from awakening their true potential. Captain, who is that sniper? Absolutely phenomenal. Is he from our academy? Goodness, with skills like that, our academy is bound to prosper. Robbie shook his head. No, just an ordinary friend, here to lend a hand. This battle has shown us that the celestial mechanized warriors are not invincible. They too possess vulnerabilities. It is merely our own combat skills that need further refinement. Every advantage and disadvantage is relative. Meanwhile, the celestial mechanized warriors sat in stunned silence, bewildered by the calamity they had just endured, thoroughly outmaneuvered and overwhelmed before they could even mount a defense. Captain, let us have a rematch. I assure you will return the favor, Alzi exclaimed, while Feynman felt a sense of deja vu. Tita was equally unsatisfied, caught off guard, their strategies countered by the opposing sniper, who, while impressive, merely matched their level. His performance was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Robbie, what an ambush. When did we acquire such a sniper? How about a best of 3, or perhaps a best of 5? Tita inquired. Robbie could not suppress a chuckle. The situation was too genuine. Earlier, he had been contemplating arranging a match, almost begging for it, yet here it was, presented to him. Captain Tita, I must apologize. This is actually our secret weapon, as I mentioned before. Had we not been partners, I would not have revealed him. There will be more opportunities in the future. Let's conclude for today and schedule another time. Robbie smiled. Tita paused momentarily, then returned the smile. Captain Robbie, well played. As long as he is around, I am always ready for a rematch. Tita was straightforward, accepting defeat gracefully. Such a challenge was worth their effort, for NUP did not concern themselves with petty rivalries. Just as Tita was preparing to delve deeper into analysis, she received a message from Ioyo, her expression turning slightly exasperated. IT was always like this. She would ignore 100 victories but pay attention to a single loss. Sister, it seems that sniper from the opposing team is quite formidable. You all performed poorly, and it ended so quickly? Tita's lips twitched at this. Formidable? That's an understatement. Chapter 35. Not just a sniper. This girl was also quite adept at delivering final blows. Failure is an integral part of training. While carelessness played a role, this sniper was undoubtedly exceptional. You may want to follow along for our post-match analysis, she said gently to Ioyo. Alzi and the others noted the murderous intent emanating from Tita's gaze. The team members, however, paid it little heed. The unpredictability of mech battles often introduced elements of chance. Even the mightiest can stumble. Indeed, the opponents had emerged victorious this time, but that did not imply the celestial mechanized warriors were weak. They still believed themselves superior in overall strength. Naturally, with Tita's pride as captain, they would not suffer a setback lightly. On the other side, the Cougars were engaged in similar analysis, reviewing the battle from a panoramic perspective. Although they could not hear the opposing team's internal communications, they gleaned tactical insights from formations and other cues. Why are the celestial warriors not contesting our speed? Alzi noted. The Grey Reaper is heading straight for Building A, having predicted your likely location. Feynman observed. Building B, while tall, lacks sufficient cover. Only Building A is truly suitable, Alzi acknowledged, his tone tinged with arrogance, impressed by the opponent's strategic thinking. The Cougars' advance lacked flamboyance, yet the position of the Grey Reaper was intriguing. Look, Robbie's attack position is slightly off. There are obstructions on either side, meaning Alzi, stationed at Building A, must adjust his position to fire, and no matter how he adjusts, he will inevitably enter the Grey Reaper's predicted zone. Tita stated. Alzi, your choice of position this time is still flawed. Yes, Captain, I sensed this was not a spontaneous occurrence. Could it be that Robbie deliberately set a trap for us, allowing us to lower our guard before executing this maneuver? Alzi mused, slightly disheartened. In the past, it had always been others who were singled out. The sniper moment unfolded, the camera capturing the details as Robbie entered the enemy's firing range, shifting to the perspective of the Grey Reaper. The celestial mechanized warriors fell silent, for within this viewpoint, Alzi's sniper rifle was barely visible, a mere pinprick. Clearly, Alzi's attention to detail was commendable, yet was this sufficient for a successful shot? To hit such a minuscule target would require extraordinary luck. The Grey Reaper M5 fired, and the outcome revealed that it did not directly strike Alzi's sniper rifle. Instead, it penetrated a wall, striking Alzi's weapon only afterward. In essence, the opponent had merely attempted a shot and had benefited from remarkable fortune. A chorus of regret filled the air. They could hardly blame Alzi, for his choices and ambush were executed flawlessly, leaving little opportunity for the opponent. Tita paused the video, contemplating. This was clearly a sniper-led operation, and Robbie exhibited immense trust in this individual. However, from the movements of the other mechs, the team seemed to harbor frustrations. When Robbie charged forward, it appeared to be a desperate gamble. One could only conclude that their luck was truly exceptional. Alzi's performance was commendable. As captain, Tita could not attribute the outcome to luck. Despite the position being predicted, it remained the most advantageous location. One must seize the opportunity, and Alzi had not been negligent. Let us continue, Tita nodded slightly. She was unafraid of failure but could not tolerate inflated egos among her team. Alzi, however, furrowed his brow. There was nothing to be said about Alzi's downfall, as the opposing mech closed in. The Cougars were no mere pushovers. They were an S-level team as well. The subsequent shots from that sniper were exemplary, yet devoid of tactical depth, characteristic of what Alzi frequently executed. Without interference from the opposing sniper, precision could indeed reign supreme. But how had Taratala been taken down? The relentless barrage from the Grey Reaper would inevitably expose its position. When Taratala's Silver Fox approached, it should have been able to withstand any assault from a Grey Reaper. Whether in close combat or melee, As the video played, the members of the celestial mechanized warriors collectively frowned, in the absence of adversaries. The engines of the Grey Reaper roared, indicating that the mech was charging up for a powerful strike. This was akin to a sports car's explosive start. The moment Taratala appeared, the Grey Reaper executed a powerful lateral maneuver, evading the intense barrage of laser fire. The first shot missed, yet it seemed to trap the Silver Fox's movement, as the inertia of the mech could not be entirely resisted. The second shot, delivered upon landing, was the true killing blow. A blind shot to that instant, the entire celestial mechanized warriors team fell into a hushed silence. For if striking Alzi was luck, and hitting the others was mere precision, this bordered on the absurd. Was he perhaps waiting for me? Taratala's mouth felt dry. He was the most infuriated, having been taken down by an enemy while actively attacking with a light mech. It felt like an insult, and he found himself cursing that damned wall, and no one spoke. The next scene was even more bizarre. After eliminating Taratala, the Grey Reaper rushed to support Robbie, confirming Tita's earlier judgment. Just around that time, she entered the sniper's range. The Grey Reaper had locked onto Tita, yet, perplexingly, he did not fire. What's going on? Is he out of bullets? A substitute team member suddenly remarked, akin to an ill-timed joke. Tita sighed softly, acknowledging that the failure of this battle rested upon her shoulders. Her command had been lacking. This sniper was orchestrating a tactical lesson for the Cougars, controlling the battlefield and manipulating their psychology. By targeting Alzi first, he aimed to convey that in such an environment, the one who eliminates the sniper first gains control. Taratala, he was waiting for you. This individual was exceedingly confident in his marksmanship. As for not targeting me, if I am not mistaken, he anticipated my ability to estimate his timing, deliberately applying pressure to distract me and allow Robbie to resolve the conflict, thereby bolstering the Cougars' morale. The distinction between having a sniper finish the battle and allowing Robbie to do so carries vastly different implications for team spirit. Captain, that shot fired at me was likely not mere luck. This individual must possess an intricate understanding of the Eagle-Eye fighter and the Barbaret heavy sniper. The Barbaret's barrel is somewhat longer, and most users prefer to extend their aim. I once had this habit but managed to alter it. However, Robbie's position was slightly disadvantageous for shooting. I still needed to be further ahead. If I am correct, the opponent orchestrated Robbie's positioning, waiting for me to reveal a flaw. The Grey Reaper M5's penetrating damage is insufficient to threaten a mech, but it could easily destroy a Barbaret. The opponent had this planned out meticulously. We have encountered a top-notch sniper. Alzi remarked that at this juncture, he had come to a profound understanding. He was engaged in a duel against an S-rank sniper. A top-tier marksman must possess an in-depth mastery of both their own and their opponent's mecha capabilities and characteristics, subsequently devising targeted strategies. Precision is merely the most fundamental requirement. At a certain level of competition, psychology takes precedence. He comprehended our every thought, while we remained utterly oblivious to his intentions. Were this individual from the American Lion team, they would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in the S tournament. The pinnacle of a sniper's prowess lies in the ability to control oneself and to grasp the opponent's moves. What may appear to be a 10-person battle is, in essence, a solitary game orchestrated by him, with the other 9 merely puppets. Even accounting for elements of calculated deception, Alzi felt compelled to bestow upon his adversary the highest accolades. It seemed this fellow was currently reveling in the brilliance of his performance today. Alzi's mood was not overly dismal. He was vehemently opposed to the notion of the American Lion team as rivals, for those in his position were woefully inadequate, lacking even the most basic competencies to facilitate his growth. Yet, the situation had transformed. Feynman and the others remained somewhat skeptical, questioning the validity of such a disparity. Was Alzi merely seeking to create an excuse for himself? Ayuyu had been quietly listening, having witnessed the battle firsthand. She had never anticipated the multitude of nuances and strategies involved. Was this sniper truly that formidable? In the American Lion team, a similar atmosphere prevailed. Following their victory, the members basked in a sense of self-satisfaction, mistakenly believing it was solely their own prowess on display. The American Lion sniper lacked Alzi's keen insight. He did not possess it, but Roby did. After all, he was a notable figure in use. Although sniping was not his forte, his vision was nonetheless acute. From start to finish, it was Li Hao who orchestrated everything, weaving an intricate web that seemingly required no commands yet effectively mobilized everyone to unleash their full potential while simultaneously suppressing the enemy. This was the control a captain had always yearned for. The team members were abuzz with speculation. Captain, who is this remarkable individual? Surely, he cannot be a senior from the Special Forces. That would be astounding. Indeed, if he could mentor us, our skills would undoubtedly skyrocket. A sniper of such caliber would be a trump card in the military. That moment, Roby realized that Li Hao was not merely a sniper. Chapter 36. How adorable. Damn it. 5 years had passed, and he had thought that even if he were not as strong as Li Hao, he would at least be of the same caliber. Though he had lost in their last encounter, it had not been his full strength. For students representing military academies, their state in EMP differed vastly from actual combat. This team battle had opened his eyes. It seemed that Ergu was also a military academy student, likely in his second year now, as he had not enrolled during his first year. If he were to join this year, use would certainly become intriguing. Was he proud? At that moment, Li Hao was engaged in conversation with Iuu, who was brimming with excitement as she animatedly recounted a spectacular team battle she had witnessed between the elite teams of USE and NUP. Senior, that person was truly remarkable. He could command the team and arrange their strategy against the opponents. Could this be the pinnacle of mecha warfare? After her enthusiastic description, Iu inquired. Li Hao scratched his nose. Feeling a bit flustered, perhaps? Hadn't he considered it that deeply? That can't be right. Experts are typically those cool, composed individuals with profound gazes and meticulous thoughts. Oh dear. It seems you've watched too many movies. With your charm, you should indulge in more romantic dramas. Li Hao replied, by the way, if you're interested in piloting a mecha, I could request permission from the principal. I'm quite familiar with her. Upon saying this, Li Hao felt a flush of embarrassment. Damn it. He had been boastful, but it should not pose a significant issue, as this was, after all, a task assigned by the principal. Is that possible? Would it be a disturbance? Iuu inquired, her surprise evident. I would be delighted to assist. The two chatted for a while before reluctantly ending the call. Li Hao felt invigorated, as though he had received a jolt of energy. Why was it that merely conversing could bring such joy? Past experiences had led him to believe that life was merely a series of events. Yet the dean was correct. Life's splendor extends far beyond its beginnings. When fate arrives, it cannot be obstructed. Glancing at the myriad of challenge notifications, Li Hao felt a lack of desire to engage. Perhaps he could undertake a challenge. EMP comprises two components, combat and testing. For instance, Zhuoxiaodang had significantly boosted their score with an A in testing. Often, high test scores are held in greater esteem. A high-scoring test can substantially enhance one's EMP score, and the rarer the score, the greater the increment. For example, if the majority receive a C and one achieves a B, the boost is considerable. Conversely, if most achieve an A, obtaining an A would yield minimal rewards. EMP encourages both challenge and innovation. Most individuals withdrew as the puppet went offline, yet Zhuang Zhou remained steadfast, sensing that the puppet deity would not let this matter rest. Sure enough, it arrived. A challenge training session? It felt somewhat akin to a battle royale. Meanwhile, Iuu found herself restless, tossing and turning in bed like an adorable, extraordinary egg. Am I cute? Shouldn't I appear rather unattractive in this manner? She muttered to herself, confident in her disguise skills, learned during a cameo in a film. Even the most familiar Suyu found her to be quite ordinary, not drawing any attention. She believed her self-praise was sincere. Indeed, aside from her appearance, Iu possessed a beautiful soul. Gazing at the unusual moon outside, Iu felt increasingly joyous. All test competitions are categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The classification is straightforward, yet the content is anything but simple. The so-called beginner level does not pertain to basic training but rather encompasses challenges that already possess practical combat difficulty. The intermediate level derives from the various challenges humans encounter in actual combat, particularly during interstellar voyages, while the advanced level encompasses the exceedingly perilous scenarios that prove difficult for humanity to adapt to. Essentially, the advanced level serves to educate those arrogant novices and allows top-tier experts to validate their skills. Zhuoxiaodang's A was obtained in the intermediate difficulty level, and there is a crucial detail. The number of times one can participate is limited. If one participates too frequently, it adversely affects the final scores, which is typically met with disdain by military academy students. Zhuangzhou was also filled with anticipation. The puppet chose the advanced difficulty Kepler retreat mission. When the puppet first appeared, its popularity hovered above 10,000. During the selection of the training ground, its growth rate remained average, reaching about 50 to 60,000. However, upon the emergence of the Kepler Nightmare Escape, its popularity skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace. The name Kepler Retreat Mission sounded rather standard, which is characteristic of training tests. The more ordinary the name, the more bizarre the challenge. This advanced test is colloquially known as the Nightmare Battle Royale. The Kepler planet is currently a hot topic. Any testing associated with it immediately garners a flurry of challengers. Yet, the reality is harsh. Those seeking to experience exotic thrills are often swiftly educated by the gigantic worms. Many have even questioned whether EMP intentionally increased the difficulty. Are such lowly creatures truly that formidable? The Kepler retreat mission stands out among this series of tasks. Its challenge is not merely about scoring, but rather the fact that no one has yet succeeded. And the puppet dares to take it on? Fireman, having reaped a substantial wave of followers after skillfully diverting the topic last time, while simultaneously ensnaring the puppet, was eager to join in the excitement. Brothers of Mars, the puppet is back. The nightmare escape of the Kepler system, a challenge that currently has no successful records in EMP across the 4 federations. Let us witness, Fireman declared, suddenly pausing. Oh, this is interesting. The system is in processing mode. If I am not mistaken, the puppet is submitting a cancellation request. The previously calm livestream chat erupted into chaos. It appeared someone wished to show off in the wrong place. Haha, too bad. He doesn't understand the training mechanics. Advanced difficulty training cannot be halted. Brothers, let us eagerly await the puppet deity's stunning performance. Fireman's ironic praise instantly garnered a flurry of admiration. Noticing the positive response and the influx of gifts, Fireman was not stingy with his commentary. Recently, Hughes had placed significant emphasis on the puppet, and today's livestream had even provided a special promotional link. However, the puppet might have been too shy and missed the opportunity, appearing unexpectedly so late and surely planning to pull off something spectacular. It is quite simple to show off in the training ground. Select a low-level account and practice diligently, then emerge pretending to have succeeded on the first attempt. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as they had clicked on the nightmare escape. TSK. In Earthling terms, showing off has backfired. Zhuangzhou and the others observed this scene, realizing the intent to cancel, yet it was impossible. What was happening? Just then, EMP provided Zhuangzhou and Fireman with a notification that EMP officials wished to connect with them. This caught both Zhuangzhou and Fireman off guard, but this was typical of the officials' unpredictable nature, suddenly creating the most entertaining scenarios. As a newcomer, Zhuangzhou was utterly unprepared, while Fireman, being seasoned, had participated in similar instances before, having once faced off against NUPS live streamers. Fireman, I am the newcomer streamer Zhuangzhou. I look forward to your guidance. Zhuangzhou greeted politely, maintaining the necessary decorum despite differing opinions. The fireman had limited knowledge about Zhuangzhou, only aware that he was a newcomer specializing in live streaming puppetry. Haha, I am quite renowned on Mars for my fondness for the youth. Come on, since it's an official request, let us together witness the performance of the puppeteer as he dares to challenge the Kepler nightmare survival, an endeavor no one has yet accomplished. Do you think he can succeed? Fireman casually inquired. Zhuangzhou pondered for a moment and replied, I believe he can. Fireman raised an eyebrow. Are you certain you're not just speaking nonsense? Senior, I wouldn't claim to be the most knowledgeable about the puppeteer, but his every action cannot be assessed by ordinary standards, Zhuangzhou stated earnestly. A smile crept onto Fireman's lips. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Youngster, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. To advance in the profession of a streamer, one must first learn to control one's words, and secondly, possess a wealth of knowledge and sound judgment. Do you know what the success rate is for the Kepler nightmare survival? Zhuangzhou nodded. I do know. It is 0. I believe the puppeteer is here to break that record. And I am certain it won't merely be a simple pass. He will establish a benchmark for others. Haha, are you sure you haven't had a drink? Oh, by the way, the records show you are a student at Tianjing Jiwu. Is your school really that surreal now? No wonder. Fireman didn't finish his thought, implying that the current performance of use was lacking. Chapter 37. The Kepler survival. As the two streamers conversed, the audience below became increasingly fervent, with the official poll offering fans the choice of success or failure. Zhuangzhou, in truth, was uncertain of the outcome. He merely regretted his previous lack of steadfast belief. Having made a choice, he felt compelled to pursue it steadfastly, as a streamer from the outset. If the puppeteer were to conclude, so too would his own journey. This was the essence of causality. Li Hao was indeed reluctant to engage in this challenge, not due to its difficulty, but rather because it seemed devoid of meaning. He truly didn't wish to relive those unpleasant memories. However, since cancellation was not an option, he resigned himself to begin. Upon entering the Kepler retreat mission, he selected the armored dragon. Instantly, Fireman and Zhuangzhou's streaming room erupted with excitement, their viewership skyrocketing to over 2.5 million. 1% believed success was possible, while 99% were convinced it was not. However, following the selection of the armored dragon, that 1% rapidly diminished, leaving only theoretical supporters. Observing this choice, Katie and others were left speechless. Battling was one thing, but selecting the armored dragon? Did he even know how to spell death? The Silver Fox fighter was the most suitable option, having been tested by Inupi, albeit challenging to evade the ambushes that lay ahead. Choosing the armored dragon seemed excessively reckless. Had he underestimated the toll of this assault? With his capabilities, the Silver Fox could have made it through, but the armored dragon stood little chance. No one believed there was even a sliver of possibility for success, especially those who had previously attempted this challenge. The designs of the EMP were fundamentally not intended to allow contestants to succeed. At this moment, not only the Cougars Academy, which had previously engaged with the puppeteer, but also the Tianjing Academy, several schools from Mars, and renowned institutions from the 4 federations were all watching this match. Once a minor internet celebrity, the puppeteer had now garnered a notable reputation within the community. The armored dragon fighter was ready, with a 10-second countdown underway. Boom! The armored dragon entered the colossal jungle of the Kepler planet, where the planet's gravity, modified for large-scale immigration, was similar to Earth's. However, Kepler had clearly not undergone such modifications, with the gravity imposed by the EMP being over twice that of Earth. For the current warriors, this was not excessively challenging, yet there was a distinction. Adaptation and combat were 2 different concepts. Even with the mecha's capacity to endure, it would still incur extraordinary strain. Upon entering this environment, the pilot would receive 3 seconds to adapt. Only after the second countdown would the true challenge commence. The Kepler nightmare survival was essentially a journey of a weaponless mobile warrior fleeing in a singular direction, devoid of maps or destinations. It was rumored that at the end lay a human base. Yet no one had ever seen it. At this moment, within the jungle surrounding the mecha, over a dozen pairs of green, glimmering eyes emerged. These were the Ripper giant worms. On Earth, they possessed gray eyes. But in Kepler, they were a deep green, ominous like denizens from the abyss. Over a dozen Ripper giant worms had already surrounded the armored dragon fighter. This meant that in 3 seconds, the armored dragon would first have to confront the frenzied encirclement of these monstrous creatures, necessitating the use of speed to extricate itself from their grasp. Otherwise, entanglement was inevitable. Begin. Virum 12 Ripper giant worms burst forth from the dense foliage. The 3 seconds had afforded the armored dragon sufficient time to prepare for a thrust of its engines. A critical maneuver to escape the encirclement, however. What unfolded next left the audience in stunned silence. Although there were gaps between the 12 Ripper giant worms in the direction of the task route, the armored dragon charged directly towards the nearest Ripper giant worm head-on. The Ripper giant worm swung its colossal claw in a lightning-fast strike, capable of tearing the mecha apart if it landed. The armored dragon evaded the claw while leaping into the air, delivering a punch directly into the creature's maw. This punch pierced deep into the Ripper giant worm's throat, and with a surge of strength, he tore its mouth wide open. Upon landing, the armored dragon targeted the joint of the claw with a kick, snapping it clean off. By this time, 3 more Ripper giant worms had closed in, and the armored dragon, clutching the severed claw, engaged them directly. Swish, swish, swish. The mecha surged through the 3 giant worms, splattering dark green liquid everywhere as they collapsed to the ground. The remaining 8 quickly surrounded from all sides. But the armored dragon did not wait for the encirclement to complete. It kicked aside one giant worm's carcass to divert attention, dodging an incoming attack, and plunged its claw straight into the head of another. In combat with the giant worms, targeting the head for lethal damage was the most effective approach, and once a giant worm perished, its body would harden with silicon, granting the armored dragon another razor-sharp curved claw. 3 furious giant worms blocked the path, one of which had entered a frenzy, gnawing at its fallen brethren. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the armored dragon plunged into the fray, its sharp claw reaping lives. Ultimately, four Ripper giant worms lunged at once, but the armored dragon did not evade. It met their assault with its dual claws in a violent clash of metallic sounds. The armored dragon surged in close, colliding with the nearest giant worm, then withdrew its claws, using the momentum to rebound in midair. It executed a flying strike, cleaving one giant worm in two, but another charged in. The armored dragon collided once more. Flipping through the air, swish, yet another giant worm's head was severed. Heaven and earth, return and soar, twin swallows in flight. The technique was unleashed, sending the mecha plummeting, its claws slipping free. Swish, swish, two giant worms poised to deliver a finishing blow fell with a shriek, each impaled by a curved claw. The streaming room fell into complete silence, save for the viewer count surging to 350,000. Meanwhile, the elite from various military academies watched in utter astonishment. Isn't this a test of escape? And he's counterattacking? Is it really possible to counterattack like this? Is this how Flying Swallow's return is supposed to be executed? The armored dragon, seemingly unfazed, stood up, surveyed the surroundings, retrieved its two claws, glanced at the indicated direction, and set forth. At that moment, the bullet screen of various streaming rooms erupted in a frenzy. Why titanium alloy eyes are blinded? Please, chop me up to cheer for the puppeteer. Martian sons, do you see this? This is a warrior of use. This has completely shattered my understanding. Who else dares to fight like this? This person is utterly reckless. It's absurd. This has already triggered an S-rank Flying Swallow's return. How much stamina must that consume? Well, he has some skills, but it's rather unwise. The difficulty of this test is exceptionally high, especially in the latter stages. After such an expenditure of stamina right from the start, what will happen next? Fireman remarked indifferently. This was a grave misjudgment. The failure of this test largely stemmed from the subsequent pursuit by the Ripper's ego. Even the speed of a light mecha would struggle to completely evade in Kepler, ultimately leading to entrapment by the Ripper's ego. I believe the puppeteer's approach is indeed the way forward. However, the majority could not even face 12 Ripper giant worms. Zhuang Zhou directly countered, having already expressed courtesy and politeness. Now delving straight into matters of substance. Who cares? Supporters of the puppeteer roared with excitement. Little Zhuang Zhou, don't be timid. What are you afraid of? Go for it. The armored dragon fighter sped through the Kepler jungle. And in a short while, the second wave of attacks commenced, as numerous Ripper giant worms began to encircle from both sides. In real combat, giant worms operate akin to a special mode of communication. Much like our radio, these were reinforcements. The armored dragon could not afford to become ensnared in this ceaseless entanglement and pressed forward relentlessly. Suddenly, the armored dragon executed an emergency lateral maneuver. Swish, a sharp gray spike erupted from the ground. They had entered the territory of the burrower, the most loathsome giant worm encountered in Kepler, endowed with burrowing and camouflage abilities. Its back could launch sharp spikes capable of penetrating mecha directly, and its speed was astonishing. Just as the armored dragon made its evasive move, its engines roared, executing a 360-degree aerial drift. Swish, 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 another spike emerged from the ground, and simultaneously, two more shot forth from the trees. Among the two lurking predators, one was camouflaged against a colossal plant, seamlessly blending into its surroundings. Their combined assault, a lethal strike, was narrowly evaded by the armored dragon mech. Yet the most perilous blow had indeed struck true. Leaving a profound gash upon the mech's exterior, as the armored dragon mech landed, it did not glance back nor pause for a moment. It surged forward with explosive speed, its mechanical form striding fiercely ahead. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground and flanks, but the armored dragon deftly maneuvered, maintaining its forward momentum. The curved claws in its hands swung relentlessly to deflect the unavoidable projectiles. Its speed scarcely diminished. A deluge of dark liquid cascaded from above, prompting the armored dragon mech to dive forward low to the ground, its engines roaring to life, propelling it onward in a powerful roll, followed by another forceful leap. The ground beneath turned charred and smoky, engulfed in the corrosive liquid that enveloped an area of more than 10 meters. Yet the armored dragon mech emerged with animalistic agility, completing two extreme rolls that allowed it to escape the clutches of the corrosive behemoth. However, respite was fleeting. The ground began to tremble violently, temperatures soaring as flames engulfed the surroundings. Inside the mech, the heat intensified. Despite its protective features, it distracted the pilot, and prolonged exposure could lead to unconsciousness. This territory belonged to the flame bomb insect, and passage must be swift. At this juncture, every tester had succumbed. While there were certainly capable individuals, the exhaustion from previous encounters was immense, and the lack of suitable weaponry left them at their limits. One misstep could spell doom. The armored dragon mech charged through the searing flames, and amidst the crimson glow, shadows darted like petals in the wind. The explosive parasites clinging to the flame bomb giant were formidable. The armored dragon mech abruptly retreated, skillfully rolling back several meters. A cacophony of explosions erupted, flames shooting forth, yet the mech surged ahead before the blasts could subside. This was a tactical retreat to advance. Once the first wave of concentrated parasites was expelled, the second would be significantly fewer, creating a crucial opening for escape. Yet, moments after launching, several dark shapes pursued the armored dragon mech through the air. It veered sharply, shifting laterally to avoid collision, but two explosive parasites continued their relentless chase. It was common knowledge that contact with these creatures meant instant detonation, and in this training, sustaining injury from the parasites meant failure. The armored dragon mech's maneuvers had become instinctual, leaving little room for movement. Some spectators had already closed their eyes in dread. The popularity of Zhuangzhou's livestream had inexplicably surged to 4 million viewers. The fiery man grimaced, pondering the absurdity of the situation. The pilot was undeniably impressive, but he had chosen the wrong adversary. The armored dragon mech appeared to abandon evasion, yet its claws surged forward. 3 explosive parasites collided with the claws without detonating, instead being deflected away in different directions. Boom! The subsequent explosions erupted, but the armored dragon mech pressed on, unwavering in its trajectory. The chat was flooded with question marks. Why had they not exploded? Zhuangzhou was equally perplexed. The fiery man remained silent for a moment, recalling that the mechanism of explosion involved collision with carbon-based materials. Metals and silicon did not detonate immediately. Observing the recent maneuvers, it seemed the pilot had utilized a form of soft power rather than brute force. Yes, he recalled a lesson from biology class. Zhuangzhou slapped his palm in realization, knowing that many experts in the chat had already offered explanations. Yet, everyone understood a fundamental truth. Often, what the mind comprehends, the hands fail to execute. As the armored dragon mech neared the edge of the gigantic jungle, victory was within reach. A vast crevice appeared before it. Undoubtedly a necessary passage. For some high-performance lightweight mechs, this posed no challenge. The finest mechs from the 4 federations possessed a degree of hovering capability. However, the armored dragon was not among them. There was no time to deliberate. The dense jungle behind was closing in ominously. Without hesitation, the armored dragon mech accelerated, determined to breach the gap in one breath. Every heart held tightly, breathless in anticipation, for the human base was visible ahead. Crossing this threshold would signify the first victory of the training, a moment of glory. Completing the task for the first time would yield bonus points, and the name of the first successful participant would be immortalized, a tremendous honor coveted by every EMP participant. Failure meant nothing, as it approached victory. An ominous shadow loomed. A massive energy orb descended from the sky. An energy projectile from a high-energy insect, capable of obliterating a starship, leaving no room for hesitation. The armored dragon mech leapt into the air, charging forward, yet at that moment, 2 winged creatures resembling razorback insects appeared on either side. New species of giant insects? Without a glance, the armored dragon mech hurled its claws into the air. One giant insect was struck squarely in the head, plummeting to the ground, while the other, displaying cunning, evaded the attack by halting its wings abruptly, impacting the mech's maneuverability. What could have been a smooth passage now sent it spiraling into the abyss. With a thunderous crash, the mech's hands clamped onto the cliff face, halting its descent. A flicker of hope emerged as it sought to ascend. Yet, another flying giant insect was already lunging toward its prey. Victory was tantalizingly close, yet despair loomed larger. Had they known this would happen, it might have been better to have never hoped at all. The supporters of the puppet were at a loss for words. It was over. Even divine intervention would be futile. Suddenly, the menacing flying insect halted mid-flight, a mysterious appendage protruding from its mouth. It appeared not to belong to it, but rather a curved claw embedded in its head. The claw that had previously avoided detection had returned with vengeance, survival against the odds. Those witnessing this spectacle felt an exhilarating rush. They were on the brink of success. Which genius orchestrated this test? The emotional roller coaster was electrifying. The armored dragon mech steadily climbed up, and the supporters of the puppet raised their arms in jubilation. Yet, just then, a spike shot forward, piercing the air. Instantly, all were petrified. Could there truly be lurking predators here? The 38th chapter. A small S reward. This utterly captivating strike had missed its mark. The armored dragon mech merely feigned an advance, quickly retracting its head as the lurking predator, now laid bare like a rock, was exposed. The retracted spike was seized by the armored dragon mech in a flash. Utilizing the force, it ascended the shore, leaving the audience speechless. This was an act of sheer anticipation. The dark green liquid sprayed forth as the now vulnerable predator, stripped of its camouflage and defenses, was crushed beneath a single foot in a fit of rage. This test was evidently designed to exploit psychological weaknesses, culminating in an astonishing array of challenges. At the moment victory was within grasp, when human fragility was most evident, the pilot executed a cold, calculating counterstrike. Yet, the armored dragon mech was acutely aware, whether through instinct or constant vigilance during its leap. It had noted potential dangers on the opposite shore, possessing considerable knowledge of the giant insects while demonstrating the precision of a top-tier pilot. The mech, now stained with the blood and grime of its foes and bearing numerous scars, gazed upon the base ahead. It silently acknowledged its surroundings one last time, casting a glance back towards the Kepler jungle. The large screen displayed a still image. The EMP network announced. ID Puppet successfully completed the Kepler retreat mission, achieving an S-rank score. All online EMP contestants across the 4 federations, whether in virtual or real mode, received this notification. Impossible to ignore. Zhuang Zhou, disregarding all decorum, leaped from his seat, pounding his chest, exclaiming, "Puppet God, truly invincible." At this moment, the viewership in Zhuang Zhou's live stream surged past 5 million, and with the system announcement, the numbers continued to climb. An extraordinary and miraculous first-time achievement. The fans of the puppet erupted in ecstatic frenzy. Many hailed from the virtual zone, unable to contain their excitement. They demanded this moment, proving that not all from the virtual realm were insignificant. The puppet god was their champion. One was enough. A superhuman performance. A flawless blend of capability, intelligence, and experience. The fiery man, dumbfounded, realized that the best course of action was to remain silent. He needed to analyze the replay for any weaknesses. If that failed, he might resort to psychological tactics, attempting to unearth flaws in the pilot's character. This individual was a whirlwind of chaos. This was not a solo test, but a collective one. As long as one participant succeeded, it sufficed. But how could others thrive amidst such tumult? Yet, it was only through such extraordinary feats that the merciless S-rank score could be attained, establishing a benchmark, a limit. The puppet's inaugural testing journey concluded in resounding triumph. Li Hao had already removed his device. Breathing steadily, his complexion nearly restored. The exhaustion was present but not overwhelming. It was merely a disdain for the giant insects and the Kepler environment. This is a realm where hell and heaven intertwine. Most individuals perceive merely a fragment of paradise, while Li Hao, under the watchful guidance of Bleem over the past few years, has garnered profound experiences of the infernal side. It feels as though he is destined to venture into that cursed place. Fortunately, his lack of funds renders such aspirations futile. No matter who arrives, it is of no consequence. The situation is so dire that he finds himself starving. Starving? Late-night snack? Suddenly, a light bulb flickers in Li Hao's mind as he swiftly dials Tianjing. On the other end, the call is almost instantly accepted, and a gentle voice chimes in. "Oh dear, are you hungry? Would you like a midnight snack?" "Sure, senior. I'm feeling a bit peckish too." Although Iuu is not at all sleepy, she feels it inappropriate for a girl to be overly forward. The concept of kindred spirits and tacit understanding has blossomed since Iuu's arrival, enriching Li Hao's world in ways that perhaps signify the fateful connection often spoken of by Master Ma. The puppet may have logged off, yet the EMP world has suddenly come alive. The previously dwindling online presence has surged. To this day, each first clear is a hot topic, as the easier ones have long been exhausted. While S-rank first clears are undeniably explosive, especially with the trending Kepler Battle Royale, the initial reaction upon hearing this news is one of disbelief. Even with system notifications, it seems implausible. How could it be possible? Seeing a solo clear only amplifies suspicions of a system error. Musashi, engaged in training, receives a message from Zhou Nei. Captain, what's up? Musashi wipes the sweat from his brow. Li Hao's performance has indeed provided him with considerable motivation, as he is a straightforward boy capable of intense focus. Musashi, someone has achieved an S-rank first clear in the Kepler Battle Royale. What? Maxis or Van Levitt? The puppet. Musashi is left speechless, stunned into silence. The league's EMP section has exploded with activity, attracting not only numerous military academy students, but also a plethora of virtual players. In the past, the real zone was an unattainable realm for them. Many had attempted to challenge it, only to be crushed by the prowess of the experts. Yet now, the puppet emerging from the virtual zone not only stands firm but has also set records, fostering a natural camaraderie and a burgeoning legion of supporters. Meanwhile, on the commercial street outside Tianjing's Mecca, the nightlife is just beginning. An open-air barbecue restaurant serves delectable grilled meat paired with beer. Life is indeed delightful. The large screen showcases mecha competitions, as Li Hao enjoys beer and chicken popcorn with Ayuyu. Observing Ayuyu's charming demeanor, Li Hao cannot help but feel elated. Oh dear, could this be your first time drinking beer? Ayuyu playfully crinkles her little nose. This tastes awful. That's because you're not drinking it correctly. Like me, take a big gulp. It's all about that refreshing sensation. Li Hao downs half a cup in one go. Ayuyu, attempting the same, discovers that the taste is far more palatable, a surge of vigor washing over her, accompanied by an inexplicable exhilaration. Here, have another one of these. Li Hao naturally extends his hand towards Ayuyu. Though he is inwardly flustered, Ayuyu hesitates for a moment before opening her mouth. The flavor indeed seems different this time. Suddenly, the highlights of the mech battle on the big screen switch, and those engaged in drinking and chatting become irate. Hey, boss, what's going on? Switch it back. We were just at a climax. Why did it cut out? Given that the dining establishments and bars near Tianjing's Mecca all feature large screens airing mech battles, the display has now shifted to the latest live stream, an analysis video of the first clear of the Kepler Battle Royale. The delay is slightly lengthy as both official sources and various skilled players prepare their materials. Instantly, everyone is captivated. This is the official EMP analysis. While the live streams of Zhuangzhou and Fireman continue, their popularity soaring to 750,000 viewers, Ayuyu's interest is piqued as she exclaims, "Wow, this is impressive." Li Hao smiles slightly. "You know about this mission?" "Humph, senior. I can detect a hint of mockery in your tone," Ayuyu replies with a playful blink, a touch of defiance in her eyes. "Not at all. I'm merely admiring your cross-disciplinary knowledge." Li Hao, no fool, quickly waves his hand, adamantly denying any such implication. "But senior has praised it before. I was curious about the Kepler, so I made an effort to understand it. There's nothing remarkable about Kepler. If you can avoid going there, do so. Safety first," Li Hao says as he takes another sip. This is not merely a first clear. It is an S-rank first clear. The initial step involves everyone attempting to escape, yet the puppet chose to first eliminate the 12 razorback giant insects. This requires specialized knowledge. Upon death, these insects undergo a siliceous hardening reaction, rendering their bodies extremely tough, with the razorback's claws becoming exceedingly sharp. The puppet adeptly capitalizes on this. Zhuangzhou explains they are utilizing the analysis video provided by the officials, and although Junior Zhuang is a newcomer, he is exceptionally fortunate to have become an official sign streamer. As the screen displays the moment of the twin flying swallows, the entire restaurant erupts in cheers, and Ayuyu, caught up in the excitement, jumps up in delight. The maneuver is simply too stylish and cool. However, completing the Kepler Battle Royale with such flashy techniques is typically frowned upon by most experts, as it consumes excessive stamina. Yet the puppet has chosen to proceed this way. Musashi and Zhou Nei are watching in a VIP livestream room, both pondering how to manage the subsequent operations. After dealing with the razorback giant insects, a swift advance leads to the second wave, facing the onslaught of lurkers and explosive beetles. While the reverse retreat in this wave is feasible, It ultimately does not resolve the problem, leading to a deadly encirclement. Then comes the crucial moment. The analysis video thoughtfully provides an ultra-slow motion detail, when the mech cannot change direction while facing the explosive beetle's attack. How will they manage? Every eye is wide open, as this appears to be an inevitable demise. However, when the razor claws make contact with the explosive beetle, there is no explosion. Bug? Not only does it not explode, but it is also flung away. Why? The slow-motion replay reveals that the razor claws did not directly collide with the explosive beetle, but rather caught it, using the claws as a sliding plane, executing a spin that propelled the beetle away. At this moment, the camera zooms in, emphasizing the hand movements. The armored dragon mech astonishingly maneuvers the claws with its fingers, executing an inward rotation to avoid any collision with the explosive beetle. Everyone is left in awe, as during the initial slow motion, they only observe the arm's movement, completely missing the rotation of the claws and hand. Good heavens, my old treasure, what a maneuver! All who witness this scene are left dumbfounded by the detail. Those who study Kepler professionally should understand that the explosion of the beetles primarily relies on contact and impact. They are highly sensitive to non-silicon-based materials and will explode upon contact. Yet, for silicon-based materials, a certain degree of impact is required, and the puppet clearly possesses deep understanding, employing the razor claws to traverse the bridge and evade the lethal strike. How about it, Fireman? Zhuang Zhou inquires, seeking a bit of interaction. Fireman remains stoic. Let me show you what professionalism looks like. He remarks nonchalantly, it's acceptable. It seems he was well prepared. Chapter 39. Solitude. Having evaded this wave, the stamina depletion for an ordinary person is already substantial. In the case of a team infiltrating, cooperation might be possible. However, in solo operations, there are no choices. The third wave's cliff leap requires the armored dragon to take a desperate leap, yet the two flying giant insects are undeniably lethal. The boomerang technique has reached a jaw-dropping level. While many pilots practice knife-throwing skills, achieving such precision is commendable, but the spinning technique. When distance is compromised due to obstacles, the details come into play. The armored dragon mech directly slices into the cliff face with its hand blade, securing its body, the entire sequence of actions exuding a cold decisiveness, infused with an ineffable aura of combat readiness. Then, it methodically climbs upward as for the fourth wave. Everyone assumes the lurkers are disguised as rocks. Only in slow motion does it become apparent that nothing is above, as the lurkers are concealed within the rugged terrain. Utterly invisible. This is truly a testament to a warrior's tactical acumen. It may seem simple, reliant on luck. However, elites like Robi, Tita, Musashi, and Zhou Nei understand that to maintain such vigilance after enduring numerous challenges speaks to the formidable nature of this individual. What kind of training must one undergo to develop such muscle reflexes? Thus, when the armored dragon mech reaches the shore, there are no cheers, no jubilations, nor the frenzied celebrations typically associated with record-breaking achievements. As the large screen displays the immense announcement of the S-rank first clear record, the entire restaurant erupts in cheers, and patrons raise their glasses in celebration, exclaiming how remarkable it is. Moreover, hearing that this puppet is affiliated with Use makes it all the more worthy of a toast. This battle has catapulted the puppet into the public eye of Use. A specialist in armored mechs cannot be dismissed as an outsider, especially given the disdain with which both lunar and Martian individuals regard Earth mechs. Li Hao also lifts his cup, preparing to clink it with Ayuyu's, only to notice her staring blankly at the screen, her eyes seemingly glistening with unshed tears. Ayuyu, what's wrong? Li Hao inquires curiously. Your reaction seems rather strange. As Ayuyu regained her senses, she glanced at Li Hao with a hint of embarrassment. It's nothing, Senior. I merely feel that this person must be quite lonely. Li Hao paused for a moment, slowly setting down his cup, lost in thought as he observed Ayuyu, this vibrant girl, feeling as though he was already ensnared in the live broadcast room. Zhuang Zhou certainly did not hide his excitement and self-praise. This was no mere flattery, but a genuine admiration. Throughout the entire match, he had been providing commentary, finally rendering the fireman speechless. Fireman, why don't you offer a summary? Zhuang Zhou proposed, eager for a retort. The fireman nodded, a faint smile gracing his face, allowing his opponent to speak first. However, he found the adversary too inexperienced. The performance was commendable, indicating that this puppet had come prepared, I must admit. He has some skills, yet I still find it hard to like this person. He is excessively arrogant, deliberately posturing, and becomes insufferably pretentious at the slightest achievement. It is well known that we Martians value authenticity and genuine character. Zhuang Zhou was momentarily taken aback, astonished at the audacity of it all. So, not celebrating is just a facade. What about celebrating? Does that mean one becomes aloof? He mused, feeling a surge of indignation as he glanced at the barrage of comments. Realizing that in the entire solar system, no one relished pretense more than the Martians. Simultaneously, the EMP official seized this opportunity to unveil a new giant worm with flight capabilities at the Kepler training camp. The Reaper, smaller than the Razor giant worm, possessed remarkable agility and was quite formidable in the lunar Alpharia ring, a private domain owned by the Morifis family. The Morifis clan was an undisputed aristocracy, publicly recognized as the largest shareholder of the INUP Federation. The development history of the Morifis family is indeed peculiar. They were the pioneers of lunar colonization, taking on considerable risk for the promise of abundant helium-3, which has now emerged as the primary energy source to replace oil in the solar system. The rise of the Morifis family was thus inevitable. However, this ascent incited considerable trepidation, ultimately leading to a violation of antitrust laws, resulting in the forced division of their energy enterprises. Yet, even after the division, each sector thrived rapidly, leveraging INUP's technological advantages and gradually becoming industry leaders, with the major shareholders still being the Morifis family. Unbeknownst to many, they became a colossal entity flourishing throughout the INUP. The INUP Federation was merely a surface-level enterprise. In reality, their wealth rivaled that of nations. The current head of the family is Syrian Morifis, whose parents perished in an experimental accident 3 years ago. Following the incident, Syrian awoke from a coma, and rumors circulated regarding his significant involvement in the event. Within the expansive laboratory, Syrian was directing the intelligence system to extract materials, having discovered a form of active substance from the giant worm's extract, which could potentially revolutionize mech technology. As the automatic door opened, Syrian remained engrossed in his experiments, oblivious to the middle-aged man who entered and stood quietly beside him. After a while of busyness, Syrian rubbed his forehead, finally noticing the middle-aged man, nodding slightly before resuming his work. "Young master, I just arrived, and there is some unfortunate news. Maxis, Van Lywit, and Tita have declined your invitation." Mal calmly stated. "Should we apply some pressure?" Syrian's expression remained placid. "It's to be expected. Mal Morifis, a loyal retainer of the Morifis family, has served them for generations and bears their surname." With a somewhat stern demeanor, he continued, "They are part of your plans. If it weren't for your support over the years, they wouldn't have had such smooth sailing." Syrian smiled faintly. "Human beings are inherently fragile and selfish. It's of no consequence. It won't affect me." During his time in a coma, he had traversed an abyss of darkness and despair, yet simultaneously had the opportunity to reflect from a different perspective. That experience may have been a preparation for his transformation today. As he recognized his past impetuosity and superficiality, having once reveled in ephemeral pleasures, a truly great existence must first transcend the mundane desires of biological life. Only the weak yearn for understanding. "What has become of that person?" Syrian inquired softly. "I had someone investigate. He was imprisoned for a year. Use has not been negligent, and he is currently in a preparatory class, but he is prohibited from engaging with mecha weaponry. He himself applied for the journalism department, but later was specially recruited into the mech department by the former principal of Tianjing Mecha, showing only average performance," Mal replied. Reflecting on that individual seemed to evoke a twinge of pain in Syrian's chest. "Is the current principal of Tianjing Mecha Long Danny?" "Indeed. She is also a key figure among the younger generation of the US Federal Army. Time has passed. Would you like me to arrange something for him?" Mal suggested, with his arrangement implying an orchestrated accident. Syrian pondered quietly for a moment. "I have yet to fully contemplate his fate. Let us set that aside for now. How are negotiations with Kepler progressing?" "Rest assured, we have reached a preliminary understanding. The remains of the giant worms are primarily designated for use in the laboratories of the various military academies of the Federation. We are eager to purchase at a high price. They would be delighted. The channels must remain discreet. Don't shy away from taking a few detours. We cannot allow anyone to uncover any traces." "Understood, young master." Additionally, the feedback on the new weapons has been positive. The military is willing to procure them in large quantities for upgrades in mecha. Syrian nodded. as this was anticipated. The giant worm's body contained a unique element capable of enhancing weaponry, yet it harbored even greater secrets and significance. Enough to transform humanity as a whole, he was determined to accomplish something unprecedented. Early on Monday morning, Li Hao was abruptly awakened, startled by the sight of two curious faces peering over his bed. "What are you two up to?" he exclaimed, pulling his cup closer. "Wow, how impressive. Quietly wooing a girl, huh? Come on, spill the details. How far have you progressed?" Ma Long's gossip-loving heart was aflutter all weekend. "I heard you even took her to Musashi's place." "That's quite a leap, isn't it?" Ma Long grinned mischievously. "Leap? You're talking nonsense." Li Hao's thoughts turned to Yu, and a smile of understanding crept across his face. "I'm in deep." "That's not just being in deep. You've fallen completely into the gentle trap. Do you have a photo?" "What's she like?" Both Ma Long and Zhou Xiaotang were quite inquisitive. "She's a very gentle girl." Musashi chimed in. "What do you know, you novice? Let me, the expert, take a look at the photo." Ma Long replied with a hint of disdain. "I only have one photo." Li Hao opened Tianjing, revealing the image of him and Yu under the moonlight. Ma Long and Zhou Xiaotang scrutinized it thoroughly, almost wishing for a magnifying glass. "Not bad. She clearly has a good character, but it seems she's not as pretty as Yitong," Ma Long remarked with slight disappointment, noting her skin was average, although she appeared quite genuine, not like a green tea type. "How aren't you considering sacrificing a bit of your looks? I'm counting on you to support me." Chapter 40. Battle Positions. Li Hao gave Ma Long a light tap on the forehead. "It's safer for us to rely on you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile joyfully at the photo of Yu. Recalling the delightful conversations they shared the previous night. "Oh my, this is too intoxicating. This can't be your first love, can it? Look at how he's already grinning like a fool." Ma Long laughed. While he and Shang Man were certainly not first loves, every individual carries a profound memory of their first romance. "Ahem, Ma Long, teach me some expert techniques for pursuing girls," Li Hao earnestly requested. For among his acquaintances, Ma Long was the second best, with no one else even close. "Well, since we're all brothers in the same circle, if you like her, we'll certainly support you. The essence of pursuit is simply spending money wisely." Ma Long cleared his throat. "Isn't that a bit materialistic?" Zhou Xiaotang protested. "Love should be pure. Spending money doesn't equate to affection." "Zhou Xiaopang, wake up, even if you're a fan of an idol. You have to spend money," Ma Long countered. "Girls naturally enjoy romance and surprises. Do you think feelings just fall from the sky? It requires investment of time and money. When I pursued Ching Man, I spent a week creating all sorts of romantic gestures. It wasn't just handing over cash. My entire month's living expenses went into it, and that was under the condition of mutual affection. If you're not sincere or romantic, what would a girl see in you? If you're ugly, don't shower, and pick your nose, don't talk to me about love at first sight. It's all about physical attraction. That seems a bit absolute. I believe there are always exceptions." Zhou Xiaotang maintained his stance, and Mei Long rolled his eyes at him. "Don't mind Xiaozhua Haogu. Listen to me. Even if the girl has feelings for you, you must create romance to rapidly expand that affection and break through the boundaries of friendship. Otherwise, if time drags on, she'll quickly categorize you as just a good friend. It's easy to enter, but difficult to exit, akin to the challenge of getting into Tianjing Mecca. Never believe in the notion of love blossoming over time. That's just a backup plan. The more beautiful a girl is, the more fickle she tends to be. If that's the case, then beautiful girls are unreliable. Why bother pursuing them?" Musashi remarked, flexing his impressive biceps. "Brother, it's not that beautiful girls are unreliable. It's that they face more temptations. So, one must be formidable oneself. As long as you are the best version of yourself, there won't be any issues. Brothers, learn well from me," Ma Long proudly declared. "In any case, do as you see fit. I've given my opinion. If it were up to me, it would still be Yeting. Isn't she delightful? Childhood sweethearts." "Nonsense. We are not in that kind of relationship, according to your logic. I should avoid any entanglements. Let's get back on track. It's time for class." Li Hao hastily changed the subject, feeling that Ma Long's demeanor suggested a hint of matchmaking. "Oh my God. Oh my God. Lord." Zhou Xiaotang suddenly spiraled into the air, startling everyone around her. "Zhou Xiaotang, have you lost your mind? Such a commotion. My heart is about to leap out of my chest." Zhou Xiaotang couldn't be bothered to argue with Ma Long. Arths is holding a small special fan meeting in Tianjing, and it's trending. There are only 8,000 spots available. Oh my goodness, how wonderful it would be if I could secure one. It would make my life worth living. You really have no sense of value in this life. Do you? What do you think this is? Malong scoffed. Last year, upon discovering that Zhou Xiaotang was a fervent fan and had spent her living expenses on limited edition merchandise, he had tried to dissuade her. But to no avail. You don't understand. This is my closest opportunity to Arth. I will be there outside the venue to support her, Zhou Xiaotang said with a blissful smile. Malong, also a fan, found it difficult to comprehend Zhou Xiaotang's level of obsession. I'll see if I can snag a ticket for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaotang's excitement was palpable. Dragon brother, is that for real? You are my eternal favorite. Brother, watch the drool. Move a bit further away. I can't guarantee I'll get one, but I know a scalper quite well. I'll inquire and see. That's okay. No need to go inside. Just getting a spot in the outdoor cheering section will suffice. Zhou Xiaotang remained humble in her pursuit of fandom. The morning was filled with required courses. Li Hao and Luo Xiaotang were both majoring in sniping within the mecha department. The daily training for snipers primarily revolved around shooting. Today's training was as monotonous as ever, comprising two parts, one for mecha design training and the other for piloting mechas. Although piloting a mecha and being a pilot were distinct roles, ultimately, it was the human who controlled the machine. One had to possess a thorough understanding of their specialty before gradually integrating it with the mecha to develop a unique offensive style. For 2 hours, they engaged in sniper rifle drills, lying prone and completely still, balancing a cup of water on their heads and on their rifles. A single drop resulted in a burden of 10,000 meters. This was what Zhou Xiaotang found most unbearable. It wasn't fear, but rather his slightly plump physique, which made him prone to sweating, easily leading to mistakes. This was also a factor impacting his daily scores. However, during actual combat, Zhou Xiaotang was remarkably accurate, a reason why Zhou Nei continued to select him. After the morning session, both Li Hao and Zhou Xiaotang received a message from Zhou Nei, announcing that the team would have a training session in the afternoon. As members of the school team, they had the privilege of opting out of certain required classes for team training. After lunch, Li Hao, Musashi, and Zhou Xiaotang arrived at the training ground, where Zhou Nei and the others were already present. They exchanged greetings, but Yeting regarded Li Hao with indifference and chose not to acknowledge him. Li Hao was puzzled, feeling he had done nothing to provoke her. Zhou Nei clapped her hands. Our team has been established for a while now. Currently, there are 2 main teams in Tianjing, ours and Gao Yunfeng's. Gao Yunfeng is still our school's main team. Today, we will finalize our team positions and select our training opponents. I've contacted the second team of Marco Polo from Europe and am awaiting their response. If anyone has suggestions for good opponents, feel free to reach out. Practical combat is the fastest way to improve. While the others remained relatively unresponsive, Yeting frowned, clearly unimpressed by the second team of Marco Polo, which she deemed ineffective. Yeting, do you have any connections? Your reputation is more substantial than ours, Zhou Nei remarked, clearly aware that her team lacked recognition, making it difficult to attract skilled players. Gao Yunfeng, on the other hand, was a well-known name in Tianjing, having participated in S10, making their status especially critical at this juncture. Yeting shrugged helplessly. I came to Tianjing after a fallout with my family. If I step in, it would only complicate matters. Let's focus on perfecting our own performance. A fine wine needs no bush, Li Hao suggested. Zhou Nei nodded, agreeing with Li Hao's perspective. I'll assign positions now. We'll follow the federal standard configuration. Team positions were allocated. First position, heavy armor, heavy firepower, and defense. Second position, light to medium vanguard. Third position, light to medium core. Fourth position, functional mecha suitable for special terrains. Fifth position, sniper. Musashi was assigned to the first and second positions. Shui Gang to the second position, with Yeting in the 3RD, Tang Yu in the 4TH, and Zhou Xiaotang in the 5TH. Li Hao, you'll also be in the fifth position. Does anyone have any objections? Zhou Nei surveyed the group. During this time, she had been diligently working behind the scenes, finally having completed all the necessary paperwork for the team and secured permission to use combat mechas. Principal Long was very supportive of her, but she understood that this was a strategic game. Some believed Gao Yunfeng's team was subpar, yet they were still an S10 team capable of competing with top-tier teams like NUP. A loss didn't imply a lack of competitiveness in the Asia region, and in Tianjing mecha warfare, only one team could represent Tianjing in battle. Captain, could we let Brother Hao try the vanguard position? I think he would be more suited for it, Musashi inquired, knowing how strongly Hao was in close combat, which would extend to his piloting abilities. There was some overlap in positions. Yetting could also swing between roles, but they had issues with the sniper position. Zhou Xiaodang had distinct advantages and disadvantages, necessitating a reasonable complement. Li Hao, what do you think? I'm in accordance with the captain's arrangements. My major is sniping, and I excel at it. Li Hao readily agreed, acknowledging that the sniper role involved less hassle. Moreover, he needed a side job. Having met a yo-yo, he felt a pressing need to earn money. Ma Long's words were indeed wise. Although he wasn't sure what constituted good romance, he was more than willing to make a yo-yo happy. Seeing Li Hao's enamored expression, Yetting couldn't help but roll her eyes. Li Hao, you're a bit distracted, aren't you? Not at all. I was raised by the captain. I steadfastly follow the captain's lead. Wherever the captain goes, I shall follow. Zhou Nei chuckled softly. You might not see it, but he can be quite slick at times. Our positions are not fixed. Everything revolves around the team's progress. We need to quickly develop a set of strategic tactics and establish our unique style. Training officially begins tonight, and any competent team can engage in friendly matches. Tactics were familiar territory, yet assembling a cohesive group of 5 was deceptively complex. If their styles aligned, they could perform exceptionally well. If not, they would hinder each other. Once it came to team battles, not only individual styles mattered, but also the selection of mechas, which required careful consideration of each pilot's mecha pool. Even Yetting, with her strong personal abilities, couldn't simply charge in solo during team fights. The team's composition should ideally be 12,335 or 22335. After the meeting, as Yetting and the others departed, only Zhou Nei and the versatile substitute Li Hao remained to tidy up the training area. What is up with Yetting? Did something happen? Li Hao casually asked. Zhou Nei chuckled. You don't know? What do I not know? Li Hao inquired, perplexed. I heard you encountered a girl you like and are pursuing her fervently? Li Hao froze. It's not that exaggerated. I did meet someone I'm fond of, but how did you all find out? Zhou Nei couldn't help but laugh. Ma Long mentioned it. That rascal. I'll deal with him when I get back. Chapter 41. Lessons for the newcomers. However, you have made quite the impression. After just a weekend, there's been a notable change. I won't concern myself with anything else, but you must take the team matters seriously. Don't forget about the team match at 7 this evening. She sighed lightly. What's wrong? It's about the training match opponents. Without suitable opponents, we can't properly assess the team, let alone identify a fitting style. Zhou Nei, a first-time captain, had initially been thrilled, but after forming the team, she realized it was both an honor and a challenging endeavor. She couldn't help but feel that Gao Yunfeng wasn't as lackluster as she had initially thought. Oh, I see. I'll ask a friend. Their level should be decent. Zhou Nei nodded, not taking it too seriously, but still intended to speak earnestly with the second team of Marco Polo, even if it meant paying a bit for the training match. The afternoon was dedicated to tactical integration classes. Professor Mingyi was an expert in mechas and an advocate of the use mecha style. He did not believe that the current disadvantages stemmed from issues in mecha development direction. Use has traditionally pursued a balanced style. As the birthplace of mechas, balance is paramount. However, recent performance over the past 2 years had placed considerable pressure on various fronts. Nonetheless, Mingyi remained steadfast in his belief that the style was not the problem. The issue lay with the competitors themselves. Currently, the mainstream mechas in use had replaced the Armored series with the Dragon God series, Dragon God E Medium, Dragon God T Heavy, and Dragon God C Light, all showing improvements in performance while maintaining a smooth transition. The mainstream effects were highly fluid. In contrast, INUP focused on lightweight mechas, continually enhancing performance on that foundation, such as the recently developed aircraft with stealth capabilities. While some experts might view these features as somewhat fragile, they could still yield significant results if utilized effectively. The ROM primarily focuses on beast-like mechas, yet their research and development aim to establish a comprehensive connection between the neural system and the mechas, striving for a true synergy between human and machine. This endeavor seeks to maximize the potential of multifunctional mechas, for humanity itself is a remarkably perfect creation, endowed with formidable compatibility and expansion capabilities. Given sufficient space, humans can flourish. However, this research has faced ethical opposition, which the Martians remain indifferent to. In contrast, TS reinforces its strengths and power, concentrating on the development of heavy mechas, while also initiating appropriate modifications to the pilots' bodies, not through genetic adjustments, but rather through optimization that remains within safe parameters. TAS capitalizes on the unique natural environment and ecological elements of Titan to enhance physical strength. Mengyi confidently addresses the audience, and it must be said that the defeat in S10 has done little to dampen his enthusiasm. Setting aside Titan, he dismisses the technological advancements offered by external entities, asserting that the Moon and Mars are merely misguided paths. While they may achieve success at certain stages, he believes that their approach is the true way forward. Listening to Mengyi invigorates the spirit. He is not one to boast aimlessly, but rather expresses genuine optimism for use's balanced strategy. I am aware that especially among the newcomers, there exists a lingering doubt. The underwhelming performance in the S competition has fostered some self-doubt. I will cite an example, albeit not a typical one. Recently, an intriguing contender emerged in EMP, known as Mu Go. Mengyi remarked that upon viewing his Kepler escape record, he discovered something fascinating. This individual has recently employed only armored mechas. Instantly, the classroom buzzed with interest. This was indeed a rare moment of excitement. Have you all noticed? What we previously scoffed at, even deemed a hindrance, appears to be wielded with the finesse of a super mecha in his hands. The question arises, is it the mecha's fault, or have we erred in our thinking? Perhaps we should keep an eye on this individual when time permits. I assure you, this is not a mere advertisement. Mengyi concluded the afternoon class with a smile. The crowd engaged in a flurry of discussion, some familiar with the name while others were hearing it for the first time. After all, he is a minor internet celebrity. Even achieving an S-level record only garners limited attention, with the S competition being the true focus of widespread interest. This Mugo is no ordinary contender. The class leader and I have watched some of his matches, and he is remarkably well-rounded. Musashi remarked, "Is he truly that formidable?" Showdown dismissed it casually, his mind evidently preoccupied since learning about Arth's upcoming concert. Indeed, he possesses a solid foundation and remarkable agility. The decisive maneuvers he executed during combat, upon analysis, were invariably the most judicious choices. This is what makes him exceptional. Musashi nodded, acknowledging that engaging with someone of such caliber would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Let us proceed. We have a team competition shortly, and time is of the essence. The three hastily finished their meal and made their way to the training ground. Zhonei was already in communication with Tianjing, and judging by the expression, the counterpart had agreed. Before long, Yitong, Shuigang, and Tang Yu arrived. Their training match opponents were the second team from Marco Polo Academy. The terms agreed upon stipulated that a victory would exempt them from training fees, while a loss would incur a 1,000 yuan penalty, an arrangement made possible due to Yitong's presence, as otherwise, the opposing team would have been disinclined. Though it was merely the second team, Marco Polo Academy's caliber was high, and they had been a legitimate team for many years, whereas Zhonei's team was newly formed, uncertain of their capability to persist. Zhonei felt a surge of excitement. Let us begin. We shall learn through battle, identifying issues and strategies along the way. For the first match, we shall employ the configuration 2-2-3-3-5. Xiaotang, you will lead, while Li Hao and Tang Yu observe. Team Tianjing, 2-2-3-3-5 Musashi, Dragon God Yi Shuigang, Dragon God Si Zhonei, Dragon God Yi Yitong, Storm Zeros Xiaotang, Grey Death God Dragon God Si, Light Mecha Use Configuration, Light Fighter, 60 tons, Nuclear Fusion Drive, Dual Short Pulsed Laser Guns, Dual Titanium Blades Team Marco Polo, 1-2-3-5-5 Angelo, Dragon God Taiku, Dragon God Si Huaya, Storm Zero Sophia, Eagle Eye Fighter D Baba, Eagle Eye Fighter Dragon God T, Heavy Mecha, 120 tons use Dual Engine Nuclear Fusion Drive, Shoulder-Mounted Automatic Laser, Titanium Overlord Gun, Titanium Battle Axe, optional. Both teams entered the urban battlefield, parachuting into random locations that were roughly equivalent and advancing towards the central area. Angelo, as the primary heavy armor vanguard, maintained commendable speed, showcasing the adaptability of heavy armor on the battlefield, with outstanding physical attributes. Tianjing, too, brimmed with confidence. While Zhonei was meticulous and somewhat conservative, the team boasted Yitong, a newcomer whose combat prowess had been validated, albeit lacking in experience. The internal communication among the Marco Polo second team remained lighthearted. Brothers, let's show Yitong a thing or two. Welcome this young lady to the adult world. All right, that 1,000 yuan is as good as ours. Angelo, your turn. Hold your ground. Aiku. The opposing sniper lacks experience and appears to be a recluse. If we can discern his position, let us take him out first. Sophia and Dibaba, control the battlefield while I assess the capabilities of the young lady from the Nangong family. The team responded enthusiastically, and the mechas launched into action. Although Tianjing is among the top academies in the Asian region, within the broader context of use, they can only be considered first-rate, not top-tier. Zhonei's performance in S10 was also rather average. Their second team, while lacking the qualification to compete, primarily served as practice partners for the first team leading up to the S competition. Additionally, there is a fluidity between the first and second team members regarding rank, ensuring that at least some semblance of peak performance is maintained. As the match commenced, Marco Polo executed a bold strategy, allowing their heavy armor to press forward without hesitation. Zhou Xiaotang seized the opportunity. Such an inviting target could not be ignored. An enthusiast of the Grey Death God, Zhou Xiaotang launched a precisely calculated attack. However, the Dragon God T was well prepared, using its large shield to absorb the sniper's fire without any discernible shift in balance. After successfully withstanding one hit, it swiftly sought cover and changed direction to continue its advance. Huaya emerged, unleashing a barrage of shots, openly challenging Yi Tong over the public frequency. Yi Tong, known for her fearlessness, responded with vigor. The two mechas engaged in a frenzied exchange of fire, lasers crackling through the air. Zhou Nei steadied herself. As team captain, she needed to remain composed. Musashi, Shuegang, locate their sniper. As she surveyed the battlefield, a sense of unease crept in. Huaya's shouts echoed, but he maintained his distance. Musashi found himself entangled with the heavy armor, while Shuegang could leverage mobility to evade. However, as soon as he made contact, the sniper struck, throwing his control into disarray. A sudden shot rang out, and he was eliminated. The double sniper strategy of Marco Polo proved effective. On the other side, Zhou Xiaotang was also taken out. His aim was indeed precise, adept at hitting moving targets, but this was not a mere shooting gallery. Although he changed positions immediately after the first shot, he was still accurately predicted by the opponent, and the Dragon God C faced little resistance as it dispatched Zhou Xiaotang. Yi Tong found herself equally frustrated, feeling utterly vexed. Her individual skills excelled in one-on-one duels, but team battles were not part of the preparatory curriculum. In this chaotic environment, opponents had numerous ways to maneuver, making it challenging for Yi Tong to exert pressure, especially against an experienced foe like Huaya. The more anxious she became, the less effective her performance. Meanwhile, Musashi showcased his prowess against the opponent's heavy armor, relentlessly attacking with his medium fighter. Yet, this was futile. The enemy's heavy armor was masterful in defense, displaying incredible patience, remaining unflustered, and steadfastly relying on terrain for defense. Brothers, it's time to teach the newcomers a lesson. With Huaya's command, the snipers coordinated their efforts on the front line in less than a minute. Yi Tong was down, utterly defenseless against the seamlessly synchronized tactics of her adversaries. The snipers anticipated her movements, while she was forced into a position with no means of escape, unprepared psychologically for the assault. Musashi faced a similar fate, caught between the Dragon God T's relentless approach, having to either evade or face mutual destruction, though the latter was unlikely, as he was also targeted by the double sniper assault. He was obliterated in an instant. Zhou Nei, too, found herself without room to maneuver, succumbing to the combined assault of Huaya and Ai Ku. The sudden team wipeout, a staggering 0-5, left the training facility in stunned silence. This was a resounding blow to the ambitious Zhou Nei and Yi Tong. Chapter 42. The clash between Teams 1 and 2 in the subsequent two matches, Zhou Nei attempted to adjust the lineup, but the results remained unchanged. Even with the talents of Yi Tong and Musashi, they could not secure a single kill. The seasoned team executed transitions with remarkable fluidity. They knew when to yield and when to fight fiercely without hesitation. The disparity in strength from the first match left Zhou Nei and her team somewhat paralyzed, hesitant in their judgment of the situation. In particular, during the third match, the random drop position was exceptionally advantageous. Yet they were swiftly overrun by the opponent's overwhelming tactics. The adversary's mastery of team combat truly embodied the essence of collaboration. Musashi, Zhou Nei, and Yi Tong exhibited balanced individual skills. However, under the pressure of capable opponents, tactical planning became paramount. The opponents adeptly exploited psychological pressure. Whenever Yi Tong sought to capitalize on her individual prowess, she often found herself delayed or cornered, as the opponents were keenly aware of her capabilities, often targeting her mental state rather than merely seeking a technical showdown. To speak frankly, Shuegang's personal skills still fall short by a narrow margin. Zhou Xiaotang's aim is indeed quite precise. However, Precision alone is far from sufficient on the battlefield, especially considering that his accuracy is merely relative. The Marco Polo second team truly embodies the essence of a combat unit, while the current hodgepodge of the Tianjing second team resembles a disjointed assembly, brimming with ambition yet fraught with numerous issues. The 3-0 score reflects the present state of the Tianjing second team, and post-match, Hoya couldn't even muster the courtesy to engage, clearly disinterested in the team. Bullying weaker opponents is a pastime for amateurs. Despite being a second team, each member possesses the opportunity to ascend to the first team. Any mech pilot harbors dreams of competing in the S tournament. Standing on that stage is a universal aspiration, regardless of success or failure. To represent one's academy, or even use, in battle is an immense honor, of course. The situation outside is disheartening. Li Hao and Tang Yu observed 3 matches, while Zhou Nei completely forgot about the 2, not due to their invisibility but rather because she never considered substituting them. Each time, she believed they could push a little harder and seize an opportunity, only to end up with more dire results. The atmosphere within the team felt rather bleak. This was no longer merely a defeat, but a torment, and one took the initiative to summarize. If a summary was to be made, it would need to be compelling. This time, Yitong remained silent, her spirits notably low. While her teammates had issues, she too had shortcomings, unable to secure even a single victory and, in her haste, fell prey to her opponents. The group exchanged glances, wide-eyed and speechless, until Zhou Nei finally spoke. Although they anticipated a loss, the extent of their defeat was unexpected. We must intensify our training. We will surely reclaim our standing, she declared. Yet, deep down, Zhou Nei found it hard to believe her own words. While she had always known that individual matches differed from team battles, she never expected such a stark contrast. It was only upon becoming captain that she realized the difficulties of the role, and she lacked experience in this regard. Why not hire a coach? Li Hao suddenly suggested, observing the dejected expressions of the others. I believe our team's individual skills are commendable. We just play a bit chaotically. There were several opportunities that were missed by a hair's breadth. The group turned to Li Hao, suddenly aware of his presence as a substitute. Zhou Nei felt a tinge of embarrassment. Li Hao, I forgot. I should have substituted Yuan. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. That's not my point. Top teams have excellent coaches and coaching staffs to analyze their opponents and devise strategies. As a new team, we especially need this. Our opponents have been honing their skills for ages, while we are just beginning and have yet to properly coordinate. Thus, the gap we just experienced does not truly reflect our potential. I propose we hire a coach. Isn't there someone available through Gao Yunfeng? Musashi also perked up, feeling a sense of clarity. I agree. When we faced off, I didn't feel that our opponents were overwhelmingly strong. In a one-on-one, I am confident. It was just that our tactics severely constrained us. We were torn between wanting to duel and wanting to collaborate, leading to confusion. Where shall we find a coach? Zhou Nei inquired. When faced with difficulties, seek guidance from the leadership. Principal Long must have a solution. The age-old adage holds true. The child who cries will be fed. Class leader, you and Yitong should go together. Charm your way through. I guarantee it will yield results. Li Hao chuckled. Zhou Nei and Yitong exchanged glances. Although they were not inclined to such tactics, the current situation indeed called for strategic guidance. All right, let us conclude for today. We gained some insights. I'll handle the rest. Zhou Nei took the initiative to assume responsibility. Li Hao was pleased, as he favored individuals who were accountable. Musashi, Xiaotang, let us head to EMP. Musashi, don't just focus on training. Engage in some practice matches to regain your rhythm, Li Hao suggested with a grin. We should also participate. I hope everyone will engage in more team competitions to accumulate experience in multiplayer combat. Zhou Nei proposed. Freshmen typically focus on one-on-one matches due to the need to expand their mech pool and gain proficiency, as individual duels are better suited for understanding performance. It is generally only after the second year that the emphasis on team battles increases, with the third and fourth years predominantly centered around them. This, of course, applies to the average student. The group made their way to EMP, fortuitously encountering Gao Yunfeng's team just as they exited from a match. Nei, Yitong, you've arrived as well. I heard you arranged a match with Marco Polo's second team. The first team captain mentioned it to me. I told them, since we are all friends, to extend you some conveniences. How did it go? Any gains? Gao Yunfeng inquired, his demeanor exuding a certain charm, still harboring a flicker of hope that they might have found success. Observing their expressions, he deduced that they had indeed gained significantly. Their spirits are quite high. I just wonder if they truly possess the skill, thinking themselves to be the chosen ones. Zhao Jihan interjected with a sarcastic tone. Surely, they haven't been made fools of? Zhao Jihan, can you speak like a civilized person? You are the fool, Shuigang retorted angrily. Dado. Isn't this the unwanted Shuigang? Besides barking, what else can you do? I could defeat you with my eyes closed. Enough, Jihan. We are all on the same side. Nei, Yitong, I reiterate, our opponents are formidable. We must unite. I hold your abilities in high regard, and the first team welcomes you anytime. No need, Zhou Nei replied coolly, her gaze radiating decisiveness. Gao Yunfeng merely smiled nonchalantly, maintaining his usual elegance, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Nei before departing with his team. Damn it, this is infuriating, Shuigang fumed, having previously been a substitute himself, now following Zhou Nei. This person seems all right. Why do you have such a strong opinion about him? Yitong asked, her mood having improved as they reached this point. She wasn't easily disheartened during one-on-one encounters. She could gauge her opponent's level, yet she still needed to adapt, having never participated in team battles before, as she was just a newcomer. Although they had lost 3 matches, she had found her footing. Perhaps she didn't need to play the number 3 position, but should take a more proactive role as number 2. Shuigang and Tang Yu glanced at Zhou Nei, noting that all male team members were required to pay team fees. Those who failed to comply faced expulsion. Moreover, Gao Yunfeng projected an image of a gentleman, often preferring to have female students accompany him, with several having succumbed to his charms. Last year, during the S tournament, he had relentlessly pursued the captain, who had dismissed him utterly. Why not report this to the principal? Shouting asked, astonished by this realm of issues he had never encountered before. There's no evidence. Zhao Jihan handles the financials, and as for the girls, he would claim it was consensual. The entire team has had these issues for quite some time, and if we were to replace everyone, who would be left? Would Tianjing still participate in the S tournament? Today's match already revealed the difficulties. Forming a mature team is no easy feat, and experience is particularly vital. Even we are aware of this. Do you think the principal is oblivious? Tang Yu commented with resignation. Then perhaps I should infiltrate and find an opportunity to eliminate him, Yitong said fiercely, relishing the thought of trouble coming her way, as it would allow her to act without restraint. The young lady from the Nangong family was certainly unafraid, and Gao Yunfeng would undoubtedly maintain his refined demeanor. Such individuals excel at playing both sides while concealing their true selves from her. Even Yitong, formidable as she was, couldn't afford to be reckless. Class leader, I believe the principal is already aware of these matters, which is why there is a second team in the first place. Given her insight, she must see our potential, so when faced with challenges, we should approach her. Who knows, she might even take matters into her own hands, Li Hao suggested with a grin. Suddenly, Yitong and the others turned to look at Li Hao. Yitong chuckled coldly, Principal Long is renowned for her prowess, but you may be underestimating how busy she is. Success is achieved through effort. If we don't try, how will we know? Li Hao shrugged with a smile. Yitong wrinkled her nose in annoyance, not wishing to engage with Li Hao, harboring a slight irritation. All right, let us each focus on our training. It will yield results in due time. They dispersed to their respective training rooms. And Zhou Xiaoteng approached Yitong. What is up with you? It feels like you're being targeted. Who knows? I haven't provoked her. The heart of a woman is as fickle as autumn clouds. Just ignore her. Little Zhua, you need to shine. Where could I possibly shine? I'm truly not cut out for this. I'm great at shooting targets quietly, but the moment combat begins, I tense up. Especially when I think someone might ambush me. It makes me feel utterly uncomfortable, Zhou Xiaoteng lamented. You know I'm not skilled in fighting, and besides, even Musashi and the others, who are experts, struggled. I have no hope. Haha, Musashi and Yitong didn't even exert their full strength. Li Hao chuckled. What? They lost so badly and still didn't go all out. That's quite careless, Zhou Xiaoteng replied, bewildered. That's not the point. They were serious, but they were executing a strategy in one-on-one matches that wasn't reflective of their true capabilities. Even if they managed to overpower one opponent, it wouldn't contribute to overall improvement, Li Hao explained, leaving Zhou Xiaoteng in a state of confusion. Isn't seriousness the same as giving it your all? Just practice more. Let me tell you, experts are forged through hardship. The more you face defeat, the more composed you'll become. Really, give it a try. Zhou Xiaoteng found herself both amused and exasperated. I don't have a masochistic tendency. I will do my best. Chapter 43. Musashi versus Puppet within EMP. There exists a peculiar phenomenon. The virtual arena sees relatively few one-on-one matches, as players prefer to team up, enjoying the lively atmosphere filled with various flashy mechs, chatting while battling, creating a vibrant environment. However, in the real arena, the ratio of one-on-one matches is somewhat higher. Naturally, as scores rise, the proportion of team matches gradually increases, as these are the elite from various military academies. Li Hao accessed his EMP system, noting his score had reached 1210, climbing quite swiftly, primarily aided by the substantial bonus from the S tournament's initial achievements. The puppet has gone online. Zhuang Zhou has received immediate notification, so there is no longer a need for him to check daily. Moreover, the timing of the puppet's launch is always so opportune, coinciding perfectly with his free time in the evening. Goodness, Zhuang Zhou increasingly feels that the puppet god might be right beside him. However, after the S-rank first clear, he begins to doubt his bold conjecture. How could such a character possibly exist in Tianjing? A thorough review from top to bottom reveals no one among the veterans. And if one were to possess such extraordinary prowess, it is inconceivable that no one would be aware of it. As for the newcomers, only Yi Tong seems capable, but frankly, Zhuang Zhou does not believe she possesses the mature control required to be the puppet god. Following the completion of the Kepler Grand Escape first clear, many experts have emerged, proving that no test can withstand scrutiny. Previously, players relied on teamwork to succeed, yet this increased the number of giant insects, inadvertently raising the difficulty, especially when team coordination is lacking, leading to a self-destructive situation. Solo success demands exceptional personal capability and formidable mechs. Once the first clear is achieved, the map essentially opens up. Recently, A-rank scores have emerged in succession, with reports of the best being S-, indicating a significant closeness and strength, merely lacking the first clear status. Undoubtedly, the puppet god's EMP score must have increased dramatically, suggesting that future opponents will become increasingly formidable. Many renowned experts among the four federations maintain a low profile, with only newcomers striving for scores, while they perceive EMP as pure training. Certainly, victory or defeat is important, but the purpose of connection holds greater significance. For instance, although they could secure a more stable win, they often push their limits, challenging themselves on the brink of failure. Perhaps such endeavors may lead to losses and lower scores. Yet the accumulated experience will prove invaluable in major competitions, even if teammates do not truly regard one another as lacking. Zhuang Zhou logged in, and shortly after, the fireman appeared. Their previous collaboration had yielded excellent results, and the authorities seemed inclined to form a cross-federation CP between them, though the extent to which the puppet could advance remains to be seen. Zhuang Zhou is indifferent. He merely wishes for more people to recognize the puppet, fighting alongside it as he believes it is engaged in something significant. The puppet's online presence will receive a certain level of promotion, albeit not the so-called promotion of the four federations, which is non-existent. Given the puppet's current status, it can only expect partial directed promotion within the use battle zone, with neither NUP nor TAS participating, and only a small portion of the ROM battle zone receiving notifications. As it pertains to some degree of involvement, Tio reach a level of universal recognition. A long journey lies ahead, and Zhuang Zhou clenches his fist, filled with fighting spirit, seated in the training pod. Zhou Nei feels utterly demoralized. Today's painful defeat has struck her hard, particularly that sense of bewilderment in front of her teammates. She feigns strength, yet alone. This feeling overwhelms her. Should she seek out the principal? At first glance, it seems a good idea, but isn't it a display of her own incompetence to seek out assistance from a team? What should she do? In contrast to Zhou Nei, Yi Tong and Musashi are more single-minded, already queuing up, needing to find their rhythm through battle. Suddenly, Musashi's eyes widen, sparkling with excitement. What luck! Rubbing his eyes, he realizes it is indeed the puppet. He had planned to warm up with a few solo matches before entering team rankings. Yet he unexpectedly encounters the puppet. Li Hao is momentarily taken aback. This is quite interesting. Musashi's combat skills are commendable, yet his true strength lies in his mech. The ancient martial families continue to refine their techniques, adapting not for hand-to-hand combat but to better suit the mechs themselves. Musashi, Tianjing Mech Martial, versus Puppet. This matchup ignites excitement throughout Tianjing Mech Martial. Musashi is a celebrity within the community, though he maintains a low profile. Being a member of the Martial family does not diminish others' interest. The duel between the heir of the Martial family and the virtual war god is instantly dubbed, and even in S10 singles matches. The comprehensive combat power rating of use does not lag behind other federations, generally comparable to INUP and slightly higher than ROM. The team battles, however, have dragged down the overall scores, clearly benefiting from the contributions of the 5 major families. The physical techniques currently taught at U's military academies are derived from the 5 great families. Musashi, a first-year student, is already quite strong and wishes to compete, but the Martial family's ethos is one of prudence and restraint. Having held Musashi back for a year, the live broadcast becomes lively. The fireman has only heard of the Martial family but knows little of Musashi. Most battle zones focus primarily on their own members. Unless one's fame transcends federations, which is rare, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the opponent of the puppet god. Coincidentally, he is my senior, the second-year student from Tianjing Mech Martial, Musashi, an expert in close combat. The Martial family, I have heard of them. They have been quiet in recent years. A few years ago, there was someone named Wu Fa who was quite remarkable, the fireman remarks, his tone dripping with condescension, as if constantly reminding everyone that ROM surpasses use. Not merely remarkable, he was the strongest of his time, the champion of the singles competition in the 3rd position. Haha, that's ancient history. One must consider the present. We need not dwell on this. Let us observe the standards of both competitors today. Zhuang Zhou rolls his eyes, finding it absurd that while he speaks reasonably, the other resorts to petty tricks. However, he is too lazy to dwell on it. He lets the facts speak for themselves. As a future leader in the journalism department, he has thoroughly examined the Academy's situation, especially concerning Musashi, who is genuinely low profile and trains with remarkable dedication. He has never encountered someone so focused. No girlfriend, no video games, diligently attending classes and training outside of them. This has been his routine for a year. It is said he trains even at home. With such a solid foundation, how could he possibly be weak? Wu Fa was once the pride of Tianjing Mech Martial, but he is now a military district commander. The new generation's glory must be borne by a new generation. Zhuang Zhou feels a slight conflict within. Musashi is undoubtedly the emblem of Tianjing Mech Martial, and his alma mater sentiment is inevitable. Yet the puppet god is his idol, leaving him unsure of whom to support. Everyone knows I am a member of Tianjing Mech Martial, while the puppet god is my idol. I shall maintain neutrality in this match. The fireman chuckles. Maintaining neutrality as a commentator is not a foregone conclusion. Tianjing Mech Martial is the fastest declining first-line military academy in use, and the martial system has not produced any outstanding newcomers. Let us wait and see. If a real-life PK were possible, Zhuang Zhou feels he could easily defeat the fireman. How could he shamelessly utter such words? As if seeing through Zhuang Zhou's thoughts. The fireman's smile broadens. What a trivial matter. Young man, if you want to save face, refrain from commentary. Being an audience member would be far better. In the arena, the puppet's armored dragon mech faces Musashi's dragon god E. Both mechs belong to the same category, with the dragon god holding a slight advantage in performance, particularly in driving and handling. Musashi chose the titanium blade over the laser sword, likely favoring the impact sensation of the former. The puppet remains unchanged. Ladies and gentlemen, a grand battle is about to commence. Zhuang Zhou exclaims passionately, eager to witness the outcome of these two combatants. Zhou Neiyi, Yi Tong, and others who have yet to join the team rankings stop to observe. This battle will reveal Musashi's true level. The two mechs enter the battlefield, and Musashi's gaze burns with intensity as he fixates on the armored dragon mech, his blood racing with excitement. He has awaited such an opponent for quite some time. At times, he struggles to comprehend his grandfather's teachings of restraint. He yearns to showcase his strength, to unleash even greater power. However, the past year has seen him stifled, gaining insights along the way, but are they of any use? Chapter 44. The Wu-style dual blade flow. Great power should be unleashed to its fullest extent in battle. Neither mech opts to use weapons at the outset. As if reaching a tacit understanding, the roar of engines resonates for several seconds, leaving the audience puzzled. This opening a bit unconventional. Just as everyone contemplates, the mechs roar to life, both launching their attacks simultaneously. With the dragon god slightly faster. In that moment, the dragon god, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, suddenly executes a low-altitude leap, kicking off from the center. Boom! The armored dragon's frontal defense absorbs the impact. The mechs collide with a tremendous noise, yet the armored dragon does not retreat, while the dragon god uses the momentum to soar, delivering a powerful downward strike. The armored dragon stumbles back, the dragon god misses the kick. But upon landing, the dragon god charges forward with a precise elbow strike, boom. The armored dragon is forced back, and the dragon god advances, its iron fists raining down upon the armored dragon with relentless ferocity. At this moment, the dragon god loses its positioning, its head constantly swaying to evade, leaving behind a series of afterimages as Musashi's rapid attacks land in vain. After a brief pause in the barrage, the armored dragon steps forward, delivering a powerful punch, but the dragon god suddenly retreats, narrowly dodging the armored dragon's assault. In the next instant, the entire mech springs forward like a coil, delivering a thunderous punch toward the armored dragon, which raises its left arm to block while twisting its body to unleash a counter. Boom, boom. Both strikes connect almost simultaneously, creating distance between the two mechs. The atmosphere grows tense, and seconds later, the live chat is flooded with comments from seasoned viewers of countless matches. Setting aside the details, the intensity of these attacks is extraordinary. Musashi finds it difficult to articulate his current feelings. It is exhilarating. This is the opponent he has longed for, with a swift motion. The titanium blade was unsheathed. The Martial family was renowned for their mastery of swordsmanship. Their infamous combat technique, dubbed lawless, allowed them to dominate in close-quarters combat without rival. The titanium blade of the armored dragon was also drawn, producing a resounding clash as the dragon god made its move. In this direct confrontation, the dragon god held the upper hand due to the superior capabilities of its mech, with even a fraction of a second proving to be crucial. The titanium blade lunged towards the center, prompting the armored dragon to leap aside. The two combatants exchanged fierce blows, the collision of muscle and metal resonating throughout the arena. Meanwhile, a side kick from the dragon god aimed at the armored dragon's legs, forcing it to defend while the dragon god unleashed its true lethal strike, a high kick with the left leg. The impact was thunderous, a seamless combination of feints and direct assaults. The armored dragon stumbled, its titanium blade meeting the oncoming strike, now entirely off balance and resorting to passive defense. Should Musashi manage to capitalize on this opening, the atmosphere would turn deadly. The rapid succession of strikes continued, devoid of embellishment, maintaining peak speed to deny the opponent any chance to recover or create distance. Under such relentless pressure, any slight movement could result in the mech losing its balance or being adversely affected by inertia. While a mech in a constant attack posture could execute a fatal counterstrike, as the rapid strikes persisted, the dragon god's blade pressed down harder, forcing the armored dragon to lower its center of gravity. At that moment, the dragon god vanished, a deceptive strike. The final blow was merely a feint, as the dragon god soared behind the armored dragon, poised for a lethal attack from the rear. The crowd fell into stunned silence. What kind of maneuver was this? And what kind of physical prowess was on display? Was this truly Musashi? After a year of obscurity, this was not a mere flash in the pan. This was a supernova from USAIT this juncture. The armored dragon found any movement impossible. Not even a human could evade. A seemingly fatal strike was unexpectedly parried by the armored dragon in a reverse maneuver. With a sudden twist, the armored dragon executed a fierce elbow strike, which the dragon god blocked with its own elbow. The mechs collided once more, the roar of engines and the clash of steel igniting a primal fervor. Musashi, having endured a grueling barrage, was undoubtedly feeling the strain, while the puppet, having absorbed all assaults, prepared to retaliate. Creating a brief distance with an elbow, the titanium blade sliced towards the center in a rapid sequence of strikes. However, Musashi denied the armored dragon any opportunity for a counterattack. Taking a deep breath, Musashi's pupils constricted, and despite being in a defensive position, he pressed forward. Blade met blade with a resounding clash, sparks flying as the monarch cleared a path with a reverse grip. In an instant, Musashi's titanium blade transformed into a reverse grip, closing the distance to unleash a terrifying short-range attack, enveloping the armored dragon in a deadly glow. Just as the armored dragon sought to mount a counteroffensive, it found itself overwhelmed. Onlookers, including Zhou Nai and others, exchanged bewildered glances as the EMP hall in Tianjing Mijwu overflowed with spectators, all transfixed by the screen. Musashi had been exceedingly low-key, while everyone recognized his strength. None could gauge the extent of his prowess. As the battle progressed, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to withstand the ferocity of his initial assaults, fierce and merciless, akin to a bloodthirsty tiger revealing its fangs. When faced with the close-range reverse grip, how would one respond? The puppet provided an answer. Reverse grip against reverse grip. The two titanium blades engaged in a furious flurry of strikes, the mechs emitting creaks and groans as their operators exerted themselves at high intensity. The first to falter would face dire consequences, and in this regard, the dragon god had the advantage. The two blades locked together, neither mech yielding ground, as the clash of titans echoed beneath the roar of their engines. Suddenly, the dragon god charged toward the armored dragon with ferocity. Yet, the armored dragon instinctively retracted, attempting to retreat with its blade, narrowly missing the strike. Seizing this critical opportunity, Musashi pressed forward with remarkable agility and strength. However, the seemingly disoriented armored dragon executed a flying kick that struck the advancing dragon god. The dragon god lurched forward, and all supporters of Musashi and Tianjing Mijwu momentarily held their breath. What manner of monster was this? Turning every disadvantage into a trap? Awaiting Musashi were the knee strike and the relentless advance of the titanium blade. Without hesitation, Musashi made his choice. Evade the titanium blade and brace for the knee strike. The mech shuddered violently, yet Musashi fought through the surging blood in his chest, forcibly creating distance. The armored dragon did not pursue. The dragon god halted a distance of 6 or 7 meters away. Musashi labored to steady his breath, energy surging within him. Still not enough, he thought. Drawing upon his childhood training and breathing techniques to enhance his physical prowess, he now summoned forth his utmost fighting spirit. On the other side, the armored dragon stood silent, the engine emitting a faint sound, its titanium blade angled towards the ground, motionless. Yet, in that moment, an overwhelming sense of invincibility enveloped the arena, and no one dared to speak. All understood that if Musashi could not unveil a decisive technique, the puppet would soon strike. With a swift motion, the dragon god unsheathed yet another titanium blade. A dual-wielding technique? Musashi now wielded 2 titanium blades. One in a standard grip, the other reversed, the dragon goddess mech resembling a bloodthirsty beast fixated upon the armored dragon. The latter remained still, observing its opponent, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The engines of the dragon god roaring. In an instant, the dragon god lunged forward, both titanium blades poised to strike. One blade penetrated the armored dragon's left arm. Including Musashi, all within Tianjing Mijwu erupted in cheers. Only for Musashi's expression to change drastically, draining of color. The armored dragon had plunged its blade into the cockpit. The EMP hall, already on the brink of fervor, was suddenly engulfed in an icy silence. Frozen in despair as hope turned to utter desolation, a strike devoid of warmth, cold as ice. The puppet triumphed. The live stream hosted by Zhou and Fireman surged past 8 million viewers. The chat filled with questions and confusion. What had just transpired? How had the battle ended so abruptly? Fireman, calm and collected, showed no inclination to speak, while Zhou was left with a plethora of questions. It seemed improbable. The two had fought evenly, and Musashi appeared to have a significant opportunity. How had the tide turned so suddenly? The puppet continued its winning streak. Who was this individual, so remarkably skilled? The Marshall family's scion seemed inadequate. Are you blind? You wouldn't last 30 seconds in there. This attack pattern is extraordinary. The intricacies of it all are a testament to the puppet's brilliance. Is it for real? I didn't think this person was that impressive. Wait until the expert breaks it down. Then you'll understand how deep the waters run. The live chat buzzed with discussion. The VIP holographic stream bustling with excitement as viewers enjoyed the holographic replays. The EMP hall at Tianjing Mijwu was the most animated, for Musashi was undeniably formidable. Yet the question remained, how had he suddenly lost? Was there a grave misstep or misjudgment? Li Hao removed his sensory device. The military merit was indeed accurate. Musashi needed refining, lest he falter under pressure at critical moments. Until now, he had maintained composure. But in seeking to unveil his ultimate technique, he had left himself exposed. Moreover, he had failed to master the dual-wielding technique. Possessing an extra blade did not inherently enhance his combat effectiveness. Chapter 45. Mastery and simplicity everyone awaited with bated breath. Post-contract, the atmosphere shifted. The professional analysis team quickly sprang into action, and the video was soon released. Zhou steeled himself. While Musashi's loss was disappointing, the continued rise of the puppet was equally commendable. Musashi had fought valiantly, yet the reasons for his sudden defeat remained a mystery. From the outset, both parties had engaged in probing attacks, their power and speed nearly equal, each displaying confidence and caution. Musashi had seized upon a minor advantage with the dragon goddess mech, taking the initiative in the assault. Observe, before weapons were drawn, this aggressive attack. Musashi employed the elusive antelope step, the most challenging attack to predict. Pay attention to his footwork, immense pressure. The name was provided by the analysis experts, and Zhou certainly recognized it. Alongside the video was a demonstration of the antelope step, showcasing the intricate movements that rendered the opponent unable to gauge his intentions. This was no mere flailing. While it appeared chaotic, it maintained a linear attack pressure, executed with remarkable steadiness. Such training could not be attained without years of dedication. Truly, he was a disciple of the martial family. Yusa's ancient martial family disciples are undeniably solid in their fundamentals, Zhou remarked. However, dissenting voices emerged, questioning the efficacy of such time investment. From a quantitative standpoint, it seemed unnecessary, yet for super soldiers, Zhou saw potential. This antelope step is commendable, Fireman nodded in agreement. He acknowledged expertise, as failure to do so would invite scrutiny of his own skills. That moment, the focus shifted to the puppet, employing a pendulum-like evasion. In the rapid exchange, the mech swayed rhythmically, rendering all opponent strikes ineffective. In slow motion, the mech's evasion appeared methodical, as fierce attacks went awry. The audience experienced an unexpected smoothness, a sensation that exhilarated those with perfectionist tendencies. Classic evasion, textbook pendulum maneuver, impressive, Zhou declared. The technical prowess displayed in this mech battle was nothing short of breathtaking. However, even more technical brilliance lay ahead. Musashi's retreat was not merely a backward lean of the mech, but a strategic leg maneuver. Bowing to maximize evasion distance, this critical juncture, the camera zoomed in, revealing that the dragon goddess mech had not leaned backward. If the mech had already tilted, no amount of skillful control could facilitate a lightning-fast counterattack. Only this technique is feasible, the actions taken beneath one's feet. After evading the attack, the mech's legs exert force, allowing it to rebound instantaneously, launching a counterattack akin to a spring's release, rendering the opponent's offensive stance ineffective and leaving them only the option of defense. Observing the puppet master, the left arm raised for a block, one must pay attention to the movements of the feet. The mech twists, the legs rotate, the waist follows, and the shoulders turn, executing a counterattack as if shifting forms seamlessly. Zhou roars passionately, his voice rising in pitch, nearly hoarse. Brothers, this is a textbook example of offense and defense. This is the most spectacular battle I have witnessed recently. It may appear straightforward, even somewhat simplistic. Yet this is the essence of returning to simplicity, a profound mastery hidden within intricate details. First, one might only feel the ferocity, both sides exhibiting tremendous momentum, the rhythm of attack and defense remarkably swift. One recognizes the prowess but cannot pinpoint its source. Distinctly different from the usual flamboyant displays, this is a quintessential demonstration of bloodshed with every strike, a lethal dance of blades. This represents the pinnacle of foundational skills in combat, Zhou exclaims in admiration. While the fireman refrains from interjecting, leisurely watching Zhuang's commentary. After all, this is an internal battle of use, and his firepower need not be expended here. Tong observes intently, as a member of an ancient martial family. She comprehends better than the commentary. The ability to fully integrate combat techniques into the mech and adapt in real time is a testament to Musashi's worthiness of the title Supernova. His prior modesty was unwarranted. This skill must have been honed since the age of 3 or 4. Yet, who is this puppet? What grants them such strength? It seems that all renowned martial artists are familiar with them. Such a style is unparalleled. The next act is the main event. What transpired earlier was merely a warm-up. Once the titanium blade is drawn, the true contest begins. Musashi maintains an aggressive stance, executing rapid slashes, each cut pressuring the opponent's position. In a battle of experts, ordinary opponents do not make mistakes nor expose vulnerabilities. One must rely on technique and strength to create space. The continuous onslaught demands exceptionally high physical endurance from the pilot. The system indicated an 8x gravity load in the upper right corner, and as time progresses, the bodily strain intensifies. Musashi sustained this oppressive attack for over a minute, prompting the large screen to showcase slow-motion highlights. The trajectory of Musashi's blade emerged, pressing down relentlessly, a seamless flow aiming to create a fatal strike. The final feint of the last strike was truly remarkable, executing a leap and a swift return. Amidst continuous attacks nearly devoid of respite, he managed to perform such a complex maneuver while enduring a gravitational load of 10x. This was not mere theatrics, but a genuine display of fully realized lethal technique. How could such an assault be defended against? The puppet provides the answer. Movement of the mech is impossible, and remaining stationary also leads to doom, a blind guess to block the strike from behind. The slow motion reveals the titanium blade reversing to block. The mech's elbow rotates 360 degrees. But how did the pilot achieve this? A counterjoint technique? Yitong's pupils constrict sharply. This technique in ancient martial arts is known as dismantling the dragon's armor. Extreme confidence and discernment. Does employing such a move imply a complete read on the opponent's attack? This precise block, everyone heard the thunderous clash when the titanium blades collided. Could such a block be executed with such precision? After this powerful assault, Musashi's stamina finally showed a slight gap, his elbow immediately following up. Under normal circumstances, the energy expended in attack surpasses that of defense, especially during such continuous maneuvers. One must realize that should the puppet's returning elbow connect, a fatal attack would ensue. However, Musashi's reflexes are extraordinarily quick. After blocking once, he launched a counteroffensive, a physique akin to that of a monster. Left Xiaotang watched in astonishment. Although he lacked such strength, he fully grasped and felt the intensity. Indeed, just watching it was exhausting. If it were him, he would have long since been overwhelmed. No, he would not have even reached this stage. Musashi is pure muscle and strength, like steel and iron, devoid of any embellishments. The puppet's counterattack is fierce, attempting to regain momentum with the same rapid strikes, yet it was met with Musashi's unyielding resolve, employing an even more ferocious reverse strike to reclaim the offensive. The Musashi clan excels in attack, truly living up to their name. The exchange between them was relentless, both armed to the teeth. Generally, mecha pilots face considerable limitations, yet these two exhibited no blind spots and were rife with traps. Ultimately, the puppet outmaneuvered Musashi, who had to retreat after being struck, yet he opted for the least damaging exit. The pilot surely felt discomfort, but Musashi could endure it. Most individuals would have bled profusely from such an encounter. Then came the crucial moment. The dual blade technique emerged. Musashi charged forward, dual blades slashing, in slow motion. As they closed within 3 meters, the armored dragon initiated a counter, not merely being struck on the left arm by Musashi, but rather offering its left hand directly, absorbing a blow that was initially feigned, yet suddenly turned real, causing Musashi to hesitate for a moment. An arm for a life. This slight opening was enough to be fatal. A collective sigh of regret swept through the spectators, and even the entire MP hall of Tianjing Mecha and Martial Arts erupted in applause. It was truly spectacular point. One could sense that Musashi was on the verge of victory. Yet the puppet's cunning strategy of self-harm to alter the attack's nature was astounding. The dual blade technique of the Musashi clan is the mightiest. Had he begun with it, the opponent might not have had a chance. It was merely a match, nothing significant. Musashi was merely honing his skills, with no need to reveal his trump card. This year, we are undoubtedly formidable, and Musashi is indeed a supernova. That is a certainty. Musashi's supporters sighed in disappointment. The Musashi clan had been low profile these past few years, yet Musashi's performance has rekindled considerable popularity, and although he lost, there remains a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. Musashi sat in the cockpit, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Chapter 46. Guiding battle. He knew that even if given 10 more chances, the outcome would remain unchanged. This was not a matter of chance. His opponent had completely discerned his intentions and movements. To Musashi's eyes, that armored dragon appeared as a terrifying primordial beast, leading him through the fight from start to finish. In ancient martial arts, this is termed a guiding battle. This was a formidable opponent. At least one level above him. The reason the final strike was decisive was to convey to him that he had not mastered the dual blade technique at all, but rather exposed numerous flaws. This handoff of blades was a complete insight into his intentions. Watching this, Musashi clenched his fist tightly. Throughout the past year, he had suppressed his combat urges, even experiencing a bit of arrogance. Though his grandfather had told him he was far from adequate, he had not believed it. Now, he understood. Hey, it seems the puppet master has not eliminated the opponent, Zhuang Zhou remarked curiously. Musashi also noted this. The opponent remained online. Wait until I master the dual blades, and we shall battle again. The barrage of comments flooded in. What does this mean? Musashi logged off, taking a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented surge of motivation. This battle had effectively illuminated his problems and direction. Truth be told, he was not afraid of challenges, but rather of lacking worthy opponents. This match had clarified everything for him. Dear viewers, this battle exemplifies the style of use. Tender yet intense, rather intricate, yet it still leaves me with a sense of confusion. What is combat? Combat is about overcoming one's opponent. There is no need for excessive flair. That being said, we have deviated from the point. Are there any ROM players available to arrange a match? I look forward to a battle featuring our players. Now is the perfect opportunity for a lesson. The fireman remarked with a smile as the fervor of the opposing team began to wane. Fireman, this is technique. Zhuang Zhou replied earnestly. Little Zhuang, these details are inconsequential. We only focus on results. The facts prove that the style of use is on the decline, while our Martian pragmatism is the true path. In this regard, Zhuang Zhou would not back down. Was this not mere banter? Who feared whom? The previous pleasantries had been exchanged, and the habit had been established. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war. While fans continued to debate, as it had always been, a collision of Mars and Earth. The American Lion A-Class Military Academy, in the team training room, Robbie and his team attentively watched the match. All feeling a sense of awe. That Martian streamer is simply a fool. I truly want to punch him, Miller remarked indignantly. Robbie smiled faintly. Focus on the key points. It's merely for show. Don't take it to heart. Musashi is quite formidable. It seems Tianjing mecha and martial arts cannot be overlooked this year. The team formed by Musashi and Yitong is indeed captivating. Captain, both individuals possess undeniable personal strength, yet their team experience is sorely lacking. However, this puppet is genuinely impressive. Many only see the ease of the antelope step in attacks. The difficulty of such attacks is considerably lower. Many can execute pendulum dodges, but to flawlessly evade all attacks is the crux. With this skill alone, the puppet's level surpasses Musashi by at least one tier. When did we encounter such a master? Lilise remarked, a participant in S10, and more meticulous than those analyzing the match. Dodging is not merely about swaying one's head. That rhythm, that instinct, is unattainable without rigorous training and sufficient talent. Combat itself is exceedingly difficult, let alone applying it to a mech. Thus, for a pilot, the emphasis should be more on enhancing offense than merely honing defense. A hint of pride crept across Robbie's lips. Indeed, one should consider who this puppet is. Boss, do you know who this person is? Anku couldn't help but inquire. I do, but I cannot disclose it. If he were to participate in the S tournament, I cannot say for certain about the team, but in individual matches, defeating him would be exceedingly difficult. Robbie replied with conviction. Really? I see he excels in close combat, yet he seems lacking in shooting skills. Mill Sandman remarked that the competition for the title of Duel King is extraordinarily fierce, representing the pinnacle of individual honor. Not only within the entire solar system, but even within use, there are numerous skilled duelists. In contrast to the overall high level of teamwork in NUP, the competition for the Duel King is the most intense. A single detail can drastically alter the outcome. The close combat skills of the ancient martial arts family are commendable, yet in the realm of shooting, NUP holds a commanding lead. Robbie did not elaborate, but fleeting images from years past flickered in his mind. Shooting? Given the current proficiency in melee showcased by the mecha, coupled with the assistance provided during the sniper team battle, it is the shooting prowess of the second brother that is truly formidable. They fail to comprehend the terror of being dominated. Indeed, those from NUP and ROM have likely forgotten it as well. The team members are oblivious to why the leader places such importance on this individual. Yet they find the spectacle immensely enjoyable. Ever since their last victory in team combat, the Cougars members seem to have experienced an awakening. significantly improving their teamwork skills. A few minutes later, the puppet once again entered the queue. The opponents were revealed. This time, Zhuang Zhou and Fireman were invigorated, for the adversary was Chiron, an expert in the Centaur Mecha, hailed as the best user of the Centaur Mecha on Mars. Whether he truly holds the title of the best is debatable, but he is undoubtedly among the elite, having once achieved the highest win rate with the EMP Centaur Mecha on Mars. A former military academy student from ROM, after graduating, he did not join the military or government but instead became a professional streamer for EMP, exclusively honing his skills with the Centaur Mecha. Attaining exceptional proficiency and integration. Ladies and gentlemen, a battle to validate skill is upon us. The puppet's opponent in this duel is none other than our ROM Centaur Mecha master, Chiron, a figure well known to all. As a top Centaur user, he maintains an impressive win rate of 70% in high-tier matches, a terrifying statistic. The official platform has provided highlights of his thrilling performances for your enjoyment. With a sense of camaraderie, Fireman too felt a surge of excitement. Internal battles are hardly worth discussing. Only cross-federation matches can truly test one's mettle. The back-and-forth exchanges typical of Earth feel like mere pleasantries. Combat should be ferocious and brutal, controlling the rhythm and leaving opponents utterly bewildered. Who engages in mere play? Zhuang Zhou and Fireman were both somewhat surprised, as the popularity of their live stream had stealthily surpassed 9 million viewers. Among the vast army of streamers, Zhuang Zhou is a novice, while Fireman, though experienced, does not belong to the top tier, possessing a unique style that leaves him in a precarious position. This 9 million in viewership is merely a peak for him. Chiron is undoubtedly a specialist in the Centaur Mecha, whether in virtual or real realms. Whenever one encounters an individual who has utilized a specific mecha thousands of times, even if their score is not high, a certain level of respect is naturally accorded, typically indicative of extreme mastery and even obsession. Specializing in one type of mecha entails a deep understanding of its mechanics, coupled with ample experience, allowing the player to develop their unique strategies against various mechas. However, such players often find it challenging to participate in S-tiers due to the selection rules that target hero pools, which can be quite disadvantageous. Chiron is also diligently reviewing the puppet's data. As a professional streamer, he has heard of the puppet, known for its proficiency with armor-type mechas. However, the armor-type mecha has become quite rare, primarily utilized by beginners in use, and is seldom employed at high tiers. After watching a few highlight reels, Chiron was left dumbfounded, especially by the Armor Tiger Fighter, which the puppet managed to wield with an air of dominance typically reserved for top-tier mechas. To Chiron's surprise, his own viewership was also rapidly climbing. Was this individual truly so popular? Regardless of whether it be the Kailong or Armor Tiger, the Centaur Fighter could easily counter them, as they belong to the new generation of ROM fighters. With performance metrics that suppress their opponents, if he were to select either of these two, he would have a 99% certainty of victory. Thank you for your support. I am Chiron, the Centaur Mecha user from ROM. Welcome to Follow Me. I exclusively use Centaur fighters. This time, the opponent is quite special, a rare expert in armor-type mechas, but surely he does not intend to use armor against a Centaur fighter? Chiron stated that I've checked the statistics. Battles between Centaur mechas and armor types are quite rare. In both high and low tiers, the Centaur mecha boasts a win rate of 100%, a complete domination in terms of mecha performance and style. If he dares to choose that, I can demonstrate it for everyone. Chiron's remarks were rather fair, yet Fireman was less temperate. Xiaozhuang, it's not that I look down on anyone, but the win rate of armor against Centaur mechas is 0. I bet he won't dare to choose, old man. I believe the puppet does not care who the opponent is. What I care about is what we should wager. After all, there are so many spectators watching. Heh, quite confident. I won't be too harsh on you. If he selects armor, I'll gift him a spaceship. If he chooses Kailong and wins, I'll gift him 10 spaceships. If he loses, you can contribute half. How about it? Dare to take the bet. A single spaceship's reward amounts to 10,000 federal coins, a burden far too great for Zhuang Zhou. 10 spaceships. Zhuang Zhou fell into silence. 1 spaceship is manageable, but 10. Fireman smiled, having anticipated this reaction. The young man is still inexperienced. Where would he find such money? This is what we call pressure with stakes. Yet, the audience would not consider such nuances. They would simply perceive Zhuang Zhou as timid and lacking courage. Heh. Chapter 47. On the artistry of operation, the dormitory of Zhuang Zhou erupted in chaos. A group of impetuous young men could hardly tolerate such humiliation. Zhuang Zhou, Let's take him on, MD, at worst. We can survive on rice for a few months. Let's go for it. Exactly. We can't back down now. Let's give it our all. Even if we lose, brothers will pitch in for you. This concerns the reputation of our Tianjing mecha warriors. Let's show this Martian dog what we're made of. The room was filled with fervent camaraderie. They were all men, and how could they allow themselves to be bullied? Moreover, this is the puppet god. Taking him on should be a piece of cake. I'm in. Zhuang Zhou felt a surge of adrenaline. He understood that the opponent was provoking him, but can a young man hold back? Both sides entered the mecha selection phase. Chiron, Centaur Mecha, Puppet, Kailong 3. Wow, I've never seen such stubbornness in my life. Does this earthling not realize that the Centaur fighter is specifically designed to counter such outdated mechas? He won't even graze its fur. Does he even have fur? Not a single strand. Winning a few rounds has gone to his head. This is the inherent flaw of earthlings. Kailong can win against Centaur. I'll eat the screen. Does he even understand the performance of the Centaur mecha? Is there no common sense? As Chiron awaited his opponent's choice of battle scene, he noticed that the opponent selected the Kailong. He did not wish to take advantage, but when the opponent remained inactive, Chiron sent a battle scene, which the opponent accepted in an instant. Gorge battlefield. This is a commonly used scene akin to the arena, featuring an expansive gorge that greatly favors the mobility of the Centaur fighter. Chiron merely sent it casually, not expecting the opponent to be so agreeable. Is he truly not taking himself seriously? Brothers, this is indeed a peculiar opponent. Honestly, I don't even know how he plans to lose. Chiron chuckled to himself. After such a long time as a streamer, he had never encountered such a bizarre individual. This must be what they call a welfare bureau. Zhuang Zhou and the others grew tense. Why not the arena? The arena's size is relatively small. With the Kailong's maneuverability, it could certainly strive for offensive space, but how would they manage in the vast gorge? This terrain favors the Centaur's most adept rotational control tactics, which means a guaranteed victory. The Kailong's speed simply cannot keep up. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. When selecting weapons for the Kailong fighter, it astonishingly did not choose a laser gun. Is this real? Has he extinguished his last glimmer of hope? Zhuang Zhou's heart sank. The reason he dared to bet was that he believed the puppet god should perform adequately in shooting. Yet what does it mean to not bring a gun? Haha, Xiao Zhuang, this is truly not my fault. I suspect the puppet intends to defeat Chiron with mere eye contact. This a new ability developed by use. Fireman felt an indescribable joy. If there were such fools every day, he would have long achieved financial freedom. I believe the puppet must have a strategy. The Centaur mecha isn't particularly obscure. It's such a powerful mobile warrior. The puppet must be aware of this, so Chiron had best be cautious. If they both lose, it might be time to retire. Given these circumstances, Zhuang Zhou would never back down. He would stand tall even in defeat. Eyes wide open. Haha, well said. Do you think the puppet will need to restart? For instance, forgetting to bring a gun? A man without a gun. Fireman's spirits were high. He had waited for this moment for so long. In this universe, aside from Martians, no one else can act arrogantly. The two mobile warriors entered the gorge battlefield. Chiron immediately shifted into a state of utmost concentration, fully aware that this puppet had recently gained significant popularity and was notably unfriendly towards Rom. This was his best opportunity to showcase his skills, a chance to elevate his status. The roar of the Centaur mecha was particularly thunderous, and the battle commenced with reckless speed. Such mobility is unparalleled even among beast-armored mechas, let alone humanoid mechas. As for the Kailong, no matter how much effort was exerted, it could only taste dust. Recognizing the formidable prowess of the puppet, the Centaur swiftly created distance, for maintaining a proper range is crucial in mechanized combat, allowing one to maximize their advantages while targeting the enemy's vulnerabilities. The opponent, lacking even a laser gun, was nothing short of a living target. The Centaur aircraft maneuvered through the vast canyon, using the armored dragon as a pivot, relentlessly unleashing laser attacks upon its chest. The shooting capability of the beast-armored mecha posed a challenge, primarily relying on firepower coverage, with the Centaur mecha performing commendably in this regard, sweeping through the surrounding area. The armored dragon had no opportunity. Once it was hit, the match would be over. The armored dragon seemed to understand this, refraining from pursuit, as chasing would only increase its chances of being struck. Instead, it prepared its defenses, as this was perhaps its only chance. Boom! The armored dragon's arm shield deployed, establishing a defensive stance to resist the laser onslaught as best as it could. Impervious as it was, how long could it withstand such relentless assault? At this rate, it will surely perish, the fireman remarked, contemplating a toast with his cigar to celebrate. The centaur, cautious and strategic, refrained from closing in, opting to strike with lasers. While the armored dragon relinquished its offensive, after 5 minutes of spiraling attacks, the armored dragon astonishingly maintained an impenetrable defense. The Centaur aircraft could not secure victory solely through laser fire. The Centaur understood this as well. Using laser harassment merely to gain a slight advantage, such as incapacitating a limb. However, to presume that this was all he was capable of would be a grave misjudgment, for the Centaur mecha excelled in close combat. The adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" was no mere boast, and coupled with its powerful four-legged support and propulsion system, it could withstand heavy assault head-on. The Centaur remained spirited, having just refreshed his knowledge on the puppet's capabilities. Well aware of its formidable close-quarters combat skills. Yet, he would not be careless. If lasers could not ensure an advantage, he would continue to attack, suffering no losses in the process. The Centaur mecha continuously reduced its attack radius, intensifying the laser strikes while ensuring it remained within the pursuit range of the armored dragon, including sudden, powerful advances. This meant that regardless of the opponent's superior technique or explosive power, the Centaur aircraft had ample room to evade. As the attack radius shrank, the firepower coverage grew increasingly fierce, making evasion progressively difficult for the armored dragon, which clearly began to lose its initial composure, frequently changing positions to keep pace with the Centaur's rhythm. Is this the valor of Mars? Must we continue to circle like this? Zhuang Zhou mused. Having gained such an advantage, why not engage directly? Ah, Zhuang, therein lies your error. This is a competition, and competitions are meant to be won. Do not concern yourself with the process. This is what we call strategy, the fireman chuckled. Zhuang Zhou nearly choked. When they employed it, it was called strategy, but when others did, it was labeled cowardice. Old man, cowardice is cowardice. Do not sugarcoat it. Are the 10 spacecraft ready? The fireman laughed. The match is far from over. The Centaur aircraft found its rhythm, continually shrinking its attack circle, rendering the armored dragon increasingly inadequate. Despite its shielded defenses, it was becoming overwhelmed. The distance between the Centaur and the armored dragon remained at a safe 10 meters, for the latter's maximum instant pursuit range was precisely that. Assuming the Centaur remained stationary, as long as the Centaur reacted, it could swiftly create distance. This was a rich battle, unlike anything the Centaur had experienced before. He was resolute in his decision to remain at a distance. As long as his opponent was unharmed, he would not approach, doubting the other could maintain such an offensive. Just as everyone anticipated a protracted struggle, a resounding explosion reverberated, akin to thunder, a flash of cold light sliced through the sky, followed by an elegant arc as the armored dragon descended. The Centaur, still galloping, suddenly disintegrated, its upper and lower halves separating and flying apart. Boom. Half a second later, the mecha exploded. Victory belonged to the armored dragon. Viewers in the live stream were exhilarated, reaching a climax, only to feel as if something vital had vanished. How could this happen? It's impossible. How did it die so suddenly? The chat exploded with outrage. A chorus of Martians clamoring to drown the puppet in vitriol, their disbelief palpable. Damn it, those deceitful earthlings must have used some underhanded trick. How could they possibly win? I refused to believe it. Just as the uproar ensued, the large screen revealed a slow-motion replay of the decisive blow. The Centaur aircraft had been continuously circling the armored dragon, with the video indicating a distance of around 12 to 15 meters, demonstrating the Centaur's caution and profound understanding of its opponent's limits. Yet, at the moment the Centaur approached within 10 meters, the armored dragon vanished. The playback slowed further. Throughout its defense, the armored dragon had been gathering momentum. The engine operating at full power, a phenomenon known as the pre-acceleration for a charge. However, it could not reach such a distance. The armored dragon seemed to vanish with the sound of an explosion, appearing to strike a harmonious balance between its power and the engine's stored energy. When the mecha's thrust and the engine's launch synchronized perfectly, it produced additional propulsion, achieving the peak of its charge, an ambush. Undoubtedly, this was an S-class close combat technique. Yet, the distance. The slow-motion footage zoomed in on the final moment, a blade of light sweeping through. The ambush, return of the swallow, an elegant, effortless harvest devoid of any smoke or fire. The extreme thrust combined with a fluid, high-speed slicing technique, akin to a butcher cleaving through meat. The vision caught up. The armored dragon had already rebounded to the ground in the next instant. The centaur mecha was sent flying. Chapter 48. Rematch. Zhuang Zhou paid little heed to the clamor and celebrations in the chat, simply casting a calm glance at the fireman old man. It's truly difficult now. Alas, I can't fathom how this could result in a loss. Even with my imagination, I can barely accept 10 spacecraft, but I'll begrudgingly accept it. Perhaps a small barbecue with my comrades tonight is in order. Zhuang Zhou attempted to suppress a smile, but it was difficult to contain, while across from him, the fireman's expression was as grim as a stormy SE8. So you grill bear paws at your barbecue? The 10 spacecraft were no trifling matter for him, especially to lose so embarrassingly. What was this? The ambush return of the swallow. Was this something a mere human could execute, let alone with such a subpar mecha as the armored dragon? Such ambush techniques were typically the domain of NUP's advanced mechas, a feat that had previously dazzled in S10. Being extraordinarily sharp and sudden in the words of the super pilots, this was a technique achieved through the resonance of charge and engine launch. Developed by NUP's war mecha Maxim, also known as the Maxim ambush. Yet this individual had seamlessly combined the ambush with the return of the swallow, utilizing 2 high-intensity skills in succession. The analysis video surfaced. Relying solely on the ambush distance was insufficient. Only with the return of the swallow did the mecha achieve its utmost extension for a single strike. Moreover, at the moment of the charge, the centaur's position had not yet reached the attack zone, indicating that the armored dragon had to entirely predict the centaur's trajectory. The impact of the centaur's movement combined with the ambush's power resulted in such a lethal effect. A clean cut. Missing any element would render this outcome impossible. What manner of monster is this? I've played countless matches and never achieved such an effect. How could a mere human possess such artistry? It resembles dimensional slashing. If it weren't for the live stream, I would have thought it was a special effect. Musashi, Zhou Nei, and Yitong gathered, seemingly intrigued. It seems your previous battle was quite a spectacle. Zhou Nei remarked. Musashi nodded, experiencing a sense of exhilaration and clarity, recognizing that the opponent had played to his rhythm, even laying groundwork to draw him into an optimal state, unleashing his full power. In contrast, the centaur had no follow-up. This was akin to the differences between team battles and individual duels, where the objectives of combat varied significantly. In one-on-one scenarios, there was less at stake. However, in team battles, one often had to consider the overall strategy and make sacrifices. Ultimately, whether in duels or team clashes, the one who masters the rhythm is the victor. Yet, to command another S-tempo is no trivial feat. Disruption is one thing, but to entice an opponent's rhythm requires immense confidence. If only he were from Tianjing, Zhou Nei sighed. Such a master who can grasp everything without uttering a word is indeed a true expert. The battle against the centaur reflected this as well. With such capability, there was no need for a laser gun. Perhaps it was an oversight. Yet the strength of a true warrior lies in their ability to find opportunities amidst adverse conditions. Because he is human, he is prone to misjudgments and capable of psychological manipulation. What a terrifying individual. The 3 exchanged glances, clearly recognizing each other's thoughts. They're truly someone this exceptional within use? He treats Yu's opponents relatively kindly, unlike others from different federations who are treated like refuse. Yet, it's exhilarating, Zhuang Zhou remarked, gazing at the fireman brothers. This is the puppet god. After this, I genuinely believe we should not measure the puppet god with the mindset of the weak. I sense he perceives his opponents as too feeble, creating challenges for himself. The facts prove otherwise. If he cannot even win in such a scenario, I hardly know what to say, right, Teacher Fire? How can one repay kindness with enmity? The fireman offered a spacecraft. The fireman bestowed upon us a spacecraft. As 10 spacecraft soared across the screen, no matter how thick-skinned the fireman was, it was impossible for him to evade responsibility during the live broadcast. Thank you, boss, for your generosity. We look forward to your next visit, Zhuang Zhou remarked with a smile. However, the fireman ignored Zhuang Zhou, launching his counterattack instead. Warriors of Rom, you have all witnessed this puppet's utter rudeness. Every time a match concludes, he directly kicks our warriors aside. This is sheer arrogance and provocation. I hope someone rises to teach him a lesson, to make him comprehend the heights of Martian skies and the depths of the earth, as well as the might of our warriors. Zhuangzhou, half laughing, was taken aback. What the hell? Is he really resorting to personal attacks? Old man, that's not how we speak. The fireman waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of others, I feel the insult here. Perhaps I have been retired too long, otherwise, I would have already intervened. Martian warriors, I urge you to challenge this puppet directly. I, the fireman, will stand with you until the end. If the puppet wins, I shall bestow upon him 10 spacecraft, continuing until he falls, even if it means bankrupting myself. He cast a fleeting glance at Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzhou felt exasperated. This was shamelessness at its peak. Old man, since you've said that, I, as a newcomer, shall not back down. If the puppet loses, I will gift 100 spacecraft. The momentum must not falter. The viewership in their live stream surged past 10 million. Signifying their entry into the ranks of popular streamers, I in the dormitory, the other 3 were trembling. 10 spacecraft? They could scrape together that many, or perhaps borrow, but 100? They wouldn't be worth anything even if sold. The thrill was indeed exhilarating, but what would happen afterward? Seizing the lively moment of the chat, the 3 dragged Zhuangzhou aside. Have you lost your mind? 100 spacecraft? Even if we pooled our resources, we wouldn't be able to afford them. What? 100? I said 10. Zhuangzhou stammered, confused. What 10? Just now you said if the puppet loses, you'll give 100 spacecraft. Brother, that's 1 million. You're just a small streamer. Zhuangzhou was flabbergasted, realizing he had spoken without thinking, the words spilling out in a moment of bravado, instinctively calculating it as 100,000. What to do? In the dormitory, the 4 timid souls exchanged glances, each contemplating the gravity of their words spoken in front of so many, particularly since everyone knew Zhuangzhou was from Tianjing's elite. Let's do it. I bet the puppet god will achieve victory. Zhuangzhou resolved. A word once spoken cannot be taken back, and I cannot back down before the fireman. Where would my dignity be? Indeed, with the puppet god's strength, he just might win. If he loses, then so be it. Fear not. Why are you shaking? I'm merely excited. The 4 weaklings spoke with the softest tones about their hardest convictions. One thing was certain. The live stream's popularity remained at a staggering 10 million. And the backstage statistics revealed a significant portion of the audience were Martians, notorious for their arrogance and quick tempers, often resorting to biting anyone who provoked them, regardless of reason. In this era, how could someone dare to challenge them? A lesson must be taught to the adversary. Rum certainly had no shortage of talent. Someone compiled footage of the puppet's tactics against Use, Inupi, and Rum opponents. Against Use, he was courteous. Against Inupi, he adhered to protocol. But against Rum, he exhibited the utmost impatience, as if treating them as mere refuse. With additional commentary and embellishments, discontent brewed among the Martians. The fireman had achieved his goal. After all, 10 spacecraft were not a trifling sum, a small streamer's good month barely amounting to that. Yet, he firmly believed that the puppet would inevitably lose. Eventually, a skilled player would take him down. He had calculated that the odds of encountering Martian players during matchmaking were low, especially considering the puppet's consecutive victories and S-rank achievements, undoubtedly placing him in the elite tier with a high win rate. Suggesting his opponents were also formidable. Given his self-overestimating and arrogant nature, someone would surely be capable of defeating him. 100 spacecraft would suffice to cover his losses and yield a profit. Martians were known for their clear-cut preferences. The defeated Sharon Horseman had been ridiculed to the point of being unable to care for himself. How could he lose in such a humiliating manner? What was wrong with the Blitz Yin fan? It was merely a skill. Failing to evade it meant being incompetent. The challenge issued by Sharon Horseman went ignored. He had to reclaim his honor and immediately paid to challenge. Li Hao sent a message to a Yu, who had yet to respond, yet he was also striving hard, determined. $5,000? Other expenses could be tolerated, but this was intolerable. Who do you think you're looking down on? Li Hao decisively accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, the rematch is underway. It appears that the puppet god has accepted Sharon Horseman's challenge. Many believed it was a fluke. Let us see if it truly was. As we witnessed the prowess of the Martian first-rate cavalry, Zhuangzhou declared. Sharon Horseman was an amateur adept in the Centaur mecha, But having been retired for a long time, a decline in skill was to be expected. "Oh, come on, old man, that's not your style," Zhuangzhou chuckled. The fireman shot Zhuangzhou a fierce glare, suppressing his irritation. This fool must have accepted the paid challenge. Why bother? Sharon Horseman was indignant. The true strength of the Centaur mecha lay not in shooting but in close combat. He even suspected that the opponent had deliberately left out the laser gun to allow him to employ ranged attacks, intending to ambush him when he was off guard. This time, he would charge head-on, fully unleashing the Centaur mecha's capabilities. Chapter 49. Supernova many viewers were still cheering, yet individuals like Yitong displayed disdain. How foolish could one be? Was it truly a lack of skill? Or was he too close to the situation to see the disparity? The puppet was still an armored dragon, and without a laser gun. The boss, whether delivering takeout or handling EMPs, was exceptionally dedicated. This time, Sharon Horseman would not be fooled. He focused intently, channeling his energy, the mecha poised, engines roaring. The opposing armored dragon was equally meticulous, titanium blade in hand. The atmosphere thick with tension as the audience sensed the determination and will of the Martian's top internet celebrity. Any type of mobile warrior, after thousands of iterations, could become more familiar than their own body. Facing the Centaur mecha's direct assault, if the first strike was evaded, there would be little hope. The stability and adaptability of its limbs were far beyond what humanoid mechas could achieve, and with the force of the impact combined with the titanium spear, every inch mattered. Could the armored dragon evade? Zhuangzhou felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. The thought of 100 lethal spacecraft weighed heavily. The fireman could be reckless. But not him. If the puppet lost even once, he would have to bid farewell to his streaming career and embark on a new life. The three in the dormitory held their breath, their earlier confidence inexplicably evaporating. Boom. The canyon provided ample distance for the impact, and the Centaur mecha maximized its performance, yet the armored dragon remained still, though not think of evading with a quick strike. Due to the Centaur's instantaneous maneuverability and the length of the titanium spear, even inertia would suffice to deliver a fatal blow. This was the terrifying aspect of the Centaur mecha, or perhaps a lightweight aircraft could evade entirely, using speed and agility to deny the opponent a chance to gain momentum. The armored dragon had nothing in that fleeting moment of contemplation. The Centaur mecha had fully charged, and at this point, attempting to escape was futile, like a furious eagle pouncing on a hare. Kill accompanied by Sharon Horseman's earth-shattering roar, the centaur charged, not even leaping, denying the opponent a chance, spear in hand, declaring dominion. Boom, clang, 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 boom. The puppet triumphed. The fireman's eyes nearly popped out. Had Sharon Horseman been before him, he surely would have struck him dead. What had just happened? A misstep. Everyone witnessed the once mighty Centaur mecha suddenly fall, completely out of control, then explode? Tripped, brother? You must be joking. This situation, I have indeed seen with humanoid mechas, but a Centaur mecha with 4 legs? I have truly never seen such a thing. It would infuriate the designer back from the grave. The large screen immediately replayed the incident. For a live stream with millions of viewers, dedicated staff were on hand. The Centaur mecha had indeed entered the range of maximum attack, yet a flash of cold light shot forth. The Centaur attempted to block, but failed. The camera slowed, a titanium blade plunged into the cockpit. The out-of-control Centaur mecha flipped and crashed not far from the armored dragon. The only action the armored dragon took was to throw a knife. Is this permissible? Can this work? A flying knife? What sort of trick is this? Has anyone ever done such a thing? Truly, this utterly contravened Federal Military Academy's teaching rules. Such a method was unheard of. The titanium knife was meant for slashing, not throwing. Li Hao silently mouthed a thank you to the boss. Sharon Horseman was sent flying. Li Hao logged off, and a Yu replied that she had finished training and was ready to grab a late-night snack together. Someone logged off with satisfaction, leaving the audience in a frenzy of confusion, wondering what had just happened. Was the match over? Zhuangzhou stared unblinkingly at the fireman, who felt awkward. He truly hadn't prepared for this. Gritting his teeth, he thought, as long as he could win once, he would profit. Endure. Thanks to the fireman for one spacecraft. Gratitude to the fireman. Gratitude to the fireman. Zhuangzhou beams with a radiant smile. Expressing thanks to the puppet god, he hopes that the upcoming opponents will exhibit greater prowess. as it seems the puppet god has yet to fully demonstrate his capabilities. This has surely vexed the Martian audience. Yet there is nothing to be done. They have all logged off. Meanwhile, the screen is flooded with donations from the youth audience, some offering praise for Zhuang Zhou and others directly rewarding him. For the first time, Xiao Zhou feels the bliss of being a streamer, not merely from the gifts, but from the realization that many people appreciate him. From initially being timid in the presence of the fireman to now standing tall, this marks his growth. These witnesses to his journey will continue to support him. Zhuang Zhou, fear not. Stand your ground against that old man. Press on. In victory, we rejoice together. In defeat, we bear it together. Confront him. The four boys in the dormitory exchanged glances, unleashing a cacophony of ecstatic cheers, embodying the essence of youth and fervor. Although a portion of the audience shifted their allegiance, some remained, notably the individuals from the Cougar team. The emphasis lies not in the effect of the flying daggers, but rather in how they were unleashed. Was it a mere coincidence, or an inevitable outcome? Robbie led the group into VIP holographic mode, offering a 360-degree view of Kai Long's maneuvers, a privilege that many top-tier experts have restricted due to the ease of being studied in. As the Centaur launched its assault, Kai Long's grip and stance with the blade began to shift. At the zenith of the Centaur's momentum, when concentration peaked, the dagger was released. The grip technique, the flicking motion, the intense tremor of the wrist, each detail resonated with the creaking sounds of the mech in slow motion. The titanium blade vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers parched and awestruck. Boss, this man is no ordinary monster. I typically enjoy throwing darts, and this fellow undoubtedly possesses remarkable skill, exclaimed one. Is anyone even practicing this? Another mused, there is an exhilarating sense of unrestrained aggression. This is the pinnacle of what a pioneer strives for. How is such combat experience and on-the-spot judgment cultivated? I'm genuinely curious how someone like him could have been so inconspicuous before. The crowd turned their gaze to Robbie, who shrugged. Despite the fervent excitement of his brothers, he refrained from causing trouble for the second brother. He was not one to be gossipy. The memories of past grievances stirred frustration within him. Tianjing's mech warriors, Chuanxiang hot pot. Upon hearing food was involved, no one could refuse. Mei Long escorted Shengman to the designated spot, though everyone was more intrigued by Li Hao's companion, Yu. Musashi and Zhou Xiaotang were the quintessential food enthusiasts. When food was present, other matters paled in significance. I want it super spicy. I want it outrageously spicy. Cough, cough, brothers. Let us order a yin-yang pot for Shengman and me. Mei Long deftly avoided a potential conflict. Ma Long, the yin-yang pot lacks soul. Shengman is my soul, he replied nonchalantly, while Shengman giggled beside him. I in her third year. Shengman began to radiate the most beautiful moments of a university girl, shedding her youthful naivety for maturity and elegance, her attire increasingly tasteful, truly making her stand out on campus. The frequency of affectionate displays between the couple has noticeably increased of late. Before long, a Yu arrived, breathless. Sorry, I'm late. No worries, we just got here. Let me introduce you. These are my dorm mates, Ma Long, the handsome one, Musashi, the rising star, Zhou Xiaotang, the seasoned fan, and Shengman, Ma Long's girlfriend, the most beautiful senior of Tianjing's mech warriors. A Yu, an exchange student from the arts department. As they met for the first time, mutual assessments were inevitable. Musashi had seen her before, while Zhou Xiaotang found her to be a pleasant girl. Shengman was beautiful but emanated an air of distance. As for Ma Long, he felt a tinge of disappointment in a Yu. Her skin appeared somewhat darker and rougher than in her photos. The daughter of the Nangong family, was she not charming? Shengman scrutinized her closely. As a girl herself, especially one with a touch of a queenly demeanor. A Yu's presence was comforting, unlike Yi Tong's aggressive demeanor. Zhou Nei was pleasant, but clearly not from the same circle. Shengman warmly urged a Yu to sit down, and as the beer arrived and the steam from the hot pot wafted up, the atmosphere instantly lifted. Yu, which city are you from in NUP? I plan to travel to the moon almost every holiday. I'm quite familiar with it. Kasha, Kasha, that's the most famous shopping city in the solar system. Renowned for its extensive selection. All the limited editions are there. Do you know the MK Shopping Center? I adore that place. As soon as the topic of shopping arose, Shengman became animated, her passion for luxury goods evident. Beauty, she believed, must be adorned with beautiful things to enrich life. As she often says, Girls should treat themselves well. A Yu nodded. It's wonderful there, though I rarely go. Next time, let us go together. I have many good friends in Kasha. When the two girls began discussing fashion and cosmetics, the boys found themselves at a loss for words. Even Ma Long adopted a more modest demeanor. It wasn't that he lacked knowledge, but rather that once the conversation turned to topics of interest, the impending shopping trip loomed large in their minds, creating a financial strain. Musashi, how is your team faring? Why haven't Zhou Nei and Yitong joined us? We all classmates. It would be lively together, Ma Long lamented, as he greatly enjoyed the sight of the three leading beauties of Tianjing's mech warriors sharing the stage. It's a bit unfortunate. I've been schooled on this, Li Hao interjected, but you should give it a try. The gap isn't as vast as it seems. Your level is on par with Yitong. It's just that neither of you has much team combat experience. Zhou Nei should invite me. My team combat skills are still quite strong, Ma Long said eagerly. As they dined, several boys at nearby tables watched them, until one approached. Are you Musashi? Musashi nodded. You played exceptionally well. We, the Tianjing mech warriors, are counting on you. You fought brilliantly. You're the only one who could contest with the puppet. Musashi felt a hint of embarrassment. I lost. There was nothing impressive about it. Too modest. Haven't you seen the Tianchuan news? You've officially been selected as a supernova for this year's use. The term supernova as used by Li Hao is merely an adjective. But this was a legitimate title, bestowed only upon the top players in the first and second year of the Federation, signifying that Musashi had officially become a hallmark of Tianjing's mech warriors. Chapter 50. Departure from the team. This evaluation is a comprehensive consideration of multiple factors. Each year, only a handful are selected as supernovas, which holds considerable prestige within military academies. Ma Long envied this greatly. It was indeed a formidable social asset, akin to wearing a buff while going out. How splendid for interacting with junior students. I declare, this meal is on Musashi. He should celebrate his selection as a supernova. Come, let us toast to Musashi, and also to our new friend. A Yu Ma Long, the mood setter, was truly adept at creating an atmosphere. Musashi felt little significance in the title. True strength was what mattered. He recognized the evident gap between him and the puppet. It was merely others who failed to perceive it. Individuals like him deserved accolades. Li Hao, meanwhile, was engaged in conversation with a Yu regarding her training. A Yu expressed her reluctance to dance, yet Li Hao found it beautiful and wonderful. Hearing this made a Yu quite happy, as she often lacked confidence in her dancing. I don't understand what is considered glamorous. I just feel that your dance possesses a soul. It's beautiful. Truly beautiful, Li Hao sincerely remarked, recalling a Yu's magnificent performance in the mech, which remained vivid in his memory. A Yu blushed slightly but was genuinely pleased. Nearby, Ma Long chuckled, Brother Hao, you're quite something. A Yu has traveled from 384,000 kilometers away to meet you. What a twist of fate. I suggest you all toast 3 times in celebration. Can you drink? I'll go first. You do as you wish? Li Hao replied briskly. With a clink, they downed 3 cups in quick succession. A Yu gazed at the large cups, a hint of worry crossing her face, but after a moment's resolve, she clenched her fist and declared, I can do it. Amidst the applause, she truly downed 3 cups in a row. The potent taste of the alcohol made her stick out her tongue, but an exhilarating sense of liberation washed over her. This is my most daring moment. I feel like next time, I'll have the courage to drink. With great spirit, Ma Long exclaimed, You are the most generous drinker we've ever seen from the moon. He shot an eyebrow at Li Hao, as if to say, Brother, you've got this. As their conversation continued, everyone learned that a Yu was here to study Earth's dance and music, particularly the unique theatrical tones of Tianjing. Steeped in ancient culture yet rich in flavor and depth. Hey, a Yu, is that bracelet you're wearing the limited KPL galaxy endorsed by Arths? Oh my gosh, there are only 100 of those in the solar system. Shangman exclaimed, feeling a bit warm from the drink as a Yu rolled up her sleeves. The boys didn't pay much attention, but Shangman immediately noticed, though she was uncertain. This wasn't about the price. It was simply something unattainable. Oh, this? It's a fake. A Yu smiled. I picked it up while shopping. Shangman realized that made sense. It was indeed something she couldn't get her hands on, in a wonder. I thought the galaxy design was a bit too bright. The genuine ones aren't this sparkly. Did you add a lot of rhinestones? Shangman chuckled at a Yu smiled, having simply forgotten to take it off. This was her personal piece, distinctly different from any available elsewhere. Once they finished their meal, the boys naturally took on the responsibility of escorting the girls home. "Come, Supernova, let me take you back," Shouting teased. Pulling Musashi along with a grin. Two bachelors suddenly found themselves feeling a twinge of loneliness. Previously, it was just Malong who was doing well, but now even Brother Hao had begun to pursue women. Before long, upon returning to the dormitory, Li Hao discovered Teacher Ma standing atop a chair, delivering a lecture, indicating yet another class session. The three of them were momentarily taken aback at Li Hao's unexpected arrival. "What brings you back so soon?" Malong scrutinized Li Hao as if he were some peculiar creature. "How on earth did you return so quickly?" Li Hao paused for a moment. "Where else would I go?" "My goodness, brother, is drinking merely about consuming alcohol? It's about the ambience, the feelings. Just think about it. The haze of intoxication, the swell of emotions, the eruption of hormones, the surge of affection, and the courage that comes with it. Everything is magnified. Romantic conversations are possible. Physical activities can ensue. You? Teacher Ma was at a loss for words, exasperated by the futility of his teachings over the past year. Li Hao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "We're still just friends, and that's perfectly fine. He makes me quite happy. Good gracious, I'm amazed by you. But never mind. At least you've finally come to your senses. That's an improvement over these two fools. Today, Teacher Ma is in a good mood, so let me impart some wisdom to you. You always like to lecture us even when you're not drinking." Shouting interjected unexpectedly. "Xiaoping, take this seriously? Now, let me pose a question. How can one swiftly render a girl defenseless?" Musashi's eyes lit up as he eagerly raised his hand. "This is my forte. Generally, a straight punch will suffice. If that's inadequate, I can follow up with a combination of blows. Few can withstand it, except for experts like Yitong and the class leader. Our school is devoid of such talent." Malong tumbled off his chair. "You, my friend, are truly single by sheer strength of will. Brother Hao, ignore him. Let us talk about something serious. In an atmosphere like today's, you can guide the girl you like on a slight detour instead of heading straight back. Think about it. Tianjing's beautiful architecture, that small hill, that lake, they're not merely for fishing. Those benches aren't just decorations. Wander to a secluded spot, take a brief rest. Watch me. Come on, Xiaoping, let us demonstrate. Gently take the girl's hand. Your gaze should be deep and sincere. Remember, at this moment, don't shy away, don't falter. Channel the intensity of your decisive moment in the mecha battle and kiss her." Disgusted by the sight of Malong's large mouth, Xiaoping shoved him away. "Malong, you should pursue acting. You've chosen the wrong major. Life is a stage, and I chose the Starship major to be dashing. My existence revolves around being handsome. Isn't this a bit too fast?" Li Hao couldn't help but inquire, clearly intrigued yet concerned about startling the lady. "Fool. Aside from those specific moments, men can afford to be quick. It's often the girls who might remark, isn't this a bit too fast? If such a situation arises, what will you do?" The three exchanged glances, then perhaps choose a different time, Shouting suggested. Malong dismissed him. "Not too fast, just right. Be bold and resolute." Musashi suddenly felt he had grasped the essence of the matter. Be bold. What does that even mean? Teacher Ma looked at the two like they were fools. When a girl asks if it's too fast, it's not for you to answer, but to wait for your expression. At that moment, you should gaze at her with sincerity and resolve, saying, "I love you. Every moment, I think of you," and then kiss her. Remember, when you speak, it must come from the heart, not from a place of hurried desire. It won't seem cheesy then. When emotions run deep, they naturally intensify. Of course, given your level, saying you like her should suffice. Declaring love might be beyond your capabilities. The three boys were left dumbfounded, and Li Hao stared blankly for a moment, looking at Xiaoping and Musashi. Honestly, when he just said that, I didn't think it was shameless at all. Me neither. Is it because we've grown accustomed to it? Xiaoping wiped away his drool. No. We've accepted that he's just an LSP. The dormitory echoed with laughter and chatter. Despite the banter, everyone was truly envious of Malong's effortless charm before women. By Li Hao's standards, it was akin to how he felt in the EMP. That night, the forum remained abuzz with activity, especially on the Mars EMP forum, where the puppet had landed on their blacklist. Who dares to look down on the Mars warriors? Who gave you the audacity? The gall? It's essential to note that Martians have a peculiar habit. They don't care what you think. It's about what they think. If they feel disrespected, you're indeed disrespecting them. Even if you kneel, it wouldn't be deemed sincere enough. Numerous Mars competitors were awaiting the opportunity to teach the puppet a lesson. However, the puppet was currently deep in slumber, blissfully unaware, until suddenly, Li Hao's brow furrowed. Li Hao felt as if his body was floating, surrounded by a vaguely familiar yet profoundly strange environment, reminiscent of Tianjing's architecture. But why had it transformed into ruins? The air was murky, the ground charred black, and the sky dim. Amidst the grayness, several large figures seemed to be moving at high speed. Was it a dream? Sleep on, Li Hao reassured himself. This situation is entirely manageable. As soon as the noon class concluded, Li Hao was summoned to the principal's office. "Hello, principal." Li Hao greeted Long Danny with a sense of decorum. Long Danny regarded Li Hao with a complex expression. She had underestimated the situation. Initially believing that the events of years past were long behind them, she had failed to anticipate the influence of the Morifis family, especially with that individual seemingly resurfacing. The connections were intricate, and neither party was willing to concede for the sake of an ordinary military academy student. Particularly since Li Hao carried a controversial past that made him vulnerable to manipulation. Li Hao, I regret to inform you that you may not be able to represent Tianjing's mecha competition. Long Danny offered no alternative excuses. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. I understand, principal. Had Li Hao displayed any anger, Long Danny might have found some comfort. However, his smile seemed to pierce her. What demands do you have? I will fulfill whatever I can, Long Danny stated, recognizing Li Hao's potential. She had intended to address some pressing matters first before giving him her full attention, but even she could not provide sufficient justification to convince the competition authorities. Principal, I do have a request. Classmate AU wants to pilot a mecha. May I assist her in using the training mecha? Of course, just ensure safety. Long Danny nodded. What else? The class leader's team is in need of a coach. They possess considerable skill but lack team experience, and it would be a waste of time to figure it out on their own, Li Hao explained. Long Danny contemplated for a moment. All right, I'll speak with Professor Mangya. He has a tactical project that can align well with Zhou Nei's team training. Great. Principal, please inform the class leader that I will withdraw from the team, Li Hao remarked, indifferent to his departure but not wishing to create awkwardness for Zhou Nei and the others. Long Danny acknowledged him with a hum. Unable to participate in the competition, she couldn't just say, you can be a sparring partner, as that would be far too insulting. Chapter 51. Concept Mecha. Once Li Hao departed, Long Danny rubbed her forehead, reflecting on her initial ambitions upon taking office. How challenging could managing a school truly be? Now she realized that she couldn't approach it with the same iron-fisted tactics as in the military. It required a more gradual approach. Ultimately, it came down to strength. Gao Yunfeng's team had improved significantly. Compared to their inexperienced performance in S10, their senior students had now reached their peak. However, she understood that this was still insufficient. As their opponents had also enhanced their skills, Li Hao had raised a valid concern regarding Zhou Nei, Yitong, and Musashi. They were all exceptionally talented, yet their combat experience lagged far behind, particularly in terms of tactical acumen during team battles. She was aware of their scheduled match against Marco Polo's second team, and the outcome was not surprising. Musashi and Yitong remained entrenched in their individual rhythms, pondering team strategies but hesitating in execution. As for Zhou Nei, while her intentions were good as the captain, she lacked the charisma and authority to command respect. Her agreeable nature made her easy to accept as a teammate, but that acceptance did not equate to trust. When faced with challenges, she lacked the capability and confidence to turn the tide. This was also a problem for newcomers. Was a year truly sufficient? Long Danny's original intent was to break the mold. But the reality was far more complex. Li Hao was busy messaging AU, but she was preoccupied with training. Senior, I'll sneak out as soon as I get a chance. AU sent back with a big smiley face. Thinking of AU's cheerful expression brought a smile to Li Hao's face as well. The news soon reached Zhou Nei and Yitong, who began bombarding him with messages of injustice, prompting Li Hao to reassure them that this was not the principal's fault. He had never held high hopes from the outset. Yitong wanted to enlist her family's help, but Li Hao declined. In this matter, Yitong had little leverage. The Nangong family was undoubtedly the most aggrieved party, yet if they had intentions to retaliate, they would have done so long ago, if they were indeed planning something. They wouldn't want to draw attention to such trivial matters, rendering any of Yi Tong's protests futile. After the afternoon class, Zhou Nei and the others sprang into action. Professor Mingye had agreed to assist. He was a staunch supporter of the Yu's mecha. He had previously invited Gao Yunfeng and his team, but Mingye believed they had already been indoctrinated by NUP's tactics, their strategies firmly entrenched without any strong willingness to change. However, Zhou Nei's team was different, possessing individual capabilities and a strong desire to win, qualities that made them highly suitable, especially with the addition of supernovas Yi Tong and Musashi, which held great promise. Li Hao found himself with a moment of leisure and opened his EMP account. A0. Another zero? Li Hao was taken aback. Why was there an astonishing sum of over 70,000? However, it mattered little to him. He casually transferred the funds to another account, one that had a greater need for the money. Before long, the balance dwindled to merely 2,000. Feeling the allure of his newfound wealth, Li Hao, after finishing his meal, eagerly made his way to the EMP building, which seemed more splendid than ever under its bright lights. The principal was still exceptionally kind. Although he could no longer fight for the school, his status within EMP remained intact, allowing Li Hao to quickly secure his own training room. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, many competitors were waiting within the EMP system, particularly within the ROM. Faced with a barrage of challenges, Li Hao glanced over the participants. They were a motley crew, many merely drawn by the excitement, all vying to select a high-scoring contender in the EMP system. Each participant had two names, a nickname and a real name accompanied by their academy, the latter being used primarily for formal training. ID. Zishan, real name, Mashu, hailing from the NUP Eternal Night A-Class Military Academy, represented his institution as a fourth-year student in the S10 lightweight mecha competition, ultimately securing the 15th position. Now graduated, he had become a contracted professional player with EMP, engaging not only as a streamer but also participating in the Super Mecha Tester program, with his conceptual mecha being the Flash Knight. The lightweight mechas of us lunar denizens are the mainstream of human mecha development, while the antiquated models of Earthlings and the bizarre hybrids of Martians hardly warrant contention. For the next few days, I shall await this individual's online presence to showcase what a true mobile warrior of the new era embodies. Mashu spoke with fervor, subsequently playing his combat highlights as the Flash Knight. His popularity on the moon was considerable, and the Lightning Knight mecha enjoyed immense acclaim throughout the Solar Alliance. After graduation, he devised a rapid path to fame by specifically challenging well-known professional players from USE and ROM to demonstrate the comprehensive superiority of the moon. Prior to this, he had frequently faced off against competitors from USE and ROM, occasionally even taking down novices from Titan, with such scripted challenges providing ample entertainment, bolstered by his formidable skills and the residual prestige from last year's competition, which quickly propelled Mashu to stardom as a leading streamer for NUP. Recently, a rising star from USE, known as Puppet, had garnered significant attention, with a multitude of admirers. Labeled as an illusion of a fallen empire by other federations, he stubbornly utilized armored mechas to secure victories and win the favor of the USE audience, a deliberate tactic that, in essence, catered to the fragile pride of Earthlings. However, the higher one's popularity, the more susceptible one becomes to becoming a target. Mashu not only possessed considerable strength but also a sharp business acumen. He consciously chose to transition from the military to a professional player, having a clear strategy in mind. His list of targets included several competitors, Puppet being one of them. Although Puppet was somewhat lackluster, his recent rise in popularity presented an opportune moment to reap the rewards before it was too late. Victory was a foregone conclusion, as he wielded the Lightning Knight. The only question was whether his opponent would dare to accept the challenge. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain in the realm of mecha battles. Speed was paramount, and even the medium and heavy mechas of NUP were fundamentally designed with speed as a primary focus. Speed equated to life itself. Should his opponent employ a similar type of mecha, the challenge would intensify, yet he remained confident, especially considering his status as an competition participant. If faced with antiquated models like the Armor Dragon or Armor Tiger, victory would be assured. Friends, allow me to share my perspective. As all federations prepare for S11, I firmly believe that NUP will achieve the first ever 3 consecutive championships in human history and establish a dynasty. Neither USE nor ROM poses any real threat. They may find minor victories in individual categories, but Puppet is likely a mere creation of USE, a publicity stunt to salvage some dignity. He hardly dares to speak and has declined most challenges. Should he come online, I plan to challenge him via VIP means to see if he has the audacity to accept. If he declines, then there's nothing more to be done. Ma Shu continued to speak animatedly, occasionally injecting humorous anecdotes. In the realm of bravado, the lunar denizens exhibited a heightened sense of superiority, while Martians may bark from the sidelines. They would not engage unless absolutely necessary. As use and Rum reveled in their antics. Ma Shu prepared to capitalize on the situation. A celebrity like Puppet would lose value after a single defeat. Yet such a bout could bring him immense attention and an influx of sponsorships. Thus, among the professional players of EMP, engagements were approached with caution unless they coincidentally matched in rankings, in the training room of Tianjing mecha warfare. Someone mused, is he a fool? The Lightning Knight is a conceptual mecha, and opponents have the right to refuse. Feynman could not help but scoff. Within the EMP mecha repository of the 4 major federations, there existed a certain number of super mechas, commonly referred to as conceptual mechas, boasting exceptional performance but facing practical limitations due to the need for further information. Military academies may utilize them. Yet they are not allowed in S competitions. Top-tier competitors like themselves would never select such mechas for practice. It is an unspoken agreement. NUP leads the way in the development of super mechas, leaving the other 3 federations trailing behind. The Flash Knight is a super version of the Silver Knight, surpassing the latter by 2 generations, which irked Feynman, who believed that relying solely on mecha was an act of pretentiousness. Despite his defeat, Feynman held a profound respect for Puppet, recognizing true strength when he saw it. Have you not noticed that Puppet never seems to care about the type of opponent he faces? Alzi remarked, what if Puppet accepts and ends his winning streak? Wouldn't that generate considerable excitement? Come on, is that really a win? That's a victory for the mecha. Feynman remained unconvinced, harboring disdain for such players, regardless of their lunar origins. What is there to respect? Ma Shu and that Centaur mecha user are EMP professionals, and they seek popularity and victories. They don't care about the means, nor do their fans. Besides, I believe Puppet has a fighting chance against the armored dragon. Alzi chuckled, understanding that Feynman had developed a level of admiration for Puppet, though he felt it unnecessary. What if it's the armored tiger? I suspect Puppet randomly selects his mecha, and he is limited to the armored mecha pool. Feynman sighed, wishing to avoid witnessing someone he admired falter in such a meaningless match. Then there's no choice. Alzi shrugged, somewhat puzzled by Puppet's intentions. Chapter 52. The B-King Championship. Although Feynman faced defeat, it bore little significance. As a warrior of S10, individuals like him were classified as practical fighters, requiring no validation through EMP scores or victories. Most top competitors from various military academies engaged in reckless behavior within EMP, employing unreasonable choices and risk-taking styles to hone their skills, particularly to enhance their reflexes under extreme pressure and accumulate experience. Of course, such approaches often led to exaggerated failures, which spectators and supporters would overlook. When confronted with challenges posed by super mechas, they would generally accept, seeking self-improvement amidst adversity. Winning or losing held little importance. For contracted professional players within EMP, however, victory was of paramount importance. Their popularity and income hinged on success, and they would employ every conceivable method to secure it. Puppet clearly belonged to this latter category. As an EMP contracted player, the more consecutive victories he achieved, the more his status would rise. He was certainly not an S competition participant, as no such player would indulge in such frivolity. Especially with official streamers already arranged, it was evident that he was a thoroughly manufactured celebrity, and maintaining his winning streak and an air of mystery constituted his marketing strategy. Feynman, I think you've become somewhat obsessed lately. Have you noticed how the streamers are arranged, and that Puppet generally accepts challenges for VIP payments? He is just a celebrity. There aren't that many mysterious masters in this world, truly. Perhaps you should focus on training instead? Alzi advised. No, I want to wait. Feynman was quite stubborn. Alzi, unable to dissuade him, accepted that they were good friends. He would wait a while, as their Team S training was scheduled for 8, after their last defeat. The captain had been somewhat displeased, but challenging the Pumas had proven futile, as they were fully aware of the intentionality behind the match. Knowing this, the training volume had increased significantly, leaving them gasping for breath. Just then, Puppet came online. A surge of challengers flooded in, yet very few were willing to pay the substantial fee of 5,000. Many from ROM were following suit. But perhaps Inupi had a better internet connection. Li Hao finally selected Zishan from the myriad of challenges. Although he did not recognize the person, the fact that he specialized in the Lightning Knight piqued Li Hao's interest. Meanwhile, Ma Shu felt a twinge of anticipation. He was aware that many were vying for a challenge at that moment. Red? Who hasn't he been famous at some point? That feeling is addictive. Ding dong. Your challenge against Puppet has been successfully arranged, and you are about to enter the battle selection. Bingo. Ma Shu clapped his hands excitedly, and the gifts in the live stream began to flood in. It was all so efficient. The next step was crucial. For the sake of entertainment, it was best for him to utilize the Lightning Knight, while his opponent had the right to refuse the Super Mecha, and that was highly likely. Nevertheless, he decided to take a chance. Perhaps he would encounter a stubborn opponent after all. Li Hao stepped onto the battlefield, facing a formidable combination of the Lightning Knight and the Moon battlefield. Zhuang Zhou and the Fireman quickly followed suit. This moment was indeed their prime working time. The Fireman awaited the arrival of the ROM team, only to be preempted shamelessly by the Moon Man. Was this an attempt to seize the spoils? The Puppet had gained considerable fame, largely thanks to the Martians' support. If the Moon Man emerged victorious, it would imply that the Martians were also to be deemed inferior. Who could he turn to for justice in this matter? What was happening? Did this Ma Shu player not comprehend the Puppet situation? The latter exclusively utilized the armor series, yet he chose a conceptual mech instead, an AT1 level expert from the previous S-series lightweight mech competition at that. To be frank, if I were the Puppet, I would have declined this offer outright, as it is entirely reasonable. At that moment, the Fireman stood unwaveringly on the side of justice. In the past, Zhuang Zhou would have been overwhelmed with gratitude, praising the Martian brothers for their loyalty, but now he understood instantly that it was a matter of pride. He feared that if the Puppet lost to the opponent, it would reflect poorly on him. The first time is always the most crucial. However, dismantling the stage at this juncture was unnecessary. I wholeheartedly agree. If he were to accept, I believe the Puppet God could choose a more formidable mech. There is no need to rely solely on the armor series. I think many viewers would also be keen to see him pilot other mechs. Zhuang Zhou planted the seeds of foresight. For the Martians were even more audacious. Should they employ this tactic as well, at least do not lock themselves into the armor series, as that would be too damaging. The Puppet gained fame through the armor series. How could he forget his roots? Faced with such unreasonable circumstances, he could choose to decline, but should he accept, he must remain true to himself. The Fireman spoke eloquently. His words made Zhuang Zhou wish to silence him. For he knew that if the roles were reversed, the Martians would surely employ a different set of dubious arguments. Just then, amidst the heated debate, the Puppet had already chosen to accept. The combination of the Lightning Knight and the Moon battlefield was indeed a match made in heaven. Maximizing the speed of this lightweight super mech, Tio put it succinctly, it was akin to operating in a virtual mode while engaging in a real mode. The question was, regardless of the Puppet's choice, the use also possessed super mechs, albeit not as many as NUP, but at least their performance would be comparable. The Dragon Fighter, perhaps, could keep up with the speed. I believe the Puppet God could also opt for the Lightning Knight. That would be fair. After all, the Puppet God might not have piloted it before. Regardless, accepting this was quite absurd, a bold move indeed. The Armor Tiger MKI. Zhuang Zhou and the Fireman exchanged glances, astonished that the Puppet did not hesitate at all, but this choice. Should they continue fighting? Perhaps surrendering would be wiser. At least the Armor Dragon still possessed some speed and had a decisive move in its arsenal. A swift strike that still held promise. But the Armor Tiger, such a massive frame could hardly evade attacks. The Fireman cursed inwardly, lamenting the investments made prior. As a social media star, once the C rating was breached, the Puppet's value would plummet. The official channels? They were indifferent. There were countless contracts like this one, and if the Puppet were gone, there would still be dolls and figurines to fill the void. Discussions aside, the battle was about to commence. Both sides entered the unique Moon battlefield, the ground imbued with a gritty texture, adjusted to lunar gravity, approximately equivalent to 0.95 of Earth's. The difference was not substantial. Yet unfamiliarity with the lunar environment could still impact movement and precision. This was also why top military academy players required extensive training to understand and master the operation of various mechs in different environments. The Armor Tiger and the Lightning Knight took to the stage. The Lightning Knight, a lightweight conceptual model weighing 60 tons, was powered by a new He-3 nuclear fission drive. equipped with V5 dual short-range laser sabers. What defines a conceptual mech is its streamlined design, minimizing drag while ensuring structural integrity. The new kinetic energy system allows the Lightning Knight to move with impunity. Of course, it would not malfunction under EMP. But in reality, the failure rate of such conceptual mechs remains quite high and necessitates further research. For the military, the goal is not to have a mech that is perfect from the outset, but to continuously improve it incrementally. As the two combatants entered the fray, although the puppet's fans were anxious, they held onto a sliver of hope. Why do we admire the puppet god? It is because he can transform the impossible into the possible. Since he has made this choice, there must be a rationale behind it, and I firmly believe that the puppet god will deliver an exhilarating match for everyone, Zhuangzhou earnestly declared, waving his fist. Meanwhile, Zhuangzhou subtly smirked, recognizing that this young man had grasped the core element of being a streamer. Speaking nonsense with eyes wide open, the eyes of the Lightning Knight glimmered with a purple light. Despite being significantly smaller than the armor tiger, together they resembled relics from two distinct eras. With a flick of its right hand, the Lightning Knight tossed its dual short-range lasers aside, unsheathing its laser sword and pointing it at the armor tiger. "I've heard your skills are remarkable. As moon warriors, we shall not take advantage of you. A laser sword shall suffice." The fans of the Lightning Knight erupted in excitement, relishing this playful yet cheeky demeanor. The Moon Man truly was audacious. The heavy shield defense was unperturbed by the laser's impact, irrespective of whether he utilized it or not. Huh? The fireman stuttered mid-sentence. The armor tiger silently discarded its large shield. And before the fireman's eyes could widen in disbelief, the titanium king gun was also planted into the ground. The arena fell into a profound silence. Was this permissible? Not only the audience, but even the opposing Mashu questioned their own vision. Was this for the sake of entertainment? The opponent appeared to be a fool. The decision to forego the laser was due to having already gained too much advantage. One must ensure the show continues. As a heavy mech, how could one neglect the shield and the titanium gun? How would they fight? Did he intend to defeat himself with a punch? Alzi and Feynman exchanged bewildered glances. At their level, they could somewhat comprehend that the absence of the laser and shield was futile as the slow-moving armor tiger became even more cumbersome. As for the titanium gun, its effectiveness was contingent upon frequency synchronization. And in the face of the Lightning Knight's absolute advantage, it was merely a liability. The cumbersome titanium gun could hardly be utilized. A fist might indeed be the best option, albeit a desperate one at that. Zing! The Lightning Knight surged forth, executing a variable frequency step, darting past the armor tiger like a bolt of lightning, only to return swiftly, the laser sword once again approaching the armor tiger like the grim reaper's scythe. Yet, the armor tiger remained unyielding, utterly unresponsive. It was evident to all that the Lightning Knight was merely toying with the puppet, not truly attacking but showcasing its speed. With a flourish, the Lightning Knight landed gracefully, sending shards of debris flying, striking a flamboyant pose as the laser sword twirled in a magnificent display. Akin to a blooming lotus, it was perplexing how earlier opponents had succumbed. With such sluggish reactions, defeating them would be as easy as taking candy from a child. Zhuangzhou and the fireman were rendered speechless. The fireman felt disinclined to watch any longer. What a pathetic display. The sheer disparity in speed was appalling, devoid of any semblance of reaction. He could easily take on the challenge himself. "I'm ready to log off," the fireman remarked to his assistant. Feeling nauseated. If it weren't for his role as a streamer, he would have left by now. Zing. Chapter 53. Paper-thin evasion. The Lightning Knight launched another assault, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, as that would detract from the entertainment value. Instead, he aimed to slice the cumbersome armor tiger into pieces, providing his supporters with a thrilling experience, a rare opportunity indeed. The Lightning Knight darted with blinding speed, targeting the left hand of the armor tiger. The armor tiger shifted slightly. Zing! The Lightning Knight's brilliance flashed by, yet it was a near miss. Ma Shu was momentarily stunned, fortunate to evade the attack, executing a graceful return maneuver, the Lightning Knight once again lunging toward the armor tiger. With a surge of speed, he executed a spiraling leg strike. This was a low attack, one of the most challenging positions for heavy armor to defend, increasing the pilot's operational difficulty and burden. However, the armor tiger merely moved ponderously, while the Lightning Knight's strikes consistently fell short, with several laser sword swings narrowly grazing the mech without inflicting any substantial damage. The armored tiger, though heavy, possessed an indescribable quality. It moved with significant range, albeit slowly, yet managed to evade every attack from its opponent. Just a hair's breadth away, Mashu executed a fluid series of strikes, pushing the opponent to their limits, yet the armored tiger still managed to respond. Following a swift spin that resulted in a miss, the mech darted over 10 meters away, pivoting to face the Lightning Knight. The fireman's lips curled into a slight smile. He was beginning to grasp the nuance. Yet it remained perilous. If it were a typical player, it would be one thing. But Mashu had chosen to become a signed professional with EMP, undoubtedly lured by a generous offer from the Moon EMP Group. Possessing genuine prowess. The critical distinction of a conceptual mech lies in its performance. After an exchange, Mashu recognized that the opponent possessed some skill. The Lightning Knight's other laser sword was drawn, crossing the blades. Slightly lowering the mech's center of gravity, engines roaring. In truth, the initial attacks had only utilized 60 of their power. Zing! In an instant, a flash of light caught everyone's attention as the Lightning Knight appeared before the colossal armor tiger. Two beams of light crossing as they passed. Extreme flash, instant prison cross slash. Do not speak of confronting heavy armor. Even against a standard medium mech, such swift and powerful strikes rendered with full energy output require no finesse. Moreover, he has never missed a target to date. However, something feels amiss. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of crisis envelopes him, prompting an instantaneous lateral dash, a rapid retreat, as the armored tiger retracts its poised right hand. Leaving the Lightning Knight, now a considerable distance away, momentarily hesitant to attack. The evasion is akin to a mere slip of paper. Alzi scoffs, finding it hard to believe that such a cumbersome entity could predict its opponent's attacks through such extensive movement. Feynman nods, having sensed mastery of distance during the battle between Musashi and the puppet. The puppet's prowess in close combat is unprecedented, and its perceptive abilities are terrifying. Only those who have reached a certain level and have engaged with him can truly feel such pressure. The audience can only revel in the spectacle. Fight? Are they foolish? How could this Lightning Knight be so inept as to not engage? The sudden halt of the Lightning Knight frustrates many spectators. It is understandable that the armored tiger refrains from attacking, given that it cannot pursue a disqualified heavy unit, and now, having discarded its weapon, it dares not strike? In an instant, the tide of opinion has overwhelmingly shifted in favor of the armored tiger. Not just among the other federations, but even amongst the NUP audience. The lunar inhabitants and Martians may differ, but most still maintain a baseline. Despite their inclination towards Federation allegiance, they despise cowards even more. In this battle, the Lightning Knight has seized every advantage, with aggression being the sole avenue for victory. At this moment, Mashu is entirely indifferent to external opinions. Just moments ago, his back was drenched in sweat. When the opponent executed that paper-thin evasion, he was caught completely off guard, causing his mech to momentarily freeze, leaving the armored tiger an opportunity for a decisive strike. He sensed the lethal threat. It is exceedingly perilous for a light mech to be struck head-on by a heavy unit. Even an inferior heavy mech would dominate in such a scenario. What gnaws at him is the fact that the opponent's attack was initiated, but then abruptly halted, affording him precious moments to create distance. What does this mean? At this juncture, the armored tiger gestured toward the Lightning Knight. Instantly, the arena erupted in cheers. Brothers, did you see that? I must believe in the puppet god. The situation may seem passive, but it is entirely under control, Shuang Zhou exclaimed passionately. Beside him, Fireman offered a slight smile. Little Zhuang, stay calm. Although the evasion is executed flawlessly, the Lightning Knight only needs to seize one opportunity for the armored tiger to falter. Old Nan, you don't understand. The puppet god is no ordinary being. Youth, be open to differing opinions, and never deify anyone. Initially plagued by doubt, Mashu was ignited by the armored tiger's gesture. In that moment, clarity struck him like a thunderbolt, and he slapped himself awake. Damn it, how many are watching this match? How could he allow himself to falter? The two laser swords twirled gracefully between his hands, showcasing his skills. With a swift motion, the two swords connected at their bases, double-headed dragon. The Lightning Knight raised a thumb toward the armored tiger before descending. Boom. Dust erupted at a flash. like fleeting light. The lightning knight, like a wisp of smoke, lowered its center of gravity, seemingly vanishing from view. Throughout the charge, the mech hovered, only to reappear beneath the armored tiger, launching upward in a sweeping arc. Double-headed dragon flashed in that moment of ascent. An explosive sound echoed, dust billowing into the sky. Boom! 3 seconds later, Puppet Wind's fireman, with a lit cigar poised at his lips, widened his eyes upon hearing the announcement, slowly placing the burning end in his mouth, FUCK. As the smoke cleared, the spectators beheld the standing armored tiger mech and the shattered remains of the lightning knight beneath it. A grand hole gaped in the chest of the formerly resplendent super mech, its aerodynamic form now irreparably cracked. What is this? Does the armored tiger possess hidden weaponry? Was it a single punch? Can your punch inflict such damage? It certainly cannot be the fist of a mech that caused this. It would not penetrate, and even if it could, it wouldn't result in such catastrophic damage. I study mech materials. I sense the puppet's calm demeanor. There must be a secret weapon at play. Perhaps this represents a new direction for use military research. I agree. It appears to be a super mech that resembles the armored tiger. Did you not notice? How could the armored tiger keep pace with the lightning knight's speed? In an instant, various experts emerged, each making compelling arguments. Zhuang Zhou, feeling elated, had completely let go since making a fateful pact with firemen. Fear? Nonsense. Everyone, remain composed. This is standard procedure. I do not understand why you all think the puppet god would lose. From the moment you laid eyes on him, has he ever acted recklessly? Does one need weapons to battle a conceptual mech? I ask you, do we need weapons? Zhuang Zhou proclaimed. Beside him, fireman tended to his singed lips. You're getting too carried away. Let us not speak too boldly, dear audience. Let us review the analysis video. The puppet likely discarded its weapon to induce overconfidence in the opponent, allowing it to unleash the armored tiger's hidden weapon. Fireman remarked coolly, Little Zhuang, as a host, maintain your composure. Before Zhuang Zhou could retort, the analysis video commenced. The lightning knight's assault, captured in slow motion, appeared strikingly clear. Pushing speed and agility to their limits, a single hit could unleash a series of devastating blows against the cumbersome armored tiger. The lightning knight's movements were nothing short of spectacular, while the armored tiger, almost instantaneously, attempted a significant shift. Though its movements were grand, their frequency was rapid, and each displacement marked the conclusion of the lightning knight's chain attacks. It was merely a hair's breadth away on the right. Technical jargon was displayed, paper-thin evasion. This indicates complete insight into the opponent's movements and mech capabilities, allowing for minimal evasive actions that fully avoid incoming attacks. This is a demonstration of maximized technique and control for a light mech facing heavy armor. The arena erupted in uproar, particularly among military academy students. While other federations remained indifferent, here in use, the puppet's livestream was broadcasted in B-grade academies, and A-grade academies opted to stream it when their own contestants were absent. As military students, witnessing a heavy unit employing paper-thin defense against a light mech equates to declaring, "You are utterly worthless." Yet the puppet faced a conceptual mech. However, the puppet was granted its first opportunity for retaliation. In slow motion, those previously debating fell into complete silence. The armored tiger threw a punch, retracting it just before it could connect with the opponent, the speed so great that spectators only saw the lightning knight evade what could have been a devastating blow. How utterly dismissive of the opponent. It was evident that Ma Shu felt this, hence his hesitation. Asked the one involved, he could not determine whether it was his speed or the opponent's leniency. Being in the thick of it, he could not fully assess. This is why he remained merely a professional player. A talent of his caliber would not be found in a special forces unit. He should have sensed the opponent's level during the first wave of attacks instead of showing off. His combat effectiveness and awareness had declined too swiftly. Such piercing commentary could only come from their captain, Tita. Haha, Captain, we are aware of this. However, the Lightning Knight is formidable, and having suffered once, he surely learned his lesson. How could he inflict such damage on the mech? The destructive power seems excessive, Alzi remarked with a grin. Indeed, this puzzled all the experts. The final attack represented the Lightning Knight's mech operating at the very limits of its capabilities. Its inherent strength, combined with the slightly reduced lunar gravity, created a floating impact effect. In terms of sheer operation, Ma Shu had no faults. But the crux of the matter lay in that fleeting moment when the armored tiger executed Heavy armor flash. At this moment, the analysis video downplayed the dust effects. Was it a heavy unit's charge? No, it was a half-step advance, creating distance. Once the Lightning Knight's high-speed attack reached its zenith, it became utterly irreversible. The armored tiger's sudden lateral movement left little room for the opponent to react in the next heartbeat. All eyes widened. What weapon could have felled it? In an instant, with a resounding roar, the armored tiger unleashed a punch toward its adversary, and that single blow pierced through the opponent's mech. Not only that, but in less than half a second, the entire surface of the mech visibly shattered. Is this a bug? Chapter 54. Bow Punch Catastrophe. It is highly likely that a bug has occurred. While the armored tiger possesses great strength, it cannot be to such an extent. Fireman smiled slightly. Indeed, the officials issued a pause, clearly indicating that the destructive capacity of the attack exceeded expectations. Damn it, how could the Lightning Knight lose? Is this a bug? Perhaps the previous evasion was similar. I cannot help but feel that a heavy unit lacks such capability. What gives a heavy unit the right to evade a light mech with such finesse? Does he think he is the king of the universe, Van Lichten? Meanwhile, in Mashu's livestream, overwhelming support surged, yet he remained silent, his face pale as he sat in the training pod before the camera. This punch awakened him. Once, he too yearned for the pinnacle of skill. Yet, in his final year of college, he exerted all his effort just to secure a temporary 15th place at EMP, and no matter how hard he tried, he remained stagnant, far from his expectations. Failing to pass the Special Forces application struck him a second blow, leading him to ultimately decide to become a professional streamer for EMP. Initially, accepting EMP's contract was fine. His performance was exceptional, dominating the competition. However, it was during the continuous use of the Lightning Knight that his state declined the most. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Everyone, the issue in this battle lies not with the competition, but with my own poor performance. From today onward, I shall cease using the Lightning Knight. The puppet is the strongest opponent I have encountered, undoubtedly a top-tier duelist. I am not seeking an excuse. The final blow was not merely a punch. Regrettably, I was once a detail-oriented warrior as well. In Mashu's explanation, the moment of the punch delivered by the armored tiger was slowed down, revealing a continuous shot. It became evident to all that while the colossal armored tiger was executing a thrust, the mech was already in the process of rotating, its right arm fully extended, the instant the thrust was completed. It appeared to be in slow motion, yet in reality, the force had reached a state of complete readiness for attack. This meant that if this punch failed to land, the mech could potentially be overloaded. This was an attack capable of overloading heavy armor. Boom! That punch blotted out the sky. The Lightning Knight turned to face it, but found himself utterly immobilized. That punch not only pierced through the mech but shattered Mashu's pride. Allowing him to glimpse his once confident and proud past, Mashu's fans were also taken aback, as if they were witnessing the Mashu they once knew, a warrior brimming with fighting spirit and challenging the strong. Yet, Mashu paused, suddenly jumping up and pointing at the screen. No, no, no. The barrage of comments erupted in confusion. Mashu hastily operated the controls, slowing down the final punch once more, magnifying the shot to focus on the mech's fist. In that moment, not only the audience but even top-tier experts like Tita and Robbie were left speechless. The instant the punch struck the surface of the Lightning Knight, it had already breached its defenses. The mech cracked, and it must be said that while the defense of the super-concept mech was impressive, its defensive strength was somewhat unrealistic. Had it been an ordinary light mech, it would have been finished. Yet, even such an attack should not have been sufficient to pierce through a super mech. The true fatal blow was the second phase collapse. The straight punch landed, followed by the arcing punch. This was a series of rapid strikes, Supreme Overlord's collapse. Whether in the live stream, the commentary, or even Mashu himself, words failed them. Meanwhile, in the EMP hall of various military academies watching the live stream, all warriors were fixated on this scene. There was a sense of desperate intimidation. Looking once again at the armored tiger, inexplicably, a weight of pressure enveloped everyone's hearts. The mech, still the one long since eliminated by the US military, at that moment, exuded an aura of intimidation that rivaled any super mech. As astonishment filled the air, Zhuangzhou, for some reason, felt it was entirely normal. He calmly stood from his chair, arms wide open. Warriors of the Solar Alliance, It is my honor to introduce to you the invincible war god from Use, Puppet. At that moment, the EMP hall of Tianjing mech warfare erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Initially, there was shock, but Zhuangzhou's final words ignited the pride of every Earthling. Earthlings had never believed they would continually fall. They were destined for heroes to emerge. Just as everyone awaited Puppet's next battle, he logged off. Whether it was the eager audience or the contestants waiting for a challenge, how unprofessional? The one who could call Li Hao away was, of course, a yo-yo, who had slipped out after finishing her training. Upon seeing Puppet log off, Tita also ended the livestream and dialed Robbie's Sky message, her fighting spirit surging. Captain Robbie, when will you invite your secret weapon to fight again? Haha, Captain Tita, if he appears frequently, he won't be called a secret weapon anymore. Robbie flashed a radiant smile. South America produces handsome men. Let us not beat around the bush. I hope he can show up next time. Tita said, directly ignoring Robbie's gleaming grin. I can't guarantee that. Just wait for my news. After hanging up, Robbie felt a headache coming on. It was evident that Tita was interested in the second brother. But the second brother wasn't from the Puma team, making it awkward to keep bothering him. Feeling a bit foolish, he thought, with the second brother's level, he could at least guide himself. Training would still continue. But Robbie sensed he had hit a bottleneck. At this rate, there wouldn't be any significant breakthroughs this year. That moment, Li Hao was already at the training ground meeting a yo-yo. The moment they saw each other, smiles broke out on their faces. Senior, am I interrupting? Not at all. The principal has already agreed. We can use the beginner training mechs, so you can pilot one while I assist you. Wow, really? I've wanted to try it myself for ages. Which model are we using? The big guy? The big guy? You mean the armored tiger? Well, perhaps the armored leopard would be better, Li Hao chuckled, considering a yo-yo situation, which necessitated the use of a light mech. I like the big ones. Let me try the armored tiger, a yo-yo insisted, revealing a surprisingly strong adventurous spirit beneath her gentle demeanor. These training mechs were used for new students. And at this hour, there was no one around. In fact, new students generally had little interest in these older mechs. A yo-yo felt a bit self-conscious about the height, but with a sudden exclamation, Li Hao had already scooped her up and dashed up the steps. The training mech had 2 seats, one for the instructor and one for the new student, allowing for assisted control. A yo-yo was quite excited to finally have a formal piloting position in a mech. Senior, how do we do this? I'll help you. Li Hao placed the sensors on a yo-yo. Let us first adapt to the weight. The armored tiger is a bit heavy. Can you lift your arms? All right, I like this boldness, the supreme titanium spear. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a yo-yo resembled an energetic little tiger, flashing her small white teeth, her combat spirit seemingly off the charts. A yo-yo strained to lift her arms, truly using all her might. Her face flushed a bright red, yet the mech remained utterly still. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Senior, is this broken? It won't move at all. A yo-yo gasped, clearly out of breath. Hey, do you really think your little frame can handle heavy armor? Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle watching a yo-yo struggle. Impossible. I'm very strong. I possess the golden gene, and even if I don't sing or dance, I can still be a mech pilot. A yo-yo protested indignantly. Considering herself a genius type, how could she not get it moving? Then, a yo-yo persisted for 2 minutes, but the armored tiger remained motionless in the training ground. Anyone present would have been embarrassed to the point of falling asleep. Humph, I think you're doing this on purpose. Show me how to move it. A yo-yo challenged, knowing that her senior was also in the mech department. I once saw someone use the armored tiger. It was quite impressive. Can you do it? Oh dear, Junior, do you think I'm someone to be underestimated? As long as others can do it, so can I. Li Hao patted his chest jokingly. Let's not even talk about it. When it comes to mechs, I haven't backed down from anyone. All right, give me something impressive. If it's good, I'll sing for you. With a swish, the eyes of the armored tiger suddenly lit up, stepping onto the scene. Amidst a yo-yo's exclamations, it soared into the sky, the titanium overlord spear already assembled. Whoosh, 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 lightning flashed like a dragon, piercing through the sky. The cumbersome overlord mech seemed like a giant on the battlefield. Unstoppable, stomping forward, boom! A thrust erupted. Although it was a feint, the sound of an explosive rupture echoed in the air. With a swift retraction, the overlord mech spiraled left and right, following up with a sweeping barrage. A series of 10 consecutive strikes, culminating in a high-difficulty 130-degree backward thrust. Just as the massive mech appeared to topple due to a shift in its center of gravity, it suddenly executed a bridge maneuver. Pulling itself upright with a creak, the Overlord's spear spun back with a flourish. As the series of attacks concluded, Li Hao remained unflustered, watching a yo-yo, who looked as if she had just been intoxicated. "Well, how is it? Senior, you must be doing this on purpose." A yo-yo gently bit her lip. "Doing it on purpose? So, if I make you dizzy, that means I don't have to teach you anymore? How could that be? Wait, using Teacher Ma's words, isn't this called turning the tables?" Li Hao shook his head. "Regardless, Senior cannot bully me. I want to try the armored leopard. If I can't, it's definitely because of your poor teaching." A yo-yo waved her delicate hand in protest. "The armored leopard should be fine. Come on, let us give it a shot." Li Hao opened the cabin door, extending his hand. A yo-yo looked down helplessly. "Do you guys always jump like this? Don't you need a ladder?" "Ladder? We are proper high achievers from Tianjing mech warfare, professionals." Li Hao replied a bit sheepishly. In fact, there was a ladder, but Li Hao had hidden it away. Teacher Ma always said, "Only pigs need ladders." Chapter 55. The deity descending the mountain. He did not aspire to be a mere swine, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment, his movements lacking fluidity. Were it Master Ma, he would have undoubtedly crafted a spectacle, weaving an air of ambiguity to bridge their relationship. Just as Li Hao hesitated to utter something, Ayuyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she embraced Li Hao's waist. An invigorating spark ignited within Li Hao. The teacher does not deceive me, YYDS. With Ayuyu in his arms, he descended swiftly, heading towards the armored leopard nearby. The mechas here were meticulously designed, tailored for beginners. Unbeknownst to both Li Hao and Ayuyu, in the management room adjacent to the training grounds, Long Danny wore a grave expression. Upon receiving notification of their entrance into the training area, she had rushed over. Ayuyu's identity was exceedingly sensitive. Any misstep would bear consequences none could shoulder. She felt a pang of regret for acquiescing to the request, as she had anticipated a mere formality. Never expecting to be captivated by the movements of the armored tiger, Long Danny, a seasoned veteran returning from the battlefield, had eradicated interstellar pirates. Anyone capable of executing such maneuvers with the armored tiger was undoubtedly a standout in military academy. Although there was no combat involved, the precision and power of each strike were undeniable, and remarkably, his heart rate and various bodily metrics showed little fluctuation after completing the routine. Such physical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Clearly, Li Hao was a master, precisely the talent she needed. Upon reviewing Li Hao's dossier, she had sensed this potential. The school's meager achievements could be disregarded. Thus, she placed Li Hao in Zhou Nei's squad for observation, only to find him exceeding expectations. However, the situation was quite complicated. She had conducted her research, the events of the past were bygone, yet the Malafis family remained a concealed major shareholder of EMP. While the S-League was officially dominated by EMP, allowing Li Hao to take the stage would be akin to openly slapping the Malafis family in the face. Moreover, there were lingering issues from the Apocalypse incident that the Alliance wished to bury indefinitely. Even Long Danny found the matter daunting, yet it would be an utter shame to let such talent go unnoticed. She resolved to devise a strategy, ensuring it was executed flawlessly without further procrastination. At that moment, under Li Hao's guidance, Ayuyu took her first step with the armored leopard. However, it resembled not a fierce leopard but rather a tipsy husky, swaying and teetering, nearly falling several times. Li Hao frantically adjusted his balance, while Ayuyu, undeterred by fear, eagerly sought to dash forward before even mastering walking. Consequently, the armored leopard stumbled, but Li Hao swiftly assumed control, supporting it with one hand and gracefully bringing it to a steady landing. "How about that? Does it not resemble your dance?" Li Hao inquired. "Do you remember?" Ayuyu asked, her excitement palpable, devoid of any trepidation. "How could I forget? I shall never forget in this lifetime," Li Hao instinctively replied. "I even dream about it at night." Ayuyu's cheeks flushed slightly. "Senior, given your splendid performance today, may I sing a song for you? What would you like to hear?" "I can sing many live requests." Li Hao shrugged. "I must think about that. How about Unstoppable? Do you know it? It's a powerful anthem, perfect for battle." "You also like Arths?" Ayuyu gently bit her lip. "I'm not particularly into idols. It's mainly because our dorm mate, the chubby one, Showdown, is a super fan of Arths. He listens to it every day. So I've memorized it. I don't usually listen to much music, but this one is quite invigorating. Is it too difficult? Yu smiled radiantly. Oh, then I shall give it a try. I will wear a smile, and I know how to flatter. For me, showing weakness is ill-timed. I shall don my armor, and you shall understand I'm unstoppable. I'm invincible. At first, Li Hao paid little attention, but as he listened, he became entranced. Such spirit and commanding presence emanated from her petite frame. I am invincible, and nothing can stand in my way. Li Hao was uncertain of his future or Bleem's ultimate purpose. But he was unconcerned and unafraid. As the song concluded, Li Hao applauded, "Bravo!" Yu laughed, playfully winking. "How was it?" "This was exceptionally good, nearly indistinguishable from the original," Li Hao replied, momentarily taken aback. If Master Ma were present, he would never have uttered such praise. Of course, in such an environment and atmosphere, Master Ma's words would bear more weight than mere conversation. For reasons unknown, Yu chuckled heartily, and Li Hao could only join her in foolish laughter. It was yet another beautiful evening. Since Yu's arrival, his somewhat surreal existence had blossomed into a tapestry of vibrant colors. Li Hao felt as though he was beginning to embody the essence of a normal person. Upon escorting Yu home and returning to his dormitory, Li Hao still wore a broad smile that, "Our esteemed dorm leader has returned. Come, take a seat." "So, have you advanced a few bases?" Ma Long eagerly set up a chair in the center of the dormitory, reminiscent of a tribunal. "What nonsense! I merely practiced mechas with Yu. This is a task assigned by the principal." "Are you trying to deceive us? The principal, you say? In this day and age, what could be more thrilling than in the cockpit? Don't just stand there. Look at me. I've never tried it." Ma Long winked ambiguously, taking the initiative. "Do you remember those tricks of mine?" "Don't listen to Ma Long. PSLSP. Isn't happiness the best?" Zhou Xiaoheng chimed in. "I concur. This is how love should be. It should not be complicated," Musashi added, expressing agreement. "The most beautiful things should be uncomplicated. At least I see more smiles on Li Hao's face lately. Before, it felt like his smiles were merely superficial." "Please, you all are the ones with superficial smiles," Ma Long retorted. Momentarily taken aback, Li Hao tossed aside his shirt, feeling quite comfortable. The two could understand each other better. Having known one another for only a short while, he was grateful for Master Ma's guidance. Yu was not an ordinary girl, devoid of intricate games. Alongside, shaking his head, instinctively pulling out a cigarette, lighting it with a flick, and puffing out rings of smoke. "Musashi, this guy is a fool who occasionally stumbles upon wisdom. I don't think that girl is adept at playing games. She probably hasn't experienced love either. Your state is naive, yet it is the most beautiful. So, have you advanced a few bases?" The group couldn't help but erupt in playful banter, as this fellow could hardly maintain seriousness for 3 seconds. "Li Hao, have you spoken with the principal? Is there any way to resolve this?" Musashi inquired, his tone serious as he was the least content with the current situation. "What is going on? Resolve what?" Ma Long asked, puzzled. Upon learning the situation, he immediately erupted in fury. "What kind of nonsense is this? What era are we in? Who does he think he is? I'll make him pay. Shillian Malafis, just make sure he is half dead." Musashi suggested. "Forget about it. Who are we to fear in 4396? What did you say? Malafis?" Ma Long was taken aback. Though the surname was discreet, he was well aware of the implications of being concerned with the upper echelons. "Shillian? The one who has been donating money everywhere and publishing papers in top scientific journals, the genius heir of the Malafis family who was born at the finish line?" "Indeed," Musashi nodded. "A few years ago, Li Hao nearly met his end at his hands." Ma Long scrutinized Li Hao from head to toe. "Li Hao, you're impressive. You could boast about this for a lifetime. It's a miracle you've survived unscathed until now. This is Earth, not the moon. One cannot be too reckless. Li Hao, let me discuss this with my brother and see if he can intervene," Musashi proposed. Li Hao waved his hand. "This really isn't necessary. It will only bring more trouble for everyone and put the principal in a difficult position. Let it unfold naturally. It's all Bleem's fault. How can they take on such a significant task without the capability? And they're so stingy." Ding ding dong. Li Hao's communicator chimed, and upon opening it, a holographic figure materialized. "What is up?" Li Hao responded, not feeling the need to be polite with Roby. "Bro, haha. I am here to trouble you again. The Tianjing team is still sore about their last defeat and insists on a rematch. They are ready whenever you are. Shall we find an opportunity to let them taste defeat again? Also, I've hit a bottleneck lately. The pressure is immense. Help me out here. I can't sleep at night, Roby exclaimed, feeling no need to hide anything from Li Hao. Sure, I don't have much on my plate either. If they want a duel, we shall duel. However, you need to get your team in shape. Things seem a bit chaotic, and I can't always fight on your behalf. Li Hao nodded. Haha, I knew you'd be the best brother. You have no idea how much the little ones here admire you. I have to share this news with them, Roby said, waving to his companions. After ending the call, the others looked at Li Hao, feeling a sense of familiarity. Why does he seem a bit familiar? Ma Long inquired curiously, noting the uniform resembled that of the American region. The captain of the Cougars, Roby, Musashi asserted with certainty, his expression grave. He had a mental note of all the experts from the Use battle zone, and Roby was one of his targets. Roby, the rampaging lion Roby, 6 dragons? Ma Long was momentarily stunned. Did I hear that correctly? He appeared bewildered, as he recalled hearing the name Li Hao being referred to as brother by Roby, just as Night I had done. Why is he called the wild lion Roby? This individual is undeniably proud and arrogant, exhibiting a demeanor that is quite dismissive of others. His combat style is equally ferocious, placing him among the few warriors capable of exhibiting true valor in the face of NUP. However, at a glance, he seems akin to a sycophant. It is evident that he harbors a deep respect for Roby, perhaps because Li Hao was indeed formidable during his days in the youth class. Yet, so many years have passed. Roby has already achieved considerable fame, standing atop the pinnacle of his field. How could he still behave this way? The one who decisively defeated the heir of Melephis has now become the dormitory head, bringing breakfast and tidying up for them daily. What has he endured over the years? Chapter 56. The masterclasses continued as Professor Meng Ye took on the role of the battle team coach, igniting a fervor for training among Zhou Neiyi and the others. As the principal announced an upcoming campus battle in this era, school mech battle teams are akin to the basketball and football teams of yore, and even more illustrious. For instance, Tianjing's mech team boasts a venue that accommodates 5,000 spectators, hosting battles in holographic arenas, providing an unparalleled platform for performance. Time is of the essence for Zhou Neiyi's team. Fortunately, Musashi and Yitong's prowess is beginning to shine in team battles, although team cohesion requires further refinement. Even Zhou Xiaotang has become more diligent. There is no room for complacency if one wishes to avoid embarrassment. At this juncture, Zhou Xiaopang finds it too late to withdraw at Li Hao, on the other hand, finds himself with more leisure, accompanying a Yu to a traditional opera class, while a Yu joins him in his mech course. Since Zhou Neiyi established the battle team, Professor Meng Ye seems to have found clarity, abandoning NUP mechs in favor of those that align with human characteristics, the Use mechs. The differences in mindset and physical capabilities among various federations are substantial. Although they all undergo genetic adjustments, the responses vary due to the distinct planetary environments. While understanding the opponent is essential, mere imitation leads to no fruitful outcome. Regardless, as a second team, there is little pressure in losing. My point is not to advocate for the use of outdated mechs like the Armored Tiger, Armored Dragon, or Armored Leopard. There is no need to resurrect relics from the past. However, let us observe the player known as Puppet, his techniques. His awareness and his judgment serve as a testament that Use mechs are by no means inferior. Furthermore, they place greater emphasis on human anatomy, maximizing the potential of human cognition. Professor Meng Ye rapped on the blackboard, relishing in battle case analyses, yet this is the first time he has utilized a social media celebrity. Ladies and gentlemen, you might perceive him as an amateur, but I assure you he has undergone rigorous military training, 100%. Meng Ye declared, Professor, we too are undergoing strict training. A student retorted, my dear classmate, it seems you have a misunderstanding of what strict entails. Observe his battles. His muscle memory is precisely what we have been striving for, not only in physical conditioning but also in mech muscle memory. This entails instinctively making optimal decisions during maneuvers, not biological instinct, but combat instinct. Take the recent match as an example. Zishan, I still recall him. He ranked 15th in the lightweight mech duel last year. Showcasing commendable skill. It is evident that his level has declined since graduation, yet notice how, in the face of a lethal punch, he reacted appropriately, correctly judging Puppet's attack trajectory, even turning to confront it. Most individuals instinctively evade attacks, yet he faced it, attempting a counterattack or defense. Although he ultimately failed to execute it, his muscle memory was accurate. The students were taken aback that Professor Meng was praising an opponent. After the match, discussions arose, suggesting that Ma Shu's rapid decline in skill led him to resort to using conceptual mechs. Once accustomed to conceptual mechs, skill tends to plummet, a veritable curse. Professor, who exactly is Puppet? Could he be a big shot in the military or part of the US elite forces? I cannot answer that, nor is it of great importance. As I mentioned previously, we must discern the characteristics and combat advantages of our US mechs. If someone can achieve this, why cannot we? Puppet's existence seemed to provide a solid foundation for Meng's long-held theories, and the fact that he only utilized the outdated armored series further validated Meng's beliefs. US mech systems are exceptional, requiring only adaptation to new combat styles. Following the lunar faction will never lead to surpassing them. Senior, Puppet is incredibly impressive. Who is stronger between you two? A Yu quietly inquired. Of course, it is I. Li Hao asserted that I in the presence of a girl he fancied. He would never show weakness. If he were to face me, he would be thoroughly defeated. Oh, you boast, a Yu laughed. What kind of boy do you like? Li Hao asked, fully aware that the answer he envisioned was unlikely. Someone charismatic, perhaps a bit mysterious, like Superman. A Yu replied with a smile. Li Hao pondered for a moment, a grin spreading across his face. Wasn't that a description of himself? Just as he was reveling in this thought, a sudden vibration from his communicator interrupted him, delivering a message. Bleem Mission 129. Defend Earth's honor. Lead with Earth style. If any Bleem entity were to stand before Li Hao, he could easily crush them. After all, he was just an ordinary student, a mere cadet in a military academy. Was this not a dream? Lead? Based on appearance alone? Li Hao could not help but furrow his brow. Previous Bleem missions had always been direct and unambiguous, yet lately, they had become increasingly peculiar and nebulous. From the earlier EMP scoring and restrictions on the armored series to this current directive, there seems to be a singular objective: to suppress the lunar forces, as evidenced in earlier missions, such as the one involving the Apocalypse Youth class, which also targeted the lunar faction. Senior, what is wrong? A Yu tugged at Li Hao, bringing him back to reality. It's nothing. Just a creditor. Are you in debt? I can lend you some. A Yu blurted, prompting Li Hao to chuckle. Instinctively, he grasped her hand, saying, thank you. But it's not that kind of debt. Instantly, a Yu's face flushed. She attempted to retract her hand, but Li Hao was no fool and held on tightly. Despite her gentle attempts to pull away, they remained hand in hand, while Professor Meng continued passionately lecturing at the podium, oblivious to the distraction unfolding below. When class ended, Li Hao found himself marveling at how swiftly time had passed. A Yu had a specialized class to attend next, which he could not join. Senior, I have a gift for you, she said as she prepared to leave. Remember to check your mailbox. Watching a Yu depart with a bright smile, Li Hao felt like a fool, grinning widely. This indicated that a Yu did not dislike him. She even gifted him something, a promising sign. Naturally, he would not be like Ma Long. Seizing the moment, he sensed that a Yu harbored some affection for him. Yet they were not quite at that stage. It was perfect as it was in that fleeting moment of holding her hand. He felt his mind buzzing, his heart racing. Oh, how foolish of me. I should prepare a gift as well. He lamented, realizing he needed to consult Ma Long for advice. Although the other three dorm mates and Ma Long had differing views on many matters, Ma Long's technical prowess far surpassed theirs. Li Hao had learned through personal experience that Ma Long was leagues ahead in this regard. Not just in experience but in depth of understanding. 18 noon, the four members of 4,396 gathered in the cafeteria, where Zhou Xiaopeng appeared somewhat despondent. What's wrong, Zhou Xiaopeng? You look like a boiled crab. Heartbroken? Is he really the type to be heartbroken? I simply cannot procure tickets for the Arth's concert. Even scalpers have none to offer. The supply is too limited, all snatched up by various insiders. Even if one is available, it would cost an arm and a leg. Such small venue concerts are exceedingly rare. It was originally in Tianjing, but now people are flying in from all over the solar system. What a waste of time. Ma Long lamented. This isn't Ma Long's fault. The president of the US fan club has only one ticket, and it's far too few, he added with a sigh. Then why not just watch from outside? The issue is that there's no external venue. This is a private gathering. Rumor has it that many big shots will be present, and security considerations prevent any large-scale crowd. Honestly, once Arths begins to perform, setting up a holographic screen outside could easily draw in tens of thousands of people. The other three exchanged glances, unable to comprehend. While enjoyable, neither Li Hao nor Musashi were particularly inclined towards such events. Malong approached fandom with a rational mindset, always weighing cost-effectiveness. Wasn't it better to spend money on charming girls? As they began to eat, Li Hao asked Malong, "What kind of gift should one give to a girl to convey sincerity?" Whoa, brother Hao, is there progress? Have you confessed?" Malong exclaimed excitedly. "No. I think I should take the initiative. You mentioned wanting to give me a gift, but I'm unsure how to reciprocate. Wow, a girl like that is quite a rarity. If she has feelings for you, that's a sure sign. The next step depends on what she gifts you. We must be strategic, at the very least. Our gift should not be cheaper than hers, and it should cater to her preferences." Malong's wealth of experience in this area was evident. Still unsure, but she mentioned that I should check my mailbox. Li Hao nodded vigorously, convinced that he need not fully understand everything. Malong's advice was always sound. "Oh, it might be a card or something similar, which would be quite normal. It seems everything is going smoothly. The next steps are crucial. It's a matter of success or failure." Malong sipped his soup nonchalantly before abruptly pausing. "Lao San, cease your pretentiousness and speak up. It is a critical moment, and you seem stuck." At such times, girls generally exhibit one of two types: the proactive inquirer or the passive observer. For instance, if she suddenly asks you whether you like her, how would you respond? "Of course, I do." "What's the matter with that?" No, that is not permissible. The delicate intricacies of a girl's thoughts are subtle. If you reply in such a manner, it loses all challenge and your score in her eyes will plummet. Instead, you should say, "Do you often ask others this question?" She will undoubtedly respond with, "No, I am just asking you." At that moment, you can counter with, "So, do you like me?" In this way, regardless of how she answers, you remain in an invulnerable position. Love is akin to a battlefield. It can be likened to an EMP in team battles. One must maneuver strategically. As a brave knight, it is imperative to seize the initiative. In that moment, Malong's face radiated with brilliance. If he were to don a headband, he could easily be mistaken for a cult leader. Chapter 57. A king and 3 bronze players. Li Hao quickly waved his hand. This was not suitable for him. He could not conjure such tactics. If Ioyo were to ask him, he would undoubtedly respond straightforwardly, rather than engaging in the dance of power dynamics. Affection must be a mutual journey towards each other. Regardless of others, he must seek his own path, and as Master Ma advised, one must interpret things dialectically. Malong gazed helplessly at the 3 novices in the dormitory. His own romantic prowess could be likened to a glorious king, yet he was paired with 3 bronzes, who were utterly unmanageable, and the worst part was that they did not heed his guidance. Ding-dong. Li Hao glanced at the message, and it was an email from Ioyo, instantly lighting up his face with a radiant smile. Malong mused that a man enchanted by his first love has the intellect of a preschooler. Receiving a simple greeting card could elate him for months. If the 3 in the dormitory were left to their own devices, they would likely be toyed with by the current crop of wretched women. That is absolutely unacceptable. I wager it is a small card, perhaps with well wishes or scenic images. Am I right? Malong confidently crossed his legs, finding Ioyo's sensory perceptions rather pleasing, simple yet not overly flamboyant. However, women are adept at masquerading, and they often harbor intricate schemes. It seems Ioyo is no exception. How Gu, what are you staring at for so long? Is it just a movie ticket? Asked the chubby one. Could it be tickets to Arth's concert? Li Hao held it up for him to see. What? Malong and the chubby one nearly popped their heads up in unison, exclaiming, Holy cow, this is indeed. My God, these are floor tickets. I can't believe it. Malong and the chubby one nearly lost their minds. How could there be floor tickets and why would someone give them away? Without needing to inquire further, Li Hao knew these were quite valuable. Ioyo, this is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself, Li Hao typed in response. Meanwhile, Malong finally regained his composure and desperately intervened. Bro, please don't give this to us. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to manage? Senior, this is a gift from my aunt. I had training that day and couldn't go. I sincerely hope you can attend, as if I were there myself. Ioyo replied, Wow, an angel. She is truly an angel. How Gu, you should just give in. While Yitong is wonderful, Ioyo is even better. Who are you referring to? Yitong had arrived, along with Zhou Nei. However, Miss Ye's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing Malong. What's all this fuss about? Yitong glanced over. She wanted to go too. She had originally planned to procure a ticket for herself and Zhou Nei, yet ended up with nothing. And now they were floor tickets. Who on earth is Ioyo? Li Hao, you've been duped, Yitong declared. Ever since Ioyo began calling Li Hao senior, Yitong had ceased to do so. Zhou Nei smiled slightly. Li Hao, this Ioyo is quite impressive. Managing to obtain these is no small feat, especially now when they are so sought after. Her aunt is a lunar inhabitant. They likely have it easier to procure tickets than we do, Malong. What should we do? What should I reply? Ah, how good. Luck is on your side, and the blossoms of romance are blooming. Whatever you respond, she will surely appreciate it, Malong jested. Bang. Yitong's plate thudded against the table. Li Hao, are you truly planning to just drift through life like this? Even if the principle is unhelpful, you can still strive for it. What is there to fear? I am not afraid. Li Hao rubbed his nose, bewildered. This does not correlate at all. You are simply being cowardly. Yitong was not buying it. Where had the cold, formidable Li Hao from the past gone? Now, he seemed so docile and easy to manipulate, Li Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with the young girl. Why engage in endless combat when world peace is preferable? Although he held little fondness for some lunar inhabitants, he liked Ioyo. What sort of gift should he prepare? Malong stifled a laugh while devouring his meal. Ah, how Gu has unwittingly mastered the art of effortless finesse. Initially, Yitong might have shown little interest, but the moment Ioyo appeared, it ignited a competitive spirit among the girls. This is mine. I can set it aside. But no one else can touch it. Li Hao, should I go speak with the principal once more? Everyone believes your close combat skills are more than adequate. Zhou Nei chimed in. Class leader, my major is sniping. This position is well within the chubby one's capabilities. Just a little encouragement from you will elevate him immensely. Your midfield coordination, paired with Musashi and Yitong as dual vanguards, is truly formidable. Zhou Nei nodded. Once Professor Mengye arrives, the team will get back on track, though she felt a bit embarrassed, especially since Li Hao's mind was clearly elsewhere. Li Hao, you do not understand women. Some may appear demure on the surface, yet they are all acting to. Why Yitong asserted, girls know girls best. Internally, she thought, she must be a green tea type, a tea among teas. Li Hao felt a bit dazed. After all, having spent over a year under Master Ma's influence, he had learned the first principle of interacting with women. Don't reason with them, and he wouldn't engage with a child. The morning's elective course was advanced physics. This was a core course for the physics department, and those from the mecha department either took it to earn credits, or because they had a few screws loose. Li Hao was a case of both. From the moment Bleem appeared, he had been seeking to understand and hypothesized. In his childhood, he entertained various theories about gods, demons, and aliens, but now he approached the search for clues with a more rational mindset, a lesson imparted by Bleem. In fact, the term Bleem itself carries significant implications. It originally refers to an integer between 3 and 4, and proving it would grant entry into the fourth-dimensional space. However, even with the current state of technology, no one has been able to prove it. Humanity has progressed from early macroscopic mechanics to quantum mechanics and string theory to the presently accepted 11-dimensional space theory, pointing towards two potential directions for civilization's evolution, one being planar expansion, akin to our current interstellar voyages, and the other, vertical development. Naturally, we do not aim to regress to lower dimensions but rather ascend, as the concept of the fourth dimension is a longing shared by all. This notion is indeed existent for us humans, and it encompasses a shared domain. Dr. Shilai Rue gestured to his head as he spoke. Long ago, those great physicists pointed out that surpassing the speed of light would cause time to reverse. We are now more convinced that when time reverses, we will enter the microscopic world, also known as the membrane world. In this realm, dimensions will manifest in a different form, not observable by the naked eye, but through dimensional perception. Our greatest challenge lies in the fact that matter encounters a material barrier when it reaches the speed of light. Professor Shilai Rue wrote a classic formula on the blackboard, M0, 1, Vc. Here, M represents the relativistic mass, M0 is the rest mass, V is the velocity of the electron, and C is the speed of light. When speed approaches that of light, the relativistic mass becomes infinite, which is impossible. All macroscopic objects theoretically can never reach or exceed the speed of light. To achieve light speed, there is only one method: to reduce one's rest mass to zero, akin to a person's weight suddenly vanishing, allowing them to fly as fast as they wish. Besides light, there exists another microscopic particle that also moves at light speed, known as the gluon, which is responsible for transmitting strong forces between quarks, binding them tightly together. Professor Shilai Rue tapped the blackboard. Can we humans achieve this? Professor, do you mean in terms of the spirit? Is there a theoretical feasibility in the separation of body and spirit? Li Hao inquired. Laughter erupted among the students. Professor Shilai Rue looked at Li Hao with a faint smile. The end of science is theology, and theology is but another form of unknown science. Merely a label. The spirit, or what one might call the soul, aligns perfectly with the requirements for superluminal speeds. I believe humanity inherently possesses the potential to enter the fourth-dimensional space by transcending the physical body to embark on time-traveling journeys. Wouldn't that mean death? What significance would that hold? A student interjected. Professor, this is too esoteric. For many years, our advancements in the macroscopic realm have vastly outpaced the microscopic, whether in theory, technology, or materials. Isn't spatial jumping a testament to that? Another student queried. Professor Shilai Rue nodded. Yet this remains a lateral development, distinct from dimensions. I am not suggesting lateral progress is insignificant. That is why we can conquer the stars and seas, but to discover dimensions and comprehend them is essential for true leaps. That student, would you care to share your thoughts? Shilai Rue pointed towards Li Hao, noting that very few in other departments chose this specialization. Occasionally, some students opted for it merely to boost their grades, and some were even reluctant to select it, as nothing could be more tedious than physics and mathematics. However, this student was different. He had approached his studies with utmost seriousness since his first year. Initially, Shilai Rue had assumed he was one of his own students, only to later realize that he belonged to the mecha department. Professor, I believe it is feasible. Since ancient times, the concept of the soul leaving the body, changing in an instant, and a thought lasting an eternity has persisted. Although it is merely a metaphor, the human spirit indeed meets the various requirements of superluminal speeds, and it does not encounter the barrier of light speed. As for death, perhaps it does, or perhaps it does not die. Is there a possibility that the spirit or soul can switch vessels and, in such a form, attach itself to some existent matter? Li Hao inquired. Shilai Rue nodded thoughtfully, suggesting that the audience might feel a sense of possession or descent. I believe such a possibility exists. Theology and science both originate from humanity and are closely intertwined. Let us open our imaginations, he proposed, motioning for Li Hao to take a seat. Of course, this theological discussion is merely a diversion. Science remains our foundation. Humanity's understanding of the microscopic world is vastly inferior to that of the macroscopic realm. Speaking of theory alone, we cannot even satisfy the material needs. Yet, Li Hao found himself lost in contemplation. Perhaps he was misguided. Delving into the microscopic world did not necessitate materials, but rather the essence of humanity itself. His own experiences and dreams, particularly those that altered his physical form, hinted at certain truths. However, these dreams evidently fell short of achieving the level required to enter the dimensions of time and space. Could it be that, to some extent, they fulfilled certain conditions? Dreams serve as a conduit for humanity to connect with the dimensional world. Could mastering one's dreams facilitate an entry into that realm? Chapter 58. The battle continues. What is the purpose? The connection between events happening to oneself and certain Bleem missions likely relates to the future. Yet, based on existing theories, what could happen upon entry? Is it truly possible to alter the future? Humanity began research in this area centuries ago, with the famous double-slit experiment leading to various observations of the microscopic world, yielding consistent results. When humans observe actions in the microscopic realm versus refraining from observation, does this miraculous contrast imply that once one is aware of their intentions to change something, that objective will evolve into an unpredictable state? Could it be that the differences observed in the Young's double-slit interference experiment stem from the limitations of human dimensions? Our observations might merely reflect our subjective impressions or phenomena perceivable to humanity, without any fundamental change occurring. Some argue that human sight, or the act of observation itself, can release electrons, thereby altering outcomes. Ultimately, the existence of hypotheses and their negation are also hypotheses. Quantum mechanics, in its quest to validate its assumptions, has established new conjectures. There exists a more terrifying speculation, that the reality before us is an illusion. And we are merely kept in confinement, which would equate to denying everything. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. He did not aspire to be a scientist but merely wished to clarify whether Bleem was merely a riddle, alluding to something while performing tasks without ever speaking plainly about it. If based on the theory of causation, it attempts to change something without explicitly stating it, yet continuously points towards something for one to discover. Ultimately achieving or salvaging something. It is also possible that no matter what he does, change is unattainable. Perhaps only Bleem knows the answer. As the class concluded, Li Hao refrained from delving deeper. Exploration is necessary, yet if one becomes too engrossed, they risk becoming foolish. The afternoon was reserved for his specialized courses, physical training and shooting practice. Li Hao maintained a steady performance, which undoubtedly alleviated many troubles. In the evening, his companions busied themselves. Malong and Shang Man went to watch a play, a series that Li Hao and the others found incomprehensible, whilst with Xiaohang and the others commenced their squad training. Zhou felt the pressure, as the principal had informed her of an impending assessment. A campus battle would take place this weekend. Zhou team would face off against Gao Yunfeng's team, and both Zhou and Gao Yunfeng had to take this seriously, especially Gao Yunfeng. A defeat at the hands of a newly formed team would necessitate his resignation, something he, as a senior, would never permit. Of course, this campus competition was merely the first step. More invitationals lay ahead, presenting challenges from other A-level academies or opportunities to challenge others, in addition to preparing for the S competition. They aim to accumulate experience from major tournaments. The psychological state required for combat under public scrutiny differs vastly from that in training rooms. Li Hao arrived at the EMP building, having arranged a training match with Robbie. He logged into the training account provided by Robbie, which was unrestricted in terms of user access and solely for training purposes without scoring. Personal accounts within EMP were prohibited, governed by strict confidentiality protocols. EMP, fundamentally, belonged to the Solar System Alliance and constituted a vital asset, with all operations and data managed by the Alliance's quantum mainframe, eliminating any possibility of a Federation attempting to gain illicit advantages or access information. As Li Hao logged in and connected, Robbie greeted him enthusiastically. "Brothers, it's been a while. Just call me Li Gu. I'm your reliable support," Robbie chimed. "Who said the Six Dragons can't lean on a strong ally? Li Gu, we've been waiting for you. Today, let's soar together. Show the Moon Maids the prowess of Earthlings and conquer Tita." Unlike the previous encounter, the American Lion team was warmly welcoming in the realm of mechas. Only strength could earn respect, and the captain's deference hinted at possible military connections or secret units, making it unwise to reveal their identities. "What's the strategy today?" Li Hao inquired. "It seems that the Tianjing mecha team has devised a method specifically targeting you. Should we change our style?" Robbie grinned, fully aware of Li Hao's formidable prowess. If he truly wished to play, he could easily defeat Tianjing mecha. Just imagining the chaos if the second brother were with the American Lions this year was exhilarating. "Let's stick to the original plan," Li Hao replied, hoping the opponents would focus on specific aspects. "Wow, impressive. Li Gu is truly formidable." The trio of Meyer Sannan instantly transformed into devoted fans, embodying the spirit of true men who bravely venture into perilous situations. Meanwhile, the Tianjing mecha team was already on high alert. Tita and her team entered the cockpit, executing their plan. "Alzi, make sure we don't give the opponents any chances. We cannot stumble at the same place twice." "Don't worry, boss. Now that we know their capabilities, we will give them a lesson." All members were invigorated, determined to win. American Lion Team. Anku, Position 2, Silver Fox Mecha Meyer Sannan, Position 2. Silver Fox Mecha Robbie, Position 3, Dragon God E-Type Li Erxi C, Position 3, Gale Zero Type Li Hao, Position 5, Grey Reaper Mecha Tianjing Team. Feynman, Position 2, Gale Zero Type, Medium, Palinzi, Position 2. Silver Fox Mecha, Light, Tachula, Position 2, Silver Fox Mecha, Light, Tita, Position 3, Gale Zero Type, Medium, Alzi, Position 5, Eagle Eye Mecha, Medium, Tita. "Captain, we've kept you waiting. We look forward to seeing what you bring to the table," Robbie taunted, stirring the emotions before the match. "Hee hee, Captain Robbie, soon you won't be able to smile," Tita replied coolly. She acknowledged that she had been closely monitoring Robbie for days, with a strong desire to engage in combat. Slightly losing her composure. However, that was inconsequential. Her focus was on the team's improvement. "Tita, do you have a boyfriend? I'm telling you, Earthmen are incredible. The Moon Maids simply cannot compare." "Captain, you said one word too many." San Nan teased, fully aware of how the moon maids had ridiculed him before. They were merely returning the favor. You will soon be the ones crying, Alzi remarked, but was halted by Tita. How about the Kepler jungle? Tita provocatively suggested. Hee, Captain Tita is ready for a fierce battle. Very well, Kepler jungle it is. If we lose, let us share a cup of coffee? Do you really think you can win? Only battle will reveal that, Robbie replied confidently, drawing strength not only from Li Hao but also from their own progress. The Kepler battlefield environment would serve as a focal point for S11, and both competition and training aim to support humanity's strategic priorities for the future. Since S10, the relevance of Kepler had been increasing, presenting a fair challenge for the warriors of the four federations, all unfamiliar with its gravity and environmental characteristics. For an exceptional sniper, the more concealment available, the better. However, the Kepler jungle was not particularly accommodating. Yet, Robbie felt no apprehension. 2 transport aircraft carried 10 mobile warriors over the mysterious expanse of the Kepler jungle, which lay vast and enigmatic beneath them. Everyone was well acquainted with this key battlefield, essential for thorough familiarity. The moon maids displayed a bit of bravado, looking down on their opponents. A gravity twofold will not faze us. Let us take them down. A direct confrontation was likely, and preparations were essential. Second brother, should we have Li Erxc accompany you? Robbie inquired. Such an open conflict, unlike urban warfare with numerous concealed structures, necessitated pairing a powerful guardian with the sniper to maximize effectiveness. Li Hao shook his head and said, You all may proceed with your own strategies. I can manage on my own. All right, brothers, let us play well and show the month-long caregiver a thing or two. Victory is ours. With the fervent chants of the crowd echoing, the transport aircraft hovered low, and 2 vanguards leaped down first. The radar initiated its environmental scan. The proximity between both sides was alarmingly close. In the vast Kepler jungle, the terrain held little significance. It was predominantly a test of close-quarters combat skills. Maintain formation, advance. The 4 mechs spread out in an arc, while Li Hao's Grey Reaper lagged behind. All mechs were equipped with counter-surveillance shields. Unless specialized auxiliary mechs were deployed, it was now up to everyone's reactions. The warriors of the Cougars appeared particularly exhilarated. Truly, the conditions on Kepler were a veritable proving ground for the ambitious military cadets. The gravitational suppression only heightened their desire for combat, and this time, the Cougars were determined to teach their opponents a lesson. Robbie and Tita had reached an agreement. If Tita's team lost again, they would be required to conduct weekly training sessions until the S Championship, a crucial factor for the Cougars. Once combat mode commenced, everyone gradually calmed down, proceeding with utmost caution. As the safe zone shrank, encounters could occur at any moment, and in such a scenario, no one would dare to disperse. That would be a foolish choice. A 5-on-5 face-off tested the team's combat prowess and the sniper's skills. It was said that a sniper could be eliminated upon mere confrontation if their luck was particularly poor or their skills lacking. Such a scenario was almost non-existent. Most likely, it would come down to which sniper could handle their opponent while maintaining enough energy to respond. Every aspect was critical on the other side. The warriors of the Celestial Mech Corps advanced at a slightly faster pace. Tita's expression turned grave, and the atmosphere grew silent. This battle was imperative to win. And it must be as the Celestial Mech Corps aimed for outstanding results in this year's grand competition. They could not afford to falter against the Cougars. Alzi understood this all too well. He had underperformed last time and needed to prove himself this time around. Suddenly, Tita gestured for Alzi to halt, and the other 3 swiftly reduced their speed. Tita was calculating the timing. In this battlefield, the intervals for aerial drops were generally similar. The opposing forces were on a collision course, and they were now in the critical time window where encounters could happen at any moment. Alzi promptly activated the scope of his sniper rifle as the Silver Fox mech darted by. A smirk crept across Alzi's lips, but he refrained from firing. He was waiting for that specific individual. Soon, the other members of the Cougars began to reveal their positions, yet Alzi remained still, even letting Robbie pass. Of course, at that moment, firing would have been futile due to excessive obstructions. Every advance was made with readiness for a sudden strike, resulting in a low hit rate as he sought the sniper's position. However, that sniper had yet to make an appearance. At this moment, the Celestial Mechs were also aware of their adversaries. Neither side opted for evasion nor trickery, each charging toward their respective targets to determine who was more formidable. The fastest advance was made by Robbie and Tita, both captains of their teams and elite warriors in their alliances. As their mechs collided, the laser swords erupted in a dazzling display, while on the other side, Lilis confronted Feynman, and Mir and his companions intercepted Tachula, with Prinz targeting Enku. Both sides were seasoned rivals, well acquainted with each other. The Cougars thrived in such scenarios. In fact, the limited victories they had previously achieved were often due to similar situations. Once the Celestial Mech Corps initiated a tactic, particularly their infuriatingly slow-paced maneuvers, the Cougars had frequently lost. It was a rare occasion for the opposing team to exhibit such aggression, and Robbie was determined to teach them a lesson. At this juncture, the situation tested the snipers severely. Alzi was searching and waiting. He had faith in his teammates, and they reciprocated that trust. The opposing sniper was formidable, and Alzi's objective was to neutralize him. If he failed to accomplish even this, he would have no place left to stay. The Eagle-Eye mech moved with agility, surpassing the Grey Reaper in most aspects. It was crucial to identify the adversary first. In such terrain, the conditions were relatively similar for all. Relying heavily on luck, Liao was also in motion, not rushing to assist unless the enemy remained stationary. In a place like Kepler, snipers faced significant restrictions. Towering carbon-based flora formed various angles of obstruction, and these were quite resilient. He moved, seeking an opportunity, and at that moment, Alzi smiled. He had located his target. His scope swiftly locked onto the opponent. Without a need to eliminate him immediately, he aimed to restrain him, knowing that his leader could easily dispatch the weaker foes. Locked on, this oblivious opponent remained unaware, awaiting the perfect moment, a prime position where the enemy was still searching for him, a nearly fatal situation for any sniper. Damn this wretched terrain. Had it been elsewhere, he would have already taken him down. One more step forward. Alzi chewed his gum, embodying the patience of a hunter. Come on, darling, one step closer to paradise. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Something was amiss. The Grey Reaper moved forward, but as it stepped out, its M5 heavy sniper rifle fired. Boom. The unique sound of the heavy sniper echoed. Only such rounds could pierce mechs, including heavy armor. Without effective blocking or evasion, doom awaited. Alzi's Eagle-Eye mech swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the attack, a purely instinctual maneuver. Logically, the opponent should not have detected him instantly. Even if they did, firing in that moment would be absurd. Yet Alzi evaded, a testament to a sniper's intuition. Boom. Another shot rang out as Alzi maneuvered his mech forward, the massive plant behind him now bearing a charred hole. What the hell? How did he aim so well? Was he not aiming? Alzi, upon landing, retaliated. What began as an ambush transformed into a head-on confrontation. Maintaining his balance, Alzi neither retreated nor evaded, facing the challenge head-on. He, the main sniper of the Celestial Mech Corps, would not shy away from any opponent's challenge. Liao paid no mind to others. He recognized this adversary's keen instincts, and the Grey Reaper surged toward him. Both combatants proceeded with utmost caution, shadows intertwining in the distance of an open area. At this moment, it was either tactical play or a test of raw skills. Who would be faster? Who would be more accurate? With a whoosh, whoosh, nearly simultaneous leaps into the air, both snipers entered a state of precision aiming. This was Alzi's forte. Die, boom, 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 boom. Alzi had locked onto the Grey Reaper midair, predicting its trajectory for a lethal two-shot lock. However, the continuous gunfire ringing in his ears completely disrupted his rhythm, yet he managed to fire the first shot. Boom. Alzi felt the Eagle-Eye mech being struck. 2 shots, boom. The Eagle-Eye, now smoking, plummeted to the ground. Damn it! Alzi fumed in the cockpit. What kind of nonsense is this? How could he fire 4 shots? How is he faster than me? Teammates and opponents alike received the news instantly. Morale surged among the Cougars. Incredible! Li Gu is mighty. Brothers, let us press on. The tide of morale shifted dramatically. Everyone knew it wouldn't be long before that sniper targeted them. For the Cougars, as long as they could restrain him, they need not engage in a full-on clash. At this moment, the pressure rested entirely on Tita as the opposing commander. Then, the Gale Zero abruptly struck. Heavy sword. Robbie's Dragon God mech could block. The mech shook under tremendous force, but it was futile. She was panicking. Another sword stroke came down, and Robbie did not flinch. He was unafraid of a one-on-one duel. Even against her, then, the mech lurched downwards. Robbie's expression shifted. What kind of power was this? At that moment, Tita's eyes had turned crimson, an eerie atmosphere enveloping the battlefield. When the third sword slashed down, Robbie's laser sword nearly slipped from his grasp. He barely evaded, but Tita pressed forward. Calculating Tita's impulsiveness, Robbie appeared to retreat, only to swiftly counterattack. His laser sword carved a glimmering arc, yet Tita vanished, reappearing from the side. Kill, clash, 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 the swift strike, 13 wind slashes. Robbie, a seasoned adversary, remained composed, parrying each attack. Faced with such an onslaught, the moment Tita entered a phase of fatigue would signal Robbie's chance to counterattack. What on earth has she consumed? How is she so ferocious? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the 13th sword slashed down, and the wind howled in his ears. You are already dead. Zero style, glinting slash. Robbie did not react in time. The mech was cleaved apart, and Gale Zero surged toward Li Hao, intent on eliminating the opponent. Yes, Captain. The celestial mech corps surged with fervor. The captain was serious now. Even 5 more would meet their end. Gale Zero had locked onto the Grey Reaper, which had also identified Gale. The distance between them was mere tens of meters. Within 10 meters, if the Zero couldn't eliminate the Reaper, it would be the Reaper that would fall. Tita's pupils remained blood-red, resembling a harbinger of death, charging at her opponent without any flair. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive shots from the heavy sniper were dodged by Tita, who had entered the zone state, exuding an ethereal aura. Everything around her was under her control, and no one could impede her advance. The distance between them dwindled to a mere 10 meters, with Tita locking onto her target, the Grey Reaper raising its M5, one last opportunity to fire. Left, right, above, or dive. The Gale Zero's strike could be evaded, and with so many possibilities, the one who made the first move would be at a disadvantage. Yet Tita had closed the distance. If the Reaper did not act now, it might never have another chance. In the blink of an eye, the M5 took aim. In that fleeting moment, both sides had to predict and gamble. The Gale Zero executed a graceful arc step, a masterful maneuver to the left, only to instantaneously pivot back to face forward. The laser sword struck directly at Grey Death. However, Grey Death astonishingly performed a wide-ranging backflip to evade the shot. Boom! The Gale fighter exploded. The impact of Robbie's solo defeat reverberated, causing Anku to misstep and be eliminated as well. The situation for the other two was dire. Yet, no one anticipated that the merciless goddess of death, Tita, would be taken down in an instant by a sniper. How could this happen? A top-tier player in the 3rd position, evading a sniper is standard practice. In a one-on-one scenario, it should be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Yet being eliminated so swiftly, the other members of the Tianjing Jiwu team felt a surge of panic, recalling the terror of being dominated by this mysterious marksman in the previous match. Boom, damn. Tatura cursed vehemently as the leg of his Silver Fox fighter was hit. This was utterly disgusting. An evasive maneuver transformed into a lethal strike from a pursuing opponent. This level of prediction was akin to walking straight into a telegraph pole. Utterly revolting, this sniper. Entangle the adversary, Li Hao exclaimed, while Mir San and Lyricis were like a shot of adrenaline. Was there really no escape? Bang, boom. Prinz shut his eyes. It was over. Feynman slashed at the opponent, swiftly escaping, but was immediately followed by a barrage of shots. Boom. Then he felt himself soaring through the air. Damn it. Matrix burst fire? The next moment, he was gone. The match concluded. The Puma team triumphed. Both sides returned to their training rooms, restoring communication, and the entire training facility was enveloped in silence. This time, Tianjing Jiwu had truly faced a setback, while the Puma team was not faring much better. Especially Robbie, who felt as if he had swallowed a fly. How could Tita have single-handedly eliminated him? Being taken down in a team battle was nothing short of disgraceful. Team battles and one-on-one duels are fundamentally different, and for a captain to be eliminated so directly was an embarrassment of astronomical proportions. How had Tita suddenly become so formidable? Mir San initially intended to mock, but sensed the atmosphere was off and swallowed his words. Clearly, this victory had little to do with them, Eligu. What is his background? There were layers of incredibility within this scenario. Could a sniper truly achieve such feats? Captain Roby, you have won. We accept the wager, and our Tianjing team will honor the agreement. Finally, Tita spoke up, however. I have one request. May I have a few words with that sniper? Roby felt a bit parched. Please hold on. Li Hao had already logged off, leaving a message on Tianjing. Contact me after the training match. Captain Tita, I apologize. My friend has logged off. As for the wager, it doesn't count as our victory. May I ask, was your sudden enhancement the result of zone? Roby's throat felt dry. The moon people truly seemed unwilling to grant him a reprieve. Indeed. Thank you. Roby felt somewhat disheartened. No wonder they didn't wish to engage with him. There was simply no comparison. Captain Roby, a promise is a promise. Although we lost this time, we will certainly retaliate. Until next week. Tita did not linger on the matter. With the main player absent, they could only wait until next week. Exiting the training arena, Alzi and the others emerged, each wearing particularly grim expressions. Initially, Alzi had resigned himself to being eliminated. But to his astonishment, their captain had also been taken down. At that moment, Tita radiated an aura of icy intensity. She was the one who had unleashed the Golden Zone. They had come with the expectation of victory. Utilizing strategies that would typically remain hidden in practice matches, was this sniper some sort of demon? Chapter 60. Private Training. Roby looked bemusedly at Tianjing, sensing that the proud Tita was enraged. The moon people had always prided themselves on their formidable psychological control, yet under Li Hao's relentless pressure, their morale seemed to have faltered. The phrase "until next week" had even slipped from their lips. Yet, Roby's feelings were not much better. During last year's S10, aside from demonstrating sufficient dominance in team battles, the moon people had an undeniable factor known as the Golden Zone, an ultimate combat state. The Golden Gene is a variable state, differing from person to person. Some exhibit it more prominently and intensely, while the moon people had discovered a more potent application, enabling their bodies to enter the pinnacle of the Golden Gene state, Golden Zone. This had led to the renowned legacies of the war gods Maxis and the King Van Livy, while the Martian Busta had also emerged terrifyingly powerful, awakening his Golden Zone during the S tournament and leading the Martians to victory against Earth, earning the title of Wolf King. This year, for the other contenders from the four federations, awakening their own Golden Zone had become paramount, lest they face an even worse fate. From a conditional standpoint, Roby did not believe he was inferior. It was merely a matter of lacking that crucial insight. In the replay of the match, within the Puma team, silence reigned. Tita's consecutive 3 sword strikes had brutally breached Roby's defenses. Without needing to view the subsequent actions, those 3 strikes alone highlighted the disparity. Roby became increasingly convinced that Tita had indeed grasped the Golden Zone, leaving him with no chance. Once one comprehends the Golden Zone, the most fundamental enhancements are speed and power, alongside a formidable intuition akin to an animal's sixth sense, an extraordinary elevation. Even greater abilities may emerge with further mastery. This is the aspiration of every pilot. When Roby observed Tita wielding the Golden Zone, yet Li Hao could still defeat opponents in a normal state, he understood the magnitude of the gap in their capabilities. He had always believed Li Hao to be strong. Stronger than himself, but not by an insurmountable margin. Much of his respect stemmed from their past connection. He thought he had closed the gap between them, yet now he realized how naive he had been. The disparity had likely grown to a point beyond his comprehension. As everyone continued to watch, Roby stepped out alone. He had lost the motivation to analyze further. At this juncture, it was no longer merely a matter of technical proficiency. Taking a deep breath, Roby dialed Li Hao on Tianjing. Ergo, I want to grow stronger, Roby declared. Ergo, I will follow your guidance. Anything to become stronger. I refuse to lose again. Also, my teammates wanted me to ask you how to achieve such precision. Roby nodded, and it's simply a matter of practice. Far away on the moon, at the Tianjing Academy, the members of the Tianjing team were diligently reviewing their performance. Summarizing their experiences was sometimes more vital than training. They had lost, but understanding how they had lost was essential. First, Alzi sought to comprehend how he had been taken down. The two had nearly simultaneously entered each other's line of sight, both opting for a jump shot. Alzi had confidence in his jump shot. In that state, he was certain he could fire twice, which was already quite impressive. However, the opponent had fired 4 shots, utilizing that damned gray death. The only possibility was that the opponent had not even used a scope. Switching to Gray Death's perspective, it became apparent that Alzi's movements were more meticulous. Alzi abruptly stood up. This was impossible. How could he shoot with such precision, considering the gravitational pull and the recoil of gray death? Yet, Alzi found himself stumped, for during the second replay, he discerned that the opponent's jump shot was executed with such fluidity. The flaws of gray death had been perfectly balanced by the pilot's control, even establishing a unique rhythm, showcasing an impressive confidence with those 4 shots. The 4th shot was a blank, as the first 3 had already sealed his fate. More despairingly, after firing 4 shots, Gray Death walked away without a backward glance. How could this individual possess such confidence, such ruthlessness? Alzi muttered to himself, his gaze unfocused, his mentality crumbling. Others fared no better. Witnessing Tita eliminate Roby was indeed exhilarating. Utilizing the golden zone, the 3 sabers of Long Men, each strike building upon the last, 3 strikes obliterated Roby's defenses, signaling to the opponent, "I will hit you. You cannot defend." The entire sequence of elimination was merely Roby's desperate struggle. Observing this, the others felt slightly better. The review continued, and Tita also focused her attention. She needed to understand how she had been defeated. The Golden Zone, also known as the Golden Burst Point, not only enhanced self-control but also concentrated mental state to an unprecedented height, allowing for remarkable focus and clarity of thought. Typically, if one could predict 3 steps ahead, during this state, one could enhance that to 6 steps. Doubling is not an exaggeration. It represents a spiritual elevation. In slow motion, Gale Zero was ferocious. Gray Death sniper fire was utterly incapable of thwarting Gale Zero's assault in a frontal confrontation. Once the distance closed, the sniper was rendered ineffective. Initially, everyone speculated whether Tita had been careless. The Golden Zone is a formidable state, bringing power but also potentially leading to excessive relaxation of mindset. Clearly, Tita had not been lax. After evading Gray Death's shots, she maintained relentless pressure, not rushing into actions. For premature movements were easier to predict, placing Gray Death at a disadvantage. In scenarios where one side is weak, they become anxious, for when pushed to the final moment, the stronger side possesses greater odds of victory. Both parties had pushed their potential to the limit. Gale Zero executed an arc step strike. This was undeniably impressive, exceedingly difficult to predict, like a tempest sweeping through. From the final freeze frame, it was evident that as Gale Zero executed the arc strike, he had still slightly delayed his movement, allowing Gray Death to react only afterward. The patience displayed was terrifying, surpassing even that of a serpent. How could this individual maintain such composure? The members of Tianjing Jiwu were left speechless, grappling with the question. What kind of mental fortitude was required? Desperation, survival. These are human instincts and the sources of great strength. Faced with such pressure, how could one exhibit such restraint? A robot. The subsequent actions were quite extravagant. However, such maneuvers can indeed be cultivated through practice. How is this mindset developed? The backward leap to evade a sniper. Perhaps this is the sole method available. Yet, in those moments, who would have thought? Who would have anticipated that one could endure until the opponent executed their lethal strike first? As she approached the optimal attack point, Tita made her move, for she saw no reason to wait. She had reached what she deemed the best opportunity to strike, and it was one that anyone would find irresistible. The outcome mirrored the previous encounter, yet this time the blow was significantly more severe. The main and substitute players of the Tianjing Jiwu were left in stunned silence. If the sniper had indeed utilized the Golden Zone at the last moment, it would be quite terrifying. The Use team had also discovered a strategy. This year's S11 would not afford NUP the same substantial advantage as last year, if he hadn't even employed the Golden Zone. Clap, clap, clap. Tita applauded, indicating that there was no need for further contemplation, nor for concern regarding the identity of that individual. This battle served as a resounding wake-up call. Last year's victory had come too easily, leading to a sense of overconfidence. Fortunately, the season had only just begun, granting us ample time to improve and to strategize against this adversary. This is a fortuitous circumstance, Alzi. You should feel even more grateful. As long as you can overcome him, you shall be the champion of this year's sniper competition. Alzi grinned. Boss, since you've said so, I'll train relentlessly, with him as my target. Excellent. Let us postpone all other training matches and focus solely on identifying their weaknesses. We shall engage them again next week, Captain. Will the Puma team agree to this? Feynman inquired with a hint of concern. It was now their turn to worry about the other party's lack of response. The real strength did not lie with the Puma team, but rather with that sniper. Since he had come twice, surely he would appear a third time. And as for the conditions, let Robbie negotiate. Moreover, the impact from this encounter was not lesser on Robbie's side than it was on ours, Tita remarked coolly. She was not inclined to underestimate their prowess. Without that sniper, the outcome would still have been a complete rout for the Puma team. Of course, a lone sniper would not suffice. The Puma team executed their strategies and constraints commendably. Li Hao did not partake in EMP rankings. Instead, he practiced with Robbie. Bleem always seemed to assign him some inexplicable tasks, which could be viewed as aiding Robbie, thereby contributing to U's enhancement, wouldn't you say? However, the training modes were rather distinct. Beyond the virtual and realistic modes, the EMP system included a reality mode. This reality mode simulates only 70 of actual conditions. Although it imposes a burden on the body, sensations such as the pain of death or explosive impacts in the final moments are mitigated to a level that a soldier can endure. In contrast, the reality mode operates at a full 100 capacity, increasing the likelihood of severe injuries, and should a mecha explode, the psychological shock to the pilot is considerable. If one's willpower is not extraordinarily robust, it is indeed possible to suffer from lingering effects. Thus, only during the tournaments is reality mode selected. Military academies generally do not encourage students to utilize it, and some institutions outright prohibit its use. Yet at Robbie's level, how could he enhance his skills in reality mode? He logged into his account but did not enter the rankings. Instead, he engaged in a private training session, inaccessible to spectators or observers. Zhuang Zhou and Huanan, who were live streaming, received immediate notifications. The puppet has logged in. However, the puppet soon entered a private training state, making his presence known but remaining unseen. Zhuang Zhou and Huanan felt somewhat uneasy. What was he up to? Chapter 61. School Sprout Li Hao invited Robbie to join him in a match within the reality mode. Let us go all out from the start. Refrain from using weapons for now. Li Hao instructed. Mecha Dragon versus Mecha Dragon. Robbie was no stranger to the Mecha Dragon. He also utilized it for training, yet he remained uncertain about the objective. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to try again. The last encounter had been exhilarating, albeit he had not realized it was his second brother. This time, he was mentally prepared. The two mobile warriors readied for battle, and with a roar, Robbie's Mecha Dragon launched into a full-speed charge towards Li Hao. Employing combat techniques devoid of weaponry, the Puma team was formidable, and this was no exaggeration. They possessed their unique style of American warfare. Flash, boom. Robbie's head reeled with a jolt, swiftly followed by an overwhelming pain that rendered him momentarily disoriented, causing him to exit the training session. Gasping for breath, he reflected on the reality training he had previously experienced. To be precise, any participant capable of competing in the tournaments would have undergone it. While typical defeats were manageable, such a catastrophic loss was particularly painful and required time to recover. What had just transpired? Hurry, what are you doing? Let us continue, Li Hao urged. Robbie was momentarily dazed. Wait, second brother. Should we take a break? Li Hao looked perplexed. Didn't you want to enter the golden zone? We haven't even begun yet. Robbie's lips twitched. He seemed to have misunderstood. The golden zone was not a shortcut, nor merely a matter of skill. It was a life-and-death struggle, and no wonder Use was struggling against other federations. There were many who shared this misguided notion, believing that their effort and determination were sufficient, when in reality, it was merely self-deception. Let us go again. This time, Robbie wised up. Without the requisite strength, he would not engage offensively but instead focus on defense. The Mecha Dragon charged forth, delivering a powerful punch. And Robbie braced himself. Boom! In the reality mode, Li Hao unleashed 3 devastating strikes upon Robbie, leaving him utterly pale and shaken. Let us call it a day for now. The golden zone is a matter of survival. Tapping into genetic power, or rather, soul power. If beings from the Moon and Mars can achieve this, so can you, Li Hao remarked with a smile. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. Yes, second brother. Robbie acquiesced, feeling humbled from head to toe. 3 strikes, 3 punches. He hadn't managed to defend against a single one. This was an entirely different realm. Second brother was incredible, though his body felt as if it were being torn apart. The exhilaration was undeniable. Since second brother believed it was feasible, there could be no doubt, as long as he could endure. Removing the sensory device, Robbie began to pound his fists against the wall, leaving a trail of bloodstains in his wake. seeking to restore some semblance of sensation to his numbed body. The gap was too vast. What had he been doing all these years? With aspirations to become a top-tier pilot and perhaps a general one day, his prior endeavors hardly qualified as training by how calculated Robbie's limits, knowing that the initial stages would be challenging. However, with Robbie's physical capabilities, he could certainly withstand it. This endeavor was all about tenacity and resolve. When Bleem had put him through his paces, he had offered no quarter, pushing him far beyond these limits. Damn it, reflecting on it now still makes me twitch. I'm parched, longing for a cup of a yo-yo. Ah, milk tea, ouch. Has the training ended? Shall we indulge in some milk tea? Li Hao opened Tianjing, thinking of it daily, which inexplicably brightened his mood. Senior, drinking milk tea will make you gain weight, a yo-yo replied instantly, accompanied by a conflicted emoji. Impossible. Your figure is splendid. Besides, a little chubbiness is endearing, Li Hao replied joyfully, relishing the different sensations. Senior, when did you become so smooth-talking? Was it Master Ma from your dormitory who taught you? A yo-yo on the other end couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, you even know Master Ma's name? Of course. Master Ma is a prominent figure in the Starship Department, effortlessly winning over Senior Shengman in just a week, sharing the spotlight with Gao Yunfeng as the two handsome icons of Tianjing Jiwu, the idols in the hearts of many girls. In a way, really him? Then I can at least call myself a school sprout. School sprout? A yo-yo burst into laughter, unable to contain her amusement. What to do? She found herself yearning to sneak out, to shop, to savor late-night snacks, to sip milk tea, and to freely engage in myriad delightful activities. At this moment, a yo-yo was not at school but rather in a designated venue rehearsing for her concert. Though it was a small-scale event, it was still quite significant, with preparations underway for various aspects. As the NUPS Best team worked tirelessly at SUU had also returned. Although it appeared to be merely a small concert, the attendees comprised important figures from various fields. This served to enhance Arth's influence while simultaneously preparing for the new album. Although a yo-yo was a bit mischievous, coming to Tianjing was indeed the right choice. She had previewed the new songs, which were refreshingly unique, featuring a distinctive vocal style that was truly captivating. I want some milk tea too, but not right now. Everyone is focused on preparations and I can't just slip away. As they chatted, inspiration struck a yo-yo. Senior, I've got an idea. I'll write it down. And I'll treat you to milk tea. See, I told you. I'm brimming with inspiration. Keep it up, and I'll await your milk tea. Li Hao beamed at the Tianjin message, while a yo-yo on the other side was overjoyed. In the exclusive training area for the two teams of Tianjing Jiwu, boss, what does the principal mean? Have we come to an understanding? Zhao Jihan chuckled. Upon learning about the upcoming campus competition, everyone was quite pleased. With their team's strength, they would undoubtedly triumph over the current second team. To publicly crush the second team would spell the end for them. For military academy students, there is no stage more glorious than that of a campus competition. It is not that Gao Yunfeng is lacking. Rather, as a notable figure, he has garnered the affections of many girls, leading to fervent pursuits that even leave him astounded. He has rejected the majority, but is neither a saint nor a eunuch. So how can one refuse so many? His principle is simple. He never spends a woman's money. While he may find joy, does that mean the women are unhappy? If it's suitable to be together, then they should. If not, parting ways is only natural. Must one really hang themselves from the same tree? A few girls attempting to retain him employed various tactics, exaggerated to the extreme, yet ultimately futile. As for his character, he remains indifferent. He has never pursued a path of deep affection. The setbacks of the previous year profoundly affected him. Had he achieved commendable results, all issues would have been trivial. Even if he were somewhat dissolute, charm would still prevail. However, with less than stellar achievements, these issues morph into formidable challenges. Concerning Zhou Nei, after spending time together, he has indeed developed a fondness for this girl. Distinct from his previous encounters, though he did not anticipate that his intentions would backfire. Now in his senior year, he has indulged enough. He must deliver results this year. This is also the reason behind his consistently amiable demeanor towards Zhou Nei and Yitong. He harbors no ulterior motives. Yet, Tianjing machine warriors aspire to achieve a notable performance in S11, and the combat prowess of these two individuals is indispensable, along with Musashi. Jihan is not so easily swayed. Given Principal Long's character, she is unlikely to concede defeat readily. She probably intends to provoke the second team. Gao Yunfeng furrowed his brow slightly. While Principal Long publicly advocates for competition, he perceives her discontent, possibly stemming from past grievances. Provocation? Interest serves as a fine teacher, followed closely by insult. The latter often yields more immediate results, Gao Yunfeng remarked. Long Danny has stirred quite the commotion. She would not let this go easily. Though she has her own agenda while he has his. Assembling Yitong, Zhou Nei, and Musashi constitutes his ideal lineup. It remains unclear what Long Danny truly contemplates. Without his involvement, relying solely on these newcomers in the S competition would lead to inevitable failure. As the only player from Tianjing Machine Warriors with an EMP score exceeding 2500, he possesses unparalleled experience and mindset. Insights that even the old principal recognizes more clearly than he does himself. Could it be that Yu's standards have declined, or that Tianjing's unsatisfactory performance is solely his responsibility? To the victor belong the spoils. Hey, boss, let us utterly humiliate them. I've long found them displeasing. By the way, a few junior sisters have expressed interest. Haven't I made myself clear? Focus on training and achieving good results. What sort of women are beyond my reach? Gao Yunfeng frowned. Haha, boss, rest assured, I am quite serious about this. Zhao Jihan replied with a cheeky grin. With only a year left, how could one not indulge? There are plenty of junior sisters around. Once this opportunity is lost, it won't come again. Oh, by the way, boss, I've spoken with Shuigang and Tang Yu. As long as you give the nod, he is willing to join us as a substitute. However, that would add another member to our team. And they are currently awaiting news. Let us persuade Hua Ying to withdraw. The significance of heavy armor has diminished in light of the current mainstream styles. He lacks value. Gao Yunfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. His skill level is average, and he tends to be withdrawn, lacking presence. Moreover, Shuigang can manage both heavy armor and flexibility. While Tang Yu's presence is absolutely necessary, he is quite versatile and will be useful in the S competition. The principal has calculated well. He has sent the individual over, but he possesses means to retrieve him. Compared to the second team, the first team is undeniably more enticing. Even as a substitute, one could still participate in the world competition, which would significantly enhance one's resume. Moreover, to be associated with the first team guarantees one will never lack for female companionship at school. What is the second team? Really? All right, boss, I'll handle it. Zhao Jihan said with delight. He had long been displeased with that Hua Ying. After all, he was merely a substitute yet carried himself with such arrogance, as if he were the captain. With a modicum of skill, he seemed to forget his place. The team could function just fine without him. At last, he had the chance to put that insufferable person in his place. On the second team's side, Professor Ming Yi had arrived, yet Shuigang and Tang Yu were still absent, and Tianjing was unresponsive. After a moment, Zhou Nei appeared astonished, slowly transitioning to resignation. Shuigang and Tang Yu had withdrawn. Musashi, Yitong, and Zhou Xiaotang were equally bewildered. How could they suddenly exit like this? Chapter 62. The Ghost Martial Sect. Everyone paused for a moment, then suddenly realized a more pressing issue. Why had they withdrawn? Unless better conditions awaited them. Tisich, could it be that those two are joining the first team? Zhou Nei silently nodded. Wai Yitong smirked, unimpressed, not particularly surprised. The first team had been relentless in their attempts to woo her with various ploys recently. Yet she had paid them no mind, but she could not control others. Meng Yi had also heard the news and shook his head. Nei, handle your matters before seeking me. He was somewhat aware of the situation, as it pertained to the new principal's training program, and he did not wish to intervene hastily. Zhou Nei felt a twinge of emptiness. She had held on to a flicker of hope that the professor might advocate for them. Yitong sensed this too, yet she had never harbored much hope. After all, the professor was merely assisting. To help was a kindness, but to not help was a matter of principle. One must ultimately rely on oneself. The training room fell into a heavy silence. They were already facing numerous challenges and required extensive training. Now, with two fewer members, how would they proceed? Should we have Hao Gu fill in for a while? Zhou Xiaotang suggested, recognizing it as a potential opportunity. Wai Yitong rolled her eyes, pondering what he was thinking. Aware he could not participate in official competitions, bringing him in would only rub salt in the wound. Zhou Xiaotang quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. A profound silence enveloped the group once more. Wai Yitong stood up. Realizing today's efforts were futile, I'll be heading back. Musashi and Zhou Xiaotang turned to Zhou Nei, who nodded slightly. Let us leave it at that for today. In the now empty training room, Zhou sat in solitude. Once vibrant and full of spirit, she now faced dissolution, grappling with one problem after another. She suddenly felt utterly inadequate. Seek counsel. What good would reasoning do in a world that still required military academies? She bore no grudge against Shui Gang and Tang Yu. People aspire to ascend. Gao Yunfeng had indeed taught her a lesson. She did not deny her judgment. His team lacked cohesion and purity. Yet, was her team truly pure? During S10, she had witnessed the teams from the Moon, Mars, and even Titan. The fervent morale, the relentless pursuit of victory, even at any cost, left her envious. Thus, she yearned for such a team. With Long Danny's support, she felt favored by fate. But now, it was not that she lacked effort. She simply did not know what to do. Should she plead? Even if they returned, what would the team become? She was not striving to be a captain. She merely wished for Tianjing machine warriors to be a team imbued with fighting spirit, one that fought for honor. Perhaps she was simply not fit to be a captain. Unbeknownst to her, she wandered to the EMP building, yet today, Zhou felt no inclination to battle. Standing in the hall, she stared blankly at the large screen. Dear viewers, the puppeteer god has arrived, finally making his much-anticipated debut. Zhuang Zhou exclaimed with fervor. There are certain individuals who, upon their appearance, exude an undeniable fervor, prompting nearly everyone who has witnessed the puppeteer goddess competitions to instinctively switch channels. The EMP hall of Tianjing machine warriors promptly transitioned to the live broadcast of the puppeteers match. Indeed, Tianjing machine warriors had little to showcase. The likes of Gao Yunfeng and other experts were reluctant to make their combat processes public. But at least Zhuang Zhou had some connection to Tianjing machine warriors. Before long, the hall was brimming with spectators, Zhou among them, observing the lively discussions and fervent anticipation of the crowd. This sense of unity was precisely what she longed for yet felt incapable of achieving. A message from Tianjin chimed. It was Shui Gang's apology text, which also conveyed a piece of information. The first team Hua Ying had been eliminated. In truth, he was merely a hothead, somewhat erratic, yet his strength was undeniable. As a heavy-armored mech warrior, he was absolutely competent. Zhou was well aware that this was an opportunity. She had previously been a member of the first team. Hua Ying, now a junior, was undoubtedly the most promising candidate for Tianjing machine warriors in the #1 position, though his character posed significant issues. Even Gao Yunfeng struggled to manage him. He often missed training and liked to issue nonsensical commands, essentially a ticking time bomb in the locker room. Had it not been for S10, Gao Yunfeng would have dismissed him long ago. He had merely been waiting for a suitable candidate. Zhou opened her Tianjin friend list, pondering who in her class could assist in an emergency. Among those with relatively high EMP scores or exceptional individual skills, who else remained? As the class monitor, she had access to her classmates' scores, and thus she knew how ranked last, whilst with Shouthang displayed impressive shooting accuracy. 1568 points? Who was this? How could anyone in her class achieve such a high score? The semester had only just begun. Could it be Musashi? Why was there also a conspicuous S symbol beside it? That designation was only awarded upon passing the S-level test. S-level? Li Hao? Li Hao entered the ranking, stretched lazily, and then pressed his palms together. Bah, brother. Give me something intense. Mama Mia boom ID. Lomachenko fire cloud machine warriors bang. The fireman's sudden clap startled Zhuang Zhou, who regarded him with trepidation. What was this? Was he about to engage in full combat? Brothers, open your eyes. The main course has finally arrived. Have you heard the saying about the 5 great families? For modern schools and 3 sects, U's boasts the so-called 5 ancient martial families. NUP has the 4 modern mecha schools, while we ROM have distilled the strengths of many in a harsh environment to form the strongest 3 sects, the Ghost Martial Sect, the Wolf Martial Sect, and the Secret Martial Sect. Allow me to proudly introduce Sawu Tian, first-year student of Fire Cloud Machine Warriors, the rising star of ROM, heir to the Ghost Martial Sect, a true supernova. The fireman wore an expression of enlightenment. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, eager to take down his rival. Do not blame the fireman for his exuberance. The 3 sects of Mars are indeed formidable, standing in stark contrast to the understated and reclusive nature of the ancient martial families of Earth. The 3 sects of Mars are notoriously ostentatious, employing rigorous selection and inheritance processes for their disciples. Their influence on Mars is deeply intertwined, and during the selection of the Apocalypse youth class in the solar system, the three sects nearly monopolized the opportunity. As the young master of the Ghost Martial sect, Sawutyan's prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. Though the three sects of Mars may be boastful, they cannot emerge without true merit, and Sawutyan is considered one of the most anticipated supernovas of this year on Mars. To his surprise, he has found himself ranked alongside an internet celebrity, but his teammates quickly remind him that, while he remains unfazed by puppets, he has recently heard tales of an audacious challenger from the underdeveloped Earth who shows blatant disrespect for the esteemed Rom. Zhuang Zhou is momentarily taken aback. A person's reputation often precedes them. The three sects of Mars are indeed fierce, employing ruthless tactics that are indicative of their ferocious nature. He has also heard of this individual, notorious for having killed during training within the sect, exemplifying a level of brutality uncommon on Mars, which is far less inclined to reason than Earth or the Moon. However, it is essential to maintain one's composure. After all, he is a streamer. Who could he possibly fear? Old man, don't get too cocky. Haven't you suffered enough already? The strength of the puppet god requires no further validation, and among the opponents, there are also other significant supernovas. Little Zhuang, is it really comparable? Though both are supernovas, they are not the same. The fireman's disdain is palpable. The banter between the two streamers is not merely for show. It reflects the sentiments of the Martians, who question whether the seasoned veterans of Earth can truly compete with the might of Mars. Their live stream has garnered an audience exceeding 9 million, indicating substantial allure, but more critically, the number of VIP viewers has surpassed 1 million, a testament to the appeal of their paid holographic viewing via the EMP system. This level of support is remarkable, as typically only a few 100,000 are willing to pay. Clearly, the audience is eager to witness this impending clash, and Sawutyan's popularity on Mars far eclipses that of the puppet, who, despite a low profile, possesses an extroverted and flamboyant personality, earning him the moniker Unrestrained. Meanwhile, among the VIP viewers, the number of those scoring above 1,000 in the EMP system has noticeably increased, indicating that many military academy students find the puppet's combat style highly instructive. The Martian mecha warriors and the American lions are almost a fixed entity. Whenever there is a match featuring the puppet, they make it a point to tune in to the live broadcast, even if they have just witnessed their comrade Robbie endure a humiliating defeat. The Ghost Martial sect is notorious for its grueling training regimen, emphasizing the transcendence of human limits, embodying a kind of madness where one must face death with eyes wide open. In terms of fundamental skills, Sawutyan stands out among supernovas, at least surpassing Musashi. While their foundational skills are comparably solid, Sawutyan is more ruthless in his pursuit of extremes, and Mars has the potential to excel further. The audience is eager to see how the puppet will respond. Typically, competitions are for friendly sparring, but matches against the Ghost Martial sect are life-and-death affairs. The match has been interrupted? Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. We have a situation. The official announcement has been made. Sawutyan has requested a reality mode. The fireman's voice resonates with pride and fervor. Indeed, it is a mode that is 100% real, fraught with the risk of injury, yet Martian men are undaunted in training. Mars employs reality mode more than any other, followed by Titan and then the Moon, while Earth utilizes it the least. It is no secret that Earthlings have a natural aversion to pain. However, from another perspective, this can be seen as prudence. Zhou Nei stands quietly amidst the crowd, listening to the commotion around her. At this moment, it is evident that everyone is rallying behind the puppet. The Martians are too egotistical. Why should they dictate the use of reality mode? Everyone knows that the puppet has risen from the virtual realm, and his body is certainly less accustomed to pain than those from Mars. Such a shift in mode can easily induce psychological pressure and lead to motor distortions. Zhou Nei observes that if it were her, she would undoubtedly refuse. Nei, do you think you will consent? Hai Yunfeng has unexpectedly approached Zhou Nei. Chapter 63, Coercion and Temptation. Zhou Nei glances at High Captain Yunfeng. Our paths do not align. Mature a bit, Nei. First, I must apologize once more for my rashness. Secondly, I hope you will consider this seriously. After Tianjing mecha warriors split into two teams, whether it is you or I, do you believe we have a chance of entering S11? As a captain for some time now, do you think forming a formidable team is easy? Hai Yunfeng speaks gently. I have employed a few minor tactics merely to illustrate that maintaining a combat-ready team is not as straightforward as you might think. Some individuals may be less desirable, but for the sake of the team, I must make use of them. Zhou Nei falls silent. Hai Yunfeng smiles slightly, seizing the moment. He understands that this is Zhou Nei's vulnerable time. Let us merge the two teams. You will be my vice-captain, and together we will achieve the best results for Tianjing Mecha Warriors. I will graduate soon, and the team will still be yours. Zhou Nei cannot help but chuckle, shaking her head gently. Captain Hai, I believe you misunderstand. My reason for leaving was primarily the belief that following you would only lead to repeated humiliation without any fruitful outcome. I have no interest in the captaincy, and besides, we are not that familiar. Please refer to me as classmate Zhou. Nei. Oh, classmate Zhou, do not rush to conclusions. You know me. For the sake of victory, I will certainly give my all. The principal has arranged for a campus competition. I know it is for you all. Experiencing the humiliation of defeat can be quite stimulating for one's competitive spirit, yet this is unfair to others who have dedicated years to the academy. I will propose, in the name of the student council, that Tianjing Mecha Warriors should only consist of one team. Those who win remain, while those who lose disband. Hai Yunfeng states calmly. You are pushing your luck. Zhou Nei's gaze sharpens, yet Hai Yunfeng remains unfazed. So, think this through. That I possess this kind of strength, and Principal Long would not irrationally favor you. If you lose, then Musashi and Yi Tong will be sidelined for a year. You must understand the significance of a single competition experience for them. A gap in experience, a break in exposure, and even repercussions for the future. Every competition is crucial. Captain Hai, what exactly are you aiming for? Zhou Nei is genuinely out of sorts today, and she realizes that Hai Yunfeng has deliberately chosen this moment to negotiate with her. Now, do not say that I lack compassion. Here's your consideration time. By the end of this match, if we merge, Tianjing Mecha Warriors will face S11 in peak condition. You will be the vice-captain now. Next year you will be the captain. Think it over. Conversely, next week is the campus competition. Even if you gather a team, do you believe you can win? Hai Yunfeng presses on. I have always thought you to be clear-headed and quite rational. Hai Yunfeng gazes intently at Zhou Nei. Indeed, he is cornering her, aiming to completely dismantle her resistance and rebellion. Compelling her to submit, he finds it far more unbearable to accept her leaving the team due to personal whims than to acknowledge her lack of faith in his abilities. Should she bow down this time, she would find it impossible to rise again. With Zhou Nei on his side, Musashi and Yi Tong would also fall into his grasp, fulfilling the vision he has in mind. When necessary, he could also use Zhao Jihan to vent frustrations on Yi Tong. Such a spoiled heiress is usually the easiest to handle. Zhou Nei remained silent, her thoughts in disarray. The moment she decided to leave the team, she vowed never to look back. Her hesitation lies with Musashi and Yi Tong, especially Musashi and Yi Tong. A year is far too precious for them. Hai Yunfeng has not exaggerated. Having been a captain for 3 years, he has brought immense honor to the school, becoming the face of Tianjing Mecha Warriors. Coupled with the fundamental rules of major military academy teams, the principal cannot act as she pleases unless her team holds overwhelming advantages. Now, it is not even a matter of being overwhelming. They lack sufficient personnel. At this moment in the live stream, the puppet has accepted the reality mode, with the match adopting a 100% reality mode. Those who have experienced it know that it offers an entirely different experience. A 30% disparity in pain tolerance and endurance can lead to severe consequences. Should a catastrophic failure occur, it could easily result in psychological trauma. Although human bodies and wills have significantly improved, the risks remain present. A Wutian has chosen his favorite mecha, the Ghost Warrior, a model named after the Ghost Martial sect, symbolizing their glory and strength. The Ghost Warrior is a medium-sized humanoid mecha, weighing 75 tons, powered by dual-engine nuclear fission, equipped with Ghost Martial laser eyes, dual laser guns, and the formidable Ghost Blade. While Mars boasts unique beast-type mechas, they also possess humanoid models, characterized by distinct styles. The entire Ghost Warrior features a dark red design, complemented by an imposing head that exudes a powerful visual impact. The Ghost Blade is larger, wider, and thicker than the typical titanium blades found on other mechas, emanating an aura of lethality and ferocity, rendering it invincible in combat. Puppet. Armor Dragon 3. I truly suspect that the Puppet God has programmed the random mecha pool to favor the Armor Dragon and Armor Tiger. I wouldn't be surprised if the Armor Leopard is included, albeit with a lower selection rate. This is the true love of the French Fry brothers. Brothers, I find myself in a state of panic. My palms are clammy with sweat. Can the Armored Dragon withstand the relentless onslaught of the Ghost Warrior? To those above, I too am anxious. I have witnessed all being felled before me, a complete suppression of types. Brothers, I am not worried in the slightest. I have secured victory with my 10,000 golden beans and the puppet deity's knockout. I remain unfazed. Standing upon the rooftop, the night is exquisite, Zhuang Zhou has observed. The brother on the rooftop may descend for a cup of tea, as this outcome is assured. Beside him, the fiery man chuckled softly, thinking the lad must have lost his wits. Can there truly be an assured victory? Armored Dragon versus Ghost Warrior in the arena's reality mode. Two mobile warriors enter the fray. At the outset, with a resounding bang, the Ghost Warrior has already surged forward, drawing the ghostly blade in a whirlwind of fury. Leaping high, lightning slash, swift, fluid, and rhythmically fierce. This is merely an ordinary battle for the warrior of the Sahu clan, while for others, it is merely incidental. Boom. The puppet's titanium blade defends, yet the Ghost Warrior's terrifying strength bends him backward. The Ghost Warrior's ferocious assault delivers a trio of crushing blows, rendering the armored dragon utterly defenseless. This is the essence of the Ghost Martial sect, unyielding, invincible, utterly dominating the opponent, seamlessly transitioning into a state of supreme invincibility. With the fiery man's roar, the Ghost Warrior launches his attack, having attained absolute control. There is no need to resort to the sect's techniques, but since this individual once dared to humiliate the Martians, a dream of eternal torment must be bestowed upon him. Ghost Martial Heavenly Slash. At this moment, the Ghost Warrior grips his blade with both hands, the immense ghostly blade spiraling down with tempestuous might towards the armored dragon. The armored dragon can only struggle in defense, retreating continuously, while the Ghost Warrior pursues with the relentless force of a tempest, his steps spiraling with half-twists, moving in sync, his ghostly blade flowing seamlessly to unleash maximum lethality in his strikes. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosive sounds, sparks flying. This is the renowned heavenly 36 slashes of the Ghost Martial sect, executed in a single breath. This is a technique unique to the Ghost Martial sect, capable of delivering devastating KO blows to heavily armored foes. An unequivocal display of violent aesthetics. Moreover, this is the secret technique of the sect's young master, executed with perfection, fluidity, and tremendous power, capable of slaying the armored dragon at any moment. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly slash forces the armored dragon back over 10 meters. The final 3 strikes descend, and in executing such a continuous barrage, Sahu Tian's strength and spirit do not wane. Rather, he enters a state of peak intensity. Kill when one strike shifts the armored dragon's center of gravity, the second sends him reeling backward, and the third, a fatal blow. All hold their breath. Can the armored dragon withstand this? Boom! Yin Fan. The armored dragon executes a counterattack, spinning and striking out, connecting with the final blow. The mech retreats 6 to 7 meters before launching forward with a thunderous assault. The titanium blade arcs directly towards the Ghost Warrior. Thud! Sahu Tian's expression changes, the disdain on his lips vanishing in an instant. How can there still be such force after having endured his own heavenly slashes? Before he can ponder further, the armored dragon begins to spin, clashing with a series of strikes. Ghost Martial Heavenly Slash? Sahu Tian's face pales. How dare someone execute the Ghost Martial Heavenly Slash in front of him, the young master of the Ghost Martial sect? This technique is far too familiar to him. He concentrates, channeling his energy to intercept, directly countering the opponent's next move. Such a half-twist step requires countless refinements. Those who think they can emulate it are simply treading a path to heaven while ignoring the gates of hell. Yet, his confident step fails to catch anything, and instead, he is caught off guard by the armored dragon, losing his defensive stance entirely. Zhuang Zhou roared, passionately swinging his fist. He knew the puppet deity would understand. Clang, clang, clang. The titanium blade strikes in rapid succession. Boom. The Ghost Warrior stumbles, losing his balance, and the armored dragon seizes this opportunity to deliver a powerful strike. At that moment, Sahu Tian reveals a sinister grin. The Ghost Warrior bellows, "Die! Ghost Martial, Divine Sky Dance!" With a sudden upward slash of the ghostly blade, clang! The armored dragon's titanium blade is severed. The fiery man leaps up, exclaiming towards Zhuang Zhou. The Ghost Martial blade severing technique. Everything is under control. In heaven and earth, the Ghost Martial sect reigns supreme. The onlookers, Both Earthlings and Martians feel as though they are on a roller coaster, one moment thinking Sahu Tian is about to slay his opponent, only to witness a counterattack, crucially utilizing the ghost martial heavenly slash. This is a strike to the heart. Just as the Earthlings anticipate a climax, they are left bewildered. Why did the titanium blade break? At this moment, the ghost warrior lunges towards the armored dragon, simultaneously charging the laser eye, ready to unleash a combined lethal strike. The armored dragon, now bereft of his titanium blade, faces the frenzied ghost warrior like a lamb to slaughter. The brother on the rooftop seems to linger at the stairway, uncertain whether to ascend or descend. Kill, flash strike, decapitation. All supporters of the puppets are on the verge of asphyxiation, suddenly dazzled. Chapter 64. Anticipation and Hierarchy. Bang! Both mobile warriors vanish and reappear simultaneously, yet the ghost warrior's head is missing, his body spinning out of control, while the laser eye in midair fires, piercing through the headless form. Thud, boom. The armored dragon lands, and the ghost warrior explodes. The arena falls into a profound silence. Who has won? Is it the armored dragon? Or has the armored dragon merely ascended, resulting in a draw? What is the situation? The puppet emerges victorious. Without hesitation, Sahu Tian is kicked aside. The fiery man, still standing, suddenly sits down, bewildered by this turn of events. Zhuang Zhou, filled with inner excitement, his eyes ablaze with passion yet maintaining a calm expression, proclaims, "Dear friends, I know you have doubts. Please witness the divine art of war." No one perceives Zhuang Zhou as a charlatan because, at that moment, the armored dragon was in a position of absolute disadvantage. Not only had the titanium blade been severed, but he had also lost all means of resistance. How could everything reverse in a heartbeat? Is he a war god? Gao Yunfeng's lips curled into a knowing smile. The Martians are swelling with pride. This year is our best opportunity. Zhou Nai did not respond, hardly hearing what was said. Sahu Tian is formidable, not merely a reckless fighter. Ultimately, he must have set a trap, and the puppet fell into it, yet somehow it was countered. The flash strike was no issue, but, at this moment, the EMP analysis team was already on high alert, promptly delivering their findings. The Ghost Warrior's heavenly 36 slashes commenced. Without a doubt, the Mechs were exerting their utmost effort. The entire set of lethal moves pushed to the limit, each strike penetrating flesh. At this juncture, the classic indicators emerged, circles marked out. Sahu Tian's strikes were nearly all landing in the same position. And the ghostly blade, in terms of quality and resilience, utterly overwhelmed the outdated titanium blade of the armored dragon. This laid the groundwork, showcasing the meticulousness of the young master of the ghost martial sect. The puppet indeed possesses strength. He defended and countered. The same techniques were analyzed again in the video, small angles presented in comparative footage, a terrifying fluidity that appeared as if it were a synchronized replication. Even the disciples of the ghost martial sect might struggle to reach such heights. However, the detail lies in Sahu Tian's counter. He aimed to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, yet the armored dragon simply pivoted, evading the imitation, demonstrating a profound understanding of the heavenly 36 slashes. The crucial moment arrived. As the armored dragon believed he had the upper hand, his emotions surged. Any pilot would find it hard to control their pride at such a moment. And this masterful anticipation meant a lethal strike was surely forthcoming. Sahu Tian seized upon this mindset. The opponent's powerful attack, combined with the ghost martial sect's blade severing technique, struck repeatedly at the same location, ultimately severing the titanium blade, completely dismantling the armored dragon's offensive. The feeling of misalignment was sufficient to disorient the armored dragon. Furthermore, the charging laser eye exerted pressure. Its readiness to fire was a necessary consideration. While the true killing move awaited, flash strike, decapitation. The ghostly blade aimed directly at the armored dragon's head, a favored method of domination among Martian masters. Yet, in that instant of the ghost warrior's flash strike, the armored dragon also initiated his own flash strike. The slow-motion replay zooms in, capturing the moment as if everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Arcing step, flash strike, spinning kick, the crack echoed. The ghost warrior anticipated the armored dragon's move, while the armored dragon anticipated the ghost warrior's anticipation. The arcing flash strike propelled a kick. The ghost warrior effectively collided with the opponent's attack, his head flying off, propelled by immense inertia and force. while his lower half spun away, struck by the falling laser eye. This is a 100% reality mode. The tactile sensors transmit the violent shock directly to the pilot's brain, a sensation akin to a tumultuous sea. Here, I must clarify. A typical flash strike follows a straight line, whereas an arcing step flash strike incorporates rotational force, creating a curved trajectory at the moment of thrust. It appears simple, yet such control is exceedingly challenging. Zhuangzhou unabashedly expresses his pride, declaring, "I have stated before, for the puppet deity, the outcome has never been a concern. All we need is to believe in him and witness a grand spectacle of battle. Now, it is your time to shine." Zhuangzhou is subtly reminding the opposing spaceship. The fire-wielding man, originally intent on visiting the restroom, reluctantly halted his steps. Ahem, this incident was merely an unfortunate mishap. I believe that Sutu Tian must have been training excessively hard, leading to a lack of focus. Justifications are but veils for the truth. Come on, I haven't said anything, it's just a match, right? We Earthlings are quite magnanimous, unperturbed by such trivialities. After all, there will be ample opportunities ahead. Zhuangzhou remarked, exhaling deeply. Spaceship after spaceship took to the skies. Zhuangzhou paid no mind, uncertain if the puppet deity would continue to play. The reality mode was quite exhausting. The puppet had neither logged off nor resumed ranking matches. Li Hao, though not fatigued, found himself in need of a restroom break. The EMP hall continued to replay exhilarating highlights, and the recent official analysis was but a cursory glance. In truth, there were numerous intricacies within that required significant practice for an average military academy student. Even among A-level military students, the disparity between top-tier experts and regular students remained substantial. After genetic adjustments, the upper limits had indeed expanded. Typically, elite experts entered special forces or high-level positions, while conventional troops still required a plethora of talent. Nai, what are your thoughts? Gao Yunfeng observed Zhou Nei, unimpressed by this internet celebrity. One could excel online, yet it bore little significance offline, two realms entirely apart. Observing their fervor, he mused that, in the face of the S tournament, it was hardly worth mentioning. Zhou Nei glanced at the gentlemanly rogue Gao and decisively shook her head. Captain Gao, we shall meet on the battlefield. Nai, why persist in this way? I perceive you as a wise and composed individual. Knowing defeat is inevitable, why tread a path of futility? Gao Yunfeng implored Zhou Nei. Captain Gao, please conduct yourself with decorum. Zhou Nei brusquely brushed off his hand. Gao Yunfeng maintained his smile. Nai, even if you are upset with me, do not jest with your future. Before he could finish, a heavy hand clapped on his shoulder. Were it not for the audience present, Gao Yunfeng might have struck him with a punch, letting him understand why flowers bloom so red. What are you doing, Captain Gao? Show some respect to our class leader. Li Hao interjected, his damp hand clasping Gao Yunfeng's. If you so enjoy handshakes, why not mention it sooner? Every time I finish in the restroom, I long for someone to wipe my hands. Oh, shake hands. Gao Yunfeng, feeling nauseated, quickly recoiled at Li Hao. Was it? Disappear at once. Li Hao chuckled. Class leader, what transpired? For reasons unknown, upon seeing Li Hao, Zhou Nei felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Captain Gao wishes for our team to surrender, else we face dissolution. Captain Gao, are you truly so fearful of losing in the campus tournament? Why not say so earlier? A lighter touch would suffice. Li Hao waved his hand in resignation. Li Hao, who do you think you are? Are you still dwelling on your meager kindergarten accomplishments? I advise you to use your brain. I am the captain of the first team, responsible for its welfare. Tianjing's military emphasizes fairness. Only the most capable teams can represent Tianjing in battle. Yet, I believe Nai and her team possess great potential, hence my desire for them to join. You, however, are insignificant. Do not meddle here. Gao Yunfeng argued with conviction, looking down at Li Hao. Li Hao chuckled. Captain Gao, truly impressive, standing atop a moral high ground, throwing around such shameless rhetoric with artistry. I concur with your assertion that only formidable teams may represent Tianjing. Next week's campus tournament will reveal all. Can you foresee the future? Last year's poor performance was due to humility, perhaps? Gao Yunfeng's expression darkened. Li Hao's status was unworthy of conversing with him, and arguing would only diminish his own worth. He turned to Zhou Nei. Nai, do you share this sentiment? Captain Zhou, I have already made myself clear. We shall let our strength speak for itself. Their conversation grew heated. as Zhou Nei was not one to waver. "Excellent, you are all commendable. See you next week." Gao Yunfeng, with a dismissive gesture, departed, genuinely angered by their lack of appreciation. Once he had left, Zhou Nei sighed in relief, feeling as though air had been let out of her. As a former captain, Gao Yunfeng had exerted considerable pressure upon her, especially since she was aware of the combat circumstances. However, joining Gao Yunfeng's team was utterly out of the question, even if it took another year. She would wait. "Class leader, do not wear such a troubled expression. It is but a minor issue. Next week, we shall teach them a lesson," Li Hao encouraged. Zhou Nei, bemused, replied, "Thank you, but you are also aware of our team's current predicament." "I know, Left Xiaotang mentioned you are in need of a member. I can step in, playing any position, and guarantee victory," Li Hao declared, patting his chest. Zhou Nei couldn't help but smile. Indeed, having achieved an S rating, his aura was different. Li, people have underestimated you, but it is profoundly unfair. The principal has informed me that you cannot represent Tianjing in the S tournament. For a military academy student, lacking strength is one thing. Possessing it yet being barred from participation is a blatant suppression. If one cannot compete, subjecting another to such an event is nothing short of bullying. Li Hao patted Zhou Nei's shoulder. "Class leader, what are you pondering? Isn't it a good opportunity to showcase your talents? You have assisted me greatly. I have not been shy about it. Such trifles are inconsequential. Come, as a class leader, one must exhibit generosity. I have recently come into a bit of fortune. Allow me to treat you to supper." Li Hao was aware that the class had a communal activity fund, to which everyone contributed, yet his portion was covered by Zhou Nei. Understanding his family circumstances, Zhou Nei had refrained from mentioning it, a recurring theme. Encountering such kindness, failing to contribute felt inhumane. How would one dare to borrow money in the future? As Li Hao walked ahead, he remained oblivious to the slight redness around Zhou Nei's eyes. Chapter 65. Responsibility. When everyone gathered, Zhou Nei suddenly felt that no issue was insurmountable. Li Hao possessed an inexplicable ability to instill tranquility. Briefly outlining their situation, she conveyed that their circumstances were dire, and if anyone wished to leave, she would understand. At most, they would wait a year, and losing was not an option. "I joined solely because of the class leader," Left Xiaotang remarked, revealing his propensity to relax. Without the class leader's oversight, he would have long since abandoned ship. His long-range talent had only flourished due to the class leader's consistent encouragement. Night Tong cast a sidelong glance at Li Hao. Her alluring lips pursed slightly. "What are you thinking? Now that Li Hao has joined, our sole consideration should be how to annihilate them." Night Tong's eyes sparkled with lethal intent. The pent-up energy stirred a sense of frustration akin to a tiger cornered. She had immense faith in Li Hao's abilities. Even if he retained only half of his former strength, it would suffice, as he had not diminished much in skill. "I express my gratitude to all my brothers and sisters for their trust. Come, let us toast to my return as a king. Tonight, I shall treat. So let us all try to eat a little less." Li Hao attempted to boast, for Night Tong's unwavering confidence would surely uplift morale. Everyone raised their glasses. "Eat less?" The laughter erupted. "That was out of the question, boss. I want more dishes. The more expensive, the better." Li Hao's lips curled slightly, and Zhou Nei smiled with ease, having not laughed in quite some time. Suddenly, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Now, they needed only to prepare wholeheartedly for next week's campus tournament. Despite the time constraints, her heart brimmed with motivation. This was the atmosphere and cohesion she desired. Regardless of the opponent's strength, they were filled with yearning. Time remained, yet they needed to find a formidable training partner to hone their skills. Marco Polo's second team had ceased operations. Where could they find suitable practice in such a short span? Night Tong remarked casually, "Night Tong, we are currently enjoying a meal. Let us discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow. At least we are familiar with one another," Left Xiaotang interjected, adhering to his principle of not carrying today's worries into tomorrow. "Little fatty, when your sister is speaking, refrain from interrupting. From now on, address me as senior sister, understood?" Night Tong exclaimed, her eyes widening. Left Xiaotang, cowed by Night Tong's imposing demeanor, dared not retort, yet in front of his comrades. He refused to back down, opting instead to bury his head in food. Li Hao chimed in, dialing Tianjing, and after a while, the other end finally answered. "Second brother, what are you doing? Everyone is online, and we are still waiting," Robbie shouted, clearly impatient. It had been over 20 minutes since they had last seen him. Did he log off? Has your team had any practice recently? Join us for a few training matches, Li Hao suggested. As they needed to synchronize their teamwork, oh my gosh, second brother, you're forming a team? Oh my gosh, no problem, just go easy on us. Robbie on the other side appeared more excited than Li Hao. Sensing the return of the legendary Li Mo, I am merely a team member. You need only bring your A game and coordinate a bit. You know, alright, just like that. After hanging up Tianjing, Li Hao recalled that EMP had yet to log off. He promptly opened Tianjing and logged EMP out. Zhou Neiyi and the others gazed at Li Hao, impressed by how swiftly he had secured a training partner. Li Hao, Gao Yunfeng's team is still quite formidable. We cannot simply choose anyone. Robbie's Puma should suffice, right? Li Hao savored a piece of kidney, the delightful crunch echoing in the air. The dining table fell into an abrupt silence, with everyone exchanging glances. The A-level military academy of the Cougars, ranked among the top 10 by use. Only Yi Tong, slightly dissatisfied, wrinkled her little nose and huffed. Robbie, that young fellow, had previously been the steadfast shadow of the second brother. A sycophant, the puppeteer's grand victory would not be publicized in other federations. While Nup might still emerge, it would merely be a mocking superiority, and in ROM, it was directly suppressed. Indeed, such feats were truly the domain of Martian talents. And no one was particularly surprised, concocting all manner of bizarre excuses that, of course, on Earth, this had captured the spotlight in the EMP section, as it had been a long time since such a remarkable warrior had emerged. There was even a curious phenomenon of over 500,000 VIPs paying to watch the replay late at night, truly exhilarating. That so-called arc step spinning kick was indeed a delight. However, the puppeteer was offline afterward, yet everyone was eager to watch the replay and engage in lively discussions. In response, a Martian streamer claimed that the puppeteer had actually lost, suffering internal injuries, and was rushed to the hospital. Such an absurd deduction surprisingly garnered the approval of most Martians. The Ghost Martial sect was known for its lethality, and it was clear that Satu Tian had restrained himself at a critical moment. Yet the shameless Earthlings had seized the opportunity to attack at that moment. Zhuang Zhou felt his worldview wobble. Should such individuals be remade? Meanwhile, Zhou Neiyi, having finished her morning classes, stood before Long Danny. Zhou Neiyi realized that her previous approach had been flawed. She had wavered when she should have stood firm, and she no longer felt like herself. However, after coming to a realization yesterday, she felt enlightened. In life, one must bear responsibilities and make decisive choices. Principal, Li Hao has returned to the team. Tianjing's mechanized warfare needs him, and the squad requires his leadership. I wish for him to be the captain, Zhou Neiyi stated with earnest determination. Long Danny regarded Zhou Neiyi without much surprise. Oh? Share your thoughts. Li Hao is exceptionally strong. I do not believe he is inferior to Yi Tong or Musashi. You are aware that he was once selected for the Solar System Youth class. In terms of character, he possesses the demeanor and resilience of a leader, Zhou Neiyi explained. In fact, from the first year, although Li Hao did not stand out, upon reflection, every activity he participated in was successful. During various physical events like tug-of-war and cross-country, Class 16 consistently triumphed. In the dormitory, Musashi and the others affectionately called him Brother Hao, which clearly stemmed not just from age but from the respect he commanded through his character and actions. Is that all? Long Danny replied nonchalantly. You need not worry about his abilities. He has received an S-level evaluation in individual testing, and his EMP score has surpassed 1500, meeting all criteria, Zhou Neiyi asserted. Long Danny shook her head slightly. You know his issue lies not there. Even if you win, he might still be unable to participate in the S competition, potentially preventing you from competing as well. Have you considered this? Principal, I have given it serious thought. We cannot accept the rationale of being unable to compete. Some matters are beyond our control, yet we have all unanimously decided that we are a team, willing to fight together and bear any consequences. If we cannot shoulder even this, we do not deserve to win, Zhou Neiyi declared resolutely. Long Danny silently observed. Zhou Neiyi, if you have made your decision, then go forth and execute it. Do not consult me on every matter. However, I will remind you, eloquence is futile. Let your actions speak. The campus competition next week will see the losing team disbanded. Yes, Principal. In that moment, all previous worries were cast aside, and Zhou Neiyi felt invigorated. After Zhou Neiyi departed, Long Danny smiled faintly, sensing a glimmer of potential. After a while, she gathered her thoughts and contacted Tianjing. Teacher,
I apologize for the intrusion, but regarding that matter from before, this student's abilities are truly impressive, with great potential. Yes, I am quite certain. They are all my students, as principal. I am willing to assume all consequences. Yes, thank you for your support. Tianjing's mechanized warfare will undoubtedly shine as a gem in the S competition. To accomplish a task, it is not about reliance on one another, but rather a group of like-minded individuals striving together. Upon learning of Li Hao's return, Tianjing's second team suddenly regained their spirit. During afternoon training, everyone arrived punctually. Zhou Nei felt invigorated, even though they had completely lost any chance of retreat against the first team. Rather, she had relinquished all unnecessary escape routes. Having made a decision, they needed to carve out a path. If they could not even surpass Gao Yunfeng, how could they expect to achieve results in the S competition? Everyone, we have circled back to unite once more. The campus competition next week will determine our fate. Today, I have an announcement. In light of my prior performance and self-reflection, I have decided to step down as team captain and personally nominate Li Hao to take over. If anyone else wishes to be captain, please voice your opinion for a collective vote, Zhou Nei proclaimed. Ahem, class leader, that doesn't seem right, Li Hao said, bewildered. His individual circumstances could only offer minor assistance. How had it transformed into this? Li Hao, don't be so quick to dismiss it. Does anyone have objections? Zhou Nei effectively set Li aside, displaying her authoritative presence as class leader. Hey, brother Hao is already the dorm leader. I have no objections, Musashi raised his hand. I support it. Xiaotang chimed in. Humph, he better be proactive. Having him as my captain would barely suffice, Yitong said with a hint of pride, yet deep down. She was in favor, unable to accept Li Hao settling for mediocrity to Li Hao. With great power comes great responsibility, and in every aspect, you are more suited to be captain than I am. We will support you in fighting for the same goal. This was Zhou Nei's well-considered decision, and once she had clarity, her confidence surged. Li Hao was at a loss for words. Class leader, everyone knows my situation. I might drag everyone down into failure, Li Hao. That is a matter for the principal and use, not ours as warriors. We must showcase our strength and prove ourselves capable. I truly do not believe that those with talent can be overlooked. Zhou Nei stated resolutely, regaining her spirited class leader demeanor. With her newfound identity, her thoughts crystallized. Everyone gazed at Li Hao with eager anticipation, as if expecting him to treat them. Li Hao sensed the pressure. Well, if he continued to refuse, it would seem pretentious. Since everyone had voiced their opinions, he decided to take action. If he performed poorly, he could always be replaced. He chuckled. Musashi and Xiaotang applauded, but before they could finish, the door was kicked open, and a person strolled in leisurely. Though the atmosphere of this motley crew is quite pleasant, but relying on you all to defeat Gao Yunfeng is akin to dreaming. Hua Ying entered with a sardonic grin, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Zhou Nei, you are well aware that you all cannot defeat Gao Yunfeng, and he has not granted you any preparation time. The match is next week, leaving only 4 to 5 days. Only I, Hua Ying, can lead you to the pinnacle of your lives. At that moment, Hua Ying brimmed with confidence, feeling ready to soar into the skies. Chapter 66. Persuasion with force. He had prepared to educate the future team members, yet the anticipated outrage was absent. Even the sharp-tongued Yitong seemed subdued by his imposing presence. Zhou Nei smiled slightly and shrugged. Our captain now is Li Hao. He calls the shots. What? What nonsense is this? Him? Huang frowned. I thought you were clever. You couldn't possibly choose someone like him. Forget it. I won't bully you all. Let me be your captain. And we'll devise strategies to ensure we take down Gao Yunfeng. The others remained silent. All eyes on Li Hao. Li Hao smiled faintly. I also believe you make a compelling argument. Our team has a rule. The strongest becomes captain. How about we have a 1v1 match? If you win, the captaincy is yours. Haha, good. I like straightforwardness. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy the spoils. Gao Yunfeng's era is over. Hua Ying heralds the new era of Tianjing's mechanized warfare. Yitong couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of this large oath. Hua Ying shot a sideways glance at Yitong. Yitong, I know you are unconvinced. Since I'm here today, I will fulfill everyone's wishes. Well, whatever, let's get started. Yitong frowned. Is this guy a fool? No wonder Gao Yunfeng wanted to get rid of him. Who can stand this brain and accent? Li Hao and Hua Ying entered the battle room. Why waste time with him? He has someone even Gao Yunfeng doesn't want, Yitong remarked. Zhou Nei smiled slightly. This person may have some issues, but he possesses strength. He is arguably the most formidable heavy armor user in our school. Although heavy armor is currently not the mainstream choice, Zhou Nei believed Li Hao understood that Hua Ying was in his third year, with an EMP score exceeding 1800, quite impressive. For the team to advance, they would certainly need substitutes. On the other hand, everyone was eager to witness Li Hao's prowess in mechanized combat. Hey, just so you know, I want to take advantage of you with my mecha. Hua Ying exclaimed. Just the same as you, Li Hao replied. Oh kid, you have some guts, that's impressive. With that courage, you could even get a drink from the water cooler. Let's go, Dragon God Tea. An earthling must use earthling tactics. A true man uses heavy armor. Hua Ying showcased a remarkable display of solid muscles. His stature was indeed impressive, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 280 pounds. With not an ounce of fat to be found and an exceptionally low body fat percentage. His skin was a deep shade of ebony. It was said that during his preparatory class, he had nearly become involved with a gang, but was later discovered and sent to Tianjing's Mecha Combat Academy, where he joined the Tianjing battle team. However, he had been afforded few opportunities to demonstrate his abilities. This was partly due to the rapid combat pace instigated by Inyupi, and perhaps also due to his temperament. Gao Yunfeng likely believed that despite Hua Ying's foolishness, he could still be of use. But this year, he had become entirely superfluous. Boom, boom. 2 mecha warriors entered the fray. The mighty 120-ton Longshan Ti made its appearance, exuding an aura of dominance. Unlike the armored tiger, the Longshan Ti was primarily enhanced for assault capabilities. Able to be equipped with 2 Gatling machine guns, titanium rifles, and defensive shields, do not accuse me of bullying you. Let us test our skills and show you the captain's prowess, Hua Ying declared. Opting not to choose a weapon, he was exceedingly confident in his close combat abilities, firmly grasping the essence of strength, especially in front of the ladies. Li Hao smiled and also refrained from selecting a weapon. As the battle commenced, bang, Li Hao's Longshan Yi launched forth like a projectile, delivering a powerful punch. Hua Ying couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of this challenger, daring to confront him head-on. Almost simultaneously, they executed a flash attack, but at the moment of imminent contact, Hua Ying sensed something amiss. Roar bang. Hua Ying's Longshan Ti was sent crashing to the ground. Yi Tong and the others exchanged glances. Discerning the intricacies of the encounter, while they both attempted simultaneous strikes, Li Hao evaded Hua Ying's attack, landing a direct hit on him instead. This Hua Ying possesses some skill, Musashi remarked. Overconfidence had led him astray. He attempted to use a pendulum maneuver to evade Li Hao's assault, but Li Hao employed a more comprehensive high-elbow swinging punch that even Hua Ying could not dodge perfectly. This nuance surpasses 10 years of experience. Yi Tong stated coolly. Hua Ying's mind was buzzing. What had just transpired? With his control, he should have been able to evade in an instant. How had he been toppled? Smacking his own head to regain clarity. He thought that didn't count. He wasn't prepared yet. One more time. Hua Ying bellowed. Very well, let's go again. The two returned to the battlefield, still pitted against each other in Longshan Ti suits. This time, Hua Ying's fate was even more severe. Li Hao's Longshan machine executed a heavy assault, forcing Hua Ying's Longshan to fly backward, while the overwhelming internal shockwave annihilated the pilot. Clearly, Li Hao sought to establish his dominance, not over others, but specifically over Hua Ying. He shared the same sentiment as Zhou Nei. The team needed Hua Ying. Musashi could take on a dual role, but in confrontations with skilled opponents, a substitute was essential, and heavy armor could not be overlooked. However, a rebellious spirit like Hua Ying, if not subdued, could pose a dilemma. Again, I refused to accept defeat. After regaining some composure, Hua Ying shouted furiously, "Is this some kind of ghost? Is he stronger than me?" In the third round, Hua Ying focused all his energy and initiated an attack. Yet, Li Hao's Longshan executed a sweeping side kick, knocking Hua Ying down and landing a punch on the cockpit eye. In that fleeting moment, Hua Ying felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beating on his forehead. But the Longshan's iron fist halted just before impact. "Will you yield?" Li Hao asked, genuinely enjoying this exchange. If one refused to submit, he would fight until they did. Hua Ying's hair stood on end. Finally realizing that it was not carelessness, this individual named Li Hao was genuinely formidable, a hidden boss, and a wonder Zhou Nei had relinquished his captaincy, and why Musashi and Yi Tong had no objections. "I yield, of course I yield, Captain. Accept me. I can do anything, even watch the water cooler." Hua Ying proclaimed as he eagerly removed his sensory device. The others exchanged glances, while Yi Tong looked at Zhou Nei, seemingly questioning whether this fool had always been like this and whether they should truly keep him. Li Hao stepped forward, stating, "We don't have a water cooler to watch. Everyone who enters is a comrade. Just abide by the team's rules." Hua Ying nodded vigorously, "Sure, whatever it takes to keep me here. I'll do anything." Li Hao glanced at Zhou Nei, offering a faint smile. "Our team has no strict rules. From now on, we are one unit." Hua Ying was momentarily taken aback, expecting to be put through trials, but instead, he scratched his head. "How much do I need to pay? What fee?" Li Hao was puzzled. "Is there no team fee?" Hua Ying pressed. Zhou Nei chuckled. "This IS&T team won. We don't have that concept here." Li Hao awkwardly closed his mouth. "Well, fine. If there are no rules and the captain is this impressive, I am convinced, even if I have to be a substitute." Hua Ying thumped his chest confidently. "Everyone on our team is a main player, and everyone is a substitute, adjusted according to the opponent's lineup. Now, take a breather. You'll be on stage soon," Li Hao instructed. Upon hearing this, Hua Ying's enthusiasm ignited. "Captain, I don't need a break. Nothing else, just strong physique. It's a piece of cake. Who's the opponent? I enjoy fighting the strong. Against the weak, I can take on two." Li Hao. He had just struck hard, and this big fellow's recovery ability was impressive. "The Puma team, let us see how you perform. Hopefully, you can take on 5. Yi Tong said with a smile. Hua Ying remained carefree. "Puma or African cat, it doesn't matter. Just hand it over." "The Puma, the one from the S-Class Military Academy? Is there any other?" Yi Tong replied. "Haha, that's even better. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the fight. Who's afraid?" Hua Ying continued to thump his chest. Li Hao clapped his hands. "All right, we've arranged 3 matches. I in the first match. We'll go with 1-2-3-5. I'll team up with Xiaotang as the dual sniper combo, and the squad leader remains in position 3. Yi Tong and Musashi were both eager to participate, and Li Hao glanced at them. "Musashi, you're in position 2. Hua Ying, you're in position 1. I oppose," Yi Tong exclaimed, glaring at Li Hao. "You're letting him go? This hulking brute is all looks and no substance." Hua Ying felt slightly insulted, but Yi Tong was an U superstar. Everyone turned their gaze to Li Hao, for even Hua Ying had not anticipated being thrust into action. Everyone was given a chance to enter. It was merely a rehearsal for the lineup. "Or would you like to take my place?" Yi Tong glared at Li Hao like a little tiger, seething as she sat beside him. "All right, let us briefly discuss the dual sniper tactic. Hua Ying, your role is to draw fire. You need not kill enemies, just defend and distract. Musashi, your task is to protect Hua Ying, ensuring he isn't overwhelmed. Nei, you will manage midfield, adjusting according to the enemy's tactics to safeguard either the front or back lines. Overall, we will adopt a defensive counterattack strategy," Li Hao explained with a smile. "Coward," Yi Tong interjected from the side, her words spilling out like a small white tooth. Li Hao was clearly targeting her. Without her, how could they possibly defeat the Puma? This was no second-rate team akin to Marco Polo's. The Puma team was also preparing. "Brothers, let us stay sharp for the upcoming match. Don't bring shame to the Puma." "Give it your all," Robbie declared, waving his hand. "Boss, what is this?" "The second team from Tianjing Mecha Combat Academy. We could wipe them out with our eyes closed," Mil 3 remarked with a scoff. "I hope so." "Let us just fight and see," Robbie replied. "Boss, something feels off. Is there an ambush?" "Let us keep it under wraps for now. I can't be sure. We'll just have to fight it out." This second team has both Musashi and Yi Tong, 2 superstars. While they may lack in team combat experience, their individual strength is undeniable. Hee, I love teaching superstars a lesson. Chapter 67. The first experience time passed, and both teams entered the combat system. Tianjing Mecha Combat Academy second team. Hua Ying, position 1, Longshan T Musashi, position 2, Longshan C Zhou Nei, position 3, Longshan E Li Hao, position 5. Grey Reapers was Xiaotang, position 5, Grey Reaper Puma team. Anku, position 2, Silver Fox Mecha Mil 3, position 2, Silver Fox Mecha Robbie, position 3, Longshan E-Type Lysis, position 3. Gale 0 Loci, position 5, Eagle Eye Mecha Combat Scenario. Urban the transport aircraft hovered over the city. Anku, Mil 3, you 1T need to worry about anything. Just take out the enemy snipers. Remember, don't get entangled in battle. Securing the sniper positions is all that matters. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to us. Those two snipers across the way must be terrified. As both mecha warriors touched down, they advanced towards the center circle. With an extra heavy unit, their speed was incomparable, showcasing the drawbacks of heavy armor. This was also the reason Gao Yunfeng had ultimately dismissed Huaying. Such a unit was truly of little use. Unlike Musashi, who could maneuver, Huaying excelled solely in heavy mech combat. The two sides began to push forward, with Huaying's Longshanti acting as the spearhead, bracing against incoming attacks, while the two vanguards from the Puma began to flank. Hee, the enemy has grand plans, using a heavy unit to draw fire. Forget about that. We'll just eliminate the ones in the back. Losai, you needn't bother with the heavy unit. Just let him do as he pleases. Robbie chuckled, fully aware of Li Hao's strength. However, team combat was a different matter altogether. Coordinating with the Puma was a world apart from working with a bunch of rookies. Although they might lack finesse, the Puma team could seamlessly collaborate with Li Hao, often intuitively grasping his intentions and effectively entangling their opponents. This exemplified a mature team dynamic, while a group of newcomers, even with two superstars, would ultimately be ineffective. The positions of both mobile warriors are swiftly shifting, with the American Lion team maintaining a slightly superior formation. For Li Hao and Xiaotang, their task involves mobile combat. They cannot afford to be passive. Huaying, remember, your primary objective is not to attack, but to defend. However, if the enemy ignores you, feel free to strike, Li Hao instructed. Understood, Captain, leave it to me, Huaying replied confidently. Although in truth, his hands trembled slightly, he had accompanied Team Tianjing to the world competition, yet never had the chance to participate, merely serving as a cheerleader. During regular team training, he often found himself relegated to the role of a substitute against significant opponents, only playing in less critical matches alongside other substitutes. This was, remarkably, his first encounter with a star team like the American Lions. Huaying resolutely slapped his own head, urging himself to focus. He was uncertain why Li Hao had chosen him, but he was determined to showcase his true abilities. Indeed, Huaying's Dragon God Ti had entered the anticipated firefight zone without encountering any attacks, while Musashi and Zhou Nei faced an ambush from Robbie and Lursus. Robbie's Dragon God fighter struck Musashi, causing him to stagger. "Are you Musashi? Come, let me see what you're capable of," Robbie boasted, confident in his abilities, as he was a seasoned veteran, having been a rising star in his first year and quickly proving himself. With a swift maneuver, Musashi quietly launched his counterattack, adhering to the Musashi family-as principle. If you can act, don't just talk. The two mobile warriors collided, while Lursus engaged Zhou Nei, who felt an overwhelming pressure. This was entirely different from her experiences with Team Marco Polo. Her skills within Tianjing's mecha division were commendable, yet against the elite use team, her advantages had evaporated, as she was immediately subdued by Lursus. "Brother Hao, should I assist?" Zhou Nei asked. "No need, it's just a practice match. The two vanguards opposite are likely targeting us, I'll draw their attention. Then follow the usual strategy," Li Hao replied. "Will that work?" Xiaotang asked nervously. Both he and Li Hao specialized in sniping, and though they had practiced entertaining combinations privately, their opponent was the American Lions. "We'll find out once we engage," Li Hao reassured him. Li Hao was aware that the opposing snipers were also waiting for their positions. He fired a shot at Lursus, but missed. Although Lursus was engaged with Zhou Nei, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, carefully considering his tactical angles, leaving little room for the enemy snipers to exploit. This was one of the advantages of urban warfare. Any significant openings were usually anticipated by skilled pilots, as expected. The enemy fell for the ruse. Robbie quickly identified the general position of the opponents and swiftly maneuvered to a more advantageous location, while Mir San and Robbie executed a swift ambush. Huaying, feeling somewhat lost, grew anxious. "Damn it, who do they think they are? I need to find someone to engage." He directed his Dragon God Ti towards Robbie, determined to confront the strongest adversary. Before long, Mir San and Anku pinpointed the position of the enemy sniper, and Anku charged forward. The moment he revealed himself, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Anku barely had time to react. The opposing team unleashed a devastating barrage that obliterated him. What a thrill! Xiaotang and Li Hao faced another silver fox, while Mir San stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the ferocity of his opponents. Realizing he needed to evade, he quickly assessed his surroundings, but he was caught in the crossfire of a precise barrage. Meanwhile, Robbie was scouting for a position, finally discovering a place from which he could fire. However, Just as he set up his sniper rifle, he found Li Hao already waiting for him. Boom! Robbie effortlessly handled the 2-on-1 situation, while Zhou Nei found herself in a precarious position. Though their opponents had already lost 3 members. "You go help Musashi," Li Hao instructed, his focus shifting towards Zhou Nei. Robbie and Lursus sensed the impending threat. Typically, a sniper of average skill would pose little risk, but it was clear that the opposing snipers were anything but ordinary. Lursus began to realize something. Indeed, a feeling akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent emerged, and he could sense a momentary hesitation in his movements. Zhou Nei astutely recognized this and intensified her offensive. Yet, the sniper rifle remained silent, while Lursus continued to feel that unsettling sensation. He was being targeted, yet no shot was fired. Zhou Nei's movements became increasingly fluid as she regained her rhythm. On the other side, Robbie remained relentless, unyielding in the face of Musashi and Hua Ying's persistent assaults, displaying remarkable agility and control, leaving Zhou Xiaotang with no opportunity to take aim. This was true prowess, capable of both offense and defense. Multitasking with finesse. This is what defines a top-tier mobile warrior. 1 individual stood firm against 3 opponents, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Below, Yitong watched anxiously, realizing that the large black figure was utterly ineffective. His charges could only exhaust Robbie's stamina, but for elite warriors, stamina was never in short supply. Moreover, he had disrupted Musashi's rhythm, preventing any coordinated strikes. Only those of comparable skill could effectively collaborate. Had she and Musashi attacked together, Robbie would have been unable to withstand them. To be fair, Robbie was formidable. Even in such moments, he still had the presence of mind to consider the sniper's positions. Meanwhile, Lursus continually shifted his location, attempting to shake off the sniper's lock, and no matter how he repositioned, he felt an unwavering focus from the enemy. Was it an illusion? Zhou Nei launched her assault, swift strike. At that moment, the sniper rifle fired. This shot perfectly coordinated with Zhou Nei's strike, the positioning and angle impeccably aligned, leaving Lursus with no option but to choose, be slashed or be shot. He opted for the former, preferring at least to die with clarity. Robbie executed a swift counter, immediately following with a powerful advance, making a sharp turn, and fled. From the reactions of his teammates, he realized a grave issue. Initially, it was merely a practice match, where victory or defeat held little significance. Thus, Robbie intentionally refrained from disclosing the identities of the opponents. However, a humiliating defeat to Team Tianjing 2 would severely undermine his team's morale and confidence. What was once inconsequential now felt crucial. He could not afford to lose. The prowess of the second-in-command was unquestionable. Had they been piloting other combat mechas, the match would have concluded by now. But he was in a dragon god, and if Robbie could get close, victory would be within reach. The communications of the dragon god mecha were entirely shut down. Without auxiliary reconnaissance mechas, locating their positions was impossible. Musashi pursued closely. At this juncture, heavy armor proved ineffective. The team held an unprecedented advantage, and all he needed to do was keep Robbie in his sights for victory to be assured. Team 2 desperately required a decisive triumph, especially against the American Lions. At that moment, as Robbie turned a corner, he suddenly charged forth, swift strike. His movements were so practiced that there was no hint of hesitation as he effortlessly dispatched the unsuspecting Musashi. Hua Ying, who had been in hot pursuit, fearlessly surged forward, his titanium spear aimed at Robbie, believing that his moment to shine had arrived. Robbie charged as well, realizing his time was running short. Chapter 68. Profound and unfathomable, the dragon god heavy armor thundered forward. The titanium spear thrusting towards Robbie. However, Robbie's dragon god executed a low, ground-hugging arc slice, severing one of Hua Ying's legs. With a swift motion, he countered, dispatching the now off-balance dragon god T, and without a moment's hesitation, dove into a nearby corridor. Regaining his breath, Robbie allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The thrill was intoxicating. Slaying Musashi had proven arduous. This lad truly embodied the essence of a rising star. Nearly turning the tables with a counterattack, but Robbie was quicker. A few seconds later, the Dragon God fighter resumed its silent advance, engines shut down, relying solely on physical movement to conceal its actions as effectively as possible. The safe zone continued to shrink, with 2 snipers and a Dragon God in play. It was a challenging situation. Zhou Xiaotang was also searching for the last remaining opponent, clearly sensing that victory was all but assured. However, his position had already been detected by Robbie. Shouting's resolve was notably weak, barely qualifying as adequate. As the dragon god advanced, Shouting found himself with no means of retreat. He fired a shot. But Robbie evaded it effortlessly, resulting in Xiaotong's elimination in mere minutes. The once dominant American Lions suddenly regained their composure, as Robbie showcased his remarkable skills. Now, only Li Hao and Zhou Nei remained. Li Hao's whereabouts were unknown. But Zhou Nei had arrived just as Xiaotong fell. She needed to buy time for Li Hao. Facing Zhou Nei's dragon god Robbie initially fell silent. In that moment, he felt no imminent threat, thus remaining outside of Li Hao's attack range. Given the speed of the second in command, it could be mere seconds before he was targeted, perhaps even the next instant. Suddenly, Robbie felt a suffocating pressure and fear. But it awakened an unprecedented desire to win. He was the captain of the American Lions, and retreat was not an option. They charged forward, the two mobile warriors clashing in a narrow encounter, simultaneously executing swift strikes. Robbie's titanium blade locked against Zhou Nei's edge, emitting a piercing sound as sparks flew, the titanium blade cutting through Zhou Nei's weapon with precision. In that moment, Robbie's pupils flared with intensity, his strength surging unexpectedly. Although his momentum appeared to wane, a single roar erupted from him, the mecha creaking ominously as he unleashed his full power, overwhelming Zhou Nei. The titanium blade forcefully penetrated, tearing through the dragon god's frame. With a swift double-cross slash, Robbie cleaved through the dragon god without a hint of joy. He felt that familiar sensation returning. Yet he no longer feared it. An unprecedented fighting spirit enveloped him. He could win. Do not speak of Tianjing. Even the members of the Cougars are tightly clenching their fists. Indeed, after being soundly defeated, the Cougars find themselves in a state of bewilderment. They have sensed the familiar scent. The sniper across from them is the very booster they had discovered. But what of it? Their opponent is merely the second team from Tianjing. Although they were caught off guard, a defeat remains a defeat. This moment, Robbie steps forward, dispatching 4 foes in quick succession. This is their captain. Robbie is aptly nicknamed the Mad Lion for his ability to summon an unimaginable fighting spirit even in seemingly hopeless battles against Inupi, conquering many with his audacity and determination to topple the mighty. Now, the captain is set to confront this individual head-on. Robbie's dragon god mech retreats at once, engines roaring, shaking off the shackles of disadvantage. Every member of Tianjing is wholly focused. The situation has evidently turned dire. Li Hao locates Robbie, but Robbie has also discerned Li Hao's position. A resolute Mad Lion is on the hunt, his heart racing with the thrill of challenging Li Hao. This is a sensation that outsiders cannot fathom. 5 years ago, during that tragic incident, Robbie was among the fallen, having been brutally struck down, powerless to retaliate as he watched Nangong perish. It was only when Li Hao arrived, embodying a demonic presence, that the memory became etched in his mind. That was his target, his idol, and now a flicker of victory ignites within him. The two mechs are separated by a street, perpetually in pursuit. The performance of the Grey Reaper is evidently inferior to that of the Dragon God. However, why is the Dragon God the one retreating? Shouldn't it be the Dragon God pursuing the Grey Reaper? Both teams are filled with questions. Musashi and Lilis are equally perplexed. Robbie's state is exceptionally strong, and at such a distance, both sides have identified one another's positions. The Dragon God holds a clear advantage. Why not charge forward? Yitong observes intently. As an onlooker, she remains the most lucid. Initially, both were holding back. She understands that Li Hao's decision to allow Hua Ying to engage is a method to build confidence in him while assessing his capabilities. She deliberately aims to make Li Hao uncomfortable. However, as Robbie consecutively slays Musashi and Zhou Nei, the atmosphere shifts. If her instincts are correct, Robbie has now entered the golden zone. After S10, this realm is what every mech warrior dreams of, the pinnacle of power. Yet, why is he retreating? Robbie is not fleeing. He is seeking an opportunity. Li Hao is not intimidated. He can sense the pressure that enveloped him earlier. It is clear that an attack is imminent. In the realm of elite fighters, notions of advantageous or disadvantageous conditions do not exist. Intuition reigns supreme. Thus, he retreats, knowing Li Hao will pursue him in this urban chase. The Grey Reaper can undoubtedly fire 4 shots. And Robbie must select the optimal moment. Li Hao's matrix point shot blind sniping is no trivial matter. Robbie is struck with horror upon reviewing the post-match analysis. This kind of blind shot has reached an appalling level, but he is confident he can evade 3 shots. After those 3, the opportunity will be his. As they continue their pursuit, they approach the narrowest part of the street. This is the moment Robbie has been waiting for. The crimson hue in his pupils is growing ever more vivid. With a whoosh, the dragon god dashes forth, while simultaneously, the Grey Reaper unleashes its strike. Blind shot. Matrix point shot. Boom, boom, boom. In rapid succession, the dragon god mech arcs to dodge the first shot, executes a low-center dive to evade the second, and tilts its head to avoid the third, moving like a flickering paper. The spectators are left dumbfounded. Such remarkable insight. At this instant, everything feels exquisitely clear, as if experiencing a divine encounter. Every movement aligns with his intent, entering an unprecedented combat state, with a singular thought remaining in his mind: defeat him. There is no time for a 4th shot. As the dragon god evades, it maintains its momentum. If the Grey Reaper insists on firing a 4th shot, it would require a direct kill. Otherwise, how could a mere Grey contend with the dragon god? The Mad Lion Robbie's dragon god. With a whoosh, the Grey Reaper retreats into the shadowed recesses of the building. For the dragon god, it is merely a matter of turning the corner. Once he does, the Grey Reaper is doomed. Theoretically, the Grey still possesses a chance to take a peek at the dragon god. Robbie is acutely aware, his senses tingling with the intense threat and murderous intent, while his desire for victory has reached its zenith, to conquer the idol he once revered. The Cougars are tightly clutching their fists. This sniper, once a comrade, has now become their adversary. The sensation is terrifying, easily forming a psychological shadow. Yet, if their captain can eliminate him, all would transform into the Cougars' confidence, unquestionably possible. Meanwhile, silence envelopes Tianjing. The speed and momentum of the dragon god have reached their zenith. Robbie can dive, curve step, or leap. He possesses myriad options to AT this range. He could also deploy a shock laser, far more effective than a sniper shot. Countless methods, all in a single thought. Boom. The match concludes. Tianjing wins. The dragon god has been sniped dead? What the hell is going on? Mil's trio erupts in a frenzied scream, utterly losing control. For the dragon god mech had not even rounded the corner before being struck down. Mil's trio is the first to react, swiftly pulling up the final moment, the curved shot. This is no novel skill. It is a flashy technique conceived by top-tier snipers from INUP, initially emerging from the virtual realm. Later showcased during EMP training. It allows bullets to curve.